In the heart of Kyoto, a man in his 30s paced anxiously outside the delivery room, occasionally stealing glances through the narrow gap of the surgery room door. His name was Chu Chen, named after the national day on which he was born, and within the delivery room lay his wife, Li Shuiying. Who is the family member of Li Shuiying? Please come here, a nurse called out, cradling a newborn in her arms. I am. Chu Chen hurriedly responded, rushing to the nurse's side. Congratulations, you have become a father to a lovely baby boy. Please sign here, and you can take a look at your child. Your wife will be out shortly. The nurse smiled warmly at Chu Chen. After signing, he caught a glimpse of the baby before the nurse turned and left. A short while later, the delivery room door swung open, and the nurse wheeled out a bed on which Li Shuiying lay, her face pale, yet smiling upon seeing Chu Chen. Darling, you've worked hard, he murmured, his eyes glistening as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. Together with the nurse, he pushed Li Shuiying back to her ward. Sister Sun, please prepare some nourishing food. It must be rich in nutrients to help Shuiying recover well. Chu Chen instructed a middle-aged woman in the room. Rest for now, my dear. I am here, so you can relax. I've even taken a course on infant care for this day, he reassured her. Li Shuiying nodded and closed her eyes, while Chu Chen sat tenderly by her side, gazing at her lovingly. At that moment, the nurse entered the room and handed the baby to Chu Chen, who beamed with joy as he held the child. When Li Shuiying awoke, he placed the baby beside her and gently said, Darling, let's name our baby. Since he was born in the morning, let's call him Chu Chen, Li Shuiying suggested, turning to look at the baby. Chu Chen, that's a lovely name. Ha, say daddy, he teased playfully. Li Shuiying shot him a playful glare, replying, How could such a tiny baby say daddy? Keep your voice down, you'll scare the child. After 4 days in the hospital, Li Shuiying recovered swiftly and was able to walk. The doctor advised her to go home to rest. Chu Chen asked Sister Sun to pack their things in preparation for their return. At the hospital entrance, a luxurious car arrived, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He approached Chu Chen, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Chu, you have a son. Haha, Brother Su. We'll give you a big red envelope when we get home. Chu Chen replied. Please take us home. We must ensure Shuiying doesn't catch a chill. Chu Chen lived in a traditional courtyard house in the city center, a residence inherited from his parents who had passed away 5 years prior due to an accident. He had returned from military service to take over the family antique business. The spacious courtyard had once housed 4 people, Chu Chen and his wife, alongside Su Zhong and son Xiaomei, who were the family's driver and housekeeper, respectively. Li Shuiying hailed from Yaojiang, and 5 years prior, Chu Chen had met her there to be with him. She defied her culture's norms against intermarriage and had a falling out with her parents, insisting on marrying Chu Chen. Back at their room, Li Shuiying cradled the baby and remarked, Chen, I've noticed this child doesn't cry or fuss at all. Even when the doctor vaccinated him, he didn't make a sound. The doctor said everything is normal upon discharge and didn't mention anything unusual. Perhaps he is just naturally well-behaved. Chu Chen replied, that I still feel a bit uneasy. Should we consult another expert? Li Shuiying furrowed her brow. Perhaps we could ask Master Li Xuanji to have a look. He is quite gifted. He helped me with my previous troubles. Chu Chen reassured her that Li Shuiying nodded, and Chu Chen picked up his phone to make a call. After hanging up, he told her, Shuiying, Master Li will come over later. You should lie down and rest for now. That I'd rather wait for Master Li. I can't shake this feeling of unease, she insisted. That evening, the housekeeper, son Xiaomei, prepared a lavish spread, while Chu Chen brought out 2 bottles of fine wine as they all sat quietly in the living room, waiting. The courtyard door opened, and Su Zhong entered with an elderly man who appeared ethereal and wise, dressed in a long robe. Chu Chen and his wife hurried to greet him. Young friend Chu, it has been a long time, the elder said with a respectful bow. Master Li, you're too kind. I should have visited you sooner. Please, come in, Chu Chen replied. As they gathered around the table, they enjoyed the meal and wine, with the elder occasionally reminiscing about his friendship with Chu Goking's father. Once the meal concluded, the elder said, Young friend Chu, let me see your child, leading Master Li to the room. Chu Chen watched as Li Shuiying quickly handed the baby over to the elder. Master Li, please check if there are any hidden ailments with the child, she urged. The elder took the baby. Examining him closely, he felt the child's pulse and examined his eyelids, shaking his head as he sighed. He returned the baby to Li Shuiying and said, "The child has no apparent ailments, but unfortunately, he is lacking a soul and spirit. He is a person destined to be incomplete." Master Li, what does it mean to be a person with a missing soul? Li Shuiying asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. The elder explained, a person with a missing soul is one who is born with a deficiency. Some may lack limbs, others organs, and some lack a spirit altogether. Your son is lacking a soul and spirit from birth. Upon hearing this, Chu Guoqing fell to his knees, pleading, "Master Li, please save my child. I will do anything." The elder helped him up, saying, "There's no need for such desperation, my young friend. Given my friendship with your father, I will not refuse any assistance I can provide. Your son is destined to be incomplete, and while I could call back a soul from the underworld, alas, I find myself powerless in this matter." Li Shuiying began to sob softly, and Chu Guoqing rushed to comfort her, the couple embracing in their sorrow. "Do not weep. Just yet, I have read of a miraculous item that may help your son," the elder continued. Chu Guoqing wiped his tears and said, "Please, master, tell me, I would be immensely grateful. This item is called the Soul Gathering Pearl, which can gather a person's spirit. If you can find this item and have your son wear it, it may resolve his issues." "Master, where can I find this? I will go procure it immediately." Do not rush. Let me finish. The Soul Gathering Pearl is a rare treasure, often found in ancient tombs. You may need to search in such places for fortune. First, I will give your son a soul-calming talisman to protect him from harm, ensuring his safety for 3 years. After 3 years, he may gain wisdom if he possesses the Soul Gathering Pearl. Without it, he is destined for a life of folly. "Master Li, please allow my wife and I to bow to you in gratitude," Chu Guoqing and Li Shuiying said as they knelt before the elder. Chapter 2. The Soul Gathering Pearl. Master Li supported Chu Guoqing and, at his suggestion, urged Li Shuiying to care for the child. The two then entered the hall, closing the door behind them. Chu Guoqing spoke, "Master Li, do you have any news regarding the Soul Gathering Pearl?" "Young friend Chu," Master Li replied, "I must confess that I know of a few ancient tombs where it may be found. I am preparing to join an archaeological team shortly. I will discuss with the team leader about bringing you along. There may indeed be a chance to find the Soul Gathering Pearl." After deliberation, Chu Guoqing decided to accompany Master Li on their journey, which was to a remote area far from civilization, necessitating careful preparation. He urged Master Li to rest early before returning to Li Shuiying's room. Observing her reddened eyes, he comforted her, saying, "I have news about the Soul Gathering Pearl. I plan to depart with Master Li the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing that their destination was the vast mountains near Miaojiang, Li Shuiying expressed her concerns for Chu Guoqing's safety and insisted on accompanying him. She reassured him that with Sun Xiaomei and Su Zhong at home, the child would be well cared for, emphasizing the importance of locating the Soul Gathering Pearl. Chu Guoqing, unable to sway her resolve, reluctantly agreed. A sleepless night passed, and Master Li departed early to consult the archaeological team regarding their inclusion. Sun Xiaomei prepared breakfast, and Chu Guoqing invited Su Zhong and his wife to join them. As they ate, he reflected on their 4 years together and expressed a request. "Brother Su, sister Sun, I have a favor to ask of you. Tomorrow, Shuiying and I will embark on a long journey, and we may be gone for an extended period. I am worried about Chu Chen and must ask you to look after him during our absence. You will be compensated generously. Our return will be swift once our matters are resolved." "Rest assured, Mr. Chu," Su Zhong replied. "With Xiaomei and me here, we will take excellent care of Chu Chen." Sun Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will care for Chu Chen as if he were my own." Comforted by their words, Chu Guoqing and Li Shuiying shared a grateful glance. The couple spent the day with Chu Chen, but as the thought of parting drew near, Li Shuiying's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Sun Xiaomei and Su Zhong, wishing to give them privacy, refrained from intruding. That evening, Master Li returned to inform them that the archaeological team had consented to their participation. He presented a small black pendant, the size of a fingernail, to Chu Chen. Oddly, upon wearing it, the child began to hum and then erupted into tears. The following morning, Li Shuiying entrusted Chu Chen to Sun Xiaomei, reiterating some minor instructions. As the couple gazed at their child, now receding from view, Li Shuiying wept in the car, seeking solace in Chu Guoqing's embrace. Su Zhong drove them to the airport, where, at parting, Chu Guoqing handed him a bank card, informing him of the 2 million it contained for their daily expenses. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed, and Chu Chen turned 2. The couple occasionally called or video chatted, brimming with affection for their child. Chu Chen learned to walk and darted around the courtyard, with Sun Xiaomei trailing behind, perspiring profusely. During this time, Su Zhong succumbed to the vice of gambling, squandering the money provided for Chu Chen. He even secretly sold some antiques, leading to frequent arguments with Sun Xiaomei. On occasions, intoxicated, he would resort to violence against her. One afternoon, a Taoist priest arrived, claiming to be a disciple of Master Li Xuanji from Qingyang Temple, bearing gifts for Chu Chen. Sun Xiaomei welcomed the young priest, who requested to hold Chu Chen. He removed the pendant from the child's neck, causing Chu Chen to become expressionless, his eyes devoid of life. The priest performed a series of gestures, touching Chu Chen's forehead, before producing a small pearl from his pocket. Reciting an incantation, he placed the pearl against the child's brow, and it vanished upon contact. Exhausted, the priest explained to Sun Xiaomei that due to unforeseen circumstances, Chu Guqing and his wife could not return to the capital, and she must continue caring for Chu Chen until he matured. After bidding farewell to the priest and gazing at the sleeping child in her arms, Sun Xiaomei murmured a prayer for the safety of Mr. Chu and Miss Li. As time flowed on, Chu Chen reached the age of 6, ready for school. Su Zhong's gambling addiction worsened, leading him to sell most of their antiques, resulting in repeated quarrels with Sun Xiaomei. Each conflict left her bruised. Yet she bore her suffering in silence, fearing to voice her grievances. Chu Chen, now more perceptive, would comfort Sun Xiaomei, recognizing her pain. Despite Su Zhong's aggression toward her, he refrained from directing his wrath at the child, fearful of the day Chu Guqing would return. Su Zhong's desires escalated. In addition to gambling, he fell prey to drug addiction and fathered a child with another woman. Everything that could be sold was relinquished. In a casino, Su Zhong found himself pinned down, suffering blows that left him battered and bruised. You owe over $1 million, and if you cannot repay, your life is forfeit. A bearded man spat disdainfully at him. Brother Ming, grant me a few days. Once I access the boss's vault, I will have ample funds, Su Zhong pleaded, clinging to the man's leg in desperation. Don't dirty my shoes, fool. Vaults are equipped with alarm systems. You cannot simply open them. Think of another solution, the man retorted, kicking Su Zhong aside. Please, Brother Ming, show me a way out. Just a few more days, Su Zhong begged, scrambling back to the man's feet. There may be a solution. There's a prominent family in Jinhai City seeking a young boy for marriage with their heir, offering $2 million. Your employer has a son, does he not? Sell the boy, and not only will you clear your debts, but you will also have funds left for your retirement. Consider it well and call me back. You have 3 days. Exiting the casino, Su Zhong's phone rang. Upon answering, a woman's furious voice erupted from the other end. Su Zhong, where have you been? If you don't send me money soon, I will take the child and find someone else. With that, she hung up in a fit of rage. Chapter 3. The living marrying the dead. Su Zhong ended the call and ordered some side dishes from a street vendor, accompanied by several bottles of beer. Drunk and disoriented, he stumbled back to the courtyard. Sun Xiaomei cast a disdainful glance at Su Zhong before turning away to enter the room with the child. Su Zhong lay tossing and turning in bed, his mind consumed by Ming Ji's words, laden with temptation. Regret washed over him. If only he could return to the day Chu Guqing departed. He vowed he would not visit the casino and would cherish his life with Sun Xiaomei. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. With a resolute sigh, Su Zhong picked up his phone and dialed Menggu's number. After hanging up, he approached Sun Xiaomei's room. Xiaomei, I need to speak with you, he said. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Don't disturb the child. Xiao Chen has just fallen asleep. She retorted sharply. Su Zhong silenced her with his hand, pulling her out of the room. Xiaomei, I was wrong. I should not have gambled. But I owe over $1 million to the casino, and if I cannot repay it, they will kill me. Trust me, I will never gamble again. One cannot change their nature. How can you expect me to believe you? Don't think I'm unaware of your affairs outside. You have other women and children. I regret ever knowing you. The Chu family treated us so well, and now you've ruined this home. Do you have any conscience left? When Mr. Chu returns, how will you explain this? It has been nearly 7 years. If Mr. Chu could return, he would have done so by now. They may well be dead. Su Zhong shot back. You're talking nonsense. If they were dead, it wouldn't be because of you. Sun Xiaomei exclaimed angrily, attempting to strike Su Zhong. He shoved her to the ground. I've already sold Xiao Chen to a wealthy family. You should pack your things and leave. What? Su Zhong, how dare you sell Chu Chen? I'll call the police. Sun Xiaomei shouted, frantically reaching for her phone. Su Zhong snatched it from her, striking her several times. They grappled fiercely, and in a moment of desperation, Su Zhong grabbed a stone from the ground and struck her head, causing her to bleed and faint. Su Zhong dragged Sun Xiaomei into the room and made another call. Shortly after, a black car pulled up and two masked men emerged. Su Zhong led them to Chu Chen's room. One of the men produced a towel from his pocket and poured a vial of liquid onto it before covering Chu Chen's mouth and nose. After removing the towel, the other man lifted Chu Chen from the bed and exited the room, getting into the black car, which then rolled down its window to drop a leather suitcase. This is the remaining money after settling the gambling debts. Take it. No one is to speak of today's events, or you will pay with your life, he warned. And they drove away. Su Zhong quickly retrieved the suitcase from the ground, closed the courtyard gate, and returned to the room. When Chu Chen woke up, she found the room empty. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up in bed, calling out, Aunt Sun, I'm going to be late for school. When there was no response, she got up and tried to open the door, only to find it locked. Frustrated, she began to cry. Hearing her sobs, an elderly man entered the room, accompanied by a young girl. The old man, with a full head of white hair, surveyed Chu Chen and said, Little one, stop crying. Help your grandpa with something, and I will take you home. Chu Chen wiped her tears and nodded, asking, What do you want me to do, Grandpa? First, have a bath and eat. Tonight, Grandpa will take you out. Xiao Fei, stay with this little one for a while, he instructed. With a playmate by her side, Chu Chen felt less afraid. That evening, a servant helped her bathe and dressed her in a clean red festive outfit. The servant brought her to the hall, where over 20 people were gathered. The old man, dressed in a long robe, stood by an altar adorned with dozens of tablets. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chu Chen, who felt a twinge of fear. The old man produced a hen, adorned with a large red flower, handing it to the servant while another supported Chu Chen. On this auspicious day, we celebrate a joyful union. Wei family, Wei Caihe, wishes to take Chu Chen as her husband, he proclaimed. They performed the ceremonial bows, first to heaven and earth, then to the ancestors, and finally to each other. A servant pressed down on Chu Chen's head to complete the ritual. Afterward, the servant covered Chu Chen's mouth and nose with a towel, causing her to faint again. The old man carried her to the backyard, where a large coffin awaited. He opened it. A chilling aura escaped as it revealed a young woman in bridal attire. The old man gently placed Chu Chen inside the coffin and closed the lid. With a wave of his hand, a group of people arrived to carry the coffin to the hearse. Let us commence the funeral. The time is drawing near. The old man climbed into a luxury car, driven by a middle-aged man who inquired, Father, will this truly ward off the Wei family's calamity? With Daoist Luo South formation in place, it should suffice. The Wei family has faced tribulations every decade. It is unfortunate for Caihe, who is young and has now become the scapegoat for her family's suffering, the elder lamented. The Wei family is one of the most prominent families in Jinai City, with roots tracing back hundreds of years. An ancestor once ruled as emperor but was cursed, leading to a calamity every 10 years. Despite centuries passing, the Wei family remains resilient. As the car wound into the mountains, they arrived at the Wei family's private cemetery. The old man raised his wrist to check his watch, declaring, It is time. Let us proceed with the burial. The coffin was lowered into the grave as thunder rumbled overhead and light rain began to fall. A servant held a black umbrella over the old man, who then began to fill the grave with earth. From his pocket, he produced a small cloth bag containing 9 copper coins, placing one in the soil at each cardinal point. With each coin placed, thunder echoed, causing some of the younger Wei relatives to tremble in fear. Once the grave was filled and the headstone inscribed, the old man led the family in lighting incense and paper money, murmuring, Caihe, we are grateful on behalf of the Wei descendants. You are the pride of the Wei family, and we shall remember you always. As the burial rites concluded, the Wei family members lined up to place flowers at the grave. Among them were Caihe's parents, who, with heavy hearts, touched her photograph. Patriarch, in front of Caihe's spirit, we ask once more, did she take her own life? The old man fixed his gaze upon the couple, stating, Caihe willingly sacrificed herself. Henceforth, all shops on East Street shall be registered under your names. Now, the day is waning. It is best you return home to rest. With that, the Wei elder dismissed the couple, who were left to ponder the weight of his words as the family gradually departed. Chapter 4. The transformation of the yellow immortal amidst the resounding thunder and torrential rain. The incense and paper offerings were extinguished. A robust weasel leapt onto the altar, grasping the offerings with its claws, and began to feast, exclaiming, The delicacies of humanity are truly delightful. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed as a bolt of lightning struck towards the tomb. The weasel, abandoning its meal, prepared to flee. However, 9 beams of golden light erupted from the grave, intertwining into a net that ensnared the weasel, rendering it unable to escape. Inside the coffin, Chu Chen awoke, discovering himself in a pitch-dark space where visibility was non-existent. As he moved about within the confines of the coffin, he realized the space was quite limited. After all, he was not yet 7 years old. Unable to find an exit, fear overwhelmed him, and he began to wail. His cries attracted the attention of the weasel, which ceased its struggles and listened intently to the source of the sound. It was the cry of a child, indicating that a living being was buried below. Recognizing the serendipity of their encounter and the moral obligation to assist, the weasel began to dig with its claws, sending dirt flying until a pitch-black coffin was revealed. Upon prying it open, the weasel discovered a child inside, weeping. Chu Chen, upon seeing the lid of his confinement lifted, glanced at the weasel beside him. The weasel spoke. "Little one, cease your tears. I am the Yellow Immortal, and I have just rescued you. Coffins are typically reserved for the deceased. How did you find yourself within one?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen replied, "An old man deceived me into coming here. If I did not heed his words, he would not allow me to return home or see Aunt Sunday." Chu Chen then noticed another figure lying in the coffin, a woman clad in a wedding dress. Her face pale and oozing black blood from her eyes, nostrils, and mouth. The sight of her visage sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to scramble out of the coffin. "Yellow Immortal, why is that sister lying there motionless, bleeding black blood?" The weasel explained, "That girl has perished. She likely succumbed to poisoning." With a swift motion of its paw, the weasel closed the coffin lid once more and assisted Chu Chen in locating several copper coins within the earth, which caused the binding golden light to dissipate. The weasel pondered for a moment, internally acknowledging the complexity of the situation. The presence of a living child alongside a corpse, combined with the formation of an array, suggested a method for dispelling calamity and transferring misfortune. Regrettably, the scheme had been compromised, deemed an act of divine will. The weasel then covered the coffin with dirt again, with Chu Chen assisting by scooping soil with his hands. The weasel nodded in satisfaction at their work. Suddenly, the weasel's expression shifted, murmuring. The tribulation of transformation arrived so swiftly. Grasping Chu Chen, the weasel leapt behind a large stone, instructing him to remain still, assuring him that it would return shortly. Back at the grave, the weasel gazed up at the impending thunderstorm. As the lightning began to coalesce, a bolt as thick as a barrel descended upon the weasel. It did not evade but braced itself against the strike, its golden fur instantly singed, causing it to spit forth blood. The lightning danced upon its form as the weasel took a seated position, adopting a meditative posture, emitting a faint yellow glow. The charred fur began to writhe, and the weasel successfully transformed into a bald, robust man. Elated by its transformation, the Yellow Immortal rubbed his bald head and approached the concealed Chu Chen, inquiring, "Little friend, do I appear more human or more divine?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen responded, "Uncle, you are always a celestial being. You simply assume the form of one now." Upon hearing this, the weasel's body began to shift again, rapidly increasing its cultivation and sprouting hair and a beard. Overjoyed, it laughed heartily. "Little one, where do you reside? I shall escort you home." Chu Chen pondered and replied, "I do not know where home is. I have never seen my parents. I grew up with Aunt Sunday. My father is named Chu Guqing, and my mother is Li Shuiying." This posed a dilemma for the Yellow Immortal, as it would not be appropriate for a creature like him to accompany a human child. Yet, feeling a sense of kinship with Chu Chen, he could not abandon him. After some contemplation, the Yellow Immortal devised a plan to seek assistance from Mr. Mu at the Yinyang Medical Hall in Qingfeng Lane. "Since you have nowhere to go, I shall take you to a suitable place." "Thank you, Yellow Immortal." The Yellow Immortal placed Chu Chen upon his back and instructed, "Do not call me Yellow Immortal. At home, I am the 7th son. Henceforth, refer to me as Uncle Huang Qi." "Thank you, Uncle Huang Qi. You are truly kind. When I grow up, I too wish to become a celestial being like you." The Yellow Immortal responded with a hearty laugh, "Very well, when you grow up, become a celestial being." The Yellow Immortal carried Chu Chen to Qingfeng Lane, where the child had already fallen asleep on his back, exhausted from the events he had encountered. At the end of Qingfeng Lane stood an old 2-story building with the words Yinyang Medical Hall emblazoned at the entrance. The Yellow Immortal approached and knocked on the door before entering, finding an elderly man seated in the main room, savoring tea. "Mr. Mu, my apologies for the late disturbance. I require your assistance." Saying this, the Yellow Immortal bit off one of his fingers, which instantly transformed into a nail. He casually placed the nail before the elder. "Please, Take a seat. I did not expect you to transform so quickly. Let us have some tea before discussing matters. The elder poured a cup of tea for the yellow immortal. The yellow immortal sat down, cradling Chu Chen in his arms, and began to narrate the events that had transpired. Mr. Mu gazed at the child in the yellow immortal's embrace and remarked, "This child is a person of celestial deficiency, and with the soul-gathering orb, he has been ensnared in a marriage. He is indeed beset by calamities." The yellow immortal replied, "Mr. Mu, this child and I share a bond, but as a creature of the shadows, I cannot keep him by my side. I implore you to take him in. You have brought him here. How could I refuse? Allow me to care for the child. If he remembers his home, I shall ensure he returns. If he has no place to go, he shall remain with me." The yellow immortal entrusted Chu Chen to Mr. Mu, bowed in gratitude, and then vanished in a wisp of azure smoke. Mr. Mu cradled the child in his arms, entering a room where he gently placed him on the bed, covering him with a blanket, and gazing at the peacefully sleeping boy with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 5. The Special Medical Pavilion. Upon awakening one morning, Chu Chen found himself alone, the absence of Huang Daxian by his side filling him with a sense of trepidation as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Mr. Mu entered the room and, observing Chu Chen, said, "Young one, it is time to rise and partake in breakfast." "What is this place, and where is Huang Daxian?" Chu Chen inquired. "You may call me Grandpa Mu. This is my home, and it is at the behest of Huang Daxian that I care for you. If you remember the location of your home, I can escort you back." "Grandpa Mu, I cannot recall where my home is," Chu Chen replied, lowering his gaze. "That is of no consequence. For now, stay by my side and join me for breakfast," Mr. Mu reassured him. Thus, Chu Chen remained with Mr. Mu, and as time passed, Mr. Mu guided him through his education. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had elapsed, and Chu Chen had blossomed into an 18-year-old young man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, possessing an elegant appearance, a neatly trimmed head of hair, and a pair of bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. Years of training with Mr. Mu had endowed him with a strong and upright physique. Mr. Mu, though aged with a few more wrinkles, had remained largely unchanged. Through his tutelage, Chu Chen had come to understand the world more profoundly and regarded Mr. Mu as his own grandfather, who in turn imparted his wisdom freely. Mr. Mu's medical pavilion was unique. It operated solely at night, receiving patients until the stroke of midnight, and attended to only 3 individuals each evening, including those of an extraordinary nature. After each consultation, these peculiar clients would leave behind some token of gratitude as compensation. Others sought Mr. Mu's expertise for ailments, offering an eclectic array of fees, from money and artifacts to medicinal herbs. This year marked a pivotal moment for Chu Chen as he prepared for his college entrance examinations, aspiring to attend a university in Jihai City. Reluctant to part from Grandpa Mu, during his time in school, Chu Chen had also undertaken inquiries into his origins and discovered his family. He had visited his old home with Mr. Mu, only to find the courtyard sealed due to a tragic incident, the murder of Aunt's son, Sun Xiaomei, with the assailant Su Zhong having vanished without a trace. Chu Chen's parents remained elusive, akin to stones cast into the sea. "Grandpa Mu, I have returned. Look at what I have brought you. Spicy seafood, braised pig's trotters, and Zhang's bamboo leaf green from the alley," Chu Chen announced as he pushed open the door. "Oh, you are back from school. With the exams approaching, which university do you plan to apply to?" Mr. Mu inquired, rising to accept the offerings from Chu Chen. "Grandpa Mu, I intend to apply to a university in Jihai City. I wish to stay here," Chu Chen replied as he opened the food container. "Now we have some snacks. Let us enjoy a drink together." As the grandfather and grandson shared a drink and conversed, it was noteworthy that Chu Chen had abstained from alcohol until a memorable incident at 14, when he had surreptitiously sampled Mr. Mu's liquor, resulting in a full day of slumber, which ignited his newfound fondness for drinking. "Chu Chen," Mr. Mu began, "in a few days, I may need to venture out. I do not know when I shall return, and I had initially planned to close the pavilion. My dear boy, you are destined for greatness. Although the soul-gathering pearl aids in stabilizing your spirit, it is not a perfect solution." He continued to elaborate, explaining that while the pavilion appeared to treat ailments primarily for humans, it also served the purpose of accumulating virtuous deeds. Mr. Mu, now over 110 years old, attributed his longevity to this accumulation of merit. He wished for Chu Chen to inherit his legacy, both to further stabilize the soul-gathering pearl and to ensure the continuation of the Ghost Doctor lineage. Upon hearing Mr. Mu's intentions, Chu Chen readily consented. having grown up under his guidance and already considering himself a member of the Ghost Doctor Sect. That evening, Mr. Mu instructed Chu Chen to cleanse himself and prepare for the initiation ceremony. After his bath and changing into fresh garments, Mr. Mu led him to a room on the second floor where a statue of King Yin was enshrined. Mr. Mu instructed Chu Chen to light incense and then kneel before the statue. He retrieved a small black knife, approximately 20 centimeters in length and shaped like a willow leaf. With the knife held aloft, Mr. Mu recited, I, Mu Jijia, the 12th generation heir of the Ghost Doctor Sect, hereby invite Chu Chen to join the Ghost Doctor Sect as its 13th generation heir. May King Yin bestow his blessings. He then made a small incision in Chu Chen's palm, allowing blood to drip onto a yellow talisman paper, which Mr. Mu ignited while reciting Chu Chen's birth date and time. As the talisman burned, a beam of golden light emanated from the statue, piercing Chu Chen's forehead. Grandpa Mu, I have received the blessings of King Yin. And I have also obtained the ghostly exorcism charm. Chu Chen exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, you are now officially a disciple of the Ghost Doctor Sect. This is the Ghost Doctor knife, a symbol of your status, Mr. Mu affirmed. He then retrieved a box from beneath the bed, which contained 4 compartments, each housing a unique item. Mr. Mu meticulously introduced each one. This is the Ghost Doctor Golden Needle, utilized for healing and combat. This is the Ghost Doctor Mirror, capable of capturing malevolent spirits within. This is the century-old Peachwood Sword, effective against evil entities. And lastly, the Ghost Doctor Knife, which should be used sparingly. Chu Chen listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement as Mr. Mu formally entrusted these items to him. Mr. Mu also instructed Chu Chen to offer incense to King Yin every 3 days. He then shared that his impending journey was prompted by news of an adversary. Mr. Mu had a twin brother, also a member of the Ghost Doctor Sect, who had strayed from righteousness and misused their secret techniques for nefarious purposes. Mr. Mu had captured him and rendered him powerless, but the brother harbored deep resentment, having taken the lives of Mr. Mu's wife and children. Chu Chen wished to accompany Mr. Mu for support, but Mr. Mu declined, explaining that this vendetta had festered in his heart for decades and could only be resolved through personal vengeance. Mr. Mu imparted essential instructions regarding the Yin-Yang Medical Pavilion, including the procurement and preparation of special herbs, and left Chu Chen with 2 phone numbers, one for acquiring special materials and the other for assistance in unusual situations. He cautioned Chu Chen that all visitors to the pavilion could be treated, but if the wind chimes rang 9 times, regardless of the offer presented, he must not accept the consultation. Should a ghostly messenger arrive, it may signify a task from the underworld. He must treat the messenger with fine liquor, as completing each task would yield rewards from the nether realm, fostering a beneficial relationship with the messengers. After imparting his final advisements, Mr. Mu announced that he would depart early the next morning, urging Chu Chen not to see him off, but to focus on his studies and manage the affairs of the pavilion diligently. Chapter 6. The first consultation. Upon awakening in the morning, Chu Chen discovered that Grandpa Mu was not at home, presumably having left. After a brief tidying up and a modest breakfast, Chu Chen rode his electric bike to school. With just a week remaining until the college entrance examination, he immersed himself in review sessions and practice papers, preparing for the impending tests. Fortunately, Chu Chen's grades had consistently placed him among the top 10 in his class. While engaged in a practice paper in the classroom, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Shouts and screams pierced the air. Someone has jumped. Students hastily abandoned their papers and rushed to the windows. Below, in the courtyard, a girl lay face down in a pool of blood, prompting several timid classmates to burst into tears. The homeroom teacher quickly intervened, instructing the students to focus on their studies and ignore the events outside. This particular lesson stretched interminably, with the bell remaining silent until the end of the school day. After classes, Chu Chen, Wang Guofu, and Gao Jin descended the stairs, only to find the area below already cleared and the school shrouded in silence regarding the incident. Chu Chen, Gao Jin, I knew that girl, Zhao Ruixue from Class 6. Grade 3. She was one of our school's 3 most beautiful girls. It's tragic she took her own life. Such a lovely girl. Even if she didn't make it to university, her beauty could have paved a bright future, Wang Guofu remarked. All right, Wang Fatty, Gao, today I'll treat you both. Let us go for some barbecue. With the exams approaching, it's time we gathered for a bit, Chu Chen suggested, wrapping an arm around Wang Guofu. That sounds great. I'm exhausted from all this practice. Let us grab a few bottles of beer, Gao Jin eagerly replied. The trio rode their electric bikes to a nearby barbecue restaurant, which was bustling with patrons. They found a cozy corner to settle in. Wang Guofu perused the menu, while nearby tables of students discussed the tragic incident of the girl who jumped, speculating on motives ranging from romantic despair to overwhelming stress. As they savored their barbecue, Chu Chen inquired about their university aspirations. Wang Guofu expressed his dream of studying law in Kyoto City, though he lamented that he would likely settle for a university in Jinhai City. Gao Jin aimed for a spot at the prestigious Industrial University in Nanfeng City, fulfilling a dream that had been his late father's. Chu Chen shared his desire to remain in Jinhai City and apply to the local medical school. The proprietress brought a platter of skewers and 6 bottles of beer to their table. "Cheers to us all getting into our ideal universities," Wang Guofu proclaimed, as they clinked their bottles together. Just then, a group of girls joined the scene, one of whom, a short-haired girl, smiled at Chu Chen and his friends. "You're here too," she exclaimed. "Class monitor Su, you're joining us for barbecue?" Wang Guofu responded. "Su, their class monitor," was greeted warmly by Chu Chen and Gao Jin. The girls exchanged glances with Chu Chen, whispering amongst themselves, while Su, feeling a bit awkward, invited them to sit and ordered for them. After their meal, the trio bid farewell to Su and her friends, each heading home. Chu Chen returned to the medical clinic, tidied up, polished some of Grandpa Mu's cherished antiques, and brewed tea using his grandfather's teaware before settling down with his books for review. That evening, following Grandpa Mu's instructions, Chu Chen prepared to conduct his first solo consultation. He hung a wind chime above the entrance and took a seat at the medicinal counter in the main room. The chime tinkled as 2 individuals entered. "Is Mr. Mu here? We've been waiting for quite a while," one of them said. "I apologize, my grandfather is out on business. I will be substituting for him," Chu Chen replied. The 2 exchanged glances, their disappointment palpable. Sensing their unease, Chu Chen reassured them, "Please rest assured. Despite my youth, I have inherited my grandfather's true skills. You may trust me with your consultation." "Very well, I shall go first," the elderly gentleman declared as he took a seat and placed his hand on the pulse pillow. Chu Chen gently placed his hand on the man's wrist to take his pulse, and after assessing it, he spoke, "You are suffering from a condition related to rheumatism, localized in your back. Please follow me." The elder nodded. "You are quite perceptive. I've had back pain for over a year. A friend recommended this clinic." Chu Chen led the elder to a side room, instructing him to remove his upper garments. He retrieved the golden needle of the Ghost Doctor and deftly inserted it into the elder's back. As he channeled his energy through the needle, the elder began to sweat, his cheeks flushing as the perspiration, cool to the touch, dripped to the floor. After removing the needles and placing them back in their case, Chu Chen allowed the elder to dress. "Remarkable. The pain in my back has vanished. You truly possess genuine skill," the elder remarked as he dressed. Leading the elder back to the main counter, Chu Chen prepared 3 herbal prescriptions for him. He advised the elder to brew them using rootless water, explaining that it referred to rainwater that had not touched the ground. The elder nodded in understanding, placing 20,000 yuan on the counter before bidding farewell and departing. The next patient, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a slightly overweight physique, approached. He lamented to Chu Chen, "I have lost my sense of taste for an entire month, with no remedy in sight." After taking his pulse, Chu Chen prescribed 3 herbal formulas and retrieved a ceramic vial from beneath the counter. "Open your mouth," he instructed, uncorking the vial and letting a drop of a clear liquid fall onto the man's tongue. The man's face reddened, and he grimaced. "This is so bitter. What is this? I feel awful. This is the saliva of a snake spirit. If you can taste the bitterness, it indicates recovery is imminent. Just continue taking the herbal remedies at home," Chu Chen assured him. A minute later, the bitterness faded, and the man, brimming with gratitude, said, "Thank you, young man. I'm a head chef at a hotel. Losing my sense of taste has been unbearable. Here is my business card should you find yourself at the Jing'an Grand Hotel. I would be honored to treat you to a feast." He placed 30,000 yuan on the counter before bidding farewell and leaving the clinic. Chu Chen carefully stored the cash in the safe, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly midnight. He decided to wait a little longer before closing up for the night. Chapter 7. The heartache of the female ghost. As Chu Chen was about to close the door, the wind chimes outside chimed, and a chilling breeze swept into the clinic, accompanied by an unaccompanied sound. Furrowing his brow, Chu Chen pressed his index and middle fingers together at his brow and murmured, "Heaven is clear, the earth is bright. Focus your eyes, and all demons shall have no place to hide." At that moment, a woman stood at the entrance of the pharmacy, clad in a school uniform, seemingly anxious as she nervously rubbed her fingers together. A conspicuous gash marred her bloodied scalp. Raising her gaze to Chu Chen, she inquired, "Is Mr. Mu here?" Are you Zhao Ruixue? Chu Chen asked in surprise. How do you know me? Zhao Ruixue replied. Mr. Mu is my grandfather. He is away on a journey, and I am here in his stead. I saw you jump from the building this morning, and I recognized your name from my classmates. We attend the same school. I am Chu Chen. No need to be anxious. Please come in and sit down, he explained. I think I recall seeing you on the school basketball team. Zhao Ruixue remarked. Zhao Ruixue, is there anything I can assist you with? Chu Chen inquired. The jump left me disfigured. It is truly too ugly, Zhao Ruixue lamented, brushing her hair aside to reveal the gruesome wound on her head. Not to worry, I shall assist you, Chu Chen replied, lighting an aromatic incense and placing it before her for inhalation. Zhao Ruixue took a deep breath, and as she did, Chu Chen retrieved a box from beneath the counter and led her to a side room. He found a fire basin, opened the box, and tossed a bone into the flames, adding some white hair to the fire. He instructed Zhao Ruixue to retrieve the burned items from the basin, which, once turned to ash, transformed into tangible objects in her hands. Taking the bone and thread, Chu Chen placed the bone atop Zhao Ruixue's head and began to sew the wound closed. Once the bone was stitched, he applied some incense ash around the injury, and gradually, the wound transformed, restoring her original appearance. I have restored your head, Chu Chen informed her, and Zhao Ruixue hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Curious, Chu Chen asked. Zhao Ruixue, I am intrigued. Why did you jump? You are quite beautiful and academically accomplished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruixue began to weep, her cries echoing like a wolf's howl, sending chills down Chu Chen's spine. Please, do not cry. If you are unwilling to share, you need not, he said gently. Zhao Ruixue proceeded to recount her story. During the first semester of her senior year, she became a member of the school's cheerleading squad and met Wang Jie from the basketball team. They exchanged contact information and fell in love during their youthful days. Not long after, they became intimate, and their relationship deepened. 2 weeks prior, Zhao Ruixue felt nauseous and vomited. Her mother assumed it was due to food poisoning and took her to the hospital. After the examination, her mother discovered her pregnancy and demanded to know the father's identity. No matter how her mother pressed, Zhao Ruixue remained silent, resulting in her mother slapping her. Angry, Zhao Ruixue stormed out of the hospital and contacted Wang Jie to meet. She shared the news of her pregnancy, hoping he would accompany her for an abortion. Upon hearing the news, Wang Jie abruptly broke up with her, distraught, having been struck by her mother and abandoned by her boyfriend. She felt overwhelmed and ultimately jumped from the building the next day. Chu Chen, enraged by the revelation, realized Wang Jie, who appeared charming, was actually a deceitful scoundrel who mistreated women. Zhao Ruixue, having died an untimely death, harbored unrelenting resentment, unable to reincarnate due to her unresolved grievances. Being a lover of beauty, she was once one of the school's most admired, and it was through her ghostly friends that she found her way to the clinic. Unexpectedly encountering her classmate Chu Chen. Zhao Ruixue, do you seek revenge on Wang Jie? Chu Chen inquired. Zhao Ruixue nodded and replied, I despise him. He deceived me into going to a hotel, promising he would not touch me. Zhao Ruixue, you must come to terms with your death. While revenge is permissible, do not take Wang Jie's life. Should you harm him, you risk being hunted by the underworld and cast into the depths of hell, Chu Chen cautioned. I cannot suppress this rage. Though I have passed, my parents are devastated and hospitalized. I am truly sorry for them. Therefore, I will pay any price to end Wang Jie's life, Zhao Ruixue declared, her hair flying and her expression fierce. Seeing her on the verge of a breakdown, Chu Chen quickly recited a calming incantation to soothe Zhao Ruixue. Zhao Ruixue, do not be agitated. I believe it would suffice to discipline him without taking his life. Chu Chen advised patiently. Zhao Ruixue caught a few tears in her hand, which transformed into small black stones, and she offered them to Chu Chen, saying, Thank you. Chu Chen, this is my token of gratitude. I will consider your words seriously. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Chu Chen accepted the tears, and as Zhao Ruixue departed the clinic, she vanished from sight. Sealing the ghostly tears in a ceramic vial, Chu Chen closed the clinic door and prepared for rest. The following day at school, Chu Chen noticed his classmates whispering amongst themselves. Wang Pengzi and Gao Gu approached him. You may not have heard, but Wang Jie from our school jumped to his death, leaving a note. It was because he deceived Zhao Ruixue that she took her own life, Wang Pengzi exclaimed. With a sigh, Chu Chen pondered, realizing Zhao Ruixue had not heeded his advice and had chosen vengeance instead. Chu Chen, what are you thinking? We must hurry. Class is about to start, Galga called to him, breaking his reverie. With the impending college entrance examinations, the school had brought in professional psychologists to provide one-on-one assessments for students. These evaluations revealed numerous underlying psychological issues among the students, prompting the school to organize counseling sessions with the psychologists for those in need. After school, Wang Pengzi asked if they would like to join him for dinner. Chu Chen, preferring to save money and cook at home, invited Gao Ge to join him for beef noodles. At the noodle shop, Wang Pengzi animatedly recounted Wang Jie's unscrupulous behavior, his words flowing with fervor. At moments of particular ire, he pounded the table in frustration, inciting even Gao Ge to voice his disdain for Wang Jie. The owner of the noodle shop, captivated by their conversation, poured each of them a bowl of beef soup and sat nearby, listening intently as Wang Pengzi took on the role of storyteller. Chapter 8. The abduction of Su Yu. As Chu Chen exited the beef noodle restaurant, night had already fallen. After exchanging greetings with Wang Pengzi and the tall individual, he prepared to head home. Riding his electric bike, he navigated through the city streets. Despite the vibrant neon lights illuminating the city, Chu Chen felt a profound sense of tranquility in Qingfeng Lane. Upon passing the intersection of Yingbin Road and Phoenix Street, an area known for its luxurious villas and the residence of the city's elite, he noticed a taxi parked at the entrance. A young woman was engrossed in her phone, while two men wearing sunglasses emerged from another vehicle. They swiftly approached the girl, and before she could react, they covered her mouth and nose, swiftly carrying her off to a van. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen followed the van on his electric bike. Realizing that the abducted woman was none other than his class monitor, Su Yu, the van sped through the streets, and after approximately half an hour, it halted in front of an abandoned factory. Chu Chen gradually stopped his bike and stealthily approached. At that moment, three men emerged from the factory. The one in front sported slicked-back hair, a gold chain around his neck, and tattoos adorning his arms. Gold Brother, the target has been successfully secured. One of the men from the van reported. This went smoothly. Since Su Zong refuses to cooperate with the land transfer, we must teach him a lesson. Let's bring her inside the factory and then contact Su Zong to let him see his precious daughter, Gold Brother commanded. With a wave of his arm, two men moved forward to carry the girl into the factory. Taking advantage of the rooftop, Chu Chen climbed onto the building and peered down through a gap. Su Yu was bound to a chair, and Gold Brother picked up a bottle of water, twisting the cap off and slowly pouring it over her head, letting the water trickle down her neck and into her clothes. The sudden shock of water roused her, and she looked at them, demanding, "Who are you? Why am I here? Let me go." Gold Brother approached her, gripping her collar and slapping her across the face. He then pulled out his phone and asked, "What is your phone password? If you don't want to be hit again, you'd better cooperate." With tears in her eyes, Su Yu stammered, 070522. Gold Brother unlocked her phone and dialed her father's number, placing the phone near her mouth. "Hello, Yu, why aren't you home yet? I've been trying to call you. Where are you off with your classmates?" Her father's voice echoed from the phone. "Dad, help me. I don't know where I am. I've been kidnapped." Su Yu cried, her voice trembling. Gold Brother took the phone, saying, "Su Zong, your darling daughter is in my hands. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is her safety. You need to reconsider the land transfer. I'll give you half an hour." "Who the hell are you? It's just a piece of land. Business is all about fair competition. As long as you don't harm Yu, I'll agree to your terms." Her father shouted angrily from the other end. "Wise men know the times, Su Zong. Remember not to call the police. If I find out you do, you'll never see your daughter again. Tomorrow morning, someone will bring the contract over. Just sign it. And I will return your daughter without a single hair out of place," Gold Brother warned. After hanging up, he shouted at Su Yu, "Stop crying. If your father cooperates, you'll be home by tomorrow. Just endure one night here." Terrified, Su Yu quickly silenced herself. On the rooftop, Chu Chen finally confirmed that the kidnapped girl was indeed his class monitor, Su Yu. Acting swiftly, he jumped down to the factory, picked up a stone, and hurled it at the front windshield of the van, causing it to crack and emit a loud alarm. He then found a wooden stick, which he wielded deftly, and concealed himself nearby. Inside the factory, Gold Brother heard the commotion and sent two of his men to investigate. As the duo approached the van, Chu Chen swiftly incapacitated them with ease. After a few moments of silence, Gold Brother grew suspicious, calling for two more men to check on the situation, advising them to be cautious. The armed duo exited the factory, noticing the unconscious men on the ground. Just then, Chu Chen appeared, disarming one of them and swiftly knocking them both out. Feeling the tension rise, Gold Brother drew his gun, standing behind Suyu. He yelled towards the entrance. "Who the hell are you? Show yourself. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll shoot." Chu Chen stepped into the factory, and upon seeing him, Suyu's tears flowed freely as she tried to speak, her mouth still covered. "Who the hell are you to ruin my plans? Do you know who I am?" Gold Brother seethed. "I don't care who you are. Let her go. I'm giving you a chance to escape." Chu Chen replied resolutely. Without further ado, Gold Brother fired 2 shots at Chu Chen. Suyu squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but when she opened them, she found Chu Chen standing beside her while Gold Brother lay unconscious on the ground. Chu Chen hurriedly untied Suyu, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. It's all over now." Overwhelmed with emotion, Suyu collapsed into his arms, sobbing. Chu Chen opened his arms, allowing her to cry until she realized her tears and snot had stained his shirt, her cheeks reddening in embarrassment. "Use your phone to call the police, and then I'll take you home." Suyu dialed the police to report the situation and called her father to inform him that she had been rescued by a friend. When he offered to pick her up, she declined, assuring him that her friend would take her home. As Chu Chen rode his electric bike with Suyu resting against his back, she smiled, the trauma of her abduction fading away in that moment. Upon reaching the entrance of her neighborhood, her parents, accompanied by a group of people, were waiting anxiously. Seeing their daughter return, Suyu's mother rushed forward, embracing her tightly. The mother and daughter wept in each other's arms, while Suyu's father hurried to comfort them. Observing this, Chu Chen said to Suyu, "Class monitor, it's getting late. I should head home." "Thank you, Chu Chen. I truly appreciate your help today," Suyu responded gratefully. "You're welcome. It was a small matter," he replied, riding away on his electric bike. Suyu and her family, surrounded by concerned friends, made their way back home, relieved and grateful. Chapter 9. Suyu's invitation. Upon returning to the medical hall, the night had already deepened. Ascending to the 2nd floor, I offered a stick of incense to the King of Hell, then proceeded to the 1st floor to prepare for my consultations. This night marked the 2nd day of Chu Chen's practice, and it was unusually quiet, seemingly devoid of patience. Just as I was about to close for the night, an elderly woman entered, cradling a red fox in her arms. The old woman looked at Chu Chen and inquired, "Is Mr. Mu available?" "Madam, my grandfather has embarked on a journey, and I am here to take his place," Chu Chen replied courteously. The woman regarded Chu Chen with a hint of nostalgia. "It has been over a decade. Mr. Mu's apprentice has grown so much. Are you an acquaintance of my grandfather?" Chu Chen urged her to take a seat. He promptly poured a cup of tea for her, and the old woman nodded in approval. "I had hoped to have Mr. Mu examine my grandson's leg, but since he is unavailable, I must trouble you for assistance," she explained. "This little one was caught in a hunter's trap and has suffered a broken hind leg." The old woman placed the fox on the counter, and the small creature winced in pain. Chu Chen approached, examining the injured leg. "Madam, the injury has been neglected for too long. The bone has separated. I can only attempt to mend it." He retrieved a black pill and placed it in the fox's mouth. The creature promptly fell into a deep slumber. Cradling the fox, he led the old woman to a side room, where he used scissors to trim away the blood-soaked fur from the injured leg. The bone was completely fractured, with only a thin layer of skin remaining intact. After disinfecting the area, he aligned the bones and secured them with a sterilized splint before beginning to stitch the wound. Once he finished, he presented a small box to the old woman, informing her of his efforts. "This is a bone-healing ointment. If it fails to mend the fracture, your grandson may be left with a disability." The old woman nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, young friend. Your kindness is noted. Should a disability occur, it would simply be my grandson's fate." She then produced an aged ginseng from her pocket and handed it to Chu Chen as payment, along with a dark red fur. "If you burn this fox fur, the Fox clan will lend their full support to you." After bidding farewell to the old woman, Chu Chen closed the door and prepared to rest. The following morning, his phone rang. It was Grandpa Mu. Chu Chen had been trying to reach him for days without success. On the line, Grandpa Mu reminded him that today was Chu Chen's birthday and encouraged him to celebrate alone with a drink. "Do you have any news of the assailant?" Chu Chen asked. Grandpa Mu replied that he had gathered some leads and felt they were drawing closer to the perpetrator. Chu Chen cautioned him to remain vigilant and take care of his health. After ending the call and freshening up, Chu Chen rode his bike to school. Upon entering the classroom, he found Wang Pengzi and Gao Ge standing beside him like loyal guardians, each presenting a small gift. "Happy birthday. Let's celebrate after school." Class monitor Wang Yu entered, her face slightly swollen. Several girls expressed concern, prompting Suyu to explain that she had fallen. Approaching Chu Chen, Suyu slipped him a note that read, "Wait for me after school. I have something to discuss," accompanied by a playful doodle of a ghost. Wang Pengzi leaned in and whispered, "Chu Chen, what does the class beauty's note say? Is it a love letter? You've been quite discreet in winning her over." Quickly, Chu Chen pulled Wang Pengzi close, covering his mouth. "Keep your voice down. I'll explain after school. Now, focus on your studies." After school, Chu Chen, Wang Pengzi, and Gao Gu prepared to leave on their bikes when they noticed Suyu chasing after them, slightly annoyed. "You were supposed to wait for me. I have something important to tell you," she scolded Chu Chen. Wang Pengzi exchanged glances with Gao Gu, both suppressing laughter. Suyu, slightly irritated, insisted, "You two can laugh later. I need to speak with Chu Chen." "All right, class monitor Su, take your time. No rush." Wang Pengzi winked at Chu Chen as they left. Once they were alone, Suyu blushed and said, "Chu Chen, my parents would like to invite you over. Are you free today?" Class monitor: "There's no need to thank me for yesterday. I prefer to avoid trouble. Today, I have plans with Wang Pengzi and Gao Gu," Chu Chen replied. "Just call me Suyu. You always act as if you're miles away. If today doesn't work, how about tomorrow? If tomorrow doesn't work, then the day after? I'll keep asking until I can get you to come over, or my parents will tease me endlessly," she retorted, a hint of frustration in her voice. "All right, Suyu, how about tomorrow? I'll join you then. For now, I need to catch up with them. Goodbye," Chu Chen said, rushing off before she could respond. Fuming, Suyu stomped her foot before departing in a car. The three friends arrived at a restaurant where Gao Gu had already reserved a private room. He insisted on treating them today, and as they ordered their meal, they enjoyed drinks and lively conversation. Wang Pengzi inquired about Chu Chen's situation with Suyu, to which Chu Chen recounted the entire event after downing a beer. "Wow, Chu Chen, I had no idea you practiced martial arts. You truly are a hero saving a damsel in distress. It seems Suyu has taken quite a liking to you," Wang Pengzi exclaimed. "Enough of that. Let us drink," Chu Chen interjected, eager to shift the focus away from his embarrassment. "We've been classmates for 6 years, and I never guessed you had such skills. You've kept it well hidden," Gao Gu teased. Chu Chen explained, "I learned a bit from my grandfather. It's nothing significant. Let us drink to friendship and celebrate my birthday. Cheers." The door to the private room was knocked upon, revealing the cake delivery. They lit the candles, and Wang Pengzi urged Chu Chen to make a wish before blowing them out. As Chu Chen closed his eyes, Wang Pengzi exchanged a mischievous glance with Gao Gu. Gao Gu crept behind Chu Chen, while Wang Pengzi snuffed out the candles, preparing to push Chu Chen's head into the cake. However, Chu Chen reacted swiftly, evading Gao Gu's grasp and instead shoving him into the cake. Laughter erupted as frosting splattered across Wang Pengzi's face. The two then teamed up to restrain Chu Chen, smearing cake upon him, but this time he offered no resistance, allowing their playful antics. After their frolicking, the trio headed to the restroom to clean up. When Chu Chen settled the bill, he was informed it had already been taken care of. Observing the chaos in the room, he offered the owner a tip for cleaning up. Once they tidied up, they parted ways at the restaurant entrance, and Chu Chen rode off towards Qingfeng Alley. Chapter 10. The Ghostly Wife. Wei Caihe on his way back to the clinic. Chu Chen felt an eerie chill creeping down his spine, as if something were trailing him. Upon entering the clinic, he opened the door and called out to the presence behind him, "You followed me all this way. Come in and speak." Lighting a stick of incense, he opened his spiritual eye and beheld a woman standing in the clinic, clad in a bridal gown. Curious, Chu Chen inquired, "Who are you? Have you come seeking treatment?" The woman lifted her gaze and replied, "I am your wife. We have already tied the knot and once shared the same coffin." "You are the elder sister from the coffin," he stammered. The ghost nodded, saying, "You escaped back then, disrupting the feng shui arrangement. Now, the Wei family is once again facing calamity, searching far and wide for you, intent on bringing about your demise. I bear no grudge against the Wei family," Chu Chen declared. "Years ago, their patriarch bullied me, forcing me into a ghost marriage. Let them come. I, Chu Chen, shall confront them all." Wei Caihe informed Chu Chen that due to the altered feng shui, on the day the 10-year period expired, dozens from the Wei family met untimely deaths. Upon excavating the grave, they discovered that Chu Chen had escaped. Enraged, the Wei family set fire to the grave, leaving Wei Caihe's remains utterly incinerated. Her visit was twofold. First, to wish Chu Chen well on his birthday, as they were bound by their ghostly union. Second, to request his help in collecting her ashes for a proper burial, so she might finally have a resting place. Intrigued by the circumstances of her death, Chu Chen recalled that the fortune teller had once said Wei Caihe had succumbed to poison. He closed the door, removed the bell from it, and offered incense to Wei Caihe, who declined to accept it. She explained that as a victim of wrongful death, ensnared by a feng shui trap, she could not reincarnate. Her resentment had festered into a vengeful spirit, now surviving by absorbing negative energy. Wei Caihe then recounted the events leading to her demise. A decade ago, while still in university, Wei Caihe's father was an illegitimate child, and her mother was not favored within the family. She endured bullying from her cousins throughout her childhood. One fateful day, all offspring over the age of 18 were to draw lots in the ancestral hall to determine the sacrificial offering. Fortunately, Wei Caihe did not draw the sacrificial lot. Instead, it fell to her uncle's son, who fainted in terror upon realizing his fate. Later, Wei Caihe learned from her parents that the sacrifice entailed giving up one's life to shield the Wei family from disaster every decade, though she had narrowly escaped. Her uncle's son used a heart-devouring poison on her, colorless and tasteless. It would result in a natural death after 3 days, leaving no trace, and would only fully manifest after 7 days. After Wei Caihe's untimely death was discovered, the Wei family shifted their sacrificial target to her, compelling her to take her uncle's place. Following her death, fate intertwined her with Chu Chen through a ghost marriage. When the grave was destroyed, her anger transformed her into a vengeful spirit, leading to the demise of her uncle, Wei Wuyo. The family patriarch, suspicious of Wei Wuyo's sudden death, enlisted a Taoist for assistance. Subsequently, Wei Caihe was injured and has since remained in hiding. Chu Chen agreed to collect her ashes the next day and reinter them, feeling sympathy for her plight, victimized by her own kin. For some time, Wei Caihe had been tracking the Wei family. Anyone who sought out Chu Chen was met with her wrath, touched by her unwavering support, despite their ghostly bond. Chu Chen invited Wei Caihe to remain within the ghostly mirror until he could collect her ashes, carefully placing her inside. The following morning, Chu Chen prepared a ceramic urn. It was the weekend, so he had no classes to attend. Guided by the location provided by Wei Caihe, he set off with his tools. After an hour's journey, he arrived at the site, though it evoked little memory, as he was still quite young back then. Fortunately, he had encountered the fortune teller previously. At 12, he had met the fortune teller again when he sought treatment for an injury. The fortune teller had gifted him a claw, warning him of its power to dispel evil spirits. Upon reaching the grave site, he found it in ruins, the tombstone shattered into fragments. Chu Chen began to dig, laboring for over 2 hours until he discovered the white ash at the bottom of the pit. Carefully, he scooped the scattered remains into the urn, which was sufficiently large to contain them all. Once the ashes were secured, he covered the pit with soil and rode to a nearby cemetery, where he purchased a burial plot for 30,000 yuan and commissioned a gravestone. After placing the urn in the grave and covering it with earth, he lit incense and released Wei Caihe's spirit from the ghostly mirror. However, since it was daytime, her ghostly form could not manifest. As he spoke softly, Sister Caihe, "May you find solace here," a voice echoed in his ear. "Chu Chen, thank you." Departing the cemetery, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Chu Chen? This is Su Yu. Would you like to come over for dinner tonight? My parents would like to invite you. Please do come. Here is my number. Remember to save it," she cheerfully insisted. "All right, I'll be there tonight. I'll call you when I arrive," he replied. After hanging up, he received a call from Wang Pengzi, who excitedly exclaimed, "Chu Chen, your romantic fortune is on the rise. So you just asked for your number," indicating she is genuinely interested in you. "Why don't I have such luck? Fatty, don't you dare share my number with anyone else, or I'll hold you accountable. Consider this a warning. Focus on your studies since the exams are approaching," Chu Chen retorted. After returning to the clinic, he prepared a simple lunch and began reviewing his studies. Just one more week until he would be liberated. Once the exams were over, he could finally relax. As he studied, he pondered whether to bring a gift to Su Yu's home for dinner, as it was his first visit. He retrieved 2 bottles of fine wine and 2 boxes of tea leaves from his grandfather's cabinet, placing them into a bag. That evening, Su Yu called to let him know she would send a car to pick him up. Half an hour later, a black luxury vehicle arrived, and Su Yu stepped out, dressed in a lovely dress, her hair styled in glamorous waves. "Chu Chen, what are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Come on, get in the car," she urged. "You look stunning today, and your face seems less puffy," he complimented. Su Yu huffed in playful annoyance, rolling her eyes at him. Chapter 11. The malevolent infant in the bead bracelet. At the behest of Su Yu, Chu Chen secured the door of the clinic and joined her in a luxury vehicle. During the ride, So you inquired about Chu Chen's activities for the day. He replied that he had been studying at home. She then asked which university he intended to apply to which he expressed his desire to remain in Jinhai City and possibly enroll in the Jinhai Medical College. Chu Chen, you are rather dull, so you teased. You're so cold at school, simply responding to inquiries without any flair. A boy should possess a touch of humor. I apologize, this is simply my nature. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Chu Chen replied. Come now, I was merely jesting. After serving as class monitor for 3 years, I know each student well. I was merely trying to ease the atmosphere and prevent any awkwardness, so you said with a chuckle, covering her mouth in amusement. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the driver's residence. The driver parked the car and opened the doors for them. Suyu's home was a 3-story standalone villa, sprawling over several hundred square meters, complete with a grand garden and a swimming pool. Upon entering, Suyu's father greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome, Chu Chen. It is a pleasure to have you as our guest. Uncle Su, please accept this small token of my appreciation." Chu Chen offered the wine and tea he had prepared. Suyu's father took the gifts and placed an arm around Chu Chen's shoulder, leading him into the living room. "Chu Chen, don't just stand there. Come and sit," Suyu's mother beckoned. As Chu Chen settled into the living room, a maid promptly served him a cup of coffee. Noticing a hint of tension in Chu Chen, Suyu's father quickly addressed him. "Thank you, Chu Xiaoyu, for your help during the recent incident. Without you, you could have been in grave danger. You not only saved her, but also apprehended her captor, who is a competitor of my firm. This kidnapping incident has left their company without any chance of recovery. I learned a bit of martial arts from my grandfather when I was young. It came in handy. It was but a small effort, really." "There is no need for excessive gratitude," Chu Chen replied hastily. After some casual conversation, Chu Chen learned that Suyu's father was named Su Dafu, a real estate developer in the city, while her mother, Fong Ling, was the district chief of the development zone. As they continued their conversation, the maid brought in an array of dishes, filling the table to the brim. Su Dafu opened a bottle of wine, preparing to pour some for Chu Chen. "Dad, don't you think you should ask Chu Chen if he drinks white wine before pouring? This isn't a business banquet," Suyu remarked, visibly displeased. "It's all right. I often drink with my grandfather at home," Chu Chen assured them. "Excellent. Then let us enjoy a few more glasses today," Su Dafu said jovially. As they dined, Fong Ling continuously served dishes to Chu Chen and inquired about his family background. Su rolled her eyes at her mother's antics, while Chu Chen responded to her questions as best he could. After dinner, Su Dafu invited Chu Chen to join him for tea, explaining that it helps to sober up. In truth, Chu Chen felt perfectly fine, while Su Dafu appeared to be slightly inebriated. Su Dafu carefully opened a small bag of exquisite tea leaves, and Su moved closer to Chu Chen, while her mother smiled and joined them. As Su Dafu prepared the tea, he absent-mindedly played with a prayer bead bracelet on his wrist. Noticing something unusual about the bracelet, Chu Chen quickly said, "Uncle Su, may I see your bracelet? This is a fine agarwood bracelet I just acquired a few days ago. If you like it, I can give it to you," Su Dafu replied with a smile. As Chu Chen examined the bracelet, he sensed a chilling presence emanating from it. His expression turned serious as he pressed his fingers to his forehead and murmured, "Heaven clear. Earth bright. Focus the mind. Demons and monsters, nowhere to hide." This display left Suyu's family in stunned silence, with Su Dafu staring at Chu Chen, unsure how to respond. Upon completing the incantation, Chu Chen perceived a malevolent infant within the bracelet awakening and locking eyes with him. Suddenly, the lights in the hall began to flicker, and the sinister energy emanated from the bracelet, causing Su Dafu and his family to shudder in fear. "Uncle, step away from me. There's a malevolent infant within your bracelet. I will explain later," Chu Chen instructed, covering the bracelet with a teacup. He then pricked his fingertip, drawing a protective symbol in the tea. The teacup began to tremble violently, and Su Dafu's family retreated, huddling together and watching Chu Chen with apprehension. As Chu Chen recited the incantation, the teacup continued to shake, dark red liquid seeping from its base. The sight of the blood caused Fong Ling and her daughter to scream in terror. "There's a ghost. Help!" The two maids, cowering in a corner, trembled in fear, while Su Dafu held his family close, tightly shutting his eyes. The trembling ceased only when Chu Chen finished his incantation. "It's over, uncle. The malevolent infant has been dealt with," Chu Chen called out to Su Dafu. "Chu Xiaoyu, are you a Taoist? You have saved our family once more." Su Dafu approached, his gaze fixed on the bloodstains on the table. "Uncle, I'm afraid I cannot divulge too much. Your bracelet is problematic. Someone may have intended to harm you," Chu Chen warned. "It's no wonder I felt a chill around my neck while wearing it lately." As if someone were choking me in my sleep, Su Dafu confessed. Now that the matter is resolved, I suggest you investigate the origins of that bracelet. It's getting late, and I appreciate your hospitality today. I must return home, Chu Chen stated. Su Dafu hastily retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Chen. Chu Xiaoyu, this card contains 2 million. It is a small gesture of my gratitude. Uncle, you're being too polite. Su is my classmate, and it's only natural for friends to help one another. Your generous meal today is more than enough. I cannot accept the money, Chu Chen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Dafu pocketed the card and arranged for the driver to take Chu Chen home. As Su's family saw him off, they watched the vehicle disappear into the distance before returning inside. Su Dafu picked up his phone and dialed a number, expressing his anger and urgency to trace the origins of the bracelet. Su, your classmate is extraordinary. You should maintain close ties and perhaps even consider dating, Su Dafu suggested to his daughter. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Chu Chen is just my classmate, Su blushed in response. Fong Ling chimed in playfully. I think that Chu Chen fellow is quite impressive. He has saved the damsel in distress and banished evil spirits. What girl wouldn't he be enamored? You must seize the opportunity before another girl snatches him away, or you may find yourself in tears. I'm not listening to you anymore. I'm going to bed. Goodbye, Su said shyly as she retreated to her room, her mind filled with thoughts of Chu Chen. Chapter 12. The cure for zombie poison. The driver of Su escorted Chu Chen back to the end of Qingfeng Alley. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he encountered a man and a woman at the entrance of the clinic. Both appeared pallid, their hair disheveled and their garments somewhat tattered. Chu Chen pushed open the clinic's grand door, and the pair looked at him, inquiring, Is Mr. Mu present? My grandfather is away on a journey. Are you seeking him for medical attention? I am Sun Dian, and this is my junior apprentice, Fang Qingxue. We are disciples of Longding Temple. Last night, we engaged in combat with a zombie, and during the struggle, we sustained injuries that have left us afflicted with corpse poison. Our master instructed us to seek Mr. Mu's expertise, as they are old acquaintances. Unfortunately, my grandfather is not here at the moment, but I am currently attending to patients. Please, come inside, and I shall examine you both. Sun Dian supported Fang Qingxue, who was evidently gravely injured and struggling to stand. Chu Chen assisted them into the side room of the pharmacy. After inspecting their wounds, he noted that Sun Dian had merely a claw mark on his arm, which was swollen and oozing black blood. When Chu Chen pricked the injured skin with a needle, Sun Dian felt no pain. After meticulously clearing away the necrotic flesh with a blade and disinfecting the area, Chu Chen retrieved a bottle of glutinous rice bear bile powder from the pharmacy. He sprinkled it over Sun Dian's wound, causing him to grit his teeth in agony as the powder stimulated the injury, resulting in bubbles forming at the surface, and black blood flowing until it turned crimson. Only then did Chu Chen apply a dressing to the wound. Fang Qingxue's injury was on her back. Chu Chen helped her lie on the bed, carefully cutting her clothing to access the wound. He cleaned away the necrotic tissue, disinfected the area, and similarly applied the bear bile powder. The young woman trembled in pain, sobbing quietly. Here, hold this towel and bite down on it for a moment. Once the blood flows, I will bandage you, Chu Chen advised. Fang Qingxue nodded, accepting the towel and placing it in her mouth. Given the severity of her injury, it took 2 applications of the powder before blood began to flow. After completing the bandaging, he realized she had fainted from the pain. Thank you, Taoist Chu. We left in such haste that we did not bring any payment, but I assure you, next time I will deliver it, Sun Dian expressed gratefully. No need for such formalities, my friend. You were injured in the noble pursuit of ridding the world of evil. It is but a small effort on my part. I am glad to assist, Chu Chen replied, dismissing the thanks. This kindness will not be forgotten by my sister and me, Sun Dian promised. Let her rest for a while. I will fetch some clothes for you both to change into, and you may stay in the clinic tonight. Please. This is too much trouble, Sun Dian protested. Do not be concerned. I will need to observe your wounds tomorrow as well, Chu Chen insisted. He retrieved 2 sets of clothing for Sun Dian and provided a blanket for Fang Qingxue. Let us step outside to converse while your sister rests, Chu Chen suggested. In the pharmacy, he brewed a pot of tea as Sun Dian began recounting the events of their encounter with the zombie. 3 days ago, in Yintai Village, located in the western suburbs of Jinhai City, a series of livestock deaths were reported. After investigation, it was discovered that the animals had been attacked by wild beasts. The police were dispatched to track the beasts, only to stumble upon a zombie that had already claimed the life of an officer. It was only through gunfire that they managed to drive it away. The special department of the police reported the incident to Longding Temple, prompting our master to take us down the mountain to capture the zombie. To our surprise, it was not a white zombie, but a black one. After an intense confrontation, we finally vanquished the creature, but both Fang Qingxue and I were injured and afflicted by its poison. Afterward, our master took the zombie's body to the relevant authorities and instructed us to seek Mr. Mu for treatment. Alas, we found him absent and encountered you instead. When Fang Qingxue finally awakened, it was already late into the night. Chu Chen prepared a pot of glutinous rice and lotus seed porridge, advising them to drink it to aid in expelling the poison from their bodies. Fang Qingxue, a strikingly beautiful girl of similar age to Chu Chen, was reserved and quiet. After changing into Chu Chen's clothing, she emerged from the room to express her gratitude. Standing behind Sun Dian, Fang Qingxue remained quiet until Chu Chen invited her to sit. After receiving a nod of approval from Sun Dian, she took her seat. Chu Chen served them the porridge, and it was clear they were both famished. Finishing every last drop, after tidying up 2 rooms upstairs, Chu Chen encouraged them to rest early. Once they were settled, he closed the front door and organized the medicinal counter, preparing for his own rest. The following day, Chu Chen purchased breakfast for the 3 of them, and after they shared a meal, he re-examined their wounds. Noticing that the injuries had ceased to swell, he changed their dressings once more and advised that they would likely fully recover within a week. A vehicle arrived outside, and an elderly man clad in a white long robe stepped out. Upon seeing the old man, Sun Dian and Fang Qingxue exclaimed, "Master!" Chu Chen approached and greeted, "Greetings, Master Zhang." The elder turned to Sun Dian and inquired, "And who is this?" "Master, this is Mr. Mu's grandson, Chu Chen. Mr. Mu is currently away, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Chu Chen for assisting us with the corpse poison. I remember hearing about you from Mr. Mu during my last visit. He mentioned adopting a grandson who is now in school. I did not realize you had grown so much. I truly appreciate your help, young friend," Master Zhang remarked. "Please, Master Zhang, there is no need for such formality. Come in and sit. I will prepare some tea," Chu Chen offered, pouring tea for both Sun Dian and Fang Qingxue. "I did not bring any gifts on this trip, but please accept this copper coin sword as a token from me to you, young Chu." "It is a small gesture from an elder," Master Zhang said. "Master Zhang, this is too generous," Chu Chen protested. "Just accept it. It is unseemly to return gifts once offered," Master Zhang insisted. "Thank you, Master Zhang," Chu Chen replied gratefully. "Whenever you have the time, feel free to visit Longding Temple. Now that we have enjoyed tea together, we shall not impose any longer." After bidding farewell to Chu Chen, Sun Dian took down his phone number before driving off with Master Zhang and Fang Qingxue, leaving Qingfeng Alley. Once they departed, Chu Chen saved Sun Dian's contact information. He noticed several missed calls, all from Suyu. Returning the call, her voice came through the line. "Chu Chen, what have you been busy with? I've tried calling several times. I had patients at the clinic and was preoccupied, so I apologize for missing your calls. What can I assist you with, Suyu? Why can't I call you just because there's nothing urgent?" She teased. "Of course you can. I simply meant I was caught up in my work," he clarified. "Would you join me for dinner and a movie tonight? There's a blockbuster that just premiered," Suyu proposed. I still need to study today. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to prepare for my exams. Can we go after the college entrance examinations?" Chu Chen suggested. "All right, focus on your studies. I'll see you at school tomorrow," Suyu replied, her disappointment evident. Chapter 13. News of Su Zhong. As the final week of the semester approached, with the impending college entrance examination looming, Chu Chen arrived at school early. Just as he parked his electric bike, a car pulled up beside him. Suyu emerged from the vehicle and remarked, "Chu Chen, you're here so early. Let us go to school together. I even brought you breakfast." "No need. I've already had breakfast. You should keep it for yourself. I'm just waiting for Wang Pengzi and the others," he replied. Suyu, slightly displeased, responded, "Chu Chen, I've realized you're quite dense. If you're waiting for them, I'll head to the classroom first. Goodbye." With that, she turned to enter the campus. At that moment, Wang Pengzi and Gao Gu rode up, and the 3 of them entered the school together. The days leading up to the examination were filled with relentless problem-solving, as teachers reviewed challenging and commonly mistaken questions from recent years. Students were making the most of the remaining time, pushing towards their final sprint. After school, Chu Chen chose not to join Wang Pengzi and the others for dinner. He desired an early night's rest. Suyu observed him from a distance and approached. But as Chu Chen mounted his bike and greeted the 2, he departed, leaving Suyu fuming and stamping her foot before getting into a van and leaving the school. Wang Pengzi and Gao Gu exchanged knowing glances. Hey, there's definitely something going on between those two. One exclaimed. For sure. Chu Chen runs away whenever he sees Suyu. What could have happened between them? They began to whisper among themselves. Upon returning home, Chu Chen prepared a simple bowl of noodles. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Answering. He found it was Uncle Wang Jun, a friend of his grandfather S who worked at the Public Security Bureau in Kyoto City. Uncle Wang had once met Chu Chen when his grandfather took him to visit. Wang Jun called to inform Chu Chen that Su Zhong, who had been wanted for 18 years, had been captured. Chu Chen told Uncle Wang Jun that he would immediately book a flight to Kyoto. He was eager to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. After requesting a 2-day leave from his homeroom teacher, he purchased a direct flight ticket to Kyoto City. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau in the city's west, Chu Chen called Uncle Wang Jun, who soon appeared at the entrance. Hello, Uncle Wang. It's been years. You've become quite robust. I almost didn't recognize you. Your grandfather's phone has been unreachable. Didn't he come with you? Grandpa is away on personal matters, hence the unavailability, Chu Chen explained. Come inside quickly. You'll have a chance to speak with Su Zhong. And he may have leads on your parents, Wang Jun urged. He informed Chu Chen that Su Zhong had turned himself in out of desperation. In the visitation room, a police officer escorted Su Zhong in. The man before Chu Chen was a shadow of his former self, with a head full of white hair and a frail body lacking vitality. Su Zhong sat down, puzzled as he looked at the young man before him. Su Zhong, do you remember me? I'm Chu Chen. You look just like him, 7 parts your father, Su Zhong replied, remorse apparent in his voice. Chu Chen, I'm sorry for what I did to your family. Su Zhong, it's too late for apologies. I need to know why you killed Aunt Sunday. Do you have any information regarding my parents? Chu Chen pressed. Su Zhong recounted that he had been coerced into selling himself due to overwhelming gambling debts. When Aunt Sun learned of his actions, she confronted him, leading to a struggle in which she sustained a fatal head injury from blood loss. Regarding Chu Chen's parents, Su Zhong confessed he was unaware of their fate since they had not returned since leaving when Chu Chen was a child. However, he did offer a crucial lead. A Taoist named Li Xuanji had visited when Chu Chen was ill, and subsequently, Chu Chen's parents had left with him. When Chu Chen was 2 years old, a young Taoist claiming to be Li Xuanji's disciple had come from Qingfeng Temple. Aunt Sun had never disclosed the specifics of the Taoist's purpose. Chu Chen relayed this information to Uncle Wang Jun, who informed him that Qingfeng Temple was over 100 kilometers from Kyoto and that he would accompany Chu Chen the next day. Yet, Chu Chen insisted on traveling to Qingfeng Temple alone, wishing to revisit the old courtyard as well. Uncle Wang Jun handed him the key from the archives, patting his shoulder and assuring him to reach out if he needed assistance. That evening, Chu Chen took a taxi to his family's old residence, a place filled with his childhood memories, where Aunt Sun had cared for him. He hadn't seen his parents since he was 6. As he opened the courtyard gate, the long-abandoned property appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet familiar. The old rocking chair still sat in the yard. Entering the main room, he turned on the light to find cobwebs and dust covering the floor. In Aunt Sun's bedroom, he discovered toys from his childhood and clothing he had worn, bringing tears to his eyes as memories of Aunt Sun flooded back. He then entered his parents' bedroom, where their wedding photos still hung. Opening a drawer, he found an album filled with pictures of his parents and his grandfather. He took a photo of his parents to keep in his wallet before putting the album away. After locking the courtyard gate, he found a nearby hotel to stay for the night, later checking the address of Qingfeng Temple. In his thoughts, he recalled his grandfather's words. Chu Chen was a person lacking in spirit, reliant on the soul-gathering pearl for peace and stability. The disciple of Li Xuanji from Qingfeng Temple must have come to deliver the pearl to him. The following morning, Chu Chen purchased incense, candles, paper money, and some pastries before heading to West Mountain Cemetery, where Aunt Sun was laid to rest. Upon locating her grave, he lit the incense, placed the offerings, and offered a prayer. Aunt Sun, I'm here to see you again. I've grown up and will soon face the college entrance examination. I want to let you know that Su Zhong, the one who harmed you, has been captured. You can rest peacefully now. I will visit you again when I can. Bowing 3 times, he paid his respects. Exiting the cemetery, Chu Chen hailed a taxi to Qingfeng Temple. The driver was elated, having finally received a substantial fare after a long day. As they drove, the driver bombarded him with questions about whether he was seeking blessings or love, even suggesting a cousin for him. Chu Chen interrupted, explaining that he was merely a student preparing for the entrance examination, hoping to make a wish for good results. The driver sheepishly remarked, well, Qingfeng Temple is indeed effective. You'll surely achieve excellent results. With the driver's chatter finally subsiding, Chu Chen closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 14. Clues from Parents. Qingyang Temple boasts a history spanning several centuries, perched atop a grand mountain. Fortunately, taxis can ascend the heights, sparing when the arduous climb. Upon arriving at the entrance of the temple, I disembarked from the taxi after settling the fare and proceeded to enter Qingyang Temple. The edifice is constructed entirely of solid wood, with a magnificent 8 trigrams furnace at its center and statues of the 3 pure ones adorning the front. At this moment, numerous devotees were offering incense and prayers. I approached a young acolyte and inquired, "Might I ask if Master Li Xuanji is present? May I ask who you are?" The acolyte replied, "Li Xuanji is an old acquaintance of my father. I happen to be passing through Kyoto and have come specifically to pay my respects. I would appreciate it if you could convey my visit." The acolyte requested that I wait briefly before heading to the rear hall to inform Master Li. A quarter of an hour later, he returned and invited me to follow him to the inner sanctum. Inside the rear hall, several Taoists were meditating, and the young acolyte led me to a side chamber where a middle-aged Taoist awaited. "Are you seeking Master Li Xuanji?" he asked. "I am Chu Chen. Here to inquire about my parents," I replied. "Ah, so you are Chu Chen. You have grown quite a bit. Years ago, I delivered a soul-gathering pearl to you. Alas, you have arrived too late. My master, Li Xuanji, passed away 10 years ago." "What? How could this be?" I exclaimed, disappointment washing over me. "I am Zhu Zheng," he said. "You may call me Taoist Zhu. My master left a letter for you. I attempted to deliver it previously, but your home was no longer inhabited." Taoist Zhu recounted that many years ago, Master Li Xuanji had accompanied an archaeological team to explore a grand tomb. During their expedition, they encountered peril, and only Master Li managed to escape. Severely injured, he returned to Qingyang Temple, where he instructed Taoist Zhu to send the soul-gathering pearl to me before retreating to seclude himself for healing. Years passed, yet Master Li's condition did not improve. Rather, his demeanor underwent a profound change. Eventually, he took his own life, leaving behind a letter and a note in which he spoke of a dreadful entity that had entered his being. He believed that only through death could he rid himself of its influence. The letter explicitly stated that it was imperative to deliver the accompanying letter to me. Following his passing, according to his wishes, Master Li's remains were to be cremated to ensure absolute safety. Taoist Zhu confessed he was unaware of the horrific events Master Li encountered within the tomb, as the matter involved the National Archaeological Team and thus remained classified. He handed me an unopened letter, and as I tore open the envelope, I began to read. "My son, Chu Chen, by the time you read this, your parents may no longer be among the living. I understand that growing up without us must have left you disheartened. Your mother and I long to be by your side, nurturing you into adulthood. We wish for you to be a normal child. But fate has dealt us a cruel hand. You are a child of destiny, and only the soul-gathering pearl can ensure your continued health. During our quest for the pearl, we encountered many inexplicable events far beyond imagination. Our only hope is that you live a healthy life. The safe's code is your birthday combined with your mother's. Within lies the wealth I have bequeathed you, allowing you to live without worry. Remember, do not seek us, for the chance of our survival is exceedingly slim. My son, I wish you health and happiness. Your father, Chu Guqing, and mother, Li Shuiying." Tears welled in my eyes as I finished reading the letter and tucked it away. "Does the letter reveal what transpired?" Taoist Zhu inquired. "It is a message from my parents, but it does not elucidate the events," I responded. "Based on its content, they certainly encountered trouble within the tomb. The secrets beneath the tomb are known only to specialized national agencies, a group of enigmatic individuals tasked with handling extraordinary occurrences. Should I ever encounter them, perhaps I might unravel the mysteries surrounding this matter. I wish to pay my respects to Master Li Xuanji," I declared. Taoist Zhu escorted me to the rear mountain, where a graveyard lay nestled. Before Master Li's tomb, I lit incense and offered a stick of fragrant smoke, bowing thrice in gratitude for his benevolence. "My friend, the letter has been delivered, fulfilling my master's wishes. May his spirit find peace, and I shall take my leave of Qingyang Temple. Until our paths cross again." "Until we meet again," I echoed. After departing Qingyang Temple, I summoned a taxi, which arrived half an hour later to collect me. I intended to return to the courtyard once more. Upon reaching the courtyard, I contacted a cleaning service to prepare the space. Inputting the safe's code, I watched as the heavy alloy door swung open to reveal a small storage room filled with antiques, ceramics, ancient paintings, and exquisite carvings. This was the wealth left to me by Chu Guqing, a legacy of generations. After the courtyard was thoroughly cleaned and revitalized, I installed surveillance cameras and secured each door with anti-theft locks. even placing a coded lock on the main entrance. Satisfied with my efforts, I purchased a ticket for my evening flight back to Jinhai City. My phone buzzed with numerous missed calls, messages from Wang Pengzi, Gao Gu, and a flurry from Su Yu, the latter being the most persistent. However, I chose not to return the calls, intending to explain upon my return to Jinhai City. That evening, I dined with Wang Jun, informing him of my imminent return to Jinhai City. He inquired about any leads from my visit to Qingyang Temple, and I shared a brief overview of my findings. Wang Jun remarked that supernatural occurrences fell outside their jurisdiction, and thus, he could not offer assistance in this matter. That is quite all right, Uncle Wang. I shall uncover the truth in due time, I assured him. May you achieve splendid results in your upcoming examinations, he toasted in lieu of wine. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I wish you all the best as well. After bidding farewell to Wang Jun, I took a taxi to the airport, preparing to board my flight back to Jinhai City. Once aboard, exhaustion enveloped me, and I donned an eye mask, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 15. The Source of Greed. By the time Chu Chen returned to the clinic, it was already late at night. After a brief tidying up, he prepared to rest, as he needed to attend school the following day. Upon waking the next morning, he rode his bicycle to school, stopping at the gate to purchase breakfast before heading straight to the classroom. As he dined, he perused his textbooks, at which point Wang and Gao also entered the classroom. Chu Chen, where have you been these past couple of days? Gao and I tried calling you several times, but to no avail, Wang exclaimed. I took a 2-day leave to attend to some matters in Kyoto City and only returned to Jinhai City last night. I haven't had the chance to return your calls yet, Chu Chen replied. That's good to hear. We were worried something had happened to you. Gao even considered visiting your home, Wang said. Thanks for your concern, but it was merely some personal matters. I'll fill you in when I have the time. Chu Chen reassured them. Just then, Siyu entered the classroom, walking directly to Chu Chen. How could you ignore my calls, Chu Chen? Do you know how worried I was? She scolded. At her words, the classmates began to tease, some whistling, while others whispered among themselves. Siyu's face flushed with embarrassment at the commotion. Enough of this nonsense. We should be studying. Chu Chen hasn't been in class for 2 days. So I'm merely inquiring about his well-being, the teacher interjected, prompting Siyu to return to her seat, which finally quieted the classroom. After school, as Chu Chen prepared to head home, Siyu called out to him. Chu Chen, I need to speak with you. Please wait a moment. Wang, Gao, you two go ahead and wait for me at our usual spot. I'll treat you to dinner shortly, he instructed. Wang and Gao left the classroom, with Wang giving Chu Chen a playful wink. Where have you been these last few days? You have no idea how worried I was, Siyu said, her voice softening as she looked down shyly. I went to Kyoto City. I was following some leads regarding my parents, Chu Chen explained. Did you find any news about them? Not yet. Let us talk more when we have the chance. You should head home now, he replied. All right, but next time. Don't ignore my calls, you silly goose, she said, grabbing her backpack and leaving the classroom. That evening, he treated Wang and Gao to beef noodles before they all returned to their respective homes. The clinic had not received any patients for 2 days, but tonight, Chu Chen was prepared to resume consultations. After reviewing his lessons, he ascended to the 2nd floor to light incense for the King of Hell, hanging a bell above the clinic's entrance in preparation for the evening's sessions. After the bell rang 5 times, 5 individuals entered the clinic. Chu Chen greeted them. The clinic sees only 3 patients each day. For the remaining 2, I must kindly ask you to return tomorrow. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? We can afford to pay. What difference does it make whether you see 3 or 5 patients? A middle-aged woman retorted. I apologize, but I cannot treat those who do not respect the healer. I kindly request you seek care elsewhere, Chu Chen replied firmly. The woman scoffed. Such theatrics. You strike me as a charlatan anyway. If you won't treat me, then so be it. With that, she stormed out, leaving Chu Chen unfazed. A man who remained behind bid farewell, stating he would return the following night. With only 3 patients left in the clinic, Chu Chen addressed them. My grandfather is currently away, and I will be taking over his consultations. Rest assured, I am familiar with his methods. The first patient was a young man of slender build, his face marred by numerous cysts, some of which were festering. He revealed that this condition had persisted for over a year. After examining his pulse, Chu Chen concluded that the young man was afflicted by a parasitic infection. The toxins produced by the parasite were unable to exit his body, resulting in the growths on his face. Chu Chen retrieved a pill from the medicinal cabinet for the young man to take, followed by a small cup of aged urine. The young man, grimacing at the smell, managed to drink it down. Moments later, he rushed to the trash can to vomit, expelling numerous small black worms, which sent the other 2 patients retreating in horror. Once he had finished vomiting, Chu Chen prepared a concoction to reduce swelling and bruising, applying it to the young man's face and instructing him to wait a quarter of an hour before washing it off. He then had the young man rest while he attended to the second patient. The second patient was a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed and adorned with jewelry. She sat at the counter, extending her arm to have her pulse taken as she recounted her medical history. She explained that she was in the jewelry business and had initially dismissed a small bump on her head that had appeared a year prior. However, in the past month, it had grown significantly, and after visiting a hospital, she was informed it was a tumor that required surgical intervention. She had come to the clinic hoping for a miracle, fearing that if she could not be treated, surgery would be her only option. After removing her hat, Chu Chen observed a sizable mass on her scalp, smooth on the surface but revealing intricate black patterns within. His heart raced at the sight, recalling the texts that described such growths as manifestations of greed, rare medicinal materials that were invaluable. Noticing Chu Chen's intense gaze, she inquired, "Doctor, from your expression, is this tumor particularly challenging?" "Fear not. Removing this growth is quite feasible. However, I would like to propose a trade. Would you be willing to sell me this mass?" "It is a potent medicinal ingredient," he suggested. Delighted, she replied, "If you can remove it, it's yours." Chu Chen procured a ceramic bowl, ignited a talisman, and placed it within the bowl, which he then inverted over her head while chanting, "Gather." After a brief moment, he lifted the bowl to reveal the mass. Much to the woman's delight, she attempted to offer Chu Chen a consultation fee, which he graciously declined, stating that the mass itself would serve as payment. He advised her, "In business, one should not be overly greedy, for excessive desire may lead to calamity." There was once a landlord whose insatiable greed led to his downfall. The woman, visibly shaken, promised to amend her ways, vowing to accumulate virtue and only earn what was rightfully hers. After expressing her gratitude, she departed from the clinic. Meanwhile, the young man had washed off the medicinal application, revealing a significant reduction in the redness and swelling of his face. Chu Chen provided him with 3 doses of detoxifying herbal medicine, advising him to adhere to the regimen for about a week to achieve full recovery. The young man left a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan, thanking Chu Chen before exiting the clinic. Chapter 16. The poison of the cicada. The last patient to be attended to was an elderly gentleman, who presented a black peach with talisman inscribed with the character for ghost. This talisman had previously been bestowed by Grandpa Mu, and those fortunate enough to possess it were known to be virtuous individuals. Such individuals, when seeking the aid of the ghostly physicians, were obligated to offer their utmost assistance in return. Taking the talisman from the old man, Chu Chen inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" The elder introduced himself as Ouyang Shan, explaining that he had come to seek Mr. Mu's medical expertise for his granddaughter, who had fallen victim to a peculiar ailment. Since Mr. Mu was unavailable, he turned to the young friend instead. Recognizing the old man's virtue in acquiring the talisman, Chu Chen encouraged him to share his granddaughter's condition. Ouyang Shan recounted that a week prior, his granddaughter had traveled to the western regions and, upon returning home, experienced an unusual chill that penetrated her very bones. Despite numerous visits to the hospital, no diagnosis had been made. She could only find solace in a high-temperature environment to sleep comfortably. Having received the talisman several years ago, Ouyang Shan hoped to test his luck in resolving his granddaughter's affliction. Chu Chen promised the elder that he would visit his home after school the following day and requested the address and contact number. Ouyang Shan assured him that a driver would be sent to collect him. After the elder departed, Chu Chen removed the bell and secured the door, preparing to rest. This marked the final day of school before the weekend, after which the college entrance examinations would commence. Excitedly, Chu Chen arrived early at school, where classmates had planned to surprise their teachers with gifts and flowers. Under the leadership of class monitor Su Yu, the students busily decorated the classroom. Over 3 years of high school, they had forged deep bonds of friendship among themselves and with their teachers. As the morning study session began, Wang Pengzi and Gao Gu concealed themselves behind the door with party poppers, ready to surprise their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, a middle-aged man who primarily taught Chinese to the seniors. As Mr. Wang entered, the room erupted with confetti and joyous shouts from the students. With Su Yu presenting a grand cake, the students sang a farewell song, exclaiming, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wang. We love you." Overcome with emotion, Mr. Wang wiped away tears and expressed his gratitude, wishing them all success in their upcoming exams and smooth paths ahead. The students applauded enthusiastically as Mr. Wang blew out the candles and began distributing the cake. In a moment of playful mischief, Wang Pengzi smeared a piece of cake on Mr. Wang's face, silencing the room as they waited for his reaction. Mr. Wang, removing his glasses, called out, "Wang Pengzi, come here." Embarrassed, Wang Pengzi approached, only to find Mr. Wang retaliating with a cake smear of his own. "Students, let me give you your final lesson. Life is meant to be joyful, so let us all have fun." Inspired by their teacher's spirit, the students began to playfully indulge in the cake. Suyu, wanting to join in, attempted to smear cake on Chu Chen, but he dodged quickly, causing her to nearly stumble. Gratefully, he caught her just in time. Blushing, Suyu looked at him shyly before smearing cake on his face. This time, Chu Chen did not evade, retaliating by slapping cake onto her face. Fuming, Suyu shot him an annoyed glare, exclaiming that he was hopeless and lacking in charm. She then made a comical face adorned with cake, prompting Chu Chen to laugh heartily. Time flew by in this joyous atmosphere, and after tidying up the classroom, they spent the afternoon reviewing lessons and completing practice exams. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen found the driver sent by Ouyang Shan waiting outside. After confirming his identity, the driver invited him into the vehicle. With the treasured box in hand, Chu Chen embarked on the journey to Ouyang Shan's residence, which lay in the eastern suburbs. After about an hour's drive, they arrived at a large self-built villa, sprawling across several hundred square meters, with a garden that spanned several acres. Once inside, Ouyang Shan had prepared dinner, and Chu Chen graciously joined him. After their meal, the elder led Chu Chen to the second floor, where the stifling heat was palpable, a testament to the summer season. In the room, a young woman lay upon a large bed, her complexion pale, not a bead of sweat on her brow despite the oppressive warmth, and she was cocooned in thick blankets. Approaching her bedside, Chu Chen took her wrist to check her pulse, discovering her hand to be icy and her breath faint. The pulse indicated signs of poisoning. He informed Ouyang Shan that his granddaughter had indeed been poisoned, likely by a toxin known as the cicada's poison. He instructed Ouyang Shan to prepare a wooden tub filled with hot water and to have his granddaughter undressed and placed into the water. Chu Chen would employ needles to extract the poison from her system. Elder Ouyang, healing does not discriminate by gender. Please understand, he asserted. Please proceed with the treatment. Young friend, I will have 2 maids assist you, Ouyang Shan replied, stepping out of the room with Chu Chen as the maids entered to prepare the tub and undress the young woman. Once everything was ready, Chu Chen returned to the room, finding the woman still in a stupor. He requested the maids to support her, then retrieved the Ghost Gate golden needles from his box, commencing the acupuncture treatment on her by Wei and Dazui points. After inserting the first 2 needles, the woman began to regain consciousness. Startled to find herself unclothed and submerged in the tub with a male presence nearby, she reacted with alarm, demanding, "What are you doing? Let me go." Chu Chen, firmly but calmly, admonished her, "If you wish to survive, do not move. You are afflicted by the cicada's poison, and I am here to help you detoxify. You have needles in your head and back. Any sudden movement could jeopardize the treatment." As tears welled in her eyes, Chu Chen had no time to comfort her, continuing with the needlework. After completing the acupuncture, he pierced the middle fingers of both her hands, allowing dark red blood to flow into the water, which began to freeze visibly at an alarming rate. Once the blood had flowed sufficiently, he halted the bleeding and removed the needles from her head and back. Exhaling a sigh of relief, "The treatment is complete. I shall take my leave now. You may tend to the rest yourselves," he said, stepping outside to inform Ouyang Shan. "The cicada's poison has been thoroughly expelled. There should be no further complications. Ensure she rests well and consumes some nourishing supplements. Young friend, I cannot thank you enough. To possess such skill at your young age is truly remarkable," Ouyang Shan exclaimed. After a brief conversation, the elder offered Chu Chen a fee for his services, which he graciously declined. Ultimately, Ouyang Shan arranged for the driver to escort Chu Chen back to the clinic. Chapter 17, The Strange Dream. Upon returning to the medical hall, Chu Chen discovered that the middle-aged man who had left the previous night was waiting outside. He promptly opened the door, inviting the man inside, and hung a bell on the entrance to commence his consultations. Chu Chen began by taking the man's pulse and inquired about the onset of his symptoms. The man, known as Jiang Jie from Jihai City, explained that he had been experiencing vivid dreams for the past 2 weeks, wherein he fell into the sea and was repeatedly awakened by the choking water. This recurring dream had unsettled him, prompting him to seek help after hearing recommendations from friends. After examining Jiang Jie, Chu Chen found no apparent abnormalities, though he did sense a slight deficiency in the man's vital energy, which he found peculiar. He then asked if anything unusual had occurred or if he had come into contact with anything extraordinary in the last fortnight. After some contemplation, Jiang Jie recalled that he had received an ancient jade artifact around that time, uncertain if it might be connected to his condition. He produced the jade from his bag, confessing his fondness for jade and his decision to purchase this particular piece due to its fine quality. Chu Chen accepted the jade and scrutinized it carefully, activating his spiritual sight to probe for any negative energies. To his surprise, he detected no sinister aura emanating from it. Curious, he fetched a basin of water and submerged the jade, reactivating his spiritual sight for further examination. This time, he discerned that the jade was absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe, giving rise to a unique vitality. Given Jiang Jie's weakened state, he was susceptible to the jade's influence. Chu Chen informed Jiang Jie that the jade absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, it was not advisable for him to wear or handle it. Instead, he should keep it submerged in water to mitigate any adverse effects. Jiang Jie expressed relief, initially fearing a serious health issue. You are somewhat frail, with insufficient vital energy. I shall prepare a few herbal prescriptions to help you recover. Remember to refrain from excessive intimacy, Chu Chen advised. Jiang Jie nodded, slightly embarrassed. Thank you, Dr. Chu. You may sell the jade to me or choose to keep it for yourself. The decision is yours. Ultimately, Jiang Jie opted to sell it back to Chu Chen at the original price. When Jiang Jie offered to pay for the consultation, Chu Chen declined, stating that the jade would suffice as compensation for his services. After Jiang Jie departed, a chilling wind swept through the doorway, causing the bell to ring twice. Upon opening his spiritual sight, Chu Chen beheld Wei Caiha. Caiha, what brings you here? He exclaimed. I've been injured, and the Wei family has dispatched skilled pursuers to find me. You must be cautious, she warned, revealing her right hand, which had been fractured by a magical artifact, emanating a faint aura of darkness at the break. Closing the medical hall's door, Chu Chen led Wei Caiha to a side room. Your arm has been severed by a magical weapon, and you cannot regenerate it. I will craft a sturdy new arm for you using bone. Thank you, she replied gratefully. From the apothecary, Chu Chen retrieved a box containing 2 pristine white bones, explaining that they were from a monkey's arm. He then heated a fire pit and ground the monkey bones into ash, which he subsequently scattered over the site of her injury. The dark aura at the fracture began to intertwine with the ash, gradually forming a complete arm. Wei Cai had tested her new arm, beaming with joy. Thank you, Chu Chen. I will do my utmost to keep the Wei family from discovering your involvement. Do not overexert yourself. Ensure your own safety. Here are a few mist pills. When crushed, they will produce a fog, allowing you to escape if necessary. Rest assured, I will be careful. I must take my leave now. If they come in numbers and you require assistance, seek me out at the medical hall. I will help you confront them. Wei Cai had nodded and exited, and after bidding her farewell, Chu Chen retrieved the jade from the basin. This artifact, when merged with a magical weapon, could imbue it with spirit. He resolved to visit Longding Temple when time permitted, seeking assistance from Dao's son to fuse the Ghost Doctor's knife with the jade, transforming it into a sentient magical item. Suddenly, the bell chimed twice as the door swung open, revealing a snake slithering inside. Chu Chen approached, removed the bell, and secured the door once more. Is Mr. Mu present? Asked the black snake. My grandfather is away on a long journey, and I am currently attending to patients. How may I assist you? Please, follow me. Chu Chen replied, guiding the snake into a side room. He observed that the snake, measuring 3 meters in length, bore a crown-like structure atop its head, its exterior chart. Call me Chang-san. You must have noticed my injuries. They resulted from a failed transformation calamity, which cost me my inner elixir to survive. Brother Chang-san. Let me first clean the charred areas. It may hurt, so bear with it. Go ahead. I trust you, he replied. After disinfecting the affected area, Chu Chen meticulously cleaned the charred portions with the Ghost Doctor's knife, applying a special healing salve before wrapping the injury in gauze. Brother Chang-san, your wounds are quite severe. I recommend you rest here for a day. We can change the dressing again tomorrow before you leave. Thank you, young brother. Chang-san said appreciatively. Foxes, hedgehogs, snakes, yellow weasels, and rats are known as the 5 families of immortals, born with innate spiritual energy. It is wise for ordinary folk to avoid offending them, as they harbor grudges. The transformation calamity is a critical stage for these creatures. Successful transformation allows them to assume human form and navigate the human realm, a dream for all spirits. Just as humans embody both virtue and vice, so too do spirits. Some enter the human world to commit wrongdoings. Fortunately, Humanity is protected by Taoist and Buddhist forces, which eliminate malevolent entities. Those spirits who do not engage in wrongdoing often find the two factions turning a blind eye. Chapter 18. The invitation from Su Dafu in the morning. Chu Chen stepped out to procure breakfast and also bought 2 roasted chickens for Chang San. He tossed the chickens to Chang San and settled down at a table beside the medicine counter to enjoy his meal. Just after taking a few bites, a black car pulled up at the entrance, and Su Yu emerged, dressed in athletic attire with a high ponytail. As soon as she entered, she called out to Chu Chen, "Chu Chen, let us go hiking together. The college entrance examination is in 2 days. We should unwind a bit." "Su Yu, why didn't you announce your arrival?" Chu Chen replied. "Why? Can I come? I'm here to check out your home." Su Yu responded playfully, while Chu Chen continued to eat. Su Yu wandered around the pharmacy. She entered the side hall of the medicine room, pushed the door open to explore, only to discover a large snake lying on the floor. Overwhelmed with fright, she fainted on the spot, but fortunately, Chu Chen reacted swiftly and caught her before she fell. "Dr. Chu, I didn't mean to scare your friend," Chang San said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "This has nothing to do with you. Finish your meal and rest. I'll help you change your bandages shortly," Chu Chen replied. He cradled Su Yu and pressed on her philtrum, reviving her. "Chu Chen, there's a big snake in here. How terrifying," Su Yu exclaimed, clinging to his neck. "Su Yu, please get down. I can hardly breathe. That snake is my patient, injured and receiving treatment here. It won't harm you. There is nothing to fear," Chu Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Su Yu released her grip, her cheeks flushing as she recalled their previous position. "I don't have time to hike with you. I need to help the snake with its bandages." "You should go hike on your own," Chu Chen insisted. "My father asked me to come and invite you. He has collected some items, and after the last incident, he feels a bit uneasy and wants your assistance in examining them," Su Yu clarified. "Oh, I see. Once I finish treating the snake, I will join you," Chu Chen assured her. He instructed Su Yu to wait in the pharmacy and proceeded to the side room to help Chang San with his bandages. Unwrapping the gauze, he noted that the wound had already scabbed over. After disinfecting the area and applying some healing powder, he informed Chang San that he was on the mend and should take good care of himself for a while to recover fully. He also advised Chang San to leave in the evening when it was less crowded, as it would be inconvenient for him due to his injuries. After closing the clinic's door, Chu Chen entered the car, and Su Yu drove them to her home. Upon their arrival, Su Dafu quickly approached and embraced Chu Chen, saying, "Chu Chen, you are always welcome at my home. Once again, I must trouble you." "Uncle Su, you are too kind. I'm glad to help," Chu Chen replied. "Old man, first let Chu Chen eat. We'll discuss your matters after the meal," Su Dafu's wife interjected. "Yes, Dad, let Chu Chen eat first," Su Yu added. Chu Chen accepted their hospitality and enjoyed lunch with Su's family. After the meal, Su Dafu led Chu Chen to the basement. After entering the door lock code, the basement door opened, and Su Yu complained to her father that he had never taken her there. The basement was decorated like an exhibition hall, filled with porcelain and bronze artifacts, as well as a lacquered box brimming with various bracelets. "Uncle Su, you possess an abundance of items. Let me first inspect the frequently handled ones. Only those can be easily tampered with," Chu Chen remarked. He picked up a bracelet from the lacquered box and activated his heavenly eye to examine it. Every strand was scrutinized under his gaze, and once he completed the inspection, he informed Su Dafu that the bracelets were all in order and safe to wear. Su Dafu then began to introduce his collection of bronze and porcelain items, recounting the historical background and market value of each piece. When Chu Chen paused before a bronze Buddha statue, Su Dafu explained that it was a Tang dynasty piece. Upon activating his heavenly eye, Chu Chen noticed a golden glow emanating from the statue. "Uncle Su, this is a remarkable item. I can sense its spiritual energy. There might be relics within it, treasures of Buddhism," Chu Chen exclaimed. Su Dafu laughed joyously, realizing he had stumbled upon a rare find, as relics were indeed precious. Chu Chen advised Su Dafu that the statue should not remain in the basement, but rather be placed in the living room for veneration. With the statue's blessings, they would no longer fear encountering malevolent spirits, much like the previous incident with the bracelet. He urged Su Dafu to offer incense regularly, explaining that the strength of their devotion would enhance the statue's protective powers. Su Dafu retrieved the statue from the display case, wrapped it in red cloth, and together with Chu Chen and Su Yu, left the basement. In the living room, Su Dafu found a suitable spot to place the statue, prepared some fruits and snacks, and lit a stick of incense, inviting Su Yu and his wife, Fong Ling, to kneel in reverence. "Chu Chen, You should join us in prayer for good fortune in your exams, Su Dafu suggested. I don't need to kneel. The deities in my home are rather unique. I want to elaborate, Su replied. After their prayers, Su Dafu brewed some tea, and as they sipped, he engaged in conversation with Chu Chen. While Su listened attentively, is it true that such beings exist in this world? It's truly astonishing. Your family's large snake must be a supernatural entity, right? Su remarked, gazing at Chu Chen. How could there be supernatural beings in your family? Su Dafu inquired. Chu Chen explained. I originally hail from Kyoto but was adopted by my grandfather. He operated a peculiar clinic in the northern suburbs where I learned my craft from a young age. My grandfather recently went on a long journey, and I am currently managing the clinic. He set strict rules that the clinic only opens at night and accepts only 3 patients a day who may not always be human. I apologize. But there are some secrets of our lineage that I cannot disclose. Fong Ling, Su's mother, interjected, I never imagined that such beings could exist in our vicinity. It is truly incredible. If not for Chu Chen's account, I would scarcely believe it. After conversing with the Su family for a while, Chu Chen expressed his intention to return to the clinic. Su Dafu suggested that Su drive him back. During the ride, Su asked Chu Chen if he felt frightened by the mysterious entities he encountered. Chu Chen replied, there is nothing to fear. The true terror lies within the human heart. After dropping Chu Chen off at the clinic, Su departed. As dusk settled, Chu Chen went to the side room to inform Chang, saying that his wound had improved significantly and that he should return to the mountains to recuperate. Noticing Chang San preparing to tear off a scale with his teeth, Chu Chen quickly intervened, saying, Brother Chang San, your injury is still healing. Let this treatment fee be noted for now. If you come across good medicinal materials in the future, just bring them along. Dr. Chu, I want to be shy then. I shall repay your kindness. Farewell, Chang San said as he crawled out of the clinic and disappeared from sight. Chapter 19. The ghostly woman in the painting. The long-awaited college entrance examination finally commenced. Chu Chen meticulously organized his study materials, verifying his examination permit and identification card. He was assigned to the examination hall at number 5 high school. After passing through the identity verification, the morning was dedicated to the Chinese language test, followed by the mathematics examination in the afternoon. The next day would entail a foreign language assessment in the morning and a comprehensive science test in the afternoon. During the Chinese language exam, Chu Chen found the paper to be devoid of difficulty, but the mathematics test proved to be more challenging, featuring several complex problems he had never encountered before. Once the first day of examinations concluded, Chu Chen invited Wang Pengzi and the tall student to dine together. They arrived at a restaurant, ordered their meals, and Chu Chen inquired about their experiences with the exams. Both remarked on the increased difficulty of this year's mathematics. After their meal, they parted ways to continue their studies, as the final day of testing loomed ahead. Upon returning home, Chu Chen focused on reviewing for the comprehensive science exam until late into the evening. Noticing the time, he prepared to open his clinic. Hanging a bell on the door before settling behind the counter with a cup of tea while browsing on his phone. At that moment, the bell chimed twice, signaling the arrival of 2 men. The first patient was an overweight individual, easily exceeding 200 pounds. Chu Chen instructed him to sit at the counter while he took his pulse. While examining him, he inquired about the cause of the patient's condition. The man explained that for the past 3 months, his appetite had surged, requiring him to eat 4 to 5 times daily, often indulging in excessively greasy foods, resulting in a weight gain of 80 pounds. After visiting a hospital, the doctor diagnosed him with obesity and recommended surgery to remove part of his stomach. However, the patient felt apprehensive and postponed the procedure. Recently, while dining at the Jingdongfu Grand Hotel, he encountered the head chef who, noticing his predicament, suggested he seek Chu Chen's expertise. Embracing a trial-and-error mindset, he arrived at the Yinyang Clinic. Chu Chen informed the man that his indiscriminate eating habits had led to a disruption in his bodily functions. He needed to control his ravenous appetite while simultaneously addressing the excess fat. Fortunately, Chu Chen had access to a specific type of fat-eating parasite, which, when introduced into the man's system, would consume his fat while herbal medicine would restore his bodily functions to normalcy. Upon hearing this remedy, the man was willing to give it a try. Chu Chen led him to a side room. Using the Ghost Doctor's golden needles to puncture the man's abdomen with multiple tiny holes, then securing the fat-eating parasite eggs in place with gauze. He also prepared a week's supply of herbal medicine, advising the man to return in a week. When the patient attempted to pay for the consultation, Chu Chen declined, stating payment could wait until the next visit. The next patient was a middle-aged man. As Chu Chen began to take his pulse, he noted the man's evident exhaustion. characterized by pronounced dark circles under his eyes. The man revealed that he was an antique dealer who had recently acquired a painting of a beautiful woman. Since gazing upon the artwork, he had been plagued by dreams of the woman, engaging in intimate encounters each night for an entire week, believing the painting to be cursed. He locked it away, yet upon waking, it still inexplicably appeared near him. Suspecting he had encountered a malevolent spirit, he sought help at the Inyang clinic. Producing the painting from his bag, Chu Chen examined the painting, revealing it to be an ordinary depiction of a lady. However, upon activating his spiritual sight, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from the artwork. He informed the man that the painting harbored a spirit that drained one's life force. When asked how to proceed, Chu Chen instructed the man to retreat to a side room while he dealt with the spirit. Closing the clinic's door, he affixed a talisman to ward off evil spirits and prepared a fire pit, tossing the painting into the flames. As the painting ignited, it ascended into the air, releasing tendrils of black mist. From this mist emerged a woman clad in a red dress, who implored Chu Chen to spare her, promising to repay his kindness. With a flirtatious glance, she exhaled a cloud of gray mist. Chu Chen stepped back, casting a talisman at the mist, which was promptly consumed by the flames. "I shall ensure that you are vanquished today," he declared, retrieving a peachwood sword from beneath the counter to engage the female spirit in battle. After several exchanges, he struck her down to the ground. Turning, Chu Chen hurled the ghost doctor's knife, trapping her and piercing her forehead, causing her essence to be absorbed by the blade. Summoning the knife back to his hand, he watched as the ancient painting descended, disintegrating into ashes in the fire pit. With the ordeal resolved, Chu Chen invited the middle-aged man to rejoin him, explaining that his timely intervention at the clinic had prevented a dire fate. The man, now visibly relieved, presented 2,000 yuan on the counter as thanks. Chu Chen prescribed additional herbal remedies to restore his vitality and advised him to bask in sunlight to replenish his lost energy. After the man departed, Chu Chen removed the bell from the door and prepared to close the clinic for the evening. The following day, examinations continued with a comprehensive science test in the morning and a foreign language test in the afternoon. Upon exiting the examination hall, many students expressed their exhilaration, having endured 3 arduous years of high school. Some girls sobbed in the embrace of their parents at the school gate. Wang Pengzi called, announcing plans for a night of revelry. The trio ventured to a barbecue restaurant, ordering 2 crates of beer. Wang Pengzi, shedding his shirt, proclaimed their liberation from exams. The tall student distributed the beers, and they toasted with exuberance, celebrating their youth. As they feasted on barbecue and drank beer, laughter filled the air, embodying the essence of their youth. Siyu called, inquiring about Chu Chen's exam experience and suggesting a meal together. Chu Chen informed her of their barbecue gathering, and she expressed her intention to join. Shortly after, Siyu arrived with 3 classmates, much to Wang Pengzi's delight, who eagerly announced he would cover the bill. With 4 girls and 3 boys, they raised their glasses in a toast. The atmosphere was relaxed, with even the usually reticent tall student engaging in light-hearted banter. After indulging in food and drink, the revelry escalated, leaving Wang Pengzi and the girls slightly inebriated. Siyu called for her family driver, who soon arrived to escort her and her friends from the barbecue restaurant. After settling the bill, Chu Chen called 2 taxis to send Wang Pengzi and the tall student home, before riding his bike towards Qingfeng Alley, ready to unwind after a long day. Chapter 20. The obsession of the ghost infant. As Chu Chen arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Alley on his bicycle, he noticed 4 masked individuals seemingly in pursuit of something. He halted his bike and stealthily followed them until they reached a desolate area by the riverbank, where he spotted a familiar figure, Wei Caihe. At that moment, she was engaged in a fierce struggle against the 4 men. Her hair billowed as her hands moved like talons, darting swiftly between her adversaries. The men, undeterred, wielded peachwood swords as they formed a sword array, encircling Wei Caihe. One of the men declared, "Wei Caihe, you cannot escape. Surrender and reveal the whereabouts of your little husband. Even if my soul were to scatter, you shall never know," Wei Caihe retorted, her ghostly aura intensifying as she donned her bridal attire, exuding waves of ghostly energy while fending off the attacks of the peachwood swords with her claws. Chu Chen tore a piece of fabric from his shirt, fashioning a mask to obscure his face, and quickly found a wooden stick to charge forward. He targeted one of the assailants, who raised his sword in defense. The sword array was instantly disrupted, allowing Wei Caihe to seize the opportunity to repel 3 of the men with a swift claw strike, breaking free from their confinement. As the sword array fell apart, the 4 men attempted to flee but found their escape routes blocked by both Chu Chen and Wei Caihe. Armed with his wooden stick, Chu Chen launched an attack. parrying the strikes from the peachwood sword. With a precise blow, he struck one man in the face, causing him to collapse, clutching his head in agony. The remaining three were swiftly dealt with by Chu Chen and Wei Saihe. Wei Saihe, poised to eliminate the last of her foes, was stopped by Chu Chen. Saihe, you cannot kill again. It will only amplify your resentment. If I do not kill them, shall I let them go? Wei Saihe inquired. Simply extract their souls and render them incapable of further harm, Chu Chen suggested. With a surge of ghostly energy, Wei Saihe inhaled deeply, and 2 wisps of soul fire erupted from the heads of the 4 men, entering her nostrils. Saihe, are you injured? Perhaps you should accompany me back to the clinic. Chu Chen offered. Thank you for today, Chu Chen. I am fine. You should return home quickly. With these 4 dealt with, we can finally have some peace, she replied. After parting ways with Wei Saihe, Chu Chen rode his electric bike back to the clinic. He reflected on the fact that he had not brought any talismans today. Had he possessed the Ghost Doctor's knife, it would have simplified the confrontation significantly. He resolved to visit Longding Temple the next day to see if he could fuse the spirit jade with the Ghost Doctor's knife. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen hung a bell above the door. After a brief moment, the bell chimed 3 times, and 2 women entered, one of whom was the granddaughter of old Master Ouyang. Dr. Chu, my name is Ouyang Nana. Thank you for treating me last time, she said. No need for thanks. It is my duty as a doctor to heal and save lives, Chu Chen replied. Dr. Chu, this is my cousin, Zhou Qi. Could you please examine her? Ouyang Nana requested. Chu Chen gestured for Zhou Qi to sit at the examination table, then began to take her pulse and inquire about her symptoms. Zhou Qi recounted her ailment, stating that 2 weeks prior, she had felt an overwhelming heaviness in her neck, as if something were pressing down upon it. After a visit to the hospital, the doctor diagnosed her with mild hyperplasia and recommended traction and physical therapy. However, after a week of treatment, her condition worsened, and she could only walk with her head bowed at night. As Chu Chen examined her pulse, he sensed a trace of energy. He instructed the 2 women to wait a moment and went to the entrance to take down the bell, closing the clinic's door behind him. He affixed a talisman for warding off evil spirits on the door. Zhou Qi, it appears you are being haunted by a ghost, Chu Chen informed her. Zhou Qi, frightened, recoiled and covered her mouth, while Ouyang Nana looked equally alarmed. Upon activating his heavenly eye, Chu Chen indeed spotted a ghost infant clinging to Zhou Qi's neck. Its eyes closed and hands tightly wrapped around her. He retrieved a small vial from beneath the examination table and addressed the 2 women. This is a ghost infant. Would you like to have a look? Zhou Qi was terrified and dared not look, but Ouyang Nana, braver than her cousin, nodded in agreement. Chu Chen opened Ouyang Nana's eyes and dripped a drop of bull's tear into them. Ouyang Nana blinked and then turned to Zhou Qi, exclaiming, Cousin, there is a child on your neck. At her words, Zhou Qi's fear intensified. Dr. Chu, please help me. At that moment, the ghost infant stirred, fixing its gaze on Chu Chen and Ouyang Nana, revealing its sharp black teeth. Ouyang Nana screamed and hid behind Chu Chen. Chu Chen produced the ghost doctor's mirror and recited an incantation, successfully capturing the ghost infant within it. It is all right now. The ghost infant is contained within the mirror, he assured them. Zhou Qi sighed in relief. Thank you, Dr. Chu. My neck no longer feels heavy. Zhou Qi. The matter is not yet resolved. The ghost infant is contained, but how to proceed is up to you. This infant is merely clinging to you and has not caused you any harm, Chu Chen explained. Doctor, I do not know this ghost infant. Why is it attached to me? Zhou Qi inquired. Chu Chen asked her to wait while he spoke to the ghost infant. Little ghost, why are you clinging to someone else? He called into the mirror. Mother, mother, wah, I want my mother. Came the voice of the ghost infant from within the ghost doctor's mirror. Zhou Qi, this ghost infant is likely your child. That is impossible. I am not married. How could I have a child? She protested. Cousin, could this ghost infant be the one you lost 2 weeks ago during your abortion? Ouyang Nana suggested softly. Zhou Qi, you now face 2 choices. One is to eradicate the ghost infant, which would shatter its soul, leaving no chance for rebirth. The second option is to perform a rite to guide the ghost infant to reincarnation. This requires your cooperation to alleviate the resentment surrounding the ghost infant, allowing it to enter the afterlife once its resentment dissipates. After contemplating, Zhou Qi seemed to gather significant resolve and chose the second option. Chu Chen instructed her to comfort the ghost infant. Once she nodded, he dripped bull's tear into her eyes. Upon releasing the ghost infant, it lunged at Zhou Qi, calling out mother. This time, Zhou Qi did not recoil. Instead, she opened her arms and embraced the ghost infant, saying, I am sorry. Mother is sorry. Please forgive me. The ghostly energy enveloping the infant began to dissipate, and its menacing teeth transformed into those of a cute baby. Chu Chen retrieved a fire basin, burned some paper money, and lifted the ghost infant from Zhou Qi, opening the door to place it at the entrance of the clinic. Little one, go to your reincarnation. Staying with your mother will only bring her harm. The ghost infant glanced back at Zhou Qi before vanishing beyond the door. At that moment, Zhou Qi finally broke down in tears, and Ouyang Nana rushed forward to comfort her. Zhou Qi placed 20,000 yuan on the examination table and expressed her gratitude profusely, while Ouyang Nana asked Chu Chen for his phone number. Chapter 21. A visit to Longding Temple awakened by the persistent ringing of his phone. Chu Chen picked it up to find a call from Suyu. She invited him to watch a movie, but he declined, informing her of his intention to visit Longding Temple that day. Upon hearing this, Suyu expressed her desire to accompany him, mentioning that the temple was situated along a mountainous path, which would serve as a good hiking opportunity. After having breakfast, Suyu arrived at the clinic in her car. Dressed in athletic wear and sporting a baseball cap, she radiated youthful exuberance. Chu Chen, let us get going. Hurry up, no dawdling. All right, just wait a moment, he replied, gathering 2 bottles of wine and 2 boxes of tea, reasoning that he couldn't visit empty-handed. Longding Temple was an hour's drive from Jinhai City. As Suyu drove, playing the latest popular music, she occasionally sang along to the familiar tunes. Why are you going to Longding Temple? Didn't the college entrance exams just finish? Are you going to seek a romantic destiny? I'm visiting Master Zhang to discuss the fusion of magical artifacts, he explained. What are magical artifacts? They are crafted from special materials, each possessing unique abilities. Can you fly or teleport with them? Will you take me flying? Miss Su, have you been watching too many movies? Controlling a magic sword is already quite an accomplishment. Haha, you're so gullible. You took that seriously. Never mind. I won't hold it against you. Just drive safely, Miss Su. Which school are you planning to apply to? She queried. Of course. I will attend Jinhai Medical College to study traditional Chinese medicine. I want to stay here to manage the clinic. I'll remain in Jinhai City as well, pursuing a degree in business management to assist old Su in the future. Suyu, with your excellent grades, you could easily get into Kyoto University. I'll go wherever I wish. I desire to stay in Jinhai City, for here lies the most important person in my life. After saying this, she cast a glance at Chu Chen, who, unfortunately, remained oblivious. Upon reaching the Yunding mountain range, they parked the car halfway up the slope, needing to walk for half an hour to reach Longding Temple. A large stone at the roadside bore the inscription, with each step, a footprint, with each leaf, a bodhi. The path upwards consisted of blue stone steps, and after merely 10 minutes, Su began to complain of fatigue. With your stamina. You shouldn't claim to be a hiking enthusiast, Chu Chen teased. You're a boy, aren't you? Is it proper to make fun of a girl? You could at least offer me a hand, showing some chivalry. She huffed. Miss Su, come, let me help you, Chu Chen said, extending his hand. Su chuckled, accepting his assistance, and they continued until they reached the entrance of Longding Temple, where they took a moment to rest. The scenery surrounding Longding Temple was splendid. Towering trees enveloped the area, and the temple itself showcased traditional wooden architecture with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, adorned with red, green, and golden hues. The pillars and eaves were embellished with symbols of Tai Chi, Bagua, cranes, and auspicious clouds. Longding Temple was significantly larger than Qingyang Temple in Kyoto, with a vast square in front adorned with a large Tai Chi Bagua design, bustling with visitors. Various Taoist deities were displayed on either side, while 3 colossal statues of the Sanqing deities graced the front of the main hall. Inside the hall, some Taoist disciples were meditating, while others practiced sword techniques. Among those practicing, Sun Dian noticed Chu Chen from a distance, sheathing his sword and approaching him. Chu Daoist, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up, he said. Sun Daoist, I came to Longding Temple on a whim. Is Master Zhang available? I wish to consult him. Please follow me. Master is in the rear hall, Sun Dian replied, leading him to the back. Master Zhang was sipping tea, with Fang Qingxue standing nearby. Master, Chu Daoist has arrived. Greetings, Master Zhang. I apologize for the intrusion. Ah, young friend Chu, come and sit. No need for formalities. Is that your friend? Please. Have a seat. Chu Chen and Siyu took their places, and Master Zhang instructed Fang Qingxue to pour tea for them. Master, I brought 2 bottles of wine and some tea. Please accept them, Chu Chen offered. Young friend Chu, you needn't bring gifts for a simple visit. What brings you here? Speak freely. I was an acquaintance of your grandfather. From his bag, Chu Chen produced the ghost doctor's knife and a piece of lingyu, presenting them to Master Zhang. Master Zhang, I read that magical artifacts can be fused with Lingyu to enhance their spiritual essence. I seek your guidance on this matter. These are indeed rare treasures. Young friend, this knife is a token of your Ghost Doctor Sect, forged from celestial iron, while this Lingyu has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for centuries, granting it a touch of spirituality. The fusion of artifacts does exist in theory, yet the quality of the artifact and the cultivator's prowess are paramount for success. This Ghost Doctor's knife is of good quality. However, my current cultivation level is insufficient to assist you with the fusion. The old master has just emerged from seclusion. I shall inquire if he can assist. Master Zhang, I apologize for the trouble. If it proves too difficult, we can abandon the attempt, Chu Chen replied. Young friend, since you are here, it is worth attempting. Let us not leave with regrets, Master Zhang insisted. Instructing Fang Qingxue to show Chu Chen and Suyu around Longding Temple while he took the Ghost Doctor's knife and Lingyu to seek the old master. Fang Qingxue began the tour of the main hall, explaining its architectural structure, historical significance, and recounting the tales of the ancestors' successful ascensions. The main hall primarily served to honor the three Qing deities, while the rear hall was for residents, and the side halls were designated for guests. Behind the rear hall lay a dragon spring cave, a retreat for the temple's masters. Only those with at least initial innate cultivation could be called masters. Currently, Chu Chen's cultivation level was equivalent to the mid-stage of acquired realm, a result of his training with Mr. Mu since childhood. Without extraordinary opportunities, it would be exceedingly challenging to breach the innate realm. Chapter 22. Successful fusion of the spirit after visiting the Longding Temple. Fang Qingxue led Chu Chen and Siyu to the side hall, where Sun Dian had prepared lunch and invited the two to dine together. The temple, known for its ascetic practices, offered a rather light meal with only a modest amount of meat. As they were enjoying their meal, Taoist Zhang entered and addressed Chu Chen. Young friend Chu, you are quite fortunate, the old master has agreed. Thank you, Taoist Zhang. I will forever remember this kindness. Chu Chen replied, let us finish our meal first. Afterward, I shall take you to meet the old master. Fang Qingxue also served a bowl of rice to Taoist Zhang, who gratefully accepted it and began to eat earnestly. After the meal, Taoist Zhang was ready to take Chu Chen to meet the old master. Chu Chen decided to have Siyu remain behind while he followed Taoist Zhang into the rear hall. Passing through the hall, they walked along a straight mountain path that led directly to Longquan Cave. The path consisted of 999 steps, and Longquan Cave was a spacious natural cavern featuring a clear spring at its center. Taoist Zhang informed Chu Chen that two venerable masters resided within Longquan Cave, one known as Qingfeng and the other as Qingxiu. Currently, it was Qingxiu who had emerged from seclusion. Upon entering the cave, they found Master Qingxiu perusing ancient texts. Chu Chen hurriedly approached and bowed. Introducing himself, I am Chu Chen from the Ghost Physician Sect, honored to meet the venerable master. Master Qingxiu, radiant and dignified, wore a Taoist crown and a flowing white robe, with a long white beard cascading to his chest, reminiscent of an ethereal being. No need for excessive formalities. The Taoist and the Ghost Physician Sect share a long-standing connection. After the battle against the demons, your sect suffered significant losses, leading to its current decline, he remarked. Chu Chen had never heard Grandfather Mu mention the history of the Ghost Physician Sect. Master, could you elaborate on the history of the Ghost Physician Sect? He inquired. Master Qingxiu invited them to sit and began recounting the past. The Ghost Physician Sect boasts a lineage of several centuries, renowned for healing and aiding those in need. Centuries ago, during a time of rampant demons and malevolent cultivators, all practitioners united to drive the monsters southward and the dark sorcerers northward. The Ghost Physician Sect suffered greatly during this endeavor. Our mountain gate was destroyed, and our medicinal garden was set ablaze. To prevent our treasures from falling into the hands of dark sorcerers, our ancestors activated a formation that sent our treasury into an unknown realm. Following that great conflict, the spiritual veins of the earth were devastated, and practitioners gradually declined in this world. Those who reached the innate level found themselves with no further path for advancement. The once mighty sect scattered, lacking spiritual energy, leading to their eventual downfall. As nations formed, they selected gifted individuals from among the practitioners to establish the Golden Dragon Qilin Guard, tasked with overseeing dark sorcerers and demons and preventing their resurgence, as well as managing supernatural occurrences. Listening to Master Qingxiu's narrative enriched Chu Chen's understanding of the world. The master continued, to merge the spirit jade with the Ghost Physician's blade. One must first extract the spirit energy from the jade and then infuse it into the blade, requiring your blood to nourish the fusion until complete. With the spirit jade in his left hand, Master Qingshu drew a rune above it with his right. The jade began to tremble in his grasp, emitting a faint white glow. He placed his palm over the jade, bending his fingers slightly, and a sphere of white light attempted to escape from the jade. The spirit of the jade resisted, prompting the master to channel his energy once more, ultimately capturing the white light in his palm. Chu Chen pricked his finger with the Ghost Physician-S blade, allowing his blood to drip onto it. Master Qingshu held the Ghost Physician-S blade in his left hand and the jade in his right, beginning the fusion process. The intertwining yellow and white lights merged as the master pressed them together, while Chu Chen continued to add his blood. Gradually, the light transformed into a brilliant gold. With a powerful declaration, Master Qingshu intoned, "Boundless as heaven and earth, let the essence unite as one." The golden light was absorbed by the Ghost Physician-S blade. Chu Chen withdrew his finger to staunch the bleeding, and at that moment, he felt a new connection to the blade. With a mere thought, he could command it as he desired. Master Qingshu presented the newly forged Ghost Physician-S blade to Chu Chen, who gazed at the weapon. Its blade, reminiscent of a willow leaf, was dark and adorned with golden patterns. "Thank you, Master Qingshu," Chu Chen exclaimed. "Do not mention it, as practitioners. We ought to assist one another. Taoist Zhang, you may take Chu Chen back now. I wish to meditate for a while." After bidding farewell to Master Qingshu, Chu Chen followed Taoist Zhang back to the side hall. Chu Chen turned to Taoist Zhang and said, "I have one more favor to ask. Are there any practitioners skilled in divination at Longding Temple? I wish to ascertain whether my parents are still alive. Haha, coincidentally, I am proficient in divination. Provide me with your parents' birth dates, and I shall calculate their fate," Taoist Zhang replied. After Chu Chen shared the birth dates, Taoist Zhang retrieved a compass from the room and began his calculations. After a quarter of an hour, he informed Chu Chen that his parents were indeed alive but facing difficulties. Chu Chen sighed inwardly, relieved to hear that his parents were still living. As long as they had life, there was hope. Just then, Fang Qingxue returned to the side hall with Su Yu, both laughing and chatting as if they were intimate friends. "Chu Chen, let us stay at Longding Temple for the night. Qingxue mentioned that the sunset here is particularly beautiful, and I wish to witness it," Su Yu suggested. "Young friend Chu, the young lady speaks true. The sunset at Longding Temple is indeed breathtaking. Since you are here, why not stay a while to enjoy it?" Taoist Zhang encouraged. "Thank you, Taoist Zhang. We shall not impose," they replied. "Let Qingxue guide you to the side peak for the best view of the sunset." Fang Qingxue led Chu Chen and Su Yu towards the side peak, where they climbed to a platform that offered a clear view of the sea of clouds at sunset. The three of them settled on the ground, taking in the spectacular sight as the sun gradually sank below the horizon. Golden rays bathed the endless clouds, as if they were cloaked in a soft golden edge. The clouds billowed like waves, sometimes dense as cotton, other times light as gauze, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors, orange, pink, and gold, under the sunset-esque glow, layered and dreamlike. As the sun descended closer to the horizon, the light softened, and the hues of the cloud sea transformed from a fierce gold to a warm orange-red and finally into a profound purple. It seemed as if the sky had ignited, with streaks of rosy light streaming through the gaps in the clouds. "How incredibly beautiful and breathtaking! I must capture this moment," Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She took out her phone to snap several photos, posing for some with Fang Qingxue, and then called for Chu Chen to join them for a group photo against the backdrop of the sunset over the sea of clouds. Chapter 23. The evil encounter. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to Zhang Daolong, Sun Dian, and Fang Qingxue, Chu Chen, accompanied by Su Yu, prepared to descend the mountain and return to the city. Before leaving, Su Yu left a phone number for Fang Qingxue, inviting her to visit when she had the time. Once they reached the base, Su Yu drove Chu Chen towards the city, during which he expressed his intention to acquire a driver's license over the summer break, with plans to purchase a car for added convenience when he commenced university. An hour later, Su Yu dropped Chu Chen off at the clinic, mentioning her need to return home due to sore feet from hiking. After tidying up at the clinic and lighting a stick of incense for the King of Hell, Chu Chen received a call from Wang Pengzi, who informed him that Gao Jin was unwell and wished for Chu Chen to visit. Chu Chen instructed Wang Pengzi to meet at the clinic before heading out to buy some fruit. Wang Pengzi arrived on his electric bike, and together, they rode towards Gao Jin's home. Chu Chen's residence was not far from Gao Jin's, and they arrived in approximately 20 minutes. Having visited Gao Jin's house several times before, Chu Chen fondly recalled the delicious braised pig trotters made by Gao Jin's mother. Upon reaching Building 8 of the community, they knocked on the door of Gao Jin's 6th-floor apartment. Gao Jin's mother opened the door, exclaiming, "Wang Guofu, Chu Chen, you've come. Please, come in and have a seat. Hello, Anju. We came to see Gao Jin, they replied as they made their way to his bedroom, where they found Gao Jin lying on the bed. His complexion pale and marked by dark circles under his eyes. The once slender Gao Jin appeared even more gaunt. Gao Jin. It's only been a few days since the college entrance exam. How did you end up like this? Have you seen a doctor? Chu Chen inquired with concern. Chu Chen. Wang Pengzi, you're here. I went to the hospital for a checkup. I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak, Gao Jin responded weakly. Chu Chen approached the bed. Taking Gao Jin's arm and checking his pulse, it was evident that Gao Jin's vital energy was significantly depleted, a condition far from normal. Gao Jin. Your vitality is nearly exhausted. What on earth has happened to you? Chu Chen questioned angrily. Gao Jin lowered his head, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. Wang Pengzi, observing the exchange, asked, Chu Chen, have you discovered something? Gao Jin must have encountered a female ghost who drained his vitality. It seems he no longer wishes to live. I believe there's no need to save him, Chu Chen replied matter-of-factly. Wang Pengzi, incensed by the revelation, retorted, Gao Jin, I've known you for years. Whether you're dating someone or not is one thing, but now you're entangled with a ghost. Have you lost your mind? Gao Jin, agitated by Wang Pengzi's remarks, shouted. You both leave me alone. And Chu, hearing the commotion, entered the room and signaled for the two to step outside. Once in the living room, she said. I overheard your conversation. This foolish child is infatuated. Just the other day, he was laughing at dinner. Since he's encountered a ghost, should we find a Taoist priest? Aunt Ju, I can handle this ghost. Wang Pengzi, help Aunt Ju tie Gao Jin up and gag him. I'll return to the clinic to fetch my ghost-catching tools. Chu Chen instructed. Aunt Ju and Wang Pengzi exchanged nods, and Aunt Ju went to the kitchen for a rope, while Wang Pengzi retrieved a towel from the bathroom. They returned to Gao Jin's room and closed the door behind them. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Gao Jin protested as he struggled against his bindings. Chu Chen rode back to the clinic to collect talismans and a peachwood sword. Upon returning to Gao Jin's home, he found Gao Jin tightly bound like a dumpling. He instructed Aunt Ju to retreat to her room for safety, promising to call her once the ghost was dealt with. Wang Pengzi, are you afraid of ghosts? Do you want to hide? Chu Chen asked. No way. As a man of stature, how could I fear a ghost? If it dares to show itself. I'll take it down, Wang Pengzi declared boldly. Chu Chen applied cow's tears to both Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin, then the two hid inside the wardrobe. As time passed and night deepened, a chilling wind blew through the window, heralding the arrival of a woman. Gao Jin, I've come, the woman said, addressing the bedridden Gao Jin. Thanks to the cow's tears, Gao Jin could now see the ghost's true form. She wore a white dress and had disheveled hair, with one side of her face already decayed. The ghost approached Gao Jin, removing the towel from his mouth. He screamed, Ah, a ghost. Don't come near me. Unable to contain himself, Wang Pengzi burst into laughter at Gao Jin's terror. Chu Chen pushed open the wardrobe door, closed the window, and pressed the talisman against the ghost. Using the peachwood sword to force her back, he hurled the talisman at her, causing her to scream in agony. Why are you tormenting my brother? Chu Chen demanded, pressing the sword against the ghost's neck. Turning to Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin, he noticed them huddling together in fright, with Wang Pengzi covering his head with a pillow. Wang Pengzi, stop hiding. Aren't you a man? Chu Chen taunted. Gao Jin, is this your ghostly girlfriend? Should Wang Pengzi and I leave you two to continue your rendezvous? Chu Chen jested. I was wrong. Please don't go. I'll tell you everything, Gao Jin pleaded. He recounted how, after the college entrance exam, he had encountered the ghost named Zhou Li, who was being harassed by two men. Unable to stand by, he intervened, scaring the men away. Zhou Li, with nowhere to go, was invited to stay at Gao Jin's home, where she later crept into his bed, leading to his current predicament. Chu Chen addressed the ghost. If you wish to remain in the afterlife, cease your pursuit of my brother, or I shall ensure your spirit is scattered. There is a distinction between the living and the dead. Your actions are harmful to him. The ghost gazed at Gao Jin, who dared not meet her eyes. Please, Taoist priest, let me go. I promise I will never bother him again, she implored. Chu Chen tore down the talisman and opened the window, allowing the ghost to escape into the night. Wang Pengzi, you can come out now. The ghost has left. Wang Pengzi climbed off the bed, glancing around before exhaling in relief. He untied Gao Jin, commenting, You're impressive, brother. While I don't even have a girlfriend, you've begun a relationship with a ghost. Enough. Don't say that. Just the thought of being with a ghost makes me nauseous, Gao Jin retorted. Huh. When you were embracing the ghost, you didn't feel sick, did you? You're just a shallow man who only cares about appearances, Wang Pengzi laughed. All right, Let's stop teasing Gao Jin, Chu Chen interjected. You are remarkable, able to capture ghosts. What other secrets do you have? Gao Jin, your vitality is severely diminished. If you do not replenish it soon, your life may be at risk. We've run out of vitality-restoring herbs at the shop, so I must procure some tomorrow. Await my good news, Chu Chen assured him. Thank you both. I was foolish before. I am truly sorry, Gao Jin expressed gratefully. We are brothers. How could we abandon you in your time of need? Wang Pengzi, stay here to look after Gao Jin. I shall return to the clinic for now, Chu Chen concluded. Chapter 24. Fulongan of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen discovered that the store's supply of fulongan was depleted. Gazing at the empty jar, he recalled the phone number his grandfather had left him. A contact for procuring rare medicinal herbs. Dialing the number, an elderly voice answered, inquiring who was calling. This is Chu Chen, Mr. Mu's grandson. My grandfather has gone on a long journey, and we have run out of fulongan. Do you have any stock available? Ah, Chu Chen, your grandfather has mentioned you. Come to Fengji Pawn Shop at number 83 Antique Street tomorrow. I have the fulongan you need. Relieved, Chu Chen exhaled, grateful for the availability of fulongan, as its absence could pose a danger to Gao Jin's health. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Chen rode his electric scooter, preparing for his trip to Antique Street. He mused to himself that he needed to learn to drive, as venturing further on an electric scooter was rather inconvenient. Upon arriving at Antique Street, he found that scooters were not permitted, forcing him to walk. After navigating through the numbers, he finally located number 83, where the sign read Fengji Pawn Shop in gilded characters. As he entered, he saw an elderly man amusing a bird, dressed in a gray long gown and round sunglasses, wielding a folding fan to entertain the birds in their cage. Good day, Mr. Feng. I am Chu Chen. The old man removed his sunglasses and scrutinized Chu Chen before saying, Come in and take a seat. No need to stand. Settling onto a sofa beside the counter, Chu Chen was offered a drink. Young man, have a beverage. I won't bother with tea. Thank you, Mr. Feng, but I am here specifically for fulongan. My grandfather knows that only you possess the finest quality. Mr. Feng explained that fulongan was not merely the soil from the center of a stove. It required specific criteria, namely, it must be sourced from a wood-fired stove that has been in use for over 30 years. He lamented that the market was flooded with subpar products, as many were hastily harvested from newly built stoves, significantly diminishing their efficacy. Inquiring about Mr. Mu's return, Chu Chen admitted he was uncertain. Mr. Feng then asked Chu Chen to wait a moment while he retrieved a jar of ochre soil from a box. This is 100 grams, priced at 50,000, Mr. Feng stated. Upon receiving Chu Chen's request for his bank account details for the transfer, Mr. Feng generously offered the fulongan as a gift, asking Chu Chen to assist him with a task the following day. Curious about the nature of the task, Chu Chen learned that Mr. Feng had acquired a batch of antiques and needed help determining if any of them harbored malevolent spirits. Previously, Mr. Mu had assisted with such matters, but with his absence, Mr. Feng turned to Chu Chen. Chu Chen agreed and was instructed to return the following afternoon. After bidding farewell to Mr. Feng with the fulongan in hand, he returned to the clinic, where he prepared several herbal prescriptions to bring to Gao Jin. Upon arriving at Gao Jin's home, he was greeted by a delicious meal prepared by Gao Jin's mother, braised pig trotters, a favorite of Chu Chen's. And Zhu insisted he eat more, expressing gratitude for his assistance. After consuming 2 trotters, Chu Chen felt full, while the plump Wang continued to devour more. Gao Jin lay in bed, looking pallid and unable to eat. Chu Chen moved to the kitchen, requesting a clay pot from Aunt Zhu. He filled it with water and added some of the fulongan, simmering it for half an hour until only a bowl of broth remained. As he prepared to give it to Gao Jin, Wang continued to rib him. Gao Jin, you nearly played with death this time. If it weren't for me and Chu Chen, you might have needed to be collected. Could you please be quiet? I'm in a bad state, and you're still mocking me. Can we not speak of that incident? I must bring it up forever to teach you a lesson. I'm still a virgin, and you've shared a room with a ghost. How is that fair? Gao Jin, once I recover, I shall retaliate by stuffing a stinky sock in your mouth. Enough, you two. Gao Jin, drink your medicine. This is the fulongan I just procured. Wang handed the concoction to Gao Jin, who gulped it down eagerly. How much did this medicine cost? I'll have my mother transfer the money to you. It wasn't much. Once you're well, just treat me to a few good meals. Fine, I'll treat you to a feast once I'm better. As for this gossipy fatso, he can stay behind. He is fit for nothing but eating. Gao Jin, how can you say that? I'm going to be hurt. Continue your banter. Wang, Gao Jin, I must return to the clinic. After leaving Gao Jin's home, Chu Chen returned to the clinic and searched for a driving school on his phone, determined to learn how to drive. The school provided him with the address and informed him he could enroll anytime, offering discounts for students' post-entrance exams. That evening, Chu Chen lit an incense stick for the king of hell and attempted to call his grandfather, but the phone still displayed a switched-off status. Concerned for his grandfather's well-being, he feared that at such an advanced age, Mr. Mu might be overexerting himself. Chapter 25. The ghost breeding gourd. The following day, Chu Chen called Wang Pengzi to inquire about Gao Jin's condition. Wang Pengzi reassured him that Gao Jin was fine and could now get out of bed. Soon after, Siyu called, asking if Chu Chen had time to accompany her to the movies. Chu Chen informed her that he had plans to visit the antique street in the afternoon and promised to join her another day. Frustrated, Siyu hung up the phone and slammed her bedroom door shut. Sue's father exchanged amused glances with Sue's mother, who remarked that few could provoke Siyu to such a degree. Sue's father replied, "Who else but Chu Chen? It's a pity that the lad is so oblivious." In the morning, Chu Chen enrolled in a driving school, arranged for a coach, and planned to begin practicing driving the following day, eager to obtain his license as soon as possible. In the afternoon, he rode his bike to Feng's pawn shop on the antique street, where old Master Feng had been waiting for him. "Chu Chen, come in and take a seat," he beckoned. After Chu Chen settled down, old Master Feng made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a business vehicle arrived, and the driver exited to open the door. Old Master Feng instructed Chu Chen to enter the vehicle before closing the pawn shop and joining him. The vehicle stopped at a commercial building on the outskirts of the city. Old Master Feng led Chu Chen to the first floor, which housed a collectibles exhibition hall. Upon seeing old Master Feng, the staff hurried over to greet him. They entered a room labeled General Manager's office, and without knocking, old Master Feng walked straight in. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "Come, sit down," said Feng Yin, his granddaughter. "So you're Chu Chen, right? Come, sit down. There's no need to be formal," she added. Old Master Feng then instructed, "No need to sit. Take us to the storeroom. If everything checks out, we can proceed with the inventory without wasting Chu Xiaoyu's time." Feng Yin guided them to the storeroom, where 3 large wooden crates awaited. She directed the staff to open the crates and began to assess the antiques. "Chu Chen, please assist in examining these. Some of the items may have dubious origins and could conceal something sinister." As Chu Chen opened his spiritual vision, he meticulously examined each artifact. He handed over those that seemed harmless to Feng Yin. However, upon inspecting a ceramic jar, he sensed a trace of malevolence, although no ghosts were present. "Old Master Feng, this item likely contained ashes or remains of the deceased. It exudes a faint aura of negativity. It would be prudent to cleanse it with rooster blood or the urine of a young boy to dispel this energy," he advised, passing the jar to old Master Feng, who inspected it before handing it to Feng Yin. She summoned a staff member to clean the jar according to Chu Chen's instructions. After thoroughly checking the first crate and finding nothing amiss, Chu Chen proceeded to the second crate. As he examined the artifacts one by one, his attention was drawn to a bronze gourd, palm-sized and etched with peculiar patterns. It struck him as familiar, and after a moment of reflection, he realized it was the infamous ghost-breeding gourd, a tool of the nefarious practitioners. "Old Master Feng, from where did you acquire this gourd?" he inquired. "Chu Xiaoyu, does this gourd possess any particular significance?" Old Master Feng asked in return. "While this gourd is indeed an antique, it is also a vessel used for ghost breeding by malevolent practitioners, and it may contain a vengeful spirit," Chu Chen warned. "From whom was this gourd obtained?" Feng Yin pondered aloud. Returning to her office, she retrieved documentation regarding the gourd and explained to old Master Feng. "This gourd was acquired last week from a man who claimed it was a family heirloom." "Chu Xiaoyu, how should we handle this gourd?" Old Master Feng asked. "I cannot ascertain what lies within until we open it. If it harbors a vengeful spirit, it poses a grave danger. If not, then it is merely an ordinary ghost-breeding gourd," Chu Chen replied. "Please keep this gourd for now. I shall gift it to you, as I have faith in your abilities." "Let us continue with the remaining items," old Master Feng insisted. After examining the second crate, Chu Chen began to assess the third. Inside, he discovered an empty wooden box reminiscent of those used to store ancient jewelry. Feng Yin admired the box and contemplated taking it home for her jewelry. However, Chu Chen frowned and remarked, "This jewelry box seems suspicious." As he held the box, a small black insect crawled out, making its way to Chu Chen's hand and biting him. Reacting swiftly, he flung the insect away and crushed it underfoot. "This is a bone-eating insect. There are likely more within the box, and it would be best to incinerate it promptly," he warned. Feng Yin instructed the staff to fetch a metal barrel. which they filled with gasoline. The staff ignited the contents, and Chu Chen carefully tossed the wooden box into the flames. While two staff members stood ready to extinguish the fire, the box crackled as it burned, and suddenly, a blue beetle emerged from the flames, soaring toward Feng Yan. Chu Chen instinctively pushed her aside, and with a flick of his wrist, the ghostly medical blade shot forth, piercing the insect and returning to his grasp. Feng Yan stood up, shaken as she gazed at the charred remains of the beetle, which lay split in two, oozing blue blood. Chu Chen discarded the remains into the inferno. "Sister Yan, I apologize for pushing you. It was a moment of danger," he explained. "Thank you. Your quick reflexes spared us from dire consequences," she replied. Once the fire was extinguished, the staff removed the barrel, and Chu Chen completed his inspection of the remaining antiques. Finding no further anomalies, Feng Yan began organizing the staff for inventory registration. After all was done, she invited Chu Chen to share a meal with them. Feeling a bit hungry himself, he accepted the invitation, and the three of them ascended to the second-floor dining area. Feng Yan instructed the chef to prepare dinner, as she frequently hosted clients there and had a professional culinary team at her disposal. As exquisite dishes were served, Old Master Feng opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Chu Chen. "Chu Xiaoyu, thank you for your hard work today," he toasted. "I'm older than you, so just call me Yin Jia. I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future," Feng Yan added. Old Master Feng chimed in, "Yin Jia. Let us raise our glasses together." Inquiring about Chu Chen's occupation, Feng Yan was surprised to learn that he had just completed his college entrance examination. Not realizing he was still a student, Old Master Feng reintroduced Chu Chen, and upon learning he was the grandson of Mr. Mu, Feng Yan remarked, "No wonder you possess such remarkable skills at such a young age. You are Mr. Mu's grandson." After dinner, Old Master Feng arranged for the driver to take Chu Chen back to the clinic, with the ghost breeding gourd in his possession. Chu Chen intended to find a suitable moment to open it and discern whether it contained a vengeful spirit. Yet he was cautious. He required assistance to ensure everything proceeded without incident. Chapter 26. Joining forces to exorcise the malevolent spirit upon returning to the medical clinic. Chu Chen phoned Sun Dian to inform him about the spirit-raising gourd. He sought Sun Dian's assistance, fearing that a malevolent spirit might indeed reside within. Without hesitation, Sun Dian agreed, stating that he would descend the mountain the following day with his junior sister to aid Chu Chen. Early the next morning, while Chu Chen was still asleep, a knock echoed at the clinic door. He donned his sleepwear and opened the door to find Sun Dian and Fang Qingxue, with Siyu standing beside them. "Chu Chen, what time is it? Still in bed?" Siyu chided lightly. "It's only 7, Miss Su." "Sun Dian," Fang Qingxue, "please come in and sit." After washing and dressing, Chu Chen ventured outside to procure breakfast, and the four gathered around the table to eat. "Qingxue, shall I take you shopping later? Would you two like to join?" Suyu inquired, glancing at Chu Chen. "You all go ahead. I need to discuss some matters with Brother Sunday." After their meal, Siyu took Fang Qingxue shopping while Chu Chen presented the spirit-raising gourd to Sun Dian. "Brother Sun, take a look at this gourd." Sun Dian examined the gourd for a moment and remarked, "This is my first encounter with a spirit-raising gourd. As long as we properly set up the formation in advance, we should encounter no significant issues." When Suyu and Fang Qingxue returned from shopping, Chu Chen invited them to dine at a restaurant. He advised Suyu to return home early, explaining that they had urgent matters to attend to. Suyu, perceptive as always, understood the gravity of their undertaking and drove herself home after the meal. As night enveloped the land like ink, Chu Chen sought a desolate location. The clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. He placed the spirit-raising gourd on the ground, and Sun Dian planted 4 light yellow flags around it. As Chu Chen prepared to uncork the gourd, Sun Dian and Fang Qingxue stood ready with their copper-coin swords. Bending down, Chu Chen nodded at them, withdrew the cork from the gourd, and gripped his copper-coin sword tightly. His breathing quickened, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on the gourd before him. Dark, ominous energy began to seep from the gourd, and a fierce wind surged forth. "Be careful," Sun Dian's urgent voice rang out behind him, the coins on his sword clanging with a sharp metallic sound. Fang Qingxue stood on Chu Chen's opposite side, clutching a talisman, her hair whipped about by the wind. Her expression remained icy and resolute, her eyes betraying a fierce determination. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the gourd, a malevolent spirit, its eyes a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of sanguine malice. The spirit emitted a chilling cackle that sent shivers down their spines. Sun Dian quietly recited an incantation, and 4 beams of golden light shot upwards, intertwining to ensnare the spirit. Chu Chen and Fang Qingxue began to hurl talismans into the formation, causing a series of crackling sounds as the spirit howled in anguish. As the spirit's malevolent energy surged, it began to take corporeal form, struggling within the confines of the formation. This spirit is more troublesome than we anticipated, Fang Qingxue murmured, her voice tinged with gravity. Chu Chen nodded, his silence speaking volumes. The spirit before them was no ordinary entity, having already coalesced into a tangible form. The dark mass twisted within the formation, gradually revealing a ghastly visage, hollow eyes. A mouth twisted into a sinister grin, as if mocking their audacity. With a piercing shriek, the spirit unleashed a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air, resonating painfully within the ears of the trio. It then broke free from the formation, lunging toward Chu Chen with blinding speed. Chu Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly swung his sword to parry the attack. The clash between the copper coin sword and the spirit's claws produced a jarring metallic screech. A wave of numbness surged through Chu Chen's arm, forcing him to stagger back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Chu Chen, Sun Dian shouted, rushing forward. His copper coin sword aimed directly at the spirit's back. However, the spirit seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, twisting its body to evade Sun Dian's strike effortlessly, retaliating with a claw aimed at his chest. With a sickening sound, Sun Dian was caught off guard. A deep gash opened on his chest, instantly staining his clothing with blood. He grunted, reeling back, his complexion growing pale. Sun Dian, Fang Qingxue exclaimed, promptly casting her talisman, which transformed into a streak of red light, striking the spirit between the eyes. The spirit let out a horrifying wail, momentarily pausing before quickly resuming its assault. This won't do. Ordinary talismans are ineffective against it. Fang Qingxue gritted her teeth, a flicker of urgency flashing in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Chen suppressed the unease swelling within him. He understood that if this continued, they would all perish in this desolate place. The only recourse was to invoke the King Yama's binding spell. Step back, Chu Chen commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Exchanging glances of concern, Sun Dian and Fang Qingxue quickly retreated behind him. Chu Chen drove his short sword into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals as he chanted incantations. As his voice resonated, the air around them seemed to freeze, a formidable pressure emanating from him that momentarily halted the spirit's movements. Yama's binding spell, all evils retreat. Chu Chen's eyes snapped open, gleaming with a golden light. He thrust his hands forward, summoning a colossal golden talisman that appeared out of thin air, its surface adorned with intricate symbols glowing with radiant energy, as if brimming with boundless power. Sensing the imminent threat, the spirit shrieked in terror, attempting to flee. But it was too late. The golden talisman enveloped the spirit like a vast net. Within the confines of the talisman, the spirit twisted and writhed, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, until it ultimately dissolved into a plume of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Silence reclaimed the surroundings. The wind stilled as if nothing had transpired. Chu Chen swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. His complexion was ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Yama's binding spell, though immensely powerful, exacted a severe toll on its caster. Chu Chen, Fang Qingxue and Sun Dian rushed to support him, their faces etched with concern. I am fine. Chu Chen mustered a faint smile, his voice barely above a whisper. Sun Dian, clutching his chest wound, managed a wry smile. That was truly a close call. I nearly met my end here. I had not anticipated this spirit's strength. Thankfully, we had the Yama's binding spell. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. With Fang Qingxue and Sun Dian supporting him, Chu Chen made his way to an open area, stowing away the spirit-raising gourd. He then instructed them, let us return home. There are remedies at the clinic to tend to Brother Sun's wound. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen consumed a healing pill, regaining some vitality before attending to Sun Dian's injury. He then began to meditate, seeking to restore his energy. The invocation of the Yama's binding spell had drained his internal power, leaving even his bones aching with discomfort. Chapter 27. My good brother. Wang Fatty, upon awakening from a deep slumber, Chu Chen still felt a lingering soreness in his body. Rising from bed, he discovered that Fang Qingxue had already procured breakfast. The three of them shared a meal together, during which Sun Dian informed Chu Chen that he and his fellow disciple were preparing to return to Longding Temple shortly. Chu Chen wished to persuade them to linger for a few more days to extend his hospitality, but Sun Dian declined, explaining that they were to accompany Zhang Daolong on a trip to the southern frontier. In preparation for their departure, Chu Chen packed a large bundle of fine liquor, exquisite tea, and assorted delicacies for Sun Dian to take back to Longding Temple. After some back-and-forth refusals, he ultimately stuffed the items into the car, and the two disciples drove away from the clinic. Once they had departed, Chu Chen returned to the clinic. The recent days had been overwhelming, leaving him no time to attend to patients. Although he had promised to practice driving, his body had yet to fully recover, preventing him from doing so. He picked up the ghost-nourishing gourd from the medicine cabinet and felt a liquid sloshing within. Curiosity piqued, he uncorked it and tilted it slightly, pouring out a small amount of liquid that exuded a chilling aura. This was the essence of Yin energy, which explained its efficacy in nurturing spirits. Chu Chen contemplated that if he were to present the ghost-nourishing gourd to Wade Saiha, she could potentially utilize the Yin energy for cultivation, perhaps even manifesting a Yin body. He resolved to bestow the gourd upon her at their next meeting. Chu Chen called Wang Fatty to inquire about Gao Jin's condition. Wang Fatty assured him that Gao Jin had almost returned to normal, enjoying his meals and drinks daily. Chu Chen then requested Wang Fatty to procure some ingredients for him, as he needed to replenish his strength. The after effects of the King of Hell's ghost-subduing spell had been quite taxing. After taking a blood-activating pill that Grandpa Mu had previously concocted, Wang Fatty arrived at the clinic shortly thereafter, his electric scooter laden with various ingredients, a hen, pig trotters, and beef. As he entered the clinic, he looked at Chu Chen and remarked, "Chu Chen, what is the matter? You seem off color. Have you, like Gao Jin, been drained of yang energy? With your abilities, that shouldn't be the case." Wang Fatty, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely engaged in a battle of wits with a malevolent spirit last night, leaving me somewhat fatigued. My brother Wang Fatty and I are indeed formidable. One loves to fight ghosts, while the other loves to sleep with them. I fear you may lead me astray. I beseech you, cease your prattle. If you continue, I might just retaliate. You sound like Tang Sung, endlessly chattering. Haha, I was merely jesting. Once you've recovered, teach me a move or two, and I shall no longer fear spirits in the future. Very well, once I am well, I shall impart a few techniques. Now, go prepare that chicken soup for me. Wang Fatty headed to the kitchen, while Chu Chen retrieved an aged ginseng root from the pharmacy and broke off a few wisps to accompany the hen. He instructed Wang Fatty to simmer the hen with the ginseng wisps and nothing else. As Wang Fatty busied himself in the kitchen, Siyu arrived at Chu Chen's home. Chu Chen, I heard from Fang Qingxue that you were injured. Are you all right? Suyu, I am fine, just a bit fatigued. A couple of days' rest should suffice. The esteemed class monitor has come to visit Chu Chen. What a rare occasion. Wang Fatty, what are you doing? Do you need assistance? Suyu inquired, noticing Wang Fatty's industriousness. Wang Fatty, could you slice the beef into strips for me? She requested, as Suyu began to cut. Her technique resembled more of a chopping than slicing, prompting Wang Fatty to intervene and gently usher her out of the kitchen. Why don't you keep Chu Chen company? I can manage on my own. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Suyu replied, Wang Fatty, you are too kind. I've hardly cooked at home, so I must be making a fool of myself. Not at all. Just sit back and enjoy your meal. Suyu approached Chu Chen, frequently asking if he wanted water or fruit. Suyu, you needn't fuss over me. I'm merely fatigued, not ill. I don't require such attention. I only wish to show my concern for you. Why do you always keep me at arm's length? As Suyu spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly recalled that his tone had been a touch too brusque. Suyu, I apologize. I was too blunt. I shall amend my ways. Wang Fatty finished setting the table and called out, Suyu, Chu Chen, come to dine. Taste my culinary skills. He ladled out 3 bowls of chicken soup, one for Chu Chen, one for Suyu, and one for himself. They savored the soup and enjoyed the dishes together. Suddenly, Suyu began to bleed from her nose, shortly followed by Wang Fatty. Alarmed, Suyu exclaimed, Wang Fatty, did you poison the food? Oh heavens, what is happening? Am I about to perish? She teetered on the verge of fainting. Chu Chen swiftly steadied Suyu and inserted needles into her Higu and Naguan acupoints. She immediately regained consciousness. It's all right. Perhaps the soup was too nourishing for your systems. I added wisps from a century-old ginseng. Chu Chen then performed acupuncture on Wang Fatty, helping them both clean up the blood. They felt somewhat awkward about the incident. Forgive me. I suspected you of poisoning the soup. Not at all. I, too, was unaware of the soup's potency. Let us forego the chicken soup and eat something else. Wang Fatty's culinary skills were indeed impressive. They devoured several dishes, with Chu Chen consuming the most, finishing 3 large bowls of chicken soup. After the meal, Chu Chen felt a marked improvement in his condition, the soreness dissipating and vigor returning to his limbs. Following dinner, Wang Fatty cleared the table. And after Su Yu bid farewell, she departed for home. Wang Fatty, I appreciate your efforts these past few days, caring for Gao Jin and preparing meals for me. Wang Fatty, scratching the back of his head bashfully, replied, We are brothers. Such tasks are trivial. No need for formality. Chu Chen ascended to the upper floor and retrieved a black talisman from a box. Descending, he presented it to Wang Fatty, saying, This is a talisman my grandfather bestowed upon me, crafted from juju wood struck by lightning. It inherently possesses the essence of thunder and fire. Carry it with you, and it will ward off most malevolent beings. Ah, this is remarkable. Chu Chen, I shall not be polite, Wang Fatty exclaimed joyfully, accepting the talisman. Take it, and do rest early. You've worked hard these past few days. Once I've recovered, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Take care of yourself. Once you regain your strength, let us invite Gao Jin and embark on a journey to unwind and explore the beauty of our homeland. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to relax after the rigors of the college entrance examinations and appreciate the splendor of the nation. After bidding farewell to Wang Fatty, Chu Chen returned to the clinic. He gazed at the photograph of his parents in his wallet, then attempted to contact Grandpa Mu, but the call remained unanswered. With a sigh, Chu Chen reflected, how wonderful it would be if Grandpa Mu and my parents were here with me. Chapter 28. The haunted construction site that night. As Chu Chen lay in bed, preparing to rest, his phone suddenly vibrated in the stillness of the night. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Yu. He answered, and her anxious voice came through. Chu Chen, it's my father who asked me to contact you. There's been an incident at the construction site, and he has sustained some minor injuries. Su Yu's voice trembled slightly. He mentioned that there have been reports of ghosts haunting the site over the past few days, and 2 workers have already been injured. Could you please come and help us investigate? Perhaps the feng shui of the site is problematic. Don't worry, I'll head over immediately. Is Uncle Su seriously injured? Chu Chen inquired. My father injured his arm. I'm coming to pick you up so we can go see him at the site, she replied. Chu Chen quickly dressed, arming himself with a copper coin sword, talismans, and the Ghost Doctor Sect knife just in case. Shortly after, a car honked outside. It was Su Yu. Once he got in, she drove them towards the construction site. Upon arrival, Chu Chen stood at the entrance, sensing the chilling aura that permeated the air. This was no ordinary chill. It carried a stench of decay. Chu Chen, follow me. My father is at the security kiosk. Su Yu instructed. Su Dafu, a robust middle-aged man, appeared somewhat hunched at that moment. He rubbed his hands together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Young friend Chu, this situation is truly bizarre. A worker claimed he saw the cement mixer operating on its own the night before last, and yesterday, another worker fell from the scaffolding, insisting he was pushed. When I went to investigate, I was injured by a falling steel pipe. Chu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the site. In his perception, a faint veil of ominous energy enveloped the entire area, particularly concentrated in the southeastern corner. Uncle Su, could you take me to the location where the worker was injured? The 3 of them made their way to a spot beneath the scaffolding. Chu Chen knelt down, his fingers brushing lightly over the ground. A trace of malevolent energy lingered in the soil, far beyond what ordinary restless spirits could leave behind. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Chu Chen to look up sharply. He saw a shadow darting past the tower crane. Su Yu gasped, gripping her father's arm tightly. You 2 should return to the security room and lock the door. Take these talismans and place them on the door and windows. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out, he instructed. Su Yu and the 2 security guards helped Su Dafu back to the security room. Once they were gone, Chu Chen took a talisman from his pocket, pricked his fingertip to draw a blood seal upon it. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot towards the southeastern corner. Indeed, there was something amiss. Chu Chen hurried toward that area. The stench grew increasingly foul as he approached. Beneath his feet, he felt a strange sensation and looked down to find dark red liquid seeping from the earth. At that moment, he heard a heavy thud behind him. Turning around, he beheld a shadowy figure rising slowly. Its body appeared charred, emanating a strong odor of burning, with hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. Ah, so it's a fire ghost, Chu Chen sneered. No wonder it chose such a place. With a piercing shriek, the fire ghost lunged at him. Chu Chen stood firm, his right hand forming a seal as he hurled the talisman directly at the ghost's chest. It let out a wail as its form began to contort. Leaping high, Chu Chen plunged the copper coin sword into the ghost's heart, causing it to writhe in agony before disintegrating into ashes. Come out. Stop hiding like a coward. Don't you feel ashamed controlling such lowly spirits? Chu Chen called into the darkness. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe, holding a bronze mirror inscribed with strange runes. You have some skill, but I advise you not to meddle in this matter. This site is a coveted asset of the Wei family. Are you certain you wish to interfere? Chu Chen's pupils narrowed. The Wei family, who had poisoned Sister Tsaiha and sought to arrange a ghostly marriage for him, were now on the hunt for his whereabouts. Their audacity knew no bounds. What of the Wei family? Chu Chen replied, pointing the copper coin sword at the man. I am determined to handle this matter today, you wicked sorcerer. The man's expression shifted, raising the bronze mirror sharply. An eerie black light emanated from its surface, and a malevolent spirit surged forth, enveloping him in a massive shadow. Unfazed, Chu Chen advanced, tracing an intricate path with his sword. Where the blade passed, the black mist dispersed. He executed a peculiar step, casting the Ghost Doctor's knife, which struck the man's arm. How is this possible? What kind of artifact is this? The man exclaimed, but before he could finish, Chu Chen's sword pierced the bronze mirror, shattering it. The malevolent spirit halted its assault, dissipating into nothingness. The man spat blood. Staggering back, return and inform the Wei family that I have safeguarded this site. Should they dare to disturb it again, I shall not hold back, Chu Chen warned. Young man, I will remember this. The Wei family will not let you off easily. The man glared at Chu Chen before vanishing into the night. Chu Chen sheathed his copper coin sword and surveyed the now tranquil construction site. He understood this was merely the beginning. The Wei family would not relent. Rather than evade them, he resolved to confront them head-on. Upon returning to the security kiosk, Siyu saw him and, tearing off the talisman, asked Chu Chen, "Have you dealt with those spirits?" Chu Chen nodded. Uncle Su, the spirits have been taken care of. The assailant was a sorcerer from the Wei family. Humph. The Wei family resorting to such filthy tactics after failing to win the land auction, Su Dafu remarked. Thank you, young friend Chu. Siyu, please see him home. I must return to the office to attend to some matters, he concluded. Dad, do you not need to go to the hospital for your arm? Siyu asked with concern. I'm fine. I'll head back to the company first. You take Chu Chen home, he replied. Young friend Chu, once I handle this matter, I shall personally express my gratitude, Su Dafu added. There's no need for formality, Uncle Su. Please take care of your business. Farewell, Chu Chen responded. After Su Dafu drove away, Siyu took Chu Chen back to the clinic. Before leaving, he gifted her some protective talismans to pass on to her family for safekeeping. Later, Chu Chen searched for information about the Wei family on his phone. The Wei family was the second largest clan in Jinhai City, involved in various industries such as real estate, healthcare, and home goods, with deep-rooted influence in the area. Chapter 29. The spirit-rearing gourd gifted to Kai-He the following morning. After breakfast, Chu Chen perused the medical texts left by his grandfather in the clinic. At that moment, Wang Pengzi arrived with Gao Jane. Observing Gao Jane, Chu Chen noted that he had recovered well and even seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Chu Chen, I heard from Fatty that you overexerted yourself while capturing spirits. I specially asked my mother to make braised pig trotters for you. Come, have a taste. You need nourishment. Being weakened is truly uncomfortable. Even urinating feels exhausting, Gao Jin remarked. Seriously, Gao Jin, your weakness has nothing to do with Chu Chen's exhaustion. If you can manage to urinate after all those dealings with spirits, consider yourself fortunate, Wang Pengzi retorted, dismissing Gao Jin's comments. Chu Chen accepted the braised trotters from Gao Jin, having not eaten enough for breakfast, and began to enjoy the dish. Where do you think we should travel? Any suggestions? He inquired. How about the western regions? I've heard that there are many beautiful women there, Gao Jin suggested. Anywhere is fine, as long as it helps me unwind. These past few years of high school have truly been exhausting, replied Chu Chen, savoring the pig trotters. All right, the western regions it is. I particularly enjoy places abundant in beauty and delicious meats. Haha, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, nearly drooling at the thought of the culinary delights. After chatting for a while, Chu Chen instructed Wang Pengzi to book the flights and inform him of the arrangements. Following their departure, he ascended to the second floor to light incense for the King of Hell and tidied up the bedroom. After dinner, checking the time, Chu Chen hung a bell above the clinic door. The bell chimed once, and a woman wearing a mask entered. She had large eyes and flowing wavy hair. Is this the Yinyang Clinic? Is Mr. Mu here? I was referred by a friend, she inquired. Hello, beautiful. My grandfather is away on a journey, and I am currently in charge. I am Chu Chen. What seems to be the problem? Let me check your pulse, he replied, inviting her to sit. As she extended her wrist, he began to take her pulse. You have severe liver qi stagnation. I assume you feel as though a heavy stone is pressing down on your chest? Dr. Chu, I've been to a large hospital and had pathological examinations. The doctors said I have breast cancer. A friend of mine was also diagnosed with cancer and recovered after visiting Mr. Mu at the Inyang clinic, she shared. Would it be alright if I examine the area around your breast? Chu Chen asked. Just call me Sun Shui, she replied, nodding. Chu Chen carefully examined her chest and noted 2 nodules, each the size of an egg. This nodule has likely been present for quite some time, and there are hard areas surrounding it. Acupuncture combined with herbal medicine, along with topical applications, will be necessary, he advised. Can it truly be treated this way? If so, I won't have to undergo surgery, and that is crucial for a woman, she expressed, filled with hope. Rest assured, I will help you heal, he reassured her. He led her to a side room, instructed her to remove her clothing, and began the acupuncture process on her chest, legs, and around her toes. After finishing, he used his powers to manipulate the needles, facilitating the flow of energy through her meridians. Once the treatment concluded, he allowed her to dress and stepped out of the side room. Sun Shi approached the pharmacy area, expressing her relief. I feel so much better. My chest feels significantly lighter. Chu Chen prescribed her 3 days' worth of herbal medicine and provided some powdered medicine to be mixed with liquor for application on her chest. Thank you, doctor. This is truly effective, she said gratefully. Do not mention it. Please return for a follow-up in 3 days, manage your emotions, and engage in some moderate exercise to alleviate stress, he advised. How much do I owe you for the consultation? She inquired. Cash is acceptable, as is a direct transfer to my bank account. There is no fixed pricing at this clinic. I only see 3 patients a day, he explained. She nodded, took out her phone, transferred 100,000 yuan, and informed Chu Chen that she would return for her follow-up in 3 days before departing the clinic. Chu Chen glanced at the time. It was already late at night, and he presumed there would be no further patients. He retrieved a talisman, inscribed it with Wei Kai-he's name, and burned it at the entrance. Moments later, a gust of cold wind blew open the clinic door, and in walked a woman, Wei Kai-he. Chu Chen closed the door behind her and said, Sister Kai-he, I have something wonderful for you. He produced a gourd from beneath the pharmacy counter, explaining, this gourd is a tool used by the malevolent to nurture spirits, particularly suitable for the evolution of ghostly beings. Wei Kai-he accepted the gourd, feeling the energy within. I can sense the yin liquid inside. This is incredibly beneficial for me. Thank you. Chu Chen. Holding the spirit-rearing gourd, she uncorked it and consumed the yin liquid. Almost instantly, her ghostly aura surged, and a chill spread throughout the clinic, causing Chu Chen to shiver. Once she regained control of her aura, she informed Chu Chen, this small amount of yin liquid has allowed me to evolve into a fierce ghost. If I encounter any practitioners from the Wei family, I shall certainly show them my true power. Later, Chu Chen returned to his room, gathered several pieces of paper clothing and skirts, and found a fire basin to burn them. Sister Kai-he, I noticed you only have 1 set of wedding attire. A few days ago, while buying incense and candles, I also picked up a few sets for you. Please accept them. Wei Kai-he donned one of the skirts from the fire basin, exclaiming, it's beautiful. Thank you. Chu Chen. Sister Kai-he, during the day, stay within the spirit-rearing gourd to cultivate. At night, you can venture out. The gourd will remain in the clinic, providing you a safe haven, he instructed. I will follow your guidance, she replied, soaring into the gourd. Chu Chen left the gourd uncorked and placed it on the pharmacy shelf. As he prepared for rest, knowing he would soon travel, he felt reassured with Kai-he in the clinic. Upon awakening, Siyu arrived with Su Dafu, who had brought numerous gifts for Chu Chen. The driver had made several trips to deliver everything to the clinic. Uncle Su, you are being far too generous with all these gifts, Chu Chen remarked. You've helped me immensely, so this is but a small token of gratitude. Although I couldn't dismantle the Wei family, I did manage to leverage my connections to shut down several of their enterprises, Su Dafu explained. Chu Chen brewed a pot of tea for Su Dafu and poured a cup for Suyu. Uncle Su, the members of the Wei family are quite cunning. You should remain vigilant to avoid any retaliation. It's not an issue. I've increased the security detail and even brought in 2 masters from Jingguang Temple in Kyoto for added protection, Su Dafu assured him. After a while, Siyu reminded Chu Chen not to forget about the class reunion scheduled for the following evening, providing him with the address of the private room at the Jingdongfu Grand Hotel, room 303. Chapter 30, Grandfather's Letter After Dinner. Chu Chen continued to delve into the books left behind by his grandfather, Some were inherited texts, some were collected by his grandfather, and a portion consisted of notes summarizing his grandfather's personal experiences. Upon opening the last notebook, a letter slipped out. Chu Chen opened the envelope to find a letter addressed to him from his grandfather. In the letter, Grandfather Mu wrote, "Dear grandson Chu Chen, by the time you read this final notebook, I may have ventured into the far north. The Ghost Doctor Sect is an ancient lineage that was ultimately destroyed. The sect's ancestors activated a formation to transport the sect's treasury to an unknown realm, leaving behind the star-collecting compass to be inherited by its disciples. If one can locate the compass and await the day of the 9 stars aligning, using the star stone to activate the compass, the treasury of the Ghost Doctor Sect can be unveiled, a wish cherished by all disciples throughout the ages." Grandfather further recounted that his real name was Mu Feng, and he had a twin brother named Mu Yun. Their father passed the Ghost Doctor Sect to Mu Feng, while Mu Yun, consumed by jealousy, murdered grandfather's wife and children to seize the star-collecting compass. Their father, heartbroken, died from the shock. Over the years, Grandfather Mu had pursued Mu Yun's whereabouts and finally uncovered that he had fled to the far north. Such a person does not deserve the compass, Grandfather vowed, determined to reclaim it and eliminate Mu Yun. Should he find the star-collecting compass, he would ensure its return to the Yingyang Medical Hall. Grandfather also advised that upon acquiring the compass, one must visit the ancestral grounds of the Ghost Doctor Sect in Fengmin Village, located in the western outskirts of Luochen. Beneath an ancient locust tree, there lies a star stone. On a full moon night, with a single log as a vessel, shadows pointing, in the depths of 9 feet. A gentle knock of iron, the sound of gold and stone. If treasure is absent, who can be believed? Only by deciphering this riddle could one uncover the singular star stone, which was essential to activate the star-collecting compass, revealing the location of the Ghost Doctor Sect's treasury on the day of the 9 stars alignment. Regarding news of his parents, Grandfather Mu had been inquiring tirelessly and had entrusted some acquaintances to assist. Should he receive any information, he would ensure it reached me. He also requested that if he were to meet with misfortune, his white robe should be placed in the coffin beside the grave of his wife, Mu Rongziying, in the Western Mountain Cemetery, where their child was also interred. Grandfather's greatest wish was to vanquish Mu Yun, reclaim the star-collecting compass, and rest eternally with his wife and child. A heavy weight settled in Chu Chen's heart. His grandfather's letter felt like a final testament. He hoped for his grandfather's safety and well-being. Chu Chen lit a stick of incense before the statue of Yin Wang, silently wishing for his grandfather's protection. After reading the letter, an unsettling feeling enveloped Chu Chen, as if foreboding events loomed on the horizon. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace until late into the night. The following morning, Chu Chen tidied up the medical hall. Having been with Grandfather Mu since childhood, he was well-versed in chores, from cleaning to cooking. Over time, he had cultivated a strong inclination for cleanliness. Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin arrived at the medical hall. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, "Chu Chen, there's a class reunion tonight. We should buy new clothes and get our hair styled. I want a slick-back look. With that hairstyle, you'll resemble a traitor. Off you go. With your tall and lean frame, you'd be the true traitor here," Chu Chen retorted. "Enough of your bickering. Let us get ready," interjected Gao Jin. The trio ventured to the mall, where each purchased a casual suit and shoes. People are judged by their appearance, just as horses are by their saddles, they remarked, looking quite dapper in their new attire. At the hairstyling salon, the stylist crafted trendy hairstyles for each of them. They even visited an eyewear shop downstairs, each selecting a pair of sunglasses, fully equipped for the evening's gathering. After their shopping spree, they returned to the medical hall, sipping tea and playing cards. Wang Pengzi specially prepared lunch, bowls of beef noodles with braised pig trotters prepared by Gao Jin's mother. The 3 of them shed their suit jackets and savored their meal. That evening, they took a taxi to the Jingdongfu Hotel. Upon entering, a server inquired if they had a reservation. Chu Chen provided the room number, and they were escorted to the spacious private room 303, which could accommodate up to 40 guests. Classmates began to arrive, warmly greeting one another. The girls had put on makeup, and even those who previously went unnoticed now appeared stunning. Xiao Xiyan, Dabaluo, and Ro Air, after your makeup, I nearly didn't recognize you, Wang Pengzi jested. Fatty, you look quite dapper today, a girl teased. Come on, we VE graduated high school, can we drop the nicknames? Another chimed in. Wang Pengzi, bombarded by the girls' playful banter, awkwardly retreated to a corner. Chu Chen and Gao Jin, observing the scene, could barely contain their laughter at Wang Pengzi's predicament. Su Yu also arrived, captivating the room in her beige strapless dress, with large waves in her hair and a meticulously crafted appearance. Once everyone was gathered, Suyu instructed the servers to begin serving the dishes and promptly sat beside Chu Chen. "You look quite handsome today, Chu Chen. And you, Suyu, are exceptionally beautiful." Their classmates exchanged whispers, taking note of their interaction, but Chu Chen and Suyu remained unperturbed. As the dishes were served, the servers poured red wine for each classmate. Suyu raised her glass and declared, "Dear classmates, allow me to share a few final words as your class monitor. We have graduated from high school, and opportunities to gather will become scarce. Let us cherish our friendship. Long live Class 3, Year 2. All classmates raised their glasses and echoed, "Long live Class 3, Year 2. As toasts were exchanged, the atmosphere grew lively. Some classmates began to drink more, and a few girls flushed with excitement, increasing their chatter. However, as the night wore on, some girls began to cry and laugh, prompting Suyu to call for the servers to clear away the alcohol, thus ending the gathering prematurely. The sober classmates began escorting their inebriated peers home. Wang Pengzi supported a girl, but just as they reached the restaurant's entrance, she suddenly vomited, splattering her mess all over Wang Pengzi's trousers. Caught in an awkward situation, he could neither support her nor abandon her, so he resolutely guided her to a taxi. Today was indeed Wang Pengzi's most unfortunate day. Gao Jin retrieved some tissues from the restaurant to help Wang Pengzi clean himself up. Suyu's driver arrived, and she turned to Chu Chen and his friends, asking, "Would you like a ride home?" Chu Chen replied, "No. We prefer to enjoy the fresh air for a while before heading home. Suyu, do take care and rest well." As Suyu got into the car, she waved goodbye to the trio, and the driver whisked her away from the restaurant. Chapter 31. Discrediting Professor Chen upon witnessing the vomit on Wang Fatty. Gao Jin nearly retched. "Alas, this was the new attire purchased just today. What a pity. I haven't drunk excessively. How about you two?" Chu Chen inquired. "I haven't indulged much either. I merely feel a bit dizzy, but it's nothing serious." The trio settled on the steps at the hotel entrance, a gentle breeze wafting through, bringing a hint of coolness. "Dr. Chu, is that you? What a coincidence." Turning around, Chu Chen beheld a middle-aged man adorned with a tall chef's hat. This was the gentleman who sought Chu Chen's help for his loss of taste. "What a surprise. You had previously given me your business card, and I never expected you to be the head chef here. I came to this restaurant for a class reunion. Your sense of taste has returned completely, hasn't it?" "Indeed, it has returned fully, and I owe it all to Dr. Chu. Otherwise, I would have taken a few colleagues out for drinks. Let's save that for another time. We'll just enjoy the breeze here before heading home. Next time you visit Jingdongfu, just mention my name at the bar. I am Zhu Jixin. Your friend has soiled his trousers. I shall fetch him a spare pair." "That would be quite troublesome for you," Chu Chen replied. Zhu Jixin returned to the restaurant, emerging with a pair of trousers. Wang Fatty changed into them, and the trio bid farewell to Zhu Jixin before hailing a taxi to depart the restaurant. They dropped Wang Fatty and Gao Jin at the entrance of their community, finally escorting Chu Chen back to the clinic. That evening, Chu Chen arrived at the clinic, hanging a bell to signal his readiness for consultations. Just as he hung the bell and had not yet reached the counter, it rang, and an elderly man entered the clinic. The old gentleman surveyed the clinic and scrutinized Chu Chen from head to toe. "Is this the Yinyang Clinic? Good sir, what seems to be troubling you?" "Allow me to check your pulse," Chu Chen offered. Such a young lad, pretending to be mystical. "Are you the one claiming to cure breast cancer?" "Sir, you seem to harbor a misunderstanding about me. I have a patient in the late stages of breast cancer, preparing for surgery. Yet she claims someone can cure her cancer. Who would believe such a statement? I have come today to expose you as a fraud. Just because you cannot, it does not mean others cannot. The world is vast. Do not limit your perspective. I have been practicing medicine for over 30 years and consider my skills quite exceptional. To be told by a child that my worldview is too narrow is indeed a grand jest. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine should not be conflated. Traditional Chinese medicine has a history spanning thousands of years, compiled from humanity's long struggle against ailments. Is that not worthy of recognition compared to a mere 2 centuries of Western medicine? Youngster, while your words hold truth, conclusions must be drawn from practical situations. Grant me an opportunity to understand one another. Allow me to check your pulse. If I cannot provide you with a satisfactory result, this clinic shall cease to exist." The elderly gentleman extended his arm as he took a seat at the counter, while Chu Chen proceeded to check his pulse on both arms. "Sir, you have a cyst on your kidneys causing frequent lower back pain. Your liver is deficient in blood, leading to your dizziness. and the blockage in your heart meridian results in numbness in your left arm. The old man withdrew his arm, about to ask Chu Chen a question, but was interrupted. I know what you wish to ask, how I can discern all this without Western medical examinations. Please follow me to the side room, and I shall provide you with an answer after the treatment. Chu Chen guided the elderly man to the side room, where he began the treatment. He instructed the elderly gentleman to remove his clothing and produce the golden needle of the ghost doctor, commencing the acupuncture process. As the needles punctured the man's acupoints one by one, Chu Chen channeled his spiritual energy, allowing it to circulate through the meridians of the body. The old man felt a warm current coursing through him, a sensation that traversed his limbs and bones, leaving him astonished at the miraculous nature of acupuncture. Once the treatment concluded, Chu Chen removed the needles and instructed the elderly man to dress. How do you feel, sir? I feel immensely lighter, and my spirits have lifted considerably. This has truly opened my eyes. Young man, I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Chu Chen led the elderly gentleman back to the clinic, preparing a cup of tea for him. Regardless of whether one practices traditional Chinese or Western medicine, the ultimate goal is to heal and save lives. Western medicine excels in trauma and emergency care, and so does modern traditional Chinese medicine. However, truly capable practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine remain few. Indeed, many contemporary doctors are blinded by monetary gain, neglecting academic pursuits in favor of scheming to extract money from patients. Your ailments require additional herbal remedies, and after 3 follow-up visits, you should be well on your way to recovery. You may also return home and check your health with medical equipment to see if your indicators improve. My name is Chu Chen, and your next follow-up is in 1 week. This clinic only accepts 3 patients per day once the bell is rung. At that moment, the bell outside rang again, and a woman wearing a mask entered the clinic. It was Sun Shui. She looked at the elderly gentleman and exclaimed, "Professor Chen, what a surprise to see you here. Here is my examination report. Take a look. My chest tumor has significantly shrunk." The old man received the report and examined it closely. This is truly astonishing. It is nothing short of a medical miracle. Dr. Chu, I wish to publish an article recommending you to bring your expertise to the medical forum and let more people know of the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. There's no need for such measures, for I have already expended considerable effort in your treatment. If word spreads and more patients arrive, I fear I shall be overwhelmed. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners must learn to cultivate their energy, clear their meridians, and connect with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into stored power within their bodies. This process, when treating patients through acupuncture, is intricate and requires maintaining the current state. I hope for your understanding. Take care. Sir, I shall not see you out. Remember to return in a week. Dr. Chu, you have broadened my horizons. I apologize for my previous biases. Until next week. The elderly man said, bowing to Chu Chen before departing the clinic. Sun Shui, please come in. Sun Shui entered the room and removed her clothing, prompting Chu Chen to begin her acupuncture treatment. This time, she lowered her mask, revealing herself as an exceptionally beautiful young woman, exuding a blend of maturity and allure. Upon meeting her gaze, Chu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly diverted his eyes. After the treatment concluded, Sun Shui dressed and approached the counter to pay the consultation fee of 100,000. Dr. Chu, you are the clearest-eyed person I've encountered after my consultation. My interest in you continues to grow. Until next time. Once Sun Shui departed the clinic, Chu Chen regained his composure, reflecting on her captivating charm. Every glance and word she uttered was tinged with seduction. Chapter 32. Misunderstood by Su Yu in the morning. Chu Chen was engrossed in his reading at the clinic when Wang, his portly friend, called to inform him that he had booked a flight to the West region for the following morning. Su Yu drove to the clinic and, upon seeing Chu Chen still absorbed in his book, casually remarked, "Chu Chen, the college entrance examination is over. Why are you still so diligent? This is a medical book. I merely glanced through it. What brings you here? I came to invite you to watch a movie. You promised me before, and you can't back out now. Very well. I shall accompany you today. Tomorrow, I plan to travel to the West region with Wang and Gao. You're going to the West region? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have always wanted to go, but my parents are quite concerned. If it's all right, I'd like to join you. Su Yu, it might not be convenient for a girl like you to accompany us." Su Yu displayed a look of disappointment and shot Chu Chen a glare, saying, "I see you simply do not wish to take me along. Come now, Miss Su, if you cannot join us in the West region, let us at least enjoy a movie today." Chu Chen changed into a different outfit, and Su Yu drove him to the cinema. She purchased coffee and a giant bucket of popcorn for their suspenseful film. As they settled into their seats, Chu Chen noticed a familiar face in the promotional advertisements. The lead actress was Sun Shuyi. With half an hour until the film commenced, Suyu and Chu Chen found a spot to sit. It was Chu Chen's first time going to the movies with a girl. Dr. Chu, what a coincidence. You're here to watch a movie too? Looking up, he recognized a familiar girl. Ouyang Nana. It's you, Ouyang Nana. I'm here with my classmates to see a film. Are you here for the same? This movie has received a lot of praise, so I decided to join in the fun. Chu Chen introduced Suyu to Ouyang Nana, and the two girls quickly struck up a lively conversation, forming an instant bond, such as the enchanting nature of female friendship. As the film began, the two girls sat closely together, while Chu Chen occupied the seat beside them. The movie unfolded a tale of vengeance, with several chilling scenes prompting the girls to clutch each other in fright. After the film concluded, Ouyang Nana invited Chu Chen and Suyu to lunch, suggesting a hot pot restaurant renowned for its exquisite flavors. Upon hearing hot pot, Suyu eagerly linked arms with Ouyang Nana and agreed. Following their meal, Ouyang Nana drove home, while Suyu intended to drop Chu Chen off first. During the drive, Suyu questioned, who is more beautiful, Ouyang Nana or I? I can't help but feel you are more enthusiastic towards her. Suyu, it's not what you think. Ouyang Nana is my patient. I previously helped her with a detoxification treatment at her home. Chu Chen recounted the story of his acquaintance with Ouyang Nana to Suyu, who responded with a hint of irritation. No wonder you're so warm to her. You've seen her in a state of undress. Suyu, that's not how it is at all. Chu Chen, we've arrived at the clinic. I shall ignore you now. As Chu Chen exited the car and closed the door, he attempted to wave goodbye, but Suyu accelerated away without a backward glance. Back at the clinic, Chu Chen began to pack for his upcoming trip to the West region, ensuring he complied with airline regulations by storing away his Ghost Doctor Sect knife and only taking along his copper coin sword and a few talismans. Ascending to the upper floor, he lit incense for King Yin and tidied up the area before returning downstairs to clean the medicine counter. As he polished the ghost rearing gourd, he spoke softly to Wait Saiha within. Sister Saiha, I plan to travel to the West region with friends tomorrow. I leave the clinic in your capable hands. Wait Saiha's voice echoed from within. Chu Chen, you can rest assured. I will look after the clinic. Nothing will go missing. Sister Saiha, please refrain from going to the second floor. It is dedicated to King Yin. Don't worry, I won't venture up there. My cultivation has improved significantly, and the Wei family's practitioners are too afraid to step outside. I long to travel to the West region upon graduating from university, but alas, misfortune befell me. All thanks to the Wei family. Sister Saiha, exercise caution with your emotions. Your parents are still with the Wei family. Provoking them might lead to threats against your family. It is better to refrain from taking any rash actions. I understand, Chu Chen. I want to be impulsive. You can enjoy your trip without concern. Chu Chen placed the ghost rearing gourd back on the shelf and hung a bell at the door, preparing to spend the day attending to patients, as his next session would only be after his return from the West region. The bell chimed, and a middle-aged man entered. Young man, can you treat my leg? The hospital says it's diabetic gangrene, and the major blood vessels have died. Amputation is my only option. Chu Chen stepped out from behind the counter, asking the man to reveal his leg. The sight was grim. His right leg bore several cavities, exuding a foul odor, devoid of any color. After taking the man's pulse, he learned that the symptoms of gangrene had persisted for nearly a year, initially treated with debridement but ultimately proving ineffective. This is a case of bone-penetrating poison caused by a venomous insect bite. The toxin resides on the bone's surface, resulting in the necrosis of local muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. Chu Chen led the man to a side room, instructing him to lie down. He administered a pill to induce sleep, explaining that once the toxins were eliminated, he would awaken after consuming another pill. Once the middle-aged man was unconscious, Chu Chen disinfected the leg, excised the necrotic tissue, and began scraping the bone with the Ghost Doctor Sect knife, black viscous fluid oozing from the bone until it appeared white. After cleaning the decayed flesh, he sprinkled regenerative powder into the wound, stitched it up, and applied gauze, finishing with another layer of regenerative powder. Once everything was completed, Chu Chen administered another pill to the man, who soon awakened. It's all taken care of. You will need to continue taking traditional medicine for a while. He provided the man with additional regenerative powder, advising him to regularly disinfect and change the bandages, assuring him that he would be back to normal in 2 weeks. The middle-aged man, filled with gratitude, repeatedly thanked Chu Chen, expressing that this ailment had plagued him for a year, and he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He handed Chu Chen 30,000 yuan and departed the Yin Yang clinic with his medicine. Chapter 33. Arrival in the Western regions early in the morning. The plump man and Gao Jin took a taxi to the medical clinic, where Chu Chen had finished packing his belongings. The three of them then headed straight to the airport. Upon arrival, they checked in their luggage and collected their boarding passes, waiting at the gate for their flight. Dr. Chu, what a coincidence. Are you also heading to the Western regions? A woman exclaimed. Chu Chen turned to see Ouyang Nana. You're going to the Western regions as well? This is my second trip there. This is my cousin, Shou Qi. We are also planning to travel. Hello, Dr. Chu. Shou Qi greeted Chu Chen somewhat shyly. This is my classmate Wang Guofu and Gao Jin. We are traveling to the Western regions too. Wonderful. It's great to have companions. Let us exchange contact information. They all shared their phone numbers before the airport announced that boarding was about to commence. Ouyang Nana told Chu Chen they would meet again after disembarking. Once on board, Wang and Gao Jin sat together. While Chu Chen was seated next to a rather large woman who had begun eating the moment she boarded, her mouth hardly pausing. The flight to Jelamu Airport in the Western regions would take 6 hours. As the plane took off, Chu Chen donned an unmasked rest. The woman next to him frequently called for the flight attendants, requesting drinks and food. Thankfully, the attendants were professionally trained. Otherwise, anyone else would have lost their temper. A voice announcement echoed through the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Captain Zhao Ning. We have a passenger experiencing a medical emergency. Could Mr. Chu Chen please come to first class to assist? Hearing his name, Chu Chen quickly rose and followed the flight attendant to first class, where an elderly man lay unconscious on the floor. The attendant was performing chest compressions. After examining the elderly gentleman, checking his pulse, and inspecting his eyes, Chu Chen instructed the attendant to stop the compressions. He gently sat the man up, applying pressure to his chest, and used his skills to push upward, causing the man to expel a mouthful of congealed blood and regain consciousness. Sir, you have sustained lung damage. The pressure changes in the airplane caused the capillaries in your lungs to rupture, blocking your airway. You should avoid flying in the future. Thank you, young man. You have saved my life. The flight attendant and captain sighed in relief upon seeing the elderly man awake. Ouyang Nana turned to the captain and said, I told you my friend would be able to help, didn't I? After the old man lost consciousness due to a lack of professional medical assistance, Ouyang Nana had introduced Chu Chen to the captain. After the attendant cleaned up the blood, she helped the elderly man back to his seat. Mr. Chu, on behalf of all the crew members, I thank you. You have been upgraded to first class. Please rest there. The elderly man handed Chu Chen a business card, which he accepted and placed in his pocket. Chu Chen then requested paper and a pen from Ouyang Nana, writing a traditional Chinese medicine prescription, which he gave to the elderly man. This is a remedy for your lung condition. Take it for a month. The old man nodded gratefully. Thank you, young man. If you encounter any issues in the Western regions, feel free to call me. Chu Chen then put on his eye mask and fell asleep. Several hours later, the plane arrived at Jelamu Airport. Ouyang Nana invited Chu Chen and his companions to the hotel, mentioning that as a member, she had arranged for a car to pick them up. Wang, excitedly, agreed, noting that his own hotel did not offer such conveniences. The group followed Ouyang Nana and Shou Qi into a luxury vehicle and arrived at the Grand Hotel. Ouyang Nana had also booked 3 extra rooms, prompting Wang to cancel his previous hotel reservation. When Chu Chen attempted to pay Ouyang Nana for the hotel costs, she declined, stating that they had known each other long enough to be considered friends, and money should not come between friends. Respecting her wishes, Chu Chen remained silent. After checking in, the group was guided to their respective rooms by the staff. They agreed to meet at 7 o'clock in the lobby to explore Jelamu's night market. After a brief tidying of his belongings, Chu Chen made his way to the lobby, where Wang and Gao Jin had also gathered. One exclaimed about the hotel's opulence, comparing it unfavorably to his previous booking. After a few minutes, Ouyang Nana and Shou Qi emerged from the elevator and joined them. The hotel driver took them to the entrance of the night market. The aroma of baked naan mingled with the scent of cumin, enveloping them as they approached. Suddenly, Gao Jin sneezed, covering his nose. The lamb-tail oil buns are here, exclaimed a vendor with a handlebar mustache, using tongs to lift golden buns from the grill, the oil sizzling as they cooked. Wang's throat audibly gulped in anticipation. Having flown and feeling famished, the group chose a stall, ordering 5 servings of hand-grabbed rice and some baked buns. They began to eat voraciously, while Ouyang Nana and Shou Qi maintained a more genteel demeanor. As dusk fell, the night market came alive with the sounds of a duder, and a barefoot dancer twirled to the rhythm of the 12 mukum, her pomegranate skirt blooming like a fiery sunset. Wang, unbeknownst to them, had mingled with the musicians, shaking a tambourine with abandon. A girl, veiled in pale yellow, suddenly presented a tambourine to him, their eyes locking, causing an immediate hush among the instruments. She was inviting him to a musical duel. The bun vendor casually tossed a dried apricot into his mouth, explaining, in our western regions, if a guest's tambourine can make a girl's hairpin fall. Before he could finish, Wang, his face flushed, vigorously shook the tambourine. The others laughed at his expression, and despite his best efforts, he was unable to dislodge her hairpin. Breathless, Wang exclaimed, I can't go on. I'm exhausted. The girl accepted the tambourine from him, covering her chest with one hand, and performed a graceful Western region salute. Wang, taken aback, quickly returned a gentlemanly gesture. Ouyang Nana remarked, the women of the Western regions are stunning. Fair skin, large eyes, long eyelashes, and graceful figures. They dance so beautifully, it's as if heaven favors them. Wang and Gao Jin stood at a distance, mesmerized by the dancing girls. Lost in admiration. The night market offered an array of delicious snacks. Wang particularly relished meat dishes, lamb skewers, beef skewers, and lamb head soup. Chu Chen and Gao Jin sampled various dishes, finding the flavors authentic and delightful. Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi, fond of yogurt, bought several varieties along with some pastries. Chapter 34. Desert Corpses. After indulging in a feast, they arrived at a folk culture museum, where various performances awaited them, including falconry and snake charming, as well as intricate dances unique to the Western regions. They reveled in the festivities until the deep hours of the night, before returning to their hotel. Wang Fadi proposed a desert camping expedition for the following day, with plans to visit the ancient city of the Western regions the day after. Upon returning to the hotel, just as Chu Chen finished his evening routine, a call from Suyu disrupted the calm. Infuriated, she exclaimed, You, Chu Chen, you said it would be inconvenient to bring girls to the Western regions, yet here you are with Ouyang Nana. Chu Chen explained that he had coincidentally met Ouyang Nana on the plane, and they had decided to travel together. I won't listen. You clearly prefer her over me. Suyu retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Is there something you need? If not, I shall hang up, Chu Chen replied, promptly ending the call. On the other end, Suyu, fuming, hurled her phone across the room. Chu Chen, you infuriate me. How dare you hang up? Observing her daughter's fury, Suyu's mother inquired. Suyu, why are you so upset? Throwing your phone around. Mom, you wouldn't understand. I'm going to my room to rest. Good night. This child. Her temper grows fiercer by the day. Lao Su, you ought to intervene, her mother remarked. Let her be, she has grown up now. There's little we can do. The next day, the five gathered in the lobby, where Wang Fadi spoke about their desert camping plans, and they dispersed to procure supplies and equipment. They chose a location near an oasis, and the hotel driver transported them to the edge of the desert. To venture deeper into the sands, they relied on camels. After negotiating with the owner, they rented 5 camels and hired a guide, the owner's son, whom they affectionately dubbed Maladi. Under Maladi's guidance, the group mounted their camels, gazing at the boundless desert while the sound of camel bells resonated in the air. The heat was intense. Within half an hour, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Thankfully, they had prepared some protective clothing, or they would have suffered from severe sunburn. After an hour's ride, they reached a spot marked on their map, a genuine oasis. Chu Chen and his companions set up their tents by the riverside, while Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi began preparing the ingredients. They ignited an alcohol stove to boil water, and Ouyang Nana served each of them a cup of coffee as they sat in folding chairs, admiring the tranquil scene of the desert oasis, where camels quenched their thirst. This picturesque moment was truly soothing, and Zhou Qi captured many photographs. In the afternoon, they cooked hot pot at the campsite. Maladi entertained them with a dance from the Western regions, inviting everyone to join in. The 6 of them held hands, forming a circle, and began to dance to the rhythm. As evening descended, they watched the sunset transform the sky into a golden hue before darkness enveloped the land. Wang Fadi activated the prearranged lights, illuminating the campsite. The group gathered around as Maladi regaled them with legends of the Western regions, telling them that beneath their feet lay the remnants of a once prosperous kingdom called Jingjue, which had succumbed to a mysterious curse, leading to the desiccation of water sources and the transformation of its people into corpses, eternally resting beneath the earth. Listening to Maladi's tales sent a chill down their spines. Ouyang Nana, feeling uneasy, huddled close to Zhou Qi. Noticing the late hour, Wang Fadi urged everyone to retire early, as they prepared to rest. Given the inherent dangers of the desert, someone needed to keep watch. Just as they settled in, a fierce wind suddenly arose. Maladi reached out into the gusts, retrieving a handful of black dust, his expression tense as he warned, Everyone, do not sleep. Pack your belongings and leave quickly. This is a black sandstorm. Hearing Melodi's urgent shout, Chu Chen swiftly roused the others. They hurriedly donned their clothes and packed their belongings. Wang Fatty attempted to dismantle the tent, but Chu Chen stopped him. Fatty, we must leave now. Abandon the tent and hurry. Melody led them onto their camels and began the return journey as the wind intensified, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. In the midst of the black storm, Chu Chen spotted a shadowy figure and curiously remarked to Melody, "Look, there is something over there. That is not a person. It is a desert corpse. We must move quickly," Melody urged, hastening the camels. The eerie figures drew closer, causing Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi to cry out in fright. The camels, spooked, began to gallop, and the group gradually distanced themselves from the corpses. Suddenly, a corpse appeared directly in their path, causing the camel to hesitate and retreat. Sensing danger, Chu Chen retrieved a talisman from his bag, bit his finger to draw blood, and flung the talisman toward the corpse. As it neared, the corpse ignited into ashes. Melody, continue guiding the camels. I shall clear the path. Chu Chen rode ahead, using the blood talisman to incinerate any corpses that appeared along the way. Gradually, they moved away from the heart of the desert, and the wind subsided significantly. Spotting a group of camels in the distance, they breathed a sigh of relief. Melody exclaimed, "We have finally escaped. We nearly lost our lives in there." Upon reaching the desert's edge, they returned the camels to Melody, who prepared to drive them back to the hotel. As he drove, Melody shared with Chu Chen, "When a black wind arises in the desert, it becomes perilous. Those corpses can awaken from the sands. This is why our people seldom venture deep into the desert." Chu Chen glanced at Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi, who were still huddled together, trembling slightly, with tears still glistening in their eyes. He gently patted their backs, reassuring them. "It's all right. We have made it out of the desert. Relax." Ouyang Nana nodded in response, while Wang Fatty and Gao Jin remained silent, still shaken by the experience. "You have seen ghosts before. Why fear mere corpses? Relax, we have escaped," he encouraged. After dropping them off at the hotel, Melody departed. Chu Chen turned to Ouyang Nana and the others, advising, "Let us not dwell on today's events. A good night's rest will do us well. Chu Chen, you should also rest early. Zhou Qi and I are heading to our room. Good night. Fatty, Gao Jin, go to your rooms and sleep. Do not ponder it." This was merely an unfortunate incident. Back in his room, Chu Chen picked up his phone, discovering dozens of missed calls from Suyu. Uncertain of her intentions, he chose to ignore them and soon fell asleep under the covers. Chapter 35. Encounter with a thief in the ancient city upon awakening. Chu Chen made his way to the dining area on the first floor, where he found Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi present. Observing the pair, he noted their improved demeanor. They were laughing and conversing with renewed spirits. Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin soon joined them, and they began their breakfast. Wang Pengzi suggested that after their meal, they should explore the ancient city. Gao Jin agreed, stating that he would go anywhere as long as it wasn't the desert. Ouyang Nana chimed in, declaring that the ancient city was an excellent location, perfect for taking photographs. The group unanimously decided to head to the ancient city after breakfast. The Western region ancient city boasts the most well-preserved structures among the 36 nations of the Western region. Its earthen walls are painted a vibrant red, and the streets are filled with various vendors, their calls echoing throughout. The ancient city is expansive, with wide thoroughfares. As Chu Chen strolled through the streets, he removed his sun hat to fan himself, sweat trickling down his neck into his jacket. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of cumin and baked flatbreads, mingling with the scent of millennia-old dust, evoking memories of the caravans depicted in Chronicles of the Silk Road. "Chu Chen, come quickly," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, squatting in front of a spice stall, his nose nearly touching a mound of saffron. "Does this really cure gout if steeped in water?" His rotund figure was wedged between two shells as he spoke to Chu Chen. "This is high-quality saffron, known for its blood-invigorating properties. Wang Pengzi, you might consider buying some for your parents. Just a pinch in tea could be beneficial for their health. My father suffers from gout." "I'll buy some for him to try," Wang Pengzi replied, purchasing the saffron before resuming his exploration of other herbs with Chu Chen. Ouyang Nana was filming a video with her phone when suddenly, a group of ragged children collided with her, their grimy hands clutching at her embroidered skirt. "Sister, please help us. Could you spare some change?" Startled, Ouyang Nana quickly tucked her phone away and retrieved some coins from her pocket to give to the children. Gao Jin, feeling pity for them, was about to reach for his own change when Zhou Qi suddenly grasped his wrist. "Look at their fingernails. Something seems off." Following Zhou Qi's gaze, Chu Chen noticed the dark crimson powder embedded in the children's purplish nail beds, glinting ominously in the sunlight. In an instant, chaos erupted. "Where's my wallet? Who stole my wallet?" Wang Pengzi shouted, patting his empty back pocket, his face flushed with panic. As Chu Chen turned, he caught a glimpse of a pale boy's face disappearing around the corner, a scar resembling a centipede running down his left cheek. "My wallet is missing too," Ouyang Nana added. "I'll go after them. It must be that group of children," Chu Chen declared, sprinting toward the nearest alley, which twisted and turned, lined with two-story adobe houses. At the alley's end, the scarred boy was rummaging through the spoils. Chu Chen crept closer, only to see the boy suddenly convulse violently, his fingers digging deep into the earthen wall, the knuckles turning white as they made a cracking sound. "Don't come any closer. I'll return your wallet." The boy gasped, spinning around and hurling the wallet at Chu Chen. He caught it, only to discover it was empty. A thud echoed as the boy lifted a hidden panel and slipped underground. Chu Chen pursued him, the stench of decay overwhelming his senses. Using his phone to illuminate the walls, he noticed they were covered in countless scratch marks. Following the sounds of children crying, he stealthily advanced. He discovered a dozen children sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony, clawing at their bodies. A few had scratched themselves to the point of bleeding. "Stop crying. If you can't endure this little pain, hand over today's spoils." A middle-aged woman emerged from the shadows, her voice cold and commanding. The frightened children stood shakily, depositing their stolen goods into a basket. One girl, slower than the others, was kicked away by the woman, who sneered, "Get up, beg for mercy, and I might give you an antidote." Once all the valuables were collected, the woman produced a box from her bosom, scattering a handful of pink powder over the children. They inhaled it eagerly, and their suffering seemed to lessen. Realizing the sinister truth, Chu Chen understood that this venomous woman was using poison to control these children, forcing them into thievery to amass wealth. "You did well this time. As long as each of you steals 200,000, I will grant you your freedom. Little Scar, you need to work hard. You only have 30,000 left to earn your cure," the woman said with a chilling smile. "Thank you, Auntie May. I will strive to do better," the scarred boy replied eagerly. Chu Chen stepped out from the shadows and addressed Auntie May. "In this beautiful ancient city, how can a heart as venomous as yours exist? You exploit these children, but today, you shall not escape." "Haha, how absurd. No one dares to act recklessly before me in the ancient city. Young man, do not throw your life away over this. Leave now, and pretend this never happened," she retorted dismissively. Without wasting words, Chu Chen lunged forward, intending to subdue her. To his surprise, Auntie May was skilled in combat. He employed a grappling technique, bringing her crashing to the ground, causing her to spit blood. Auntie May rose, brandishing a snake-like dagger and seizing one of the children. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill him. Do not harm the child, and I will let you go," Chu Chen pleaded as she backed away toward the dark chamber, pushing the child aside. The children looked at Chu Chen with fear in their eyes. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. I will help you find an antidote, but you must tell me about Auntie May's identity." The boy known as Little Scar stepped forward, saying, "Big brother, will you really help us? That woman is notorious in the ancient city. She works for the Sansha gang, primarily controlling us to steal. Come with me. I will help you find the antidote," Chu Chen responded, leading the ragtag group of children out of the underground passage and into the main street of the ancient city, where Wang Pengzi and the others awaited anxiously. Chu Chen retrieved the lost money from his bag and handed it back to them, explaining the children's plight of being manipulated through poison into thievery. His intention was to first assist them in finding an antidote, then devise a plan to ensure their safety. Chapter 36. The ancient city of Sansha Gang. Chu Chen instructed Wang Pengzi and the others to find a place to settle the group of children, then proceeded to a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the ancient city to procure some herbal medicine and acupuncture needles. Upon returning to a dilapidated two-story building in the northeast corner of the ancient city, which served as the home of Xiao Ba, he found that most of these children were orphans, and Xiao Ba had taken them in, with the medicinal herbs in hand. Chu Chen directed Wang Pengzi to begin brewing the medicine while he commenced the acupuncture treatment to detoxify the children. One by one, he skillfully wielded the needles, using his mystical powers to aid in their purification. After the detoxification process, each child was given a bowl of herbal medicine. Chu Chen reassured them that the toxins within them had been eradicated, momentarily bringing joy to their faces. However, Xiaoba informed Chu Chen that as long as the Sansha gang remained in the ancient city, the children would continue to be exploited. Chu Chen suggested that the children could approach the local government, But Xiaoba warned him that the members of the Sanxia gang were colluding with government officials, who turned a blind eye to their misdeeds. The plight of these children weighed heavily on Chu Chen and his companions. He recalled the elderly man he had encountered on the plane, pondering if he could offer assistance. Chu Chen picked up the phone and dialed the old man's number. When the call connected, the old man expressed his delight upon hearing Chu Chen's voice, stating, "Ah, it's you, my young friend. After taking your medicine, I feel a significant improvement in my lung condition." "Old Shou, I have a favor to ask of you," Chu Chen replied. "Of course, just tell me what you need." The elder responded. Chu Chen recounted how the children had been robbed, how the Sanxia gang was using drugs to control them, and the subsequent rescue efforts. Enraged, Old Zhou exclaimed, "That Sanxia gang, masquerading as a business association in the ancient city, is engaged in such nefarious activities. Bring these children to the Zhou family estate in the old street, and we can discuss this further when you arrive." After hanging up, Chu Chen instructed Wang Pengzi to find several taxis, and the 5 of them set off with the children towards the Zhou family estate. The Zhou family estate was a traditional Chinese structure rich in historical charm. Upon arriving, they were greeted by old Zhou's steward, who had been waiting outside. The steward led Chu Chen and the others into the courtyard. "Ah, you've come, my young friend. Let us settle these children at the Welfare Institute in Talamo. I am quite familiar with the director there, and they will be well taken care of." Chu Chen relayed this plan to Xiaoba, seeking his approval. As the pillar of support for the children, Xiaoba agreed, knowing that remaining in the ancient city could lead to encounters with members of the Sanxia gang. Old Zhou instructed his steward to arrange for a driver and made a call to the Welfare Institute. The steward then escorted the children out, leaving the Zhou family estate. Turning to Chu Chen, Xiaoba said, "Big brother, thank you for everything. This is a protective talisman my father left me. Please accept it as a memento." Xiaoba handed Chu Chen a black bone fragment. Although Chu Chen initially intended to decline, Old Zhou insisted, and he reluctantly accepted the token. "Accept it. Refusing a gift from the people of the western regions is tantamount to expressing disdain," Old Zhou advised. Chu Chen wrote down his phone number and gave it to Xiaoba, advising him to reach out should he face any difficulties in the future. After seeing off the children, Old Zhou led Chu Chen and the others to the living room. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," he welcomed. "Old Zhou, could you enlighten me about the Sanxia gang?" Chu Chen inquired. The Sanxia gang has been established in the ancient city for over 3 years, operating under the guise of the Sanxia Business Association. Their primary dealings include antique collection and labor export. They have a dozen members, with a leader named Sha Wang, who oversees the antique business. His sister, Sha Mei, manages the financial affairs, while another member, Sha Meng, is in charge of labor export. It is surprising that they are involved in such sordid dealings beneath the surface. 2 years ago, Sha Wang even sent me an ancient painting, which is that tiger descending the mountain on the wall. Following Old Zhou's indication, Chu Chen examined the painting and sensed something amiss. Activating his spiritual sight, he discovered that the artwork contained a beast soul. "Old Zhou, this painting is problematic. It seals a beast soul that emanates a malevolent aura. Contact with it can lead to illness or, in severe cases, madness." Enraged, Old Zhou slammed his cane against the ground. "This Sha Wang is truly malicious. Thank goodness you uncovered this. I have been feeling unwell for the past 2 years and had to take a considerable amount of medication. Old Zhou, I will assist you in dealing with this painting shortly. First, let me ensure my friends are settled." Chu Chen informed Wang Pengzi and the others that they might be targeted by the Sanxia gang, which could harbor sinister practitioners. He intended to expedite their journey home to Jinhai City. They all agreed, and Wang Pengzi began checking flight tickets. To avoid any potential danger, Chu Chen disclosed the hotel address to Old Zhou, requesting that he send someone to retrieve their belongings. Among their luggage were Chu Chen's magical artifacts and talismans. Old Zhou instructed his steward to fetch the items and arrange for the group to stay at the Zhou family estate, which offered security and 24-hour surveillance, making it significantly safer than a hotel. Wang Pengzi secured tickets for the evening flight. This situation had arisen due to Chu Chen's actions, and while he wished to remain and resolve matters thoroughly, he felt compelled to eliminate the Sanxia gang's menace. Aware of Chu Chen's capabilities, Wang Pengzi and the others expressed their concern, with Ouyang Nana urging him to exercise caution. After enjoying dinner at Old Zhou's residence, the steward personally escorted the 4 to the airport. With Wang Pengzi and the others safely on their way, Chu Chen felt a sense of relief. He feared that they might suffer consequences due to his involvement, for the Sanxia gang was not to be trifled with. Having injured Mei, He anticipated retaliation from the gang. Although he was unafraid, he could not risk harm to ordinary individuals like Wang Pengzi and the others. Hence his decision to cut their trip short. Rest assured, I will have the steward personally see them off. There will be no issues, Old Shou assured him. Patting Chu Chen on the shoulder. Taking out a talisman brush, Chu Chen requested Old Shou to procure a rooster. Using the rooster's blood, he began to draw a talisman. And he found a fire basin to dispose of the painting. As he cast the ancient artwork into the flames, it ignited immediately. And a malevolent tiger emerged from the canvas, fixating on both Old Shou and Chu Chen before lunging at Old Shou. Chu Chen unleashed a talisman to repel the beast's soul and struck at the tiger with a copper coin sword, cleaving it in two. He then hurled several more talismans, which ignited into flames, engulfing the beast's soul until it vanished completely. Old Shou, your skills are truly remarkable. Your praise is unwarranted. I have merely learned a few tricks from my grandfather since childhood, Chu Chen modestly replied. Someone, please clean the courtyard. Old Shou, come with me. Let us enjoy some tea in my study. Chapter 37. A night visit to the Sansha gang. Chu Chen returned to the living room with Old Shou, who began to brew tea. As he prepared the tea, Old Shou remarked, Brother Chu, this is exquisite rock tea. Do give it a taste. Old Shou, is there truly no one to manage the Sansha gang? Chu Chen inquired. Patience, my young friend. I have already reported to the governor above, and they will dispatch someone shortly. Just then, Old Shou's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression soured. After hanging up, he turned to Chu Chen, saying, Brother Chu, the steward has called. Your friend was taken by a group of people an hour ago. What? How could this happen? Chu Chen sprang to his feet, addressing Old Shou. It must have been the Sansha gang. They intercepted the car and incapacitated the steward, Old Shou replied. Old Shou, tell me where the Sansha gang is located. I must go and investigate. Brother Chu, could you not wait a little longer? I have already reported it, and help is on the way. It is too perilous for you to go alone. I cannot afford to wait. If assistance arrives, instruct them to support me, Chu Chen insisted. Reluctantly, Old Shou provided the address of the Sansha gang. Chu Chen armed himself with talismans and magical tools, and Old Shou instructed the driver to take him there, urging him to be cautious. To the west of the ancient city lay the Sansha gang's business hall, a quaint estate imbued with exotic charm. Before approaching the estate, Chu Chen asked the driver to stop, opting to proceed on foot. Estates such as these typically featured surveillance. So Chu Chen sought out a blind spot and scaled the fence to enter. At the entrance, two bodyguards clad in black stood watch. Chu Chen stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the estate and climbed to the third floor. Upon entering the restroom through an unlatched window, Chu Chen found the third floor shrouded in darkness and silence, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. Cautiously, he exited the restroom, utilizing the dim light of his phone screen to search the area, but found nothing amiss among the storage rooms. He switched off his phone and descended to the second floor, which was bustling with activity and filled with the sounds of exotic music. At the staircase landing, he encountered a man smoking. Quietly, he approached, covering the man's mouth and swiftly rendering him unconscious. Dragging the man into the third floor, Chu Chen donned his clothes and a small hat distinctive to the region, then made his way to the second floor. The expansive second floor was alive with a group of dancers from the region, while servers, much like Chu Chen, navigated through the crowd with trays of drinks. Among the throng of over 100 people, he failed to spot Xiao Mei. As Chu Chen meandered through the crowd with his tray, he encountered various rooms filled with revelers, some indulging in substances. A drunken woman pulled him into a room, exclaiming, Come, share with me. Apologies, but I am merely a server. The boss forbids us from indulging in such activities. How boring. Get lost. She retorted. Chu Chen sighed in relief as he exited the room without blowing his cover. After exploring several other rooms without any sign of Wang Pengzi or the others, he noted that even the Sansha gang members were absent, leaving only a collection of inebriated partygoers. Peering down the staircase to the first floor, he observed a number of security personnel. Puzzled, he wondered where the Sansha gang members could be. Suddenly, two bodyguards crashed through the glass doors of the main hall. One of them, a woman clad in a golden mask and wielding a silver sword, entered the hall, prompting the security guards to encircle her. With seemingly effortless prowess, she dispatched the guards, wounding their wrists and ankles with her sword, leaving them sprawled on the ground in agony. Pointing her sword at one of the guards, she demanded, Where is Xiao Wang of the Sansha gang? You have one chance. Speak the truth or face death. Spare me. I'll tell you. He is in the basement on the first floor. Just take the elevator down. With that, She struck him unconscious and pressed the elevator button, stepping inside. Chu Chen shed his outer coat and descended to the first floor, also pressing the elevator button to follow, eager to uncover any news of Wang Pengzi and the others. The woman was formidable. Even he would have to flee if confronted. As he awaited the elevator, its doors opened, revealing two injured men in the corridor, writhing on the ground in pain. Continuing through the passage, he found the masked woman engaged in battle with three individuals. Among them was Xiaomei, who, armed with a serpentine dagger, was swiftly overpowered and sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. The hall was a scene of chaos, with shattered sofas and spilled wine strewn about. In a corner stood a cage containing four terrified individuals huddled together. Xiaomei, regaining her footing, hurled a powder at the masked woman. Chu Chen shouted, "Get back. The powder is toxic." The woman glanced at Chu Chen, covering her mouth and nose as she retreated swiftly. "You leave me no choice. Today, none of you shall escape." One of the men, stripping off his shirt, cut open a tattoo on his chest and began to chant a spell. Dark energy surged from the wound, coalescing into a fearsome black bear that roared and charged at the masked woman. Chu Chen approached the cage, affixing a talisman to the lock and reciting, "Break." The lock clicked open. "You finally come. I knew you would rescue us. Those people are terrifying," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his voice trembling. Chu Chen reassured the frightened group. "I am here to save you. We must leave this place at once." Ouyang Nana collapsed into Chu Chen's arms, sobbing, "Chu Chen, I'm so scared. I will never return to the western regions." "Nana, please don't cry. Wang Pengzi, Gao Jin, Zhou Qi, you must leave first and wait for me at the Zhou family estate. Be careful, Chu Chen. They possess sorcery," warned Wang Pengzi. "Brother, return safely," urged Gao Jin. "Quickly go. No time for chatter." As Xiaomei witnessed Chu Chen freeing the others, she charged at him with her dagger. Chu Chen parried with his copper coin sword, striking her wrist and sending the dagger clattering to the ground. When Xiaomei attempted to retrieve it, Chu Chen kicked her away and retaliated with a swift blow to her face with the sword. Reeling from the impact, Xiaomei clutched her face, howling in pain. With a venomous glare at Chu Chen, she bellowed, "If we must die, let us perish together." In a fit of madness, Xiaomei slammed her head against the ground, laughing maniacally as blood trickled from her forehead. Her expression twisted into one of sheer malevolence as she chanted an incantation. A chilling aura began to coalesce above her, transforming into a serpentine figure several meters long. Chapter 38. The Golden Dragon and Qilin Guard. The black serpent lifted its head, its sinuous body enveloped in a malevolent aura, while its crimson eyes fixated on Chu Chen, flicking its forked tongue. In his right hand, Chu Chen gripped the bronze coin sword tightly, while his left hand produced several talismans. The black serpent commenced its assault, prompting Chu Chen to retreat while using the talismans to dissipate the serpent's dark energy. At that moment, the masked woman was embroiled in combat with the black bear. She removed her golden mask, reciting incantations as it shattered into fragments, transforming into a suit of earthy armor that enveloped her form. Subsequently, she drew blood from her finger with a silver sword, chanting, "Boundless heaven and earth. The laws of the universe, the sword of yin and yang to vanquish evil." The sword in her hand radiated a brilliant golden light, extending over 3 feet. And she struck at the black bear, cleaving it in two, causing it to vanish into oblivion. The controlling shaman, Sha Wang, was struck by backlash, spitting blood. Witnessing her brother's defeat, Sha Ming brandished a curved blade, guarding Sha Wang. The woman glanced at Chu Chen, who was also faring well against the black serpent, its malevolent aura dissipating. She approached the black serpent and delivered a decisive strike, causing it to disintegrate. Xiaomei, spitting blood, fled to Sha Wang's side, with Sha Ming standing protectively over them. The woman addressed the trio, "Surrender and return with me for judgment. In your dreams, even in death, we shall not accompany you." Xiaomei retorted. From her bosom, she produced a box, placing it on the ground and opening it. Sha Wang, seizing a dagger, swiftly severed his own neck, blood pouring into the box, a grim ritual mirrored by Xiaomei. "Fear not, brother and sister, I shall avenge you," she vowed. "Stop them. This is a sacrificial offering," Chu Chen urged the woman. She charged forward with her silver sword, but was hindered by Sha Ming. The blood within the box simmered, and Chu Chen threw a talisman in an attempt to incinerate it, yet the box remained unscathed, its contents resembling molten iron. The woman forced Sha Ming back, who retaliated by damaging the power source, seeking an escape. In a swift response, the woman sealed his exit, severing his arm with a single stroke. Clutching his wound, Sha Ming approached the box, resigned to his fate. If escape is futile, we shall die together. He neared the box, only to be consumed by the boiling blood within, eliciting a horrific scream as he vanished. Blood began to seep from the box, morphing into tiny crimson insects that took flight toward Chu Chen and the woman. Armed with their weapons, they defended against the onslaught of the blood-sucking insects, which clattered against the ground like iron. These are blood-sucking insects, toxic. Exercise caution, Chu Chen warned. The swarm grew, and Chu Chen sustained bites on his arm. Fortunately, his rigorous training and prior antidote usage had granted him immunity to common toxins. The woman, however, was less fortunate, suffering a bite on her neck, though her armor provided some protection. Chu Chen hurled more talismans to fend off the insects. This box likely contains a queen insect. If we kill her, the swarm will turn on itself, he proposed. Guard me while I approach the box to eliminate her with an ice talisman. The woman nodded in agreement. With her silver sword clearing a path, they positioned themselves back to back, advancing toward the box. The sheer number of insects inflicted multiple bites, rendering the woman pale from pain. Upon nearing the box, Chu Chen drew a talisman, biting his finger to inscribe an ice spell, which he then cast into the box. Instantly, the box froze, and the attacking insects ceased, turning on one another. The woman could no longer endure. Her silver sword clattered to the ground as Chu Chen caught her, watching her succumb to unconsciousness. Concerned for her well-being, Chu Chen realized he needed to detoxify her promptly. Acquiring acupuncture needles from the Zhou family estate was imperative. He lifted her in his arms, wielding her silver sword to force open the elevator door, exiting the manor. Summoning a taxi, he placed her inside and rushed to the Zhou family estate. Upon arrival, Wang Fatty and the others welcomed Chu Chen with joy. Old Zhou, prepare a room. I must detoxify her. I owe this woman a great debt, he instructed. Old Zhou guided Chu Chen to a room, where he began the detoxification process, also performing bloodletting on her fingers and toes. Once completed, he concocted a remedy, entrusting Old Zhou with the preparation of the necessary herbs. This woman is likely sent by the governor to deal with the Sansha gang, Old Zhou noted. Let her rest. She will understand the situation upon awakening. Wang Fatty, weren't you headed to the airport? How were you captured? Chu Chen inquired. Wang Fatty recounted that on their way to the airport, several cars had intercepted them, and a group of thugs had subdued their butler, capturing them. They were brought to the manor and imprisoned in a cage, intended to coerce Chu Chen into revealing himself. However, he arrived sooner than anticipated, aided by a skilled ally, leading to the Sansha gang's downfall. After receiving a call, Old Zhou confirmed the woman's identity as indeed being sent by the governor. When she finally awoke, she surveyed her surroundings before stepping out of the room. Chu Chen addressed her. Miss, some poison lingers within you. A dose of herbal medicine will remedy it. Thank you for helping me detoxify. I shall remember your kindness, she replied. It is we who owe you gratitude. Without you, my friends would have been in peril. Wang Fatty and others echoed their thanks. The woman introduced herself as Lin Feifei, a member of the Golden Dragon and Qilin Western Autonomous Region Division. You are truly remarkable, single-handedly dismantling a gang. Without you, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Lin Feifei modestly remarked. I have only just joined the Golden Dragon and Qilin Guard. I still have much to learn compared to other members. Intrigued, Chu Chen inquired about the number of members in the Golden Dragon and Qilin Guard and their respective abilities, as well as the events surrounding his parents' expedition into the tomb over a decade ago. However, Lin Feifei refrained from elaborating, hinting at organizational confidentiality. Once the herbal concoction was ready, Chu Chen poured a bowl for Lin Feifei and another for himself. After she consumed the medicine, she thanked him and departed the Zhou family estate. As night fell, Old Zhou urged Chu Chen and his companions to rest. Chu Chen instructed Wang Fatty to procure tickets for their return to Jinhai City the following day. Recognizing the emotional toll the recent events had taken on Ouyang Nana and Zhou Qi, Gao Jin declared that this would be his final visit to the western region. Preferring the safety of Jinhai City, Old Zhou instructed the butler to prepare guest rooms for Chu Chen and his companions, while Ouyang Nana and the others retreated to their quarters. Chu Chen informed Old Zhou that the Sansha gang had been eradicated, with Sha Wang, Sha Mei, and Sha Ming now deceased, though he withheld the details of their demise. Chapter 39. The ancient tadpole script. As night enveloped the world, Chu Chen lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the day. His mind was filled with the image of Lin Feifei confronting the Sansha gang. Indeed, the members of the Golden Dragon Kirin Guard were nothing short of prodigies. Though Lin Feifei was of a similar age, her prowess far surpassed his own. Chu Chen picked up the black tile gifted to him by the small scarred boy. Its surface was riddled with a multitude of minuscule holes. Holding the tile before his eyes, he observed it under the lamp's glow and discerned what appeared to be inscriptions within the holes. Sitting up, he activated the flashlight on his phone and directed it toward the tile. As the light permeated through the tiny openings, it cast a myriad of characters onto the wall, resembling tadpoles in their form. Chu Chen resolved to consult Elder Zhou the following day, for the elder was well-versed in many matters and might recognize these tadpole characters. The next morning, as everyone awoke, Elder Zhou inquired about their rest the previous night. They all expressed their satisfaction and gratitude for his hospitality. Elder Zhou instructed the butler to prepare breakfast, and after the meal, Chu Chen approached him with a request regarding the script. Elder Zhou led him to his study. Drawing the curtains, Chu Chen illuminated the tile with his phone's flashlight. The light projected a series of tadpole-like characters onto the wall. Elder Zhou gazed at the inscriptions with astonishment, then donned his spectacles to scrutinize them intently. Little Chu, he began, these are ancient tadpole characters. I can recognize some of them, while others may require the expertise of a certain individual named Guwan, who resides in the desert west of the ancient city. However, returning to Jinhai City may prove time-consuming. That is of no consequence, Elder Zhou. I humbly request your company on this journey tomorrow, Chu Chen replied. In the living room, Chu Chen instructed Wang Pengzi to cancel his flight ticket. When asked for the reason, he informed his companions that he would be accompanying Elder Zhou on a matter of importance, assuring them that there was no danger involved. In the afternoon, following the butler, Chu Chen saw Wang Pengzi, Ouyang Nana, and the others off to the airport before returning to the Zhou family estate with the butler. Elder Zhou took Chu Chen to the storeroom to gather some wine and tea for their visit to Guwan. After loading the supplies into the vehicle, the butler drove them towards the desert, located over 100 kilometers west of the ancient city. The desert was sparsely populated, primarily consisting of arid wasteland, with only a few nomads inhabiting the area. After an hour and a half of travel, they unexpectedly arrived at an oasis. Elder Zhou explained that this oasis was cultivated by Guwan and the nomads over decades of diligent planting. It was a testament to his greatness. Due to years of labor and being over 80 years of age, Guwan had developed a leg ailment that now confined him to bed. Upon reaching the village, Elder Zhou and Chu Chen disembarked from the vehicle. Chu Chen retrieved the wine and tea from the trunk. In the center of the village stood a two-story adobe house, which was Guwan's home, painted a pure white. Elder Zhou knocked on the door, and a small boy peered through the crack, asking, "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Grandpa said not to open the door to strangers. "Is your father or mother home?" Elder Zhou inquired. "My parents are away. They went to the ancient city," the boy replied. "Please tell your grandfather that a man named Zhou Erniu is here to see him." "Wait a moment. I'll ask my grandpa," the boy said before disappearing. After a brief pause, the boy returned and announced, "Grandpa said to let Erniu in." He opened the door, and Elder Zhou rewarded the child with some snacks, after which the boy scampered off to play with a little cat in the yard. Elder Zhou explained to Chu Chen that his childhood nickname was Zhou Erniu, and he had learned to read under Guwan's tutelage in the ancient city. Guwan was an old acquaintance of Elder Zhou's family. In the room, an elderly man with graying hair sat propped up on a bed, reading a book by the sunlight streaming through the window. Upon noticing the visitors, he set the book aside and exclaimed, "Erniu, you've come. It has been ages. Uncle Gu, you appear to be in good spirits. I believe you'll surpass 100 years easily," Elder Zhou replied. "Haha, at my age, what is the value of living long without purpose? I feel like a mere shell of my former self." "Uncle Gu, I have brought someone to consult you about the tadpole script," Elder Zhou said. "Hello, Grandfather Gu. I am Chu Chen. I have discovered some tadpole characters and wish to seek your wisdom." Chu Chen introduced himself. After speaking, he illuminated the tile with his phone, projecting the characters onto the wall. The elderly man studied the inscriptions for a moment before addressing Chu Chen. "Young man, these characters record some ancient spells. Fully translating them will require time." "Thank you, Grandfather. I appreciate your assistance," Chu Chen replied earnestly. The elder focused on the tadpole text as Chu Chen began to take notes. For over 2 hours, he meticulously recorded each character as the elder dictated. When they concluded, Chu Chen discerned that the translation detailed a method for summoning heavenly thunder, including incantations, hand seals, and a breathing technique. "Grandfather Go, may I examine your leg ailment? I have studied medicine since childhood. Perhaps I can assist you," Chu Chen offered. "Let the boy help you, Go. He has already aided me with my lung condition," Elder Zhou encouraged. Guwan lifted the blanket, revealing his legs, which exhibited noticeable swelling at the knee joints and muscle atrophy in the lower limbs. Chu Chen retrieved acupuncture needles from his bag and began his treatment. After administering acupuncture, he channeled his internal energy to unblock Gowon's meridians, subsequently facilitating the release of stagnant blood. "Grandfather, please attempt to move your legs," Chu Chen urged. Gowon tried bending his legs, and to his delight, he found he could indeed flex them. "Young man, your skills are remarkable," he exclaimed joyfully. "The meridians have been cleared. With some medication and external treatments for your leg muscles, along with regular movement, there is a possibility you may stand again," Chu Chen explained. Gowon laughed heartily at the prospect. "If I can stand after nearly a decade of lying down, you will be my savior." Chu Chen provided Gowon with a prescription to follow for a month. Gowon then opened a bedside chest and retrieved a slightly yellowed notebook. "This is my compilation of notes on the tadpole script, the fruit of my years of research. I gift it to you, hoping you will carry it forward." "Grandfather, this is far too precious," Chu Chen protested. "Take it." "In my hands, it is merely a collection of waste paper. Only in the hands of young people like you can these ancient texts be preserved," Gowon insisted. Chu Chen accepted the elder's notebook. After conversing a while longer, as dusk fell, Elder Zhou chose not to linger. He left some money with Gowon and departed with Chu Chen from the elder's home. Chapter 40. Return to Jinhai City. Upon returning to the Zhou family courtyard, Elder Zhou requested the chef to prepare an extravagant feast. He invited Chu Chen to share a drink with him, and the two engaged in amiable conversation while savoring their drinks, continuing until Elder Zhou became pleasantly inebriated. It was only then that Chu Chen called upon the butler to assist the elderly man to his quarters for rest. Lying on his bed, Chu Chen opened his phone to find messages from Wang Pengzi and Ouyang Nana. Wang Pengzi informed him that they had safely arrived in Jinhai City, while Ouyang Nana cautioned him to exercise utmost vigilance. Additionally, there were numerous missed calls, all from Suyu. Chu Chen resolved to explain everything to her upon his return, considering the myriad events that had transpired during his absence. He purchased a plane ticket for the following morning to Jinhai City and took out the ancient manuscript he had translated earlier that day. The breathing techniques described bore some resemblance to those taught by Grandpa Mu, yet there were distinct differences. The text detailed methods for absorbing the energies of moonlight and starlight, which could be stored within one's body to facilitate the clearing of meridians and retention of energy in the Dantian. Grandpa Mu's teachings focused primarily on harnessing the ambient spiritual energy of the earth, which was a different kind of energy altogether. Chu Chen planned to experiment with these celestial energies upon his return to Jinhai City, curious to see how they compared with spiritual energy cultivation. The next morning, Chu Chen once again checked Elder Zhou's pulse and found him to be nearly fully recovered. He prescribed a remedy for the elder to take for another week to consolidate the healing effects. Chu Chen urged Elder Zhou to contact him when he visited Jinhai City in the future, expressing his apologies for any inconvenience he may have caused during this time. After bidding farewell, Elder Zhou arranged for a driver to take Chu Chen to Jelimu Airport. Once on the plane, Chu Chen donned a sleep mask and dozed off, sleeping for 6 hours until the announcement signaled their arrival in Jinhai City. After disembarking, he hailed a taxi. The journey to the western regions had been fraught with challenges, yet he felt a sense of fulfillment as everything had ultimately resolved itself satisfactorily. Upon returning to the clinic, he noticed a note taped to the door with a phone number and the name Sun Shui, indicating it was time for her follow-up appointment. Since he had been away, the other party had left a message. Chu Chen called Sun Shui, informing her that she could come in for her follow-up that evening, as he had been traveling. Back at the clinic, Chu Chen ascended to the second floor, first offering incense to the King of Hell before commencing his cleaning duties, scrubbing from top to bottom. While tidying up the medicine shelf, he picked up the ghost-raising gourd and inquired, "Sister Tsaiha, has anything unusual occurred during my absence?" "Chu Chen, you're back." During this time, Wei family's eldest grandson, Wei Yu, returned, bringing with him a formidable ally. "Last time, we almost fell into their clutches, but thankfully, the mist pills you left for me allowed me to cultivate safely at home, wary of being tracked." "What is the background of this Wei Yu?" Chu Chen asked. Wei Yu is the eldest grandson of the Wei family. He was sent to the Jinwu Taoist temple for training since childhood and has now returned, accompanied by a powerful aide. "Sister Tsaiha, please stay within the confines of the ghost-raising gourd for the time being. Avoid going out." "Understood." "Chu Chen, how was your trip to the western regions?" Chu Chen recounted the various incidents he encountered during his travels, and Sister Tsaiha expressed her astonishment at the dangers present in the western regions. After placing the gourd back on the shelf and finishing the cleaning, Chu Chen returned to call to Suyu. Upon answering, she exclaimed, Chu Chen, you finally called me back. Do you have any idea how many times I tried to reach you? Do you dislike me? Chu Chen explained the tumultuous events that had kept him from responding. And upon hearing his reasoning, Su Yu insisted that he take her out for a meal to make amends. Reluctantly, he agreed. On the other end of the line, Su Yu's face lit up with joy, prompting her mother to inquire, Su Yu, what has you so cheerful? Mom, Chu Chen is back and returned my call. Just one call, and you're this elated? Were you not just berating him yesterday, calling him a blockhead and a pig? Mom, when did I ever insult him? You must have misheard. All right, I'll admit I misheard. I won't pry any further. Bubbling with excitement, Su Yu skipped back to her bedroom. Lying on her bed while scrolling through Chu Chen's photos, Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin, aware of Chu Chen's return, invited him out for barbecue that evening. The trio arrived at the barbecue restaurant, ordered several skewers, and Wang Pengzi inquired about the fate of the Sansha gang who had kidnapped them. In a hushed tone, Chu Chen replied, all members of the Sansha gang are dead. Gao Jin remarked, the western regions are perilous. We nearly lost our lives there. It would be wise to remain in Jinhai City from now on. Wang Pengzi rolled his eyes, as if Jinhai City is any safer. Last time, who was it that almost got drained of their life force by a ghost? Wang Pengzi, must you bring that up again? I thought we agreed not to mention it. If you do, I'll sever our friendship. All right, I won't mention it again. My apologies. As Chu Chen observed their playful banter, he could only shake his head in exasperation. Later that evening, upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen hung up the bell to prepare for consultations. Sun Shi arrived, donning large sunglasses, and exclaimed, Dr. Chu, you have finally returned. I've exceeded my follow-up time. My apologies. I was traveling in the western regions with classmates. Please follow me to the treatment room. Chu Chen guided Sun Shi to a side room, where he commenced her acupuncture treatment. The lump in her chest had nearly vanished, marking this as her final follow-up session. With a bit of continued Chinese herbal therapy, she would be completely healed. After the procedure, Chu Chen prepared 3 doses of herbal medicine for her. Sun Shi looked at him and asked, Dr. Chu, would you like to join me for a meal sometime? I'm afraid I'm rather busy lately. I did see the film you starred in. It was quite impressive. Dr. Chu, why do you avoid looking at me? Are you shy? She teased. Just kidding. We'll have to eat together when the opportunity arises. Chu Chen chose not to respond, and after she settled her payment, she turned to leave the clinic. At the door, Sun Shi called out, Dr. Chu, thank you. You are my benefactor. May fate bring us together again. Once Sun Shi departed, Chu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Chu Chen, should we deal with this woman? She is quite brazen, daring to flirt with you. Sister Saiha remarked. Sister Saiha, she was merely joking with me. Humph. A shameless woman, far too frivolous. Just then, the bell rang again, and a bloodied white fox entered the clinic. Chu Chen swiftly scooped up the fox, noting its weakness from excessive blood loss. Little fox, you have arrived at the Yinyang clinic. Do not fear, I will tend to your wounds. Just relax and rest, he reassured the creature. Upon hearing his words, the white fox glanced at him briefly before gently closing its eyes. Chapter 41. The White Fox Clan. Chu Chen commenced the examination of the injured white fox. The creature had a fractured tail, a broken right leg, and was bleeding from its neck. He began by disinfecting the wounds and applying hemostatic powder to the injury. The fox's tail was carefully bandaged, and for the fractured leg, Chu Chen utilized a splint to stabilize it, applying bone-healing powder to the fracture site. After completing these tasks, the white fox remained unconscious. Chu Chen closed the door and proceeded to the pharmacy, checking the time. He removed the bell from the door, signaling the end of consultations for the day. Awakening in the early morning, Chu Chen retrieved some meat from the refrigerator and made his way to the treatment room, where the white fox had regained consciousness. He tossed a piece of meat to the fox, which bent down to eat. Thank you for saving me, the little fox spoke. Chu Chen had initially assumed that this fox, being of modest cultivation, would be unable to articulate, but to his surprise, the white fox could indeed speak. Beasts capable of speech were generally formidable, poised to undergo the tribulation of transformation with just a little more effort. Call me Dr. Chu. How did you sustain such grave injuries? He inquired. Recently, a group of cultivators has been capturing demon beasts rampantly in the Qingfeng Mountains. Any beast with even a hint of cultivation has been seized. The white fox recounted the events, explaining how the White Fox clan had confronted the cultivators upon witnessing their kin being captured, resulting in the death of several white foxes, while 3 cultivators also perished. Fortunately, the Red Fox clan arrived in time to assist, driving the cultivators away. An elder from the Red Fox clan, seeing my serious injuries, referred me to the Yin-Yang Medical Hall for treatment. Typically, cultivators and demon beasts maintain a respectful distance from one another. What prompted this pursuit of demon beasts? Chu Chen pressed. I am not entirely certain. The leader of the cultivators appears to be surnamed Wei, but I do not know their true intentions for capturing demon beasts. Chu Chen frowned at the mention of the Wei family, pondering their motives. He advised the white fox to rest at the medical hall until it had recovered sufficiently to return to the mountain. The white fox nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Dr. Chu, I apologize for the trouble. It is no bother. Please focus on your recovery, Chu Chen replied. While enjoying breakfast at the medical hall, a car pulled up outside. Chu Chen assumed it was Su Yu, but to his surprise, it was Ouyang Nana, who stepped out of the vehicle and handed him some tea leaves. Ouyang Nana, what brings you here? He asked. I heard from Wang Pongzi that you had returned, so I came to see you. Thank you for saving us in the western regions. We're friends. No need for such formality, he replied. Just then, another car arrived. This time it was Su Yu. Upon exiting the vehicle, she spotted Ouyang Nana. The two exchanged warm greetings. Chu Chen interjected, How about I treat both of you to lunch today? Ouyang Nana readily agreed, while Su Yu casually remarked, Whatever. The two young ladies chattered animatedly, with Ouyang Nana recounting the perilous events of their journey to Su Yu, who expressed her astonishment at the dangers they had faced. At noon, Chu Chen led Ouyang Nana and Su Yu to a humble eatery at the end of a lane, declaring it to be the restaurant he had frequented most during his childhood. Uncle Zhao, please whip up a few home-style dishes. I have guests, he requested. Of course. Chu Chen, it has been a while since I last saw your grandfather, Uncle Zhao replied. My grandfather is away on a long journey and will be back in some time, Chu Chen explained. Uncle Zhao was the sole chef at the establishment. His son attended university in Kyoto, leaving him to manage the kitchen alone. Chu Chen brewed a pot of tea for his guests. Please don't mind the simplicity. This is a place filled with warmth. I've been eating Uncle Zhao's dishes since I was a child, Chu Chen remarked. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy it. We are tired of fancy restaurant food, Ouyang Nana agreed. Indeed, let us savor the experience together, Su Yu added. As the dishes began to arrive, stir-fried beef, braised fish, the three of them commenced their meal. Su Yu sampled a bite and declared it quite delightful, while Ouyang Nana praised the stir-fried beef for its deliciousness and suitability for pairing with rice. Chu Chen served each of them a bowl of rice, and they began to indulge in their meal, with Chu Chen consuming the most, while the two ladies tasted a bit of everything. After their meal, Chu Chen took the two ladies to the riverside, a place he often visited. He picked up a flat stone from the ground, bending down to skip it across the water, creating a cascade of splashes. Why don't you both give it a try? I bet you haven't done this before, he encouraged. Ouyang Nana attempted it as well, managing to create a few splashes, while Su Yu tried but almost lost her balance and fell into the river, saved only by Chu Chen's quick reflexes. As they walked back to the medical hall, Ouyang Nana announced her intention to return home. Chu Chen, thank you for today's hospitality. See you next time. Su Yu, I'll head home now. You two chat. Nana, drive safely. You're always welcome to visit my home. Chu Chen waved as she departed. Chu Chen, this meal doesn't count. You must treat me separately next time. Su Yu playfully insisted. All right, Miss Su, I will treat you next time, he acquiesced. That's more like it. You're quite perceptive, she teased. Do you think Ouyang Nana has feelings for you? Su Yu queried. How would I know? I see her merely as a friend, he replied. Hiki, Chu Chen. I must go home too. Remember to invite me for a meal next time, she reminded him. After seeing Su Yu off, Chu Chen sighed. Recognizing the complexities of dealing with young women, he found comfort in the company of his friends, Wang Pongzi and others. Back at the medical hall, he brought more meat for the white fox and examined its wounds, which had begun to scab over. He disinfected the wounds once more and sprinkled some healing powder. Little fox, do both the White Fox clan and the Red Fox clan reside in the Qingfeng Mountains? He inquired. Yes. The Qingfeng Mountains are vast and home to many demon beasts, the fox replied. Chu Chen learned that the Qingfeng Mountains were a gathering place for demon cultivators, inhabited by many untransformed demon beasts. The most powerful among them was the Lord of Qingfeng, an ancient vine over 1,000 years old, which had already undergone the tribulation of transformation. The demon beast residing in the Qingfeng Mountains had coexisted peacefully with humans for centuries, never harming them. If transformed demon beasts wished to live in the human world, they could rely on the Golden Dragon Qilin Guard to assist with identity registration. Those holding identification were not subject to any particular restrictions, provided they did not disrupt societal order. After conversing with the little white fox, Chu Chen gained a deeper understanding of the demon cultivation world. The remaining demon cultivators in Qingfeng were mostly ordinary demon beings, relying on consuming spiritual herbs and absorbing moonlight for cultivation. The bloodthirsty demon cultivators who had participated in the ancient wars had long been driven to the southern polar regions by the Cultivator Alliance. In the afternoon, Chu Chen, while at the medical hall, began studying ancient spells translated into tadpole script, one of which detailed a technique for summoning lightning, piquing his interest. He resolved to practice it in his spare time, as it would serve as an additional means of self-defense in future confrontations. Chapter 42. The Soul-Siphoning Female Ghost That Night. Chu Chen placed the white fox on the second floor to rest and prepared to hang the bell to begin consultations. Just as he finished hanging the bell and returned to the medicine counter, it jingled twice. Looking towards the entrance of the clinic, he saw Elder Chen, who had come for a follow-up appointment, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Dr. Chu, you have finally returned." "I'm here for a follow-up," Elder Chen said. "How is your recovery? Have you undergone any examinations?" Chu Chen inquired. "I have had my tests done, and all indicators are normal. The cyst on my kidney has shrunk significantly. It's truly miraculous." Elder Chen exclaimed. "That is splendid. Please follow me to the side room for acupuncture treatment," Chu Chen replied. "Qingfeng, please wait here. Once I finish treating your father, I will attend to you." Chu Chen observed the middle-aged man before him. He appeared somewhat dazed, emaciated, and pale, his lips devoid of color. "Elder Chen, who is this?" he asked. "This is my son, Qingfeng. I hope you can also assist him. He has been in an unusual state lately, and his health seems to be deteriorating," Elder Chen explained. Chu Chen invited the man to sit and rest, then led Elder Chen to the treatment room to begin acupuncture. By taking his pulse, Chu Chen noted Elder Chen's remarkable recovery. He continued with the acupuncture to help clear Elder Chen's meridians. After half an hour, the treatment concluded, and Chu Chen informed Elder Chen that he would not require further acupuncture. A course of herbal medicine would suffice for consolidation. Upon returning to the pharmacy, Chu Chen began to take the pulse of Qingfeng. Though he found no hidden ailments, he sensed that Qingfeng's vitality was steadily depleting. "Dr. Chu, how is my son? What illness does he have?" Elder Chen asked anxiously. "Elder Chen, your son does not have a physical ailment. It appears he has encountered an evil spirit that is consuming his life force," Chu Chen replied. "How could this be possible?" Elder Chen said incredulously. Turning to Qingfeng, Chu Chen probed, "Qingfeng, what has transpired? Why is your life force diminishing? Have you encountered a ghost that has siphoned your vitality?" Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. Recognizing the answer in his son's demeanor, Elder Chen demanded angrily, "What exactly happened? You must clarify this to Dr. Chu. Do you wish to throw your life away?" Filled with shame, Qingfeng finally recounted the events. He was an executive at a company who enjoyed cycling and had invested in extensive cycling gear. A week prior, he had been unable to sleep and decided to cycle alone at night. After cycling for half an hour in the suburbs, a sudden downpour compelled him to seek refuge in an abandoned shack. At that moment, a woman appeared, also seeking shelter from the rain. They began conversing. The woman revealed that she had fled from her parents' insistence on an arranged marriage and had nowhere to go. Qingfeng, a single man, felt a surge of compassion and an urge to protect her. He invited her to stay at his home until she could communicate with her parents. Once the rain subsided, Qingfeng took the woman home. After 2 days of companionship, they became intimate. One night, the woman asked Qingfeng if he loved her. He assured her of his feelings, but she expressed disbelief and presented him with a contract to sign. She warned him that if he did not love her, he would have to forfeit a portion of his life force. Enamored, Qingfeng, without reading the fine print, saw that the contract stipulated a 20-year life force mortgage. He thought she was joking and readily agreed. Since signing the contract, the woman vanished, and despite his attempts to locate her, he found no trace. Once he regained his composure, Qingfeng realized that he had not encountered a human, but a ghost. As surveillance footage revealed him talking to himself and occasionally embracing thin air. After the ghost's departure, Qingfeng's health rapidly declined, transforming him from a middle-aged man into a frail old man. Upon hearing Qingfeng's account, Chu Chen discerned that the young man had indeed been robbed of his life force by the female ghost. "Elder Chen, your son's situation is quite dire. His vitality has been taken by the ghost, and the only way to save him is to retrieve his life force from her," Chu Chen advised. "Dr. Chu, please devise a plan to save my son," Elder Chen implored. "I will pay any amount necessary to secure his recovery." "Elder Chen, take your son home and prepare a coffin. Over the next few days, allow him to bask in the sunlight during the day and at night. Have him lie in the coffin wearing a burial garment. Sprinkle incense ash at the bottom of the coffin and cover it, ensuring there is a small opening for air. After 3 days, when the ghost senses that Qingfeng's life force has stabilized, she will come to investigate. At that time, we can capture her and reclaim the life force mortgage contract, restoring your son to health. Qingfeng, refrain from going to work for the next few days. Stay home and wait for the ghost to arrive. On the night of the 3rd day, I will come to assist you in retrieving your life force, Chu Chen assured. Thank you, doctor. I finally have hope, Qingfeng exclaimed. Now is not the time for gratitude. We must first capture the ghost, Chu Chen responded. Elder Chen promised to follow Chu Chen's instructions diligently. After preparing the necessary herbal medicine, he placed 30,000 yuan on the counter before bidding farewell with his son as they departed the clinic. Chu Chen stored the money in the safe, removed the bell from the clinic entrance, and concluded the day's consultations. He changed into loose-fitting attire and ascended to the rooftop terrace on the 2nd floor, a place he often used for cultivation. Chu Chen intended to experiment with a new breathing technique. Seated in a meditative posture under the starlit sky, he adjusted his breathing while absorbing the energy from the celestial bodies. He found this method reminiscent of that practiced by those who cultivate with supernatural beings. A gentle luminescence began to gather around him as he gradually guided the light into his dantian, merging it with the stored magical energy. He then circulated this energy through his meridians, cleansing them until he felt a satisfying pressure. After a night of practice, his meridians felt somewhat tender. But the power within his dantian seemed to have expanded significantly, growing richer and more robust. Chu Chen contemplated that this new breathing technique surpassed the one taught by his grandfather, as it felt more natural and effective. He resolved to persevere in his cultivation, augmenting his internal energy and thoroughly unblocking his meridians, believing that a breakthrough in his innate abilities could be possible. Upon returning to his room, Chu Chen lit an incense stick before the King of Hell and offered a prayer for the safety of Grandfather Mu, humbly bowing as the heir of the Ghost Doctor Sect. After closing the door to his room, he prepared to rest. For the next day, he planned to return the little white fox to Qingfeng Mountain. Concerned for the fox's leg, he felt uneasy about allowing it to leave on its own. Chapter 43. Meeting Uncle Huang Qi awakening in the early morning. Chu Chen ventured to the supermarket to procure provisions, having recently cared for the little fox which had emptied his refrigerator. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he attended to the fox's wounds, which had largely healed, though the fractured leg would require further time for recovery. My dear little fox, your injuries are on the mend, but the fracture will need some time to heal. I shall escort you back to Qingfeng Mountain. It may not be safe for you to return alone, he said. Thank you, Dr. Chu. I apologize for the trouble, replied the fox, as Chu Chen gently placed it into a cardboard box. He attempted to hail a taxi to Qingfeng Mountain, but after numerous calls, no driver was willing to make the journey. Left with no alternative, he called Su Yu, the only friend among their circle who could drive. Upon receiving his request, Su Yu readily agreed to take him. After half an hour, she arrived at the clinic, honking the horn before rolling down her window to call out, Chu Chen, gather your things, we shall set off. With the box in his arms, Chu Chen climbed into the car as Su Yu drove towards Qingfeng Mountain. Throughout the journey, she engaged him in conversation, mentioning that the results of their college entrance examination would soon be released. She expressed a desire to enroll in the same school as Chu Chen, who advised her to choose a major that aligned with her abilities and interests. After more than 2 hours on the road, they finally arrived at Qingfeng Mountain. Chu Chen exited the vehicle, cradling the box, while the little fox leaped out. How shall I inform your kin? He inquired. The fox emitted a call that resonated through the forest, prompting several white foxes to emerge shortly thereafter. Father, this is Dr. Chu. He saved me, the little fox announced. A larger fox transformed into a middle-aged man and approached Chu Chen. See you, feeling apprehensive, hid behind Chu Chen. Dr. Chu, I am grateful for your assistance in saving my son. Here are 2 wild ginsengs as a token of my appreciation, the elder fox said, handing over the ginseng. Chu Chen accepted the offering, replying, Uncle Fox, there is no need for such formality. You have already compensated for the medical services. Please return home with the little one. The fracture will require time to heal. The elder fox nodded, lifting the little white fox and disappearing into the forest. Su Yu, let us return, Chu Chen suggested. She drove him back to the city, during which he shared his plans to begin driving lessons the following day, aiming to obtain his license before school commenced. Upon their return to the city in the afternoon, Chu Chen proposed, Su Yu, rather than waiting for a more opportune time. Let us dine out today as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance in taking me to Qingfeng Mountain. Sounds good. I happen to be hungry as well. Let us enjoy hot pot, she replied. After parking, they made their way to a hot pot restaurant in the mall, renowned for its fresh beef, a favorite of Suyu's. They found a table by the window, and when the server approached, she cheerfully suggested, "You two could order the couple's set, which includes 2 complimentary glasses of freshly made lemon tea." We are not a couple. We are classmates, Chu Chen corrected her. Suyu, with a teasing glint in her eye, insisted, "Did you not hear? The couple's set is quite fitting. Let us order it." "Thank you." The server, slightly embarrassed, took their order and returned with their meals. As they feasted, Suyu snapped photos while Chu Chen focused on cooking the beef, reminding her to eat quickly. "Chu Chen, I realize you are treating me to dinner, yet you seem reluctant. Why the haste?" she inquired. "I'm merely looking out for you. The fresh beef should not be cooked for too long, or it loses its flavor," he replied. You really are something else." "I can handle my own eating," she retorted. After their meal, Suyu drove Chu Chen back to the clinic before heading home. Outside the clinic, a middle-aged man with sunglasses and a bald head loitered. Chu Chen scrutinized him and found his face somewhat familiar. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at? Don't tell me you don't recognize your Uncle Huang Chi," the man said, removing his sunglasses. "Uncle Huang Chi, it has been years since I last saw you. How have you been?" Chu Chen exclaimed as he embraced him. "Looking well, you've grown strong and seem to have a way with the ladies." Huang Chi laughed heartily. "What are you talking about? That was just a high school classmate. A few days ago, I helped an injured white fox, and she drove me back to Qingfeng Mountain." Chu Chen explained. "Still making excuses, huh? Is your grandfather not around?" Huang Chi asked. "Grandfather has gone on a long journey and has yet to return," Chu Chen replied. "Come in, I'll brew you some tea." He opened the clinic door for Huang Chi and prepared a cup of tea. "Chu Chen, I'm here seeking assistance from your grandfather. Since he is unavailable, I'll share my concerns with you. There exists a vine on Qingfeng Mountain that has thrived for over 1,000 years, safeguarding the area. Recently, it has shown signs of illness, with its leaves turning yellow and roots beginning to wither. The clan leaders have communicated with the vine, which revealed that something is gradually consuming its magical essence." Huang Chi elaborated. "It seems the vine is afflicted by a parasite. I must inspect the situation firsthand," Chu Chen replied. He recalled reading about a parasitic creature from ancient times known as the 7-colored starworm, which devours wood-type magical beasts, siphoning their power until it fully controls them. The 7-colored starworm also holds significant medicinal value. Its blood can be used to draw spiritual talismans, and its shell can be ground into powder for medicinal purposes, possessing innate detoxifying properties. "Come with me to investigate. We must find a remedy for the vine," Chu Chen urged. "Of course. I shall search for any countermeasures for this worm," Huang Chi said. Chu Chen approached the bookshelf, retrieving a tome and beginning to peruse it while Huang Chi sipped his tea in silence. After a while, Chu Chen exclaimed, "I found it. The 7-colored starworm is most frightened by roosters. If we prepare roosters in advance, their presence will startle the worms, halting their consumption of the vine. Once we locate the worms, we can extract them using the Ghost Doctor's knife. Uncle, let us procure several roosters to take to Qingfeng Mountain," he instructed. "Whatever you say. I shall follow your lead," Huang Chi affirmed. They ventured to the market, purchasing several large roosters. After hailing a taxi, they faced reluctance from drivers unwilling to head to Qingfeng Mountain at night. After discussing, they resolved to depart the following morning. That evening, Chu Chen brought Huang Chi to Uncle Zhao's restaurant, where he requested a few home-style dishes. Pouring a glass of baijiu, he raised it to Huang Chi, saying, "Thank you for saving my life all those years ago. This toast is for you." "You rascal, it was merely fate that spared you, with divine protection," Huang Chi replied with a chuckle. Chapter 44. The ailment of the ancient vine elder. As dawn broke, Chu Chen summoned a taxi, negotiating a slightly higher fare with the driver to agree to take him to Qingfeng Mountain. After placing several roosters in the trunk, he instructed the driver to stop at the foot of the mountain upon arrival. After 2 hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. Upon settling the fare, the driver turned to leave, cautioning Chu Chen about the dangers of Qingfeng Mountain, where mythical creatures roamed, advising him to exercise caution. Qingfeng Mountain is vast, enveloped in an ancient, primal forest with towering shrubs shrouded in mist year-round. Following Uncle Huang Chi, Chu Chen navigated through the tangled vines, when suddenly the earthy scent of decaying foliage intensified. He inadvertently crushed a dark red mushroom, its foul liquid splattering onto his shoes, prompting him to pinch his nose and press onward. Ahead lay the domain of the ancient vine elder. The mountainside opened abruptly, revealing a towering vine spiraled into a natural archway, its countless tendrils cascading to the ground like a colossal umbrella. Ancient vine elder, I have brought Dr. Chu to examine your ailment. The vine rustled, parting to reveal a pathway leading to its core. As Chu Chen approached, he noticed that the once jade-green vine was marred by brownish patches, revealing a dense network of star-like patterns upon closer inspection. When he reached out to touch the vine's skin, a subtle vibration coursed through his fingertips, not a pulse, but the movement of insects within the plant's body. Uncle Huang Qi, place the roosters here and keep a watchful eye on them, ensuring they do not escape. The surrounding vines began to tremble violently. The parasitic insects within startled, emitting a piercing shriek. With the ghost doctor's knife in hand, Chu Chen felt for the insects, slicing through the vine's skin, from which a green sap oozed as the vine quivered in response. As he meticulously cleared the decayed vine wood, he finally uncovered the star-patterned insect. Roughly the size of a thumb, its shell adorned with 7 distinct colored spots. Using the ghost doctor's knife, he extracted the creature and placed it into a ceramic vial he carried, cleaning the area where it had fed before continuing his search for more of these pests. With each insect removed, the vine ceased its trembling. Once the last star-patterned insect was extracted, vibrant green leaves began to sprout from the vine, soon followed by red blossoms, ultimately culminating in a bright yellow fruit. The vine extended a tendril to pluck the fruit and present it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, please accept this. It is the elder's spiritual fruit, a token of gratitude for your healing. Gratefully, Chu Chen accepted the fruit, expressing, thank you for your gift, elder. The vine retracted its tendril with a rustling sound, and Uncle Huang Qi remarked, Chu Chen, I shall escort you down the mountain. Thank you for your care of the elder. He explained that many mythical beasts inhabit Qingfeng Mountain, thriving under the protection of the ancient vine elder, creating a realm of their own. Suddenly, a vine coiled around Chu Chen's body, gently guiding him down the slope. Do not be alarmed. The elder is seeing you off. Since the elder wishes to escort you, I shall not accompany you further. Until next time, I shall seek you out. Goodbye, Uncle Huang Qi. Chu Chen waved as the vine accelerated its pace, swiftly delivering him to the mountain's base. Thank you, ancient vine elder, for your kind send-off. Until we meet again. The vine waved its tendril before vanishing into the underbrush. At the mountain's foot, Chu Chen was unable to hail a taxi, with no drivers responding to his requests. Reluctantly, he began to walk, considering calling Su Yu for assistance, but ultimately decided against troubling anyone. He set off along the road toward the city, realizing how isolated Qingfeng Mountain was, with hardly any signs of human life. After 2 hours of walking, he finally spotted a few homes. Chu Chen approached one to ask for water, noting that each household honored 5 celestial beings. An elderly woman emerged, inquiring, Young man, whom do you seek? Dear grandmother, I am merely passing through and wish for a drink of water. She gestured toward a nearby kettle and cup, indicating he could serve himself. As he drank, he asked, Are you alone at home, dear grandmother? Where are your children? I am the only one here. My children have gone to the city. It is too noisy for us elders, so I chose to remain. Thank you for your kindness, grandmother. I shall take my leave now, wishing you health and longevity. Do not mention it, young man. Go about your business. After departing from the elderly woman's home, Chu Chen continued along the road. After another hour, he finally arrived in town, where he had a simple meal before arranging an expensive taxi to return to the clinic. Once back at the clinic, Chu Chen retrieved the spiritual fruit from his bag. Its intoxicating aroma filled the air. It was a remarkable substance said to enhance one's cultivation. Without hesitation, he consumed it whole. As the fruit settled within him, it transformed into energy coursing through his limbs, igniting a warmth that made him sweat profusely, the odor unpleasant. After a quarter of an hour, the energy dissipated. Chu Chen ascended to shower, noting that the fruit had the effect of cleansing and refining his body. The muscles he had previously developed vanished, leaving him slimmer yet feeling more robust. With a casual punch, he could generate a noticeable force, his strength seemingly doubled. In the pharmacy on the first floor, Wei Caiha exclaimed, Chu Chen, you've changed drastically. You've slimmed down considerably. Sister Caiha, I've become more toned. Not merely thinner. I chanced upon a spiritual fruit, and my body underwent a refinement process, resulting in this transformation. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wang Pengzi. He inquired about Chu Chen's recent absence from their gatherings. Chu Chen explained that the clinic had been particularly busy. That evening, Chu Chen arranged to meet Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin. After several days without barbecue, he was eager for it. They agreed to meet at their usual spot. Upon arrival at the barbecue restaurant, Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin stared at Chu Chen, exclaiming, "Chu Chen, you look so much thinner. Where have your muscles gone?" "I'm not simply thinner, I've become more toned. Unlike you, who are all blubber, you should try losing some weight instead of being afraid of acupuncture." "Chu Chen, I've made up my mind. I'll undergo acupuncture for weight loss. Seeing you looking so dapper makes me feel a bit insecure. I must change. What is so frightening about a few needles? Cheers." "Haha, finally, the fatty is willing to lose weight. It's great to slim down. It'll attract girls." "Shut up. You think that's what attracts girls? You're just calling forth spirits." The two began to bicker playfully, and Chu Chen relished the lively atmosphere, finding it far more comfortable than being with girls. Chapter 45, helping Qingfeng regain his vitality after enjoying a sumptuous barbecue dinner. Chu Chen invited Wang Pengzi to accompany him back to the clinic, intending to assist him in shedding some weight. Gao Jin also expressed a desire to join them. Upon their return to the clinic, Chu Chen guided Wang Pengzi to the treatment room. Wang Pengzi stripped off his clothing and reclined on the bed, prompting Gao Jin to jest, "This is no longer a person, it's merely a slab of fatty meat. Mind your words, Gao Jin, and keep quiet. Once I become handsome, I shall make you envious," Wang Pengzi retorted. Chu Chen began the acupuncture procedure, skillfully inserting fine needles into the acupoints. "Chu Chen, acupuncture isn't painful at all. I used to struggle with fear," Wang Pengzi admitted. "I have already told you, it doesn't hurt. Your disbelief is the issue. Now, refrain from talking. I must commence," Chu Chen instructed. As he utilized his mystical energy to help Wang Pengzi clear his meridians, a warm current began to circulate within Wang Pengzi's body, causing him to perspire profusely, the sweat trickling down to the floor. "Your sweat reeks, Wang Pengzi. I can't bear it any longer." "I shall wait for you in the pharmacy," Gao Jin exclaimed, pinching his nose as he departed. Once the acupuncture session concluded, Chu Chen removed the needles. "I can't hold it. I need to go to the restroom," Wang Pengzi blurted. "Go ahead, and perhaps take a shower while you're at it." "The odor is unbearable," Chu Chen replied. Wang Pengzi hurried to the restroom on the second floor while Chu Chen tidied the treatment room. When Wang Pengzi finally emerged, he appeared significantly slimmer. "Wang Pengzi, I almost didn't recognize you. The transformation is astounding," Chu Chen commented. Wang Pengzi beamed with joy, attributing his success to Chu Chen. "I need to go to the restroom again," he said, making multiple trips back and forth. Chu Chen prescribed some herbal medicine for Wang Pengzi to regulate his spleen and stomach. "Gao Jin and I are heading home now. We'll come back to visit you when we're free," Wang Pengzi announced. "Make haste, it's getting late," Chu Chen urged. After spending the evening treating Wang Pengzi, he had expended a fair amount of energy and decided to take a day off from consultations. The following morning, Chu Chen practiced a series of martial arts moves on the rooftop, each punch resonating with power as his fists cut through the air. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Elder Chen reminding him not to forget about assisting his son with the matter of his vitality that evening. Elder Chen also extended an invitation for dinner, to which Chu Chen agreed, assuring him he would arrive early. That evening, after preparing his tools, Chu Chen hailed a taxi to Elder Chen's residence. Following the provided address, he arrived at a self-constructed courtyard house located in the suburbs. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Chen called Elder Chen, who opened the door and welcomed him inside before closing it again. "Recently, I haven't dared to invite friends over, especially with a coffin in the house," Elder Chen said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do not fret. Once tonight passes, everything will be resolved. Your son will surely recover," Chu Chen reassured him. Inside the living room, a coffin rested prominently, and Qingfeng, clad in ceremonial garb, greeted Chu Chen. "This is my beloved, Li Fun. Come. Let us dine in the restaurant," he said. "Hello, Aunt Li." Chu Chen greeted her warmly. "Xiao Chu, I entrust my son's matter to you," Li Fun implored. The four gathered in the dining area, where Elder Chen and Li Fun warmly encouraged Chu Chen to indulge in the meal, insisting he eat well to gather strength for his task. After dinner, Elder Chen suggested that Qingfeng return to the coffin to rest, while he brewed a pot of tea for Chu Chen. They engaged in conversation until the late hours, after which Chu Chen advised the elderly couple to retire for the night, instructing them to keep the lights off and remain in their room. As he extinguished the lights in the hall, Chu Chen spoke to the figure within the coffin. "Do not fear, remain still. If that female ghost arrives, I shall handle it." A chilling wind swept through, enveloping the area in a frigid aura. Chu Chen opened his spiritual eye and beheld a ghostly woman in white descending into the courtyard. She called out, "Qingfeng, Qingfeng, are you there? I have returned. Chu Chen swiftly produced a talisman and hurled it toward the ghost. She staggered backward, attempting to flee, but Chu Chen leaped forward, using a copper sword to block her escape. Why deceive others of their vitality? You shall not escape tonight, he declared. The ghost glared fiercely at him. Who are you? Meddling in matters that do not concern you? Without further ado, Chu Chen engaged the ghost in combat, the copper sword clashing against her claws, forcing her to retreat. With a fierce scream, she unleashed an onslaught of ghostly energy, her hair transforming into tendrils that lashed out at Chu Chen. He stepped back, casting several talismans that ignited into flames, incinerating the ghost's hair. As she let out a wail, the ghost sought an opportunity to flee. However, Chu Chen would not grant her such a chance. He unsheathed the ghost doctor's knife, directing it to strike at her. The ghost sustained injuries, her form beginning to dissipate. Realizing she was on the brink of destruction, the ghost knelt before Chu Chen, pleading, Great Master, spare my life. I was momentarily bewitched, seeking to cultivate my power through the theft of vitality. Hand over Qingfeng's vitality, Chu Chen commanded. The ghost retrieved a contract from her garments and sent it flying toward him. Chu Chen glanced at the document before incinerating it with flames. A weak white light soaring into the coffin in the hall. Great Master, the vitality has been returned. Please allow me to leave, the ghost begged, continuously bowing in supplication. Seeing Chu Chen remain unmoved, she transformed into a gust of wind, attempting to escape. With a swift gesture, Chu Chen sent the ghost doctor's knife piercing through her forehead, retrieving it back into his grasp. The ghost let out a final, unwilling wail as her essence began to scatter, and in an instant, she was no more. Chu Chen approached the hall and knocked on the coffin, saying, Qingfeng, it is time to emerge. The female ghost has been vanquished, and your vitality has returned. With that, he opened the coffin, and Qingfeng emerged, his complexion radiant and full of life, completely shedding the signs of his previous decline. Dr. Chu, thank you. You are truly my savior, Qingfeng exclaimed gratefully. Chu Chen then knocked on Elder Chen's door, informing him of the ghost's defeat and Qingfeng's recovery. Elder Chen opened the door, and upon seeing her son restored, Li Fun embraced him, tears of joy streaming down her face. Mother, I am fine now. Please do not cry, Qingfeng reassured her, patting her back comfortingly. Elder Chen grasped Chu Chen's hand, saying, Dr. Chu, you are indeed our family's guardian angel. I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. Chu Chen advised Qingfeng to bask in sunlight daily to replenish his vitality, along with consuming some supplements for a complete recovery. Qingfeng presented Chu Chen with a bag containing 100,000 in cash. Chu Chen accepted it without hesitation, bidding farewell to the Chun family before departing to hail a taxi back to the clinic. Chapter 46. News from Grandfather awakening at dawn. Chu Chen completed his morning routine and purchased breakfast, which he consumed at the clinic. Today, he had arranged to practice driving with his instructor, riding his electric scooter. He arrived at the driving school, where a coach was assigned to him. This instructor provided one-on-one teaching, and Chu Chen adapted swiftly, mastering the basics within less than 2 hours, allowing him to maneuver the car in loops. Noticing Chu Chen's rapid progress, the instructor immediately began imparting the content for the driving test, including reverse parking, parallel parking, hill starts, right-angle turns, and navigating S-shaped curves. The instructor remarked that Chu Chen was the fastest learner among his students, and within half a day, he had essentially grasped the content for the second driving examination. The instructor informed Chu Chen that after 2 days of practice, he could begin testing for both the first and second subjects, expressing great confidence in him. After a full day of driving, Chu Chen returned to the clinic in the evening, where he prepared a bowl of noodles for himself. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses entered the clinic. Are you Chu Chen? Yes, I am. How may I assist you? This letter and these items were entrusted to me by your grandfather. Is my grandfather well? When I last saw him, he was well. He has ventured deep into the polar regions. May I know how to address you? Please, have some tea while I read the letter from my grandfather. You may call me Uncle Nangong. I am a member of the Golden Dragon Shieling Guard. Uncle Nangong, please enjoy your tea while I read the letter. I am eager to learn about my grandfather's news. Chu Chen hurriedly opened the letter, in which his grandfather wrote, Chu Chen, it has been a long time since we last met, and I miss you dearly. I have injured Mu Yun and recovered the star-collecting compass. Regrettably, Mu Yun was rescued by a demonic cultivator and escaped deep into the polar regions. I did not personally eliminate Mu Yun, which remains my regret. Therefore, I have decided to send the star-collecting compass to you through Nagong Shan. I must continue my pursuit of Mu Yun in the depths. Once you receive the compass, Take the time to seek the Star Stone at the ancestral grounds of the Ghost Doctor Sect. I have observed the celestial patterns, and the next day of the 9 stars aligning will be in 3 years. You must acquire the Ghost Doctor Sect's treasury and restore the sect. The demonic cultivators, the monster clans, and otherworldly beings are restless. Nagong Shan is a dear friend of mine, and you can trust him completely. As for the news of your parents, you may inquire with him. Take care of yourself, and do not neglect your cultivation. After reading the letter, Chu Chen carefully stored it away and poured a cup of tea for Uncle Nangong. Thank you for delivering this letter from so far away. Chu Chen, there is no need for thanks. Your grandfather saved my life. Uncle Nangong, may I inquire about my parents' situation? Can you share anything? Chu Chen, it is not that I do not wish to tell you, but knowing now would be of little use. Focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the innate realm, I will share everything with you. Uncle Nangong left his contact number with Chu Chen, advising him to call if he encountered any insurmountable problems. After seeing Uncle Nangong off, Chu Chen returned to the clinic. He retrieved the star-collecting compass from its box. This compass was also a magical artifact, essential for locating the Ghost Doctor Sect's treasury. He secured it in the safe. Grandfather's journey into the polar depths must be perilous, and I wonder if he has support. I hope everything goes smoothly for grandfather. And he swiftly eliminates Mu Yun. That evening, Chu Chen rang the bell to begin consultations. While seated in the pharmacy sipping tea, the bell chimed twice, and 2 women wearing sunglasses entered the clinic. One of them was Sun Shugi, whom Chu Chen recognized. Dr. Chu, this is my best friend Wan Muqing. Please examine her. She has been having troubling dreams lately and feels as if someone is choking her at night. She cannot sleep well and has lost her appetite. Chu Chen invited Duan Muqing to sit and proceeded to take her pulse. Her wrist felt icy, and the pulse indicated a state of weakness, suggesting the presence of some lingering malevolent energy, leading Chu Chen to suspect she may have been affected by an evil entity. Duan Muqing, there is no significant issue with your health, but it seems you may have encountered an evil spirit. That cannot be. How could I possibly encounter such filth? I sense a trace of malevolence within you. Reflect carefully. Have you offended anyone recently or come into contact with anything unusual that could have triggered these symptoms? Qingzi, think carefully. Dr. Chu's judgments are never mistaken. Is someone trying to harm you? Shuzi, I recently had a disagreement with a supporting character in a new drama. The director initially cast me for the supporting role, but suddenly I was switched to the lead. Could it be that they are plotting against me? It's difficult to ascertain unless we capture that spirit. Dr. Chu, please find a way for my friend. I am willing to pay any fee for the consultation. How about this? I will visit your friend's home tomorrow night. Once she falls asleep, if the spirit appears, I will attempt to capture it. Dr. Chu, after what you said, how can I dare to return home? Must I wait until tomorrow night? Can it be done tonight? My consultation hours are not yet over. Otherwise, you will need to wait a while. Dr. Chu, I will pay you extra. Please come home with me now. Chu Chen explained that the consultation hours were set and could not be casually disrupted. Once the time was up, he would ring the bell and cease consultations. He instructed Sun Shui and Duan Muqing to wait nearby when suddenly, the bell chimed once more, and a large turtle waddled in through the door. Doctor, please help me. It feels as if there are worms inside me. I have been tormented for days. Ah, this turtle is a monster. Help. Dr. Chu, how can this turtle speak? There is no need to be afraid. This turtle, like you, has come for treatment. Chu Chen carried the turtle to his side room for treatment, placing it on the examination table. Old turtle, let me check you first. He placed his hand on the turtle's shell and sensed unusual vibrations beneath it. It seems you may have parasites under your shell. Please wait while I retrieve some medicine. Chu Chen went to the pharmacy and retrieved a ceramic vial containing ghost tears. Returning to the treatment room, he flipped the turtle onto its back and dripped the ghost tears into the gaps between its limbs. A chilling energy seeped into the turtle's shell, causing it to tremble, and a slender black worm emerged. This is a horsehair worm. The worm attempted to flee, but Chu Chen swiftly used the Ghost Doctor's knife to sever it into several pieces. Old turtle, I have cleansed the parasites for you. Thank you, doctor. This is a copper coin I stumbled upon, believed to be a magical artifact. Please accept it as a gift. The turtle spat out a copper coin, which Chu Chen accepted, and then he placed the turtle at the clinic's entrance. In the blink of an eye, the turtle vanished from sight. Chapter 47. Haunted by a malevolent spirit, Chu Chen removed the bell from the entrance of the clinic and addressed Duan Muqing and Sun Shuyi, stating that he would tidy up after the day's consultations and accompany them shortly. After a brief cleanup, he took along some talismans and magical instruments. Sun Shuyi parked her car in front of the clinic, and they drove towards Duan Muqing's residence. Duan Muqing's home was located in the city center, boasting a scenic view of the river. These actresses indeed possessed considerable wealth, purchasing properties in prime locations. Upon arriving at Duan Muqing's home, Chu Chen advised her to rest in her room, while instructing Sun Shui to remain in another room and not venture out. Resting in bed, Duan Muqing found it impossible to sleep. Clad in her nightwear, she ventured into the living room, poured herself a glass of red wine, and returned to her room, pouring a glass for Chu Chen as well. Sun Shui, too, was unable to sleep. She sat in the living room engaging in conversation with Chu Chen. Her cheerful demeanor prompted her to ask him numerous questions, reminiscent of a child with an insatiable curiosity. The lights in the room flickered ominously, and the temperature dropped, instilling fear in Sun Shui, who instinctively buried herself in Chu Chen's embrace. "The spirit must be approaching. I shall escort you back to your room," he declared. With her head buried in his chest, trembling with fear, Chu Chen carried Sun Shui back to her room, gently laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. "Stay here and do not come out." Returning to the living room, Chu Chen used talismans to seal the doors and windows before proceeding to Duan Muqing's room. Opening his heavenly eye, he beheld a blood demon straddling Duan Muqing, its hands constricting her throat. He swiftly threw a talisman at the creature, forcing it to retreat to a corner, revealing its sharp teeth and emitting a series of menacing growls. "You vile spirit, what brings you here to cause harm?" Chu Chen demanded. The blood demon remained silent, lunging at him with its jaws wide open. Armed with a copper sword, Chu Chen struck the creature down. As it attempted to escape, it was repelled by the talisman affixed to the window. Chu Chen rushed forward, affixing another talisman onto the blood demon, rendering it immobile as it sat on the ground, baring its teeth. Once again, he inquired, "Why have you come to inflict harm? Who sent you?" The demon remained unresponsive, prompting Chu Chen to thrust his copper sword into its forehead, causing its spirit to dissipate. In a villa in Jingdu City, a woman suddenly spat blood and collapsed, a consequence of the demon's demise. Chu Chen awakened Duan Muqing and then called for Sun Shui. The two joined him in the living room, where he explained, "This is a blood demon, likely a spirit nurtured by someone. If you wish to identify the culprit, now is the time to investigate. The demon's spirit has dispersed, and its master must be suffering the repercussions. Duan Muqing, let us visit her residence. If she is indeed responsible, we must not let her off lightly," he urged. "You both go ahead. I shall refrain from intruding," he concluded. Sun Shui offered to drive Chu Chen back to the clinic, but he insisted on taking a taxi, urging them to hurry along. By the time Chu Chen returned to the clinic, it was past midnight. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he continued his driving lessons with his instructor. While in the car, he received a call from Sun Shui, who informed him that their inquiries had confirmed the presence of a malevolent spirit targeting Duan Muqing. The actress responsible had sought revenge but never intended to take a life. The actress, who had been nurturing the spirit, was currently abroad, having kept the demon at home, feeding it with fresh blood. With the spirit now vanquished, she was suffering the backfire of her actions, unable to care for herself and reliant on a caretaker. This was a clear case of karma. After a full day of driving practice, Chu Chen returned to the clinic, where he was greeted by Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin, who had come to visit. It seemed he could no longer refer to Wang Pengzi as fat since he had slimmed down considerably. Upon learning that Chu Chen was practicing his driving skills, Wang Pengzi requested the address of the driving school, expressing interest in joining. Chu Chen agreed to bring them along the following day. Though his driving license had yet to be issued, Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin were already discussing which car to purchase. Suyu arrived at the clinic and immediately questioned Chu Chen. "Why do you always ignore my calls?" Chu Chen explained, "I was at the driving school and didn't have the time. I was just about to return your call when you appeared." "Ah, class monitor Su. Here to see our Chu Chen again?" Wang Pengzi teased. "Don't be so sarcastic. What's wrong with my seeking Chu Chen?" Suyu retorted. "Wang Pengzi, have you lost weight?" "You look so different," she noted. "Indeed. I have been quite disciplined lately, running, exercising, and dieting. I believe men should maintain a certain level of self-discipline." He replied with a grin. "Class monitor, don't believe his nonsense. He only lost weight because Chu Chen treated him with acupuncture," Gao Jin interjected. "You really have no sense of subtlety. Do you not understand the saying, what is seen cannot be unseen? All right, enough with the banter. Let us gather for tea." "I'm too exhausted to laugh after today's driving practice," Chu Chen said, leading them to the table. Suyu sipped her tea and posed a question. "Tomorrow, the college entrance examination results will be released. Have you all estimated your scores?" "Whatever I get is what I get. With my grades, I should be fortunate to attend a vocational school, Wang Pengzi remarked with a chuckle. Gao Jin expressed confidence. I believe I will score over 600. Aiming for Industrial University in Nanfeng City to fulfill my father's wishes. I plan to stay in Jinhai City and attend Jinhai Medical College. I expect around 650 points. Chu Chen added. Suyu revealed her anticipated score of 700, expressing her desire to remain in Jinhai City to study business management, eventually taking over her father's business. Given her academic prowess, she could easily gain admission to a top university, yet she remained steadfast in her intention to stay in Jinhai City. That evening, Wang Pengzi cooked dinner at Chu Chen's home, where the four enjoyed a meal together. Chu Chen suggested that Wang Pengzi consider culinary school, proposing they open a small restaurant together. Wang Pengzi eagerly agreed, declaring, "It's settled then. I'll become a chef. And you can call me Manager Wang from now on." After bidding farewell to his friends, Chu Chen closed the clinic's door and ascended to the rooftop. Commencing his daily practice, he absorbed the energies of the stars and moon, merging them with his inner power, cleansing his meridians to enhance their flow. Upon concluding his exercises, Chu Chen resolved to practice the thunder strike technique. He formed the thunder ancestor seal with his hands, reciting, "Mysterious energy of the heavens, heed my command. Unleash your wrath upon the dark realms." After completing the incantation, he struck a palm against a large tree behind the house, summoning a bolt of lightning that cleaved through its branches. Let this serve as a reminder to those who invoke oaths. Beneath the tree, a middle-aged woman was fiercely assaulting a man, causing the instigator to sheepishly retreat into the house. Chapter 48. Attending the banquet that evening in his room. Chu Chen retrieved the copper coin gifted by the tortoise. It was a mountain spirit flower coin, one side intricately engraved with talismanic symbols, while the other displayed a Bagua diagram. The mountain spirit flower coin primarily serves to ward off evil and ensure safety, but it can also be used to strike down malevolent spirits. The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Chen was visited by Wang Fatty and Gao Jin at the clinic. The trio had arranged to learn driving together. After a simple breakfast, they set off for the driving school on their bikes. Upon arrival, they paid their tuition, and the school assigned them a coach, a stern-looking middle-aged woman whose demeanor suggested a rather harsh temperament. As Chu Chen began his driving practice, the coach informed him that he had already been registered for the upcoming exams for subjects 1 and 2, commencing the next day. How can you be so foolish? Brake. Brake. Do you understand? And the accelerator. Have you lodged your brain in your posterior? Meanwhile, Wang Fatty and Gao Jin, who were also learning to drive, found themselves mercilessly berated by the coach, silenced by her fierce expression. While practicing, Chu Chen's phone rang. It was Ouyang Nana calling. She informed him of a business banquet that evening and expressed her desire to invite him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen declined. Ouyang Nana persisted, revealing her annoyance at a suitor who had been relentlessly pursuing her. She requested that Chu Chen pretend to be her boyfriend to dissuade the suitor. Reluctantly, under her coaxing, Chu Chen acquiesced. After their driving session concluded, the trio rode back to the clinic. You have no idea. My coach must be going through menopause. Her temper is unbearable, Wang Fatty exclaimed. Indeed, my mother has never scolded me like that. It's truly disheartening to be berated by that old woman, Gao Jin added. Haha, I heard everything. If it gets too unbearable, just request a different coach. I find mine quite agreeable, Chu Chen interjected. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen ordered a few stir-fried dishes from Uncle Zhao's restaurant. After their meal, Wang Fatty and Gao Jin continued to complain about the coach, their words flying in all directions, much to Chu Chen's dismay. Wang Fatty, just stop it. You've been scolded to such an extent, yet you dare not retaliate. You're simply cowardly, Chu Chen said with a chuckle. You have no idea. That coach is even more fearsome than our school's principal. Who would dare to oppose her? After dinner, Wang Fatty and Gao Jin departed, leaving Chu Chen to tidy the table. Suddenly, a car pulled up outside. It was Ouyang Nana. Chu Chen, I brought you some clothes. Try them on to see if they fit. I apologize for the inconvenience regarding tonight's banquet, she said. Please, have a seat while I clean up the dishes, Chu Chen replied. Once he finished, he accepted the clothes from Ouyang Nana and changed into them. The ensemble was a well-fitting brand-name suit that Ouyang Nana had purchased. Stepping out, Ouyang Nana remarked, Chu Chen, you look quite handsome in a suit. To which he replied, wearing a suit is rather uncomfortable. Casual attire suits me much better. I apologize for the inconvenience, but it's just for tonight. Wei Jia has a grandson, Wei Yu, who has been pestering me since childhood. After years of absence, he has recently returned, insisting that I be his girlfriend. I have no feelings for him. So I have no choice but to resort to this tactic, she explained. Wei Yu? Chu Chen's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. Do you know him? She asked. Not personally. I've only heard you mention him, he replied. I'll head home now and come to pick you up later. See you soon. Ouyang Nana said as she drove away. In the afternoon, Chu Chen busied himself with cleaning at home and offered incense to Yin Wangyi. Holding the ghost-rearing gourd, he inquired, Sister Tsaya, has there been any unusual activity from the Wei family lately? No, they haven't sent any cultivators after me recently. They've acquired a piece of land in the northern suburbs, heavily guarded by many cultivators, but I'm unaware of the specifics, she responded. What could the Wei family be up to, shrouded in mystery? Sister Tsaya, please keep a close watch but maintain a safe distance, he cautioned. Rest assured. There are too many cultivators on their side. I want to engage them directly, she assured him. That evening, Ouyang Nana arrived at the clinic. After Chu Chen donned his attire, they got into the car. On the way, Ouyang Nana advised him not to call her Ouyang Nana, but rather simply Nana. To appear more intimate for the sake of appearances, dressed in an elegant gown, she resembled a princess as they reached the entrance of a business club. The driver halted, and as they exited, Ouyang Nana naturally linked her arm with Chu Chen's. Presenting their invitation, the security personnel allowed them entry. Inside, a gathering of individuals were savoring wine and engaging in conversation. Upon Ouyang Nana's arrival, a jovial-looking man approached, but his expression darkened upon seeing her with Chu Chen. Nana, who is this? He inquired. Wei Yu, this is my boyfriend. From now on, please call me Ouyang Nana. Only my boyfriend may call me Nana, she asserted. Wei Yu offered a forced smile, extending his hand to Chu Chen. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Chen reciprocated politely, but suddenly, Wei Yu's demeanor shifted. He gripped Chu Chen's hand tightly, causing it to creak under the pressure. Chu Chen, unwilling to be outdone, channeled his energy to counteract. And they engaged in a silent contest of strength, neither willing to yield. What are you two doing? Release each other. Ouyang Nana intervened, but just then, Wei Yu threw a punch at Chu Chen, who responded with one of his own. Their fists collided, and both men staggered back 3 steps. Wei Yu, stop messing around. This is a banquet, not a fight. If you lay a hand on my boyfriend again, I want to let this go, Ouyang Nana warned. Haha, Nana. I'm just teasing your boyfriend. Don't take it to heart, Wei Yu chuckled. I've told you before, don't call me Nana, she retorted, her tone firm. Wei Yu's expression soured as he downed a drink in one gulp and walked away. Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana introduced Chu Chen to her friends, who all complimented his good looks. At that moment, a woman entered, linked to a middle-aged man. The woman, clad in a cream-colored evening gown, was Su Yu, accompanied by her father, Su Dafu. Spotting Chu Chen from afar, Su Yu's expression fluctuated. Su Dafu, upon recognizing Chu Chen, promptly approached. Young Chu, long time no see. Hello. Uncle Su. Su Yu, you're here for the banquet as well? Chu Chen greeted. Yes, you're here too. Su Yu replied. As Ouyang Nana released Chu Chen's arm and stepped forward to engage Su Yu in conversation. Meanwhile, Su Dafu initiated a discussion with Chu Chen, curiosity evident in his inquiry. How do you know Ouyang Nana from the Ouyang family? Uncle Su, I previously treated old Master Ouyang and later assisted Ouyang Nana with her health. We grew familiar through these interactions. I'm here tonight simply to lend her a hand, Chu Chen explained. Chapter 49. A second encounter. The soiree commenced, with the first segment dedicated to an auction, the proceeds of which would be entirely donated to charity. A charming hostess took to the stage, greeting the guests with a warm welcome. Good evening, esteemed guests. We are delighted to have you join us for this event. The first segment will feature a small auction, with all profits going towards educational and disability assistance in our city. The auction officially began, showcasing an array of exquisite jewelry, which was swiftly snatched up by the affluent young ladies in attendance. The second batch consisted of antiques and calligraphy, followed by a collection of enigmatic objects. Among the latter, Chu Chen noticed a fragment of bone, reminiscent of a piece previously gifted by Xiaoba. He successfully bid 30,000 for it. As the auction concluded, the second segment unfolded, a grand ball. The gentlemen in the hall began inviting the ladies to dance. Su Dafu also asked his daughter, Su Yu, to join him, though she appeared rather discontent. Ouyang Nana took the initiative to invite Chu Chen to dance, to which he protested his lack of skill. You can learn, she insisted, guiding his hand to her waist and encouraging him to follow her rhythm. Wei Yu observed the pair from a distance, casting a fierce glare at Chu Chen before exiting the event. Dad, I don't want to dance anymore. Let's go home, Su expressed her displeasure. Su Dafu whispered to her, "My dear, you must learn to manage your emotions. Is it because Chu Chen was holding Ouyang Nana that you feel upset? This is merely socializing. It signifies nothing. Stay composed." As the final notes of the dance faded, the hostess returned to the stage. Good evening once again, esteemed guests. We now proceed to the third segment, the lottery draw. Every attendee is entitled to one chance. The grand prize is a gemstone necklace crafted by a renowned artisan. Let the draw begin. Ultimately, Ouyang Nana won the necklace, her excitement prompting her to embrace Chu Chen. Unable to bear the sight, Suyu turned and left the venue, with Su Dafu following suit. Once in the car, Suyu burst into tears. Su Dafu hurried to console her. "Yeah, why are you still crying? Let's head home. I'm upset with Chu Chen. When I called him, he claimed to be busy, yet here he is, attending the soiree with Ouyang Nana, appearing as a couple." She lamented. "I considered Ouyang Nana a good friend, yet she immediately turned to Chu Chen. Yeah, therein lies your mistake. You and Chu Chen are merely classmates. No romantic ties have been established. You have no right to impede others' relationships. Control your emotions. If you truly like him, muster the courage to pursue him instead of wallowing in self-pity." As the soiree concluded, Ouyang Nana offered to escort Chu Chen home, but he declined, stating he would take a taxi. "Thank you for tonight, Chu Chen. I'll treat you and sue you to dinner another time," Ouyang Nana said. "Take care and rest well," he replied, bidding her farewell. After she departed, Chu Chen summoned a taxi, instructing the driver to stop at the alley's entrance. Sensing he was being followed, he called out, "I know you've been tailing me. Show yourself." A figure emerged from the shadows. "Wei Yu. Listen closely, kid. Keep your distance from Ouyang Nana. She is mine," Wei Yu warned. "Whose woman Ouyang Nana is, only she knows. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" The two men locked eyes, tension palpable in the air. The moonlight casting their silhouettes against the damp ground, where shallow puddles reflected their standoff. Chu Chen stood poised, fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gaze sharp as a hawk, fixed intently on Wei Yu. In contrast, Wei Yu remained erect, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with disdain and provocation. Mere steps apart, the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable tension, as though a spark could ignite the confrontation. Suddenly, Wei Yu launched the first assault, propelling himself towards Chu Chen with explosive force, water splashing beneath his feet. His fist cut through the air, aimed directly at Chu Chen's face. Reacting swiftly, Chu Chen sidestepped, feeling the rush of wind as Wei Yu's punch grazed his ear, igniting a sharp sting. Seizing the moment, he grasped Wei Yu's wrist, pulling him closer while driving his knee into Wei Yu's abdomen. Wei Yu, quick on his feet, deflected the blow with his left hand, countering with a right elbow strike, forcing Chu Chen to release his grip and retreat. They momentarily separated before closing in once more. Chu Chen executed a low sweep aimed at Wei Yu's legs, but Wei Yu anticipated the move, leaping gracefully to evade. Upon landing, he struck downwards with his right fist like a hammer towards Chu Chen's shoulder. Chu Chen barely managed to dodge, but the force of the blow sent pain coursing through him, eliciting a muffled grunt. Gritting his teeth, he seized Wei Yu's collar with his left hand, delivering a powerful punch to Wei Yu's cheek. The impact caused Wei Yu's head to snap sideways, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he remained undeterred, retaliating with a hook aimed at Chu Chen's ribs. With a sharp intake of breath, Chu Chen bent slightly. But instead of losing his composure, he utilized the momentum to launch a headbutt into Wei Yu's chest. Wei Yu staggered back, momentarily winded, yet regained his footing swiftly, retaliating with a sweeping kick aimed at Chu Chen's waist. Chu Chen crossed his arms to absorb the blow, though the sheer force sent him stumbling. Breaths grew heavy, sweat mingling with the rain as it dripped down their faces. Wei Yu wiped the blood from his mouth and chuckled. "Not bad. You've got some spirit." Chu Chen remained silent, his gaze unwavering, devoid of retreat. In their next exchange, their movements intensified, fists and feet colliding with a thunderous resonance. Chu Chen aimed a straight punch at Wei Yu's chest, but Wei Yu sidestepped, countering with a knife hand strike towards Chu Chen's neck. Chu Chen ducked just in time, retaliating with a sweeping kick, yet Wei Yu had already anticipated this, leaping to avoid the blow. The battle raged on, neither party able to gain the upper hand. Eventually, they both retreated several paces, panting heavily, their eyes still locked in a fierce glare. The alley was filled solely with their labored breathing and the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, the outcome still unsettled, yet both knew this confrontation was far from over. "Shut up, you noisy brats. It's late. I'm calling the police." An elderly voice rang out from the shadows. "Humph, Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, you'll regret it. Wei Yu retorted, turning to exit the alley. Chu Chen shed his damaged suit, making his way back to the clinic. Such a pity for this designer's suit, he mused, shaking his head. Chapter 50. The Source of Greed. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen retrieved a pill from beneath the medicine counter and swallowed it. Although he had managed to reach a stalemate with Wei Yu, he had sustained some minor injuries, with pain in his shoulder and ribs. Wei Yu was likely not in a much better state. After changing into fresh attire, Chu Chen hung a bell above the entrance and commenced consultations. The bell chimed twice before an elderly lady accompanied by a young man entered. "Is this the Yin Medical Clinic?" the grandmother inquired. "Please, could you examine my grandson? He shows no interest in anything and seems unmotivated. I suspect he might be unwell." "Grandma, I've told you countless times, I am not sick. You just refuse to believe it. I've been to the hospital so many times." The young man protested. "Since you are here, let me take a look at you," Chu Chen interjected. The young man placed his hand on the examination table, and Chu Chen began to feel his pulse, which appeared stable, indicating no apparent illness. "Could you describe your symptoms?" Chu Chen asked. "I feel as though life lacks meaning. I have no interest in anything and no aspirations. I just started high school, and my family underwent a relocation, distributing properties and millions in cash. After graduating from university, I earn a few thousand a month at work, and gradually, I've lost all interest in my job. I spend my days lying at home. And my parents berate me, accusing me of being a freeloader. So, I just wander outside, buy lottery tickets at the community entrance, and lo and behold, I won over 20 million. What does life mean when you can't spend all that money? My parents still pressure me to find a job. What for? I'd rather lie at home." After hearing the young man's story, Chu Chen felt a sense of disbelief. It was as if fortune was spoon-feeding him. He thought to himself, with endless money and a lack of desire or ambition, he simply wants to lounge around. "I possess something that may assist you," Chu Chen said. "It is called the source of greed. If you plant this within yourself, it will awaken your desires and aspirations for everything." "Doctor, does such a thing truly exist? Please, give it to me. Name your price." The young man exclaimed eagerly. "This item was once housed within an exceedingly greedy individual, and I only recently extracted it. Before you decide to proceed, you must understand that it amplifies one's desires. I cannot guarantee what effects it will yield once implanted. I must have it. It's tailor-made for me. I refuse to let my parents continue their incessant nagging about me being a freeloader. My ears have become calloused from their complaints." "Doctor, is this truly effective?" the grandmother inquired, her expression tinged with skepticism. "Rest assured, the Yin Medical Clinic does not engage in deceitful practices. If it proves ineffective, you shall not owe a single coin," Chu Chen reassured her. He retrieved a box from the counter, containing the source of greed, and finally found a suitable host. Leading the young man to his side room, the young man introduced himself as Zhou Kaifa, sharing tales of his extraordinary luck since childhood, where he would stumble upon money while walking, and fish would leap onto the shore while he played by the riverbank. Such bizarre occurrences had led him to lose all ambition. Chu Chen took Zhou Kaifa's finger, pricked it with an acupuncture needle, and used the droplet of blood to draw a circle on his abdomen. He then placed the box containing the source of greed upon it. As the abdomen stirred, Chu Chen opened the box, and the source of greed vanished within. "You are now healed. What do you feel?" Chu Chen inquired. "It seems I have developed some desires. I want to become the wealthiest person in the world." Zhou Kaifa responded, invigorated. "Doctor, how much is this worth? I'll transfer the money. I feel filled with ambition. This is a gift to you, a gesture of goodwill. I, Zhou Kaifa, never owe anyone a favor. Since you refuse payment, consider it an investment. I shall share 1% of every penny I earn with you in the future." Could it be that the source of greed has corrupted this fellow? What nonsense is he spouting? Chu Chen mused inwardly. Zhou Kaifa requested Chu Chen's phone number, which he provided before sending the pair off from the clinic. Chu Chen remained uncertain about the repercussions of the source of greed. Unexpectedly, within just a year, Zhou Kaifa ascended the ranks of Tianhai City's wealthy elite. As time passed, Chu Chen removed the bell from the clinic door, freshened up, and retired for the night. In the morning, he awoke to find Wang Fatty and Gao had arrived, ready to continue their driving practice, as Chu Chen was set to take his practical driving exams that day. Upon arriving at the driving school, they were greeted by a new instructor, a kindly middle-aged man. The instructor instructed Chu Chen to prepare his examination permit and queue for the practical driving test. Chu Chen felt no apprehension. He had practiced extensively for the second part of the exam. As the call for examinations commenced, Chu Chen stepped forward, starting the vehicle with confidence. He executed the side parking, reverse parking, He'll start, right-angle turn, and S-curve flawlessly. Upon completing the test, even the instructor praised Chu Chen for his outstanding performance. After finishing the practical exam, he proceeded to the theoretical part, which he breezed through with ease. Meanwhile, Wang Fatty and Gao were still practicing under the attentive guidance of their new instructor. This instructor was quite effective, using a unique method. He placed their phones on the course, and if they mishandled the vehicle, the phones would shatter. The two drove cautiously, sweat beading on their foreheads. Once their practice concluded, the trio returned to the clinic, where Chu Chen prepared bowls of noodles for them, each enjoying a hearty serving. This instructor is quite good. You both seem to be learning diligently, Chu Chen remarked. What is good about it? If we mess up, our phones will break. Wang Fatty lamented. Oh well. We'll stick with this instructor. We 1T change again. Just then, Chu Chen's phone rang. It was Suyu calling. Chu Chen, why is your phone still off? Perhaps it was off during the second part of the exam, he replied. Do you not have anything to explain regarding last night? Suyu asked. I don't think an explanation is necessary. Ouyang Nana needed help, and I assisted her. We are friends after all. If you ever require help, I would do the same for you, she responded. I like you, and it bothers me to see you so close with other girls, Chu Chen confessed. We are still young and don't understand what love is. I think being friends is perfectly fine, Suyu replied. You really are a fool, completely oblivious. Chu Chen said, his words trailing off as the call ended abruptly. Did the class monitor just confess to you, and you dismissed her so directly? Wang Fatty teased. I have too many matters on my mind and many secrets. I don't want to be distracted, Chu Chen replied. You've been burdened with worry since the day we met. It's a shame I can't help you. You've always been the one helping me. Wang Fatty lamented. I know you are not an ordinary person. As your brother, I only hope for your happiness, Gao chimed in. Understood. With the two of you around, my spirits are much lifted. By the way, the college entrance examination results are out today. We haven't checked yet, have we? Chapter 51. The thunderstorm vanquishes the malevolent spirit. Chu Chen retrieved his computer from the room, opened the website, and began checking the college entrance examination results. Inputting Wang Pengzi's name and identification number, the results appeared. Wang Pengzi scored a commendable 429 points, a feat he had not anticipated. Next, he searched for Gao Jin's results, which revealed a score of 612 points. Gao Jin was quite pleased, confident that admission to the Industrial University was assured. Chu Chen then checked his own results, achieving 642 points, which brought him great satisfaction. Staying at the medical college in Jinhai City required only about 580 points, and he had exceeded that by a significant margin. He contemplated inquiring about Su Yu's results, but hesitated, deciding it wise to maintain some distance, for the emotions of young women are often delicate. Wang Pengzi proposed an evening of revelry with drinks, insisting they would not return until inebriated. Later that night, the trio rode their electric scooters to a barbecue restaurant, ordering 2 crates of beer, and commenced an evening of jovial drinking. They conversed and laughed until the early hours, but as the night wore on, both Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin succumbed to intoxication. Chu Chen summoned a taxi to safely escort them home. Upon returning to the barbecue joint, Chu Chen mounted his electric scooter and set off towards Qingfeng Alley. Just as he reached the alley's entrance, a sudden gust of chilling wind enveloped him, rendering his eyes nearly shut. This malevolent breeze yanked him from his scooter, but fortunately, his quick reflexes spared him from injury. The scooter, propelled by inertia, careened into the adjacent wasteland. Activating his supernatural vision, Chu Chen discerned the true nature of the threat, a formidable ghost, its plump form radiating malevolence. With a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him, the specter lunged forward, extending its claws menacingly, compelling Chu Chen to flee towards Qingfeng Alley. He sprinted through the inky darkness, the wind howling in his ears mingled with the ghost's piercing shrieks. His heart raced uncontrollably, the frigid aura of the spirit drawing ever closer, as if it were poised to pounce and rend him asunder. He patted his waist and cursed himself for his carelessness in forgetting to carry his talisman. With no other option, he dashed towards Qingfeng Alley, knowing that safety lay within the medical clinic where Sister Kai he awaited. As the ghost's wails drew nearer, a sudden gust of chill swept over him from behind. He swiftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a dark claw that grazed his shoulder, sending a wave of bone-chilling cold through him, as if his very blood might freeze. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and continued his frantic run, only to discover he had fallen into a ghostly labyrinth. Surrounding scenery began to repeat. And no matter how he ran, it felt as though he were merely treading in place. Cursed be this fate. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his face. He realized that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to the spirit's relentless pursuit. In a moment of desperation, he recalled his grandfather's advice: the urine of a young boy can dispel evil. Without further ado, he unfastened his belt and scattered his urine around him. As it hit the ground, a hissing sound resonated through the air, as if something were being seared. Suddenly, the surrounding landscape began to distort, and the ghostly maze shattered. Elated, Chu Chen prepared to flee, but a tremendous force struck him from behind. Before he could react, a frigid claw seized his left arm, sending searing pain coursing through his body. He looked down to find deep, ghastly marks on his arm, black mist emanating from the wounds. Ah! Chu Chen cried out in agony, yet he knew this was not the time to lament. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed a hand gesture and recited incantations. Heavenly essence of the nine skies, heed my command. Thunder, traverse the vastness and shatter the shadowy abyss. With magnificent celestial might, unleash the thunderous wrath without mercy. Upon completing the incantation, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as a blinding bolt of lightning split the night sky, striking the malevolent spirit. The ghost emitted a chilling wail, its form convulsing violently as black mist poured forth from it. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen broke free from the ghost's grasp and retreated several paces, coldly observing its struggle against the lightning. Ultimately, the spirit disintegrated, dissolving into a plume of black smoke that vanished into the night. With a long sigh of relief, Chu Chen collapsed to the ground, the pain in his left arm still gnawing at him. He looked up at the sky, where the dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a luminous full moon. He understood that though the battle had been perilous, he had emerged victorious. Henceforth, he would ensure to carry his talisman, so he would not find himself defenseless against malevolent spirits again. Upon returning to the medical clinic, Wei Kai-he emerged from the spirit-raising gourd, her countenance shifting to one of alarm upon seeing Chu Chen's injuries. Chu Chen, how did you get hurt? Who harmed you? She demanded, her spirit energy surging with indignation. Sister Kai-he, I am unharmed. It was a malevolent spirit that I vanquished, but I left without my talisman today, which led to my unfortunate predicament, he explained. Could it have been a spirit sent by the Wei family? Have they discovered your true identity? She queried. I am uncertain. I recently engaged in a stalemate with Wei Yu, and we fought without talismans. I cannot tell if this is his reprisal, Chu Chen replied. How dare he bully you? I shall eliminate him, Wei Kai-he exclaimed, barely containing her fury, her voice echoing like a ghostly wail. Sister Kai-he, temper your emotions. I am fine. I simply need to be cautious in the future. Have you gathered any information on the Wei family's activities concerning the land they acquired? I cannot enter that area as it is guarded by cultivators. However, I sense a faint aura of malevolence emanating from within, indicating the presence of some sinister object. She informed him. Sister Kai-he, continue to observe without revealing yourself. I suspect the Wei family is up to something nefarious, he cautioned. Chu Chen, you must be careful when venturing out alone, she advised. Reflecting on the night's events, Chu Chen felt a lingering dread. He was grateful for having learned the thunderstorm technique. Otherwise, he would have been forced to resort to the King of Hell's binding spell, which bore significant side effects. He had no desire to use it unless absolutely necessary. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the malevolent spirit, he discovered his electric scooter was beyond repair. After cleansing himself, he applied medicinal alcohol to his wounds and ingested a blood-activating pill before lying on his bed. He retrieved the bone fragment obtained from the auction, illuminating it with his phone's light, revealing the same strange script inscribed upon it. These unfamiliar symbols left him at a loss, and he resolved to consult the notes gifted by Grandpa Gu, painstakingly deciphering them character by character, a task that would require considerable time. Determined, Chu Chen decided to first obtain his driver's license and then purchase a vehicle. Once he had a car, he intended to visit Fengmin Village, where the Star Stone awaited him, a crucial artifact for activating the star-collecting compass. From now on, he vowed to carry the ghost physician's knife with him at all times to prevent a recurrence of tonight's ordeal. What exactly was the Wei family plotting with their extensive land acquisition, which was not intended for construction but instead shrouded in mystery? Chapter 52. The clinic is sealed. Awakening in the early morning, Chu Chen took a taxi to the driving school, where Wang Fatty and Gao Jin had already arrived. The two practiced diligently that day, and their coach refrained from teasing them about their phones. Wang Fatty waved to Chu Chen from a distance, who responded with a thumbs up. The coach then commenced Chu Chen's training for the third driving test, which involved road driving. There were 3 routes for the examination, and the coach guided Chu Chen through each one 3 times, clearly explaining the operations at every position, which Chu Chen diligently noted. Chu Chen learned swiftly, The coach affirmed that he was ready to take the third test the following day. Once he passed, he could directly proceed to the fourth test to obtain his driver's license. In the afternoon, upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen found that Wang Fatty and Gao Jin were absent due to family matters, leading them to part ways at the driving school. After a simple dinner, a pair of vehicles from the Market Supervision Authority arrived. Several officials disembarked and approached the clinic, displaying their credentials. One of the officials addressed Chu Chen. "Hello. We have received reports of illegal medical practices here, and we are here to investigate. Are you the person in charge? Illegal practices? This clinic has been passed down for over a century. How can it be deemed illegal?" Chu Chen protested. "You lack a medical license, but are treating patients and dispensing medication. That constitutes a legal medical practice," one of the officials retorted. A group of officials began rummaging through the medicine cabinet, taking photos. Chu Chen felt powerless against their actions and could only allow them to document their findings. He picked up his phone and called Nangongshan, believing that as Nangongshan, he could manage the situation. Upon connection, he heard, "Chu Chen, what is the matter?" "Nangong uncle, a group is here to seal the clinic, claiming I am practicing medicine without a license. This is outrageous. They dare to investigate the clinic. Do not worry. I will contact the relevant authorities immediately." After hanging up, Chu Chen waited at the clinic's entrance while the officials continued to create chaos inside, turning various items upside down and even extracting some animal bones for photographs. "You are suspected of illegal medical practices and possessing prohibited substances. We are sealing your clinic and require you to accompany us for an investigation," one official stated. "Just call me Chu Chen. If I have committed a violation, I will go with you. But I want to know who reported this. That information is confidential. We are merely acting in accordance with the law." Two officials proceeded to shut the clinic's door, placing seals on it. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, flinging the door open and sending the two officials tumbling to the ground. "What just happened? This is bizarre," one exclaimed, stepping back in fear. "Kaihe, have them back off. It's fine. We will clarify this soon," Chu Chen reassured. As the wind subsided, the clinic's door slammed shut, leaving the officials hesitant to approach. One of them received a phone call, and upon answering, their expression changed dramatically. "Chu Chen, I apologize. This is a misunderstanding. Someone has framed you. That's all right. As long as the truth comes to light. Will you still seal the clinic? I am a lawful citizen and will fully cooperate with the investigation." "No. We will not seal it. It's all a misunderstanding." "Captain, what about the investigation? How can we explain not sealing it?" Another official protested. "Silence. Do you need me to teach you how to conduct your duties? Now, return to the clinic and restore everything to its original position immediately." Upon hearing the captain's orders, the officials wore grim expressions as they began to tidy up the clinic, placing jars and bottles back in their rightful places. A police car arrived at the clinic, and a middle-aged officer stepped out. Upon seeing Chu Chen, he said, "Young man, I apologize. This was a mistake on our part. These market supervision officials were unaware of the significance of this clinic. I apologize on their behalf. It was your grandfather who helped me when I was ill, and I have always remembered that. That's all right, as long as the matter is resolved. There was no significant loss." "Director Zhang, what brings you here?" "This is all a misunderstanding," the team leader of the regulatory department said with a smug smile. "Do you know what this place represents? Who reported this?" "I want a clear answer," Director Zhang demanded. "We only came to verify after receiving a report," the official stammered. "I do not wish to hear your explanations. You will accompany me back to the station for a full account. All personnel involved in this operation are dismissed. You will report back to your superiors," he commanded. "Young man, I will not disturb you any longer. Once this matter is resolved, I will return to provide you with an explanation. Thank you for your help, Director Zhang. It is no trouble at all. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave." Chu Chen's phone rang. It was Nangong uncle, informing him that no one would trouble the clinic again, as he had already spoken to the relevant officials in Jinhai City. After hanging up, Chu Chen tore down the half-sealed notice from the door and entered the medicine hall, gazing at the ghost rearing gourd. "Kaihe, please do not act so impulsively in the future. If there are members of the Wei family among those officials, you risk exposing yourself. Caution is paramount. I was merely frustrated, seeing how helpless you seemed. This group is certainly acting on the Wei family's orders. They attacked you with a malevolent spirit last night and sought to seal the clinic today. What a coincidence. Kaihe, regardless of the circumstances, you must not reveal your identity. We have a long journey ahead, and one day we will ensure the Wei family pays for their transgressions." "Understood. I will not act so rashly again," she replied. Kaihe, continue to monitor the movements of the Wei family and do not act without consulting me first. Got it. I feel like you are more nagging than my mother, she joked. Kaihe, have you visited your mother recently? I have seen her, and they are doing well. My death sacrifice provided them with several shops, but my mother often weeps while holding my photo. Countless times I have wanted to rush to her and call out Mom, but I restrained myself. The separation between the living and the dead is profound. I fear I might frighten her. Kaihe, one day I will help you reunite with your parents. That day is not far off. Chu Chen, I believe in you. You are the closest person to me aside from my parents. After their conversation, Chu Chen began tidying the clinic, rearranging the disordered herbs. He then ascended to the second floor and lit an incense stick for the King of Hell. That evening, Chu Chen studied the tadpole script in his room. With each character he inscribed, he referenced Grandpa G's notes to decipher its meaning. After over an hour, he translated 6 characters, the Yin-Yang Demon Subduing Sword Technique. Chapter 53. The boy possessed by a demon soul. As evening approached, it was time for consultations. Chu Chen put away the bone fragments and continued to study the Yin-Yang Exorcism Sword Technique, as deciphering the ancient script was rather tedious. Upon reaching the entrance of the clinic, he hung a bell and sat behind the medicinal counter to begin his practice. Ding dong. Ding dong, the bell chimed twice as 2 individuals entered, a middle-aged woman and a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years. Dr. Chu, it has been a while. Do you remember me? Last time, you helped me with the source of my greed. I recall. What brings you here tonight? Are you unwell? Dr. Chu, please examine my son. He has been behaving unusually. He becomes extremely hungry at night and craves raw meat. He seems somewhat delirious and throws a fit if he doesn't get what he wants. Just moments ago, he devoured a piece of raw beef before he was willing to accompany me here. Chu Chen began to observe the boy, who appeared dazed and unusually quiet. He instructed the boy to place his hand on the pulse pillow, but the boy seemed unresponsive. The mother then placed his arm on the pillow. As Chu Chen took the boy's pulse, he noted that, while his vital energy was abundant, his spirit was lacking. Upon opening his third eye, he discovered a beast spirit hidden within the boy, currently in slumber. Your son is not ill. He harbors a beast spirit within him. What should we do, doctor? Please help my son. Chu Chen closed the clinic's door and retrieved the talisman, placing it on the boy's forehead. The moment the talisman was applied, the boy's expression contorted in agony, startling his mother, who instinctively hid behind Chu Chen. Doctor, what is happening to my son? This is terrifying. Do not be afraid. This is merely the awakening of the beast spirit. Who are you, and why are you meddling? A spectral image of a yellow weasel manifested on the boy's face. Addressing Chu Chen, why does a deceased beast spirit linger within this boy? This is not your rightful place. I am the one this boy caused to perish. I seek retribution against him. You must be a yellow weasel. Do you know Huang Qi? He was my savior in childhood. Out of respect, release this boy. And I shall ensure this family honors you with offerings, allowing you to receive incense. How can I trust your words? You might be deceiving me in the name of my ancestor. Not long ago, your ancestor brought me to Qingfeng Mountain to treat the Qingting ancestor. If you wish to verify, you may inquire further. I believe you. I shall spare this boy, but you must keep your promise. Chu Chen turned to the boy's mother and said, you heard that, right? Quickly agree, so he may release your son. It was all my son's fault. Please, Great Spirit. Spare my son. I will certainly heed Dr. Chu's instructions. The middle-aged woman knelt, bowing her head to the ground. Now, possessed by the yellow spirit, her son spoke. I grant Dr. Chu a favor. I hope you keep your word. With that, the clinic's door swung open, and the yellow weasel spirit vanished. The boy regained consciousness and rushed to the restroom to vomit. After he finished, his mother assisted Chu Chen in cleaning up. The boy approached the medicinal counter, and Chu Chen advised him, all things in heaven and earth possess a spirit. One must not harm them in the slightest. Your act of killing the weasel has invited its vengeance. Now, tell me, why did you slay it? Doctor, I never anticipated that killing a weasel would lead to such trouble. After consuming raw meat for several days, I could no longer bear it. The boy recounted that a week prior, he and his friends had purchased a composite slingshot online. Initially, they played with it, but soon lost interest and began targeting small birds. Eventually, they encountered a weasel in their community, and the boy, along with his friends, pursued and ultimately shot it dead. Fearing discovery, the boy burned the weasel's body. 4 days ago, he began experiencing delirium and developed a craving for raw meat, prompting his mother to bring him to the clinic. Chu Chen replied, I understand that you were merely being playful, but shooting the weasel was a grave mistake. Killing those birds and cats is no different. They too will seek vengeance in their own way. The boy trembled, voicing his concern. Doctor, what should I do? Will they possess me like the weasel? The weasel belongs to the 5 families of immortals, possessing a stronger spirit. For the birds and cats, if you can find their remains and bury them, offer sincere apologies, and strive to accumulate good deeds, you will enhance your fortune. Doctor, I will obey your guidance from now on. I will reform and commit to good deeds, striving to be a better youth. His mother approached and said, I believe in you. Your heart is not wicked. You are simply too playful. From now on, I will join you in doing good. Do not forget the promise made to the weasel. Create a spirit tablet for it at home. Offer incense daily, and on the 1st and 15th of each month. Provide ample offerings, meat, as the weasel favors it. Your son is free of harm now. You may return home. Thank you, Doctor, for saving my son. I shall fulfill my promise and find someone to create a spirit tablet for the weasel. The middle-aged woman transferred 100,000 yuan to Chu Chen and left a business card that read, Qian Hongmei, Chairwoman of Fortune Jewelry Company, Limited. Thank you, Doctor. Farewell. You're welcome. Study diligently and strive to be a good youth. After bidding farewell, Qian Hongmei departed with her son from the Yinyang clinic. Chu Chen. Several wild spirits are watching the clinic. I wonder if they were sent by the Wei family. Should we deal with them? Kai He's figure appeared within the apothecary. Kai He, capture them and ascertain their intentions. If they are foes, we can eliminate them later. A cold wind swept through, and Kai He vanished. Moments later, she returned, dragging a wild spirit into the clinic. Chu Chen glared at the 2 spirits, demanding, Who sent you? Speak the truth. The spirits hesitated, but Kai He's aura intensified, and with a fierce grip, she elicited a shriek from them. I'll talk. A Taoist captured us and instructed us to monitor this clinic. We know nothing of his identity. Please, spare us. We are innocent. Chu Chen nodded at Kai He, who, with a powerful grasp, reduced the 2 spirits to mere shadows, which she inhaled. Should we pursue this Taoist? No need. We are aware of our enemies' movements, but they remain in the shadows. We shall counter them as they come. Chu Chen removed the bell from the clinic's entrance, signaling the end of the day's consultations as Kai He returned to her spirit gourd. Chapter 54. Purchasing the Soul Ring car. Awakening early in the morning, Chu Chen arrived at the driving school. As today was the day his instructor had scheduled for his driving test for the 3rd subject, the instructor drove him to the testing site, where they registered his identity and collected the examination permit to await their turn. After over an hour, the announcement echoed, and Chu Chen proceeded to the examination area, where he inspected the vehicle before embarking on the test. With steady hands and confidence, he navigated the course, achieving a perfect score just as he had during practice. The instructor then guided Chu Chen to the 4th floor, the venue for the 4th subject test. After queuing to enter, Chu Chen once again excelled, and after a photograph was taken, he finally obtained his driver's license. The instructor expressed pride, stating that Chu Chen was the fastest student he had ever taught to acquire a license. In the afternoon, upon returning to the medical clinic, Wang Fatty and Gao Jin arrived. Wang Fatty had brought some cold dishes, while Gao Jin contributed a delicacy of pig-s trotters prepared by his mother. The trio indulged in their meal, during which Chu Chen shared his intention to inspect a used car later, prompting him to abstain from alcohol. Whereas Wang Fatty and Gao Jin each enjoyed 2 bottles of beer. Upon hearing Chu Chen's plans, Wang Fatty insisted on joining. But Gao Jin needed to assist at his mother's supermarket and could not accompany them. After the meal, Gao Jin rode off on his bike, and Chu Chen hailed a taxi to take Wang Fatty to the used car market. Upon arrival, Wang Fatty inquired whether Chu Chen preferred a sedan or an SUV, to which Chu Chen expressed his desire for an SUV. At the used car market, a man named Fang Jia attended to them, and upon learning of Chu Chen's interest in an SUV, he began to guide them through the market, providing detailed descriptions of each vehicle. Chu Chen informed Fang Jia that he was looking for an SUV priced around 100,000, as he had just obtained his license and wished to practice. As they explored, a black Jeep Wrangler caught Chu Chen's eye. It appeared quite new and had been modified, exuding a commanding presence that also captivated Wang Fatty. Chu Chen, that vehicle looks impressive, Wang Fatty remarked. Indeed. Fang Jia, how much is that one? Chu Chen inquired. My friend, that vehicle is a bit unique. I would suggest you consider other options, Fang Jia cautioned. Nonetheless, I find it appealing. Please tell us about that vehicle, Chu Chen insisted. Fang Jia began to recount the story of the Jeep Wrangler, explaining that it was a modified version. The previous owner had invested a considerable sum into it. Tragically, following the owner's unexpected demise, Their spouse sold the vehicle to Feng Jie's company for 300,000. Subsequently, the company sold it for 350,000 to a second owner, who returned it after just 3 days, claiming it was haunted. The second owner had experienced eerie sensations, feeling as though someone was choking him at night. Upon investigating, he discovered that the original owner had met a grisly fate, murdered by a lover's partner, dismembered, and disposed of in a lake. Horrified by this revelation, the second owner swiftly sought to return the vehicle, even at a loss. Last year, a third owner purchased the car, undeterred by the tales, for 320,000. However, after merely a day, he too experienced terrifying occurrences and returned the vehicle for 280,000. Thus, the Jeep became a proverbial hot potato, remaining unsold for over a year due to its ominous reputation. Now, the price had dropped to 150,000, yet it still garnered no interest, becoming a legendary tale within the market. Feng Jie mentioned that even the security guards had reported that the vehicle could mysteriously start itself at night and sometimes drove around the market. Gentlemen, I strongly advise against considering that vehicle. It is exceedingly peculiar, and the market folk are wary of it, Feng Jie warned. Exchanging glances, Chu Chen resolutely declared, I want that vehicle. Please ask your boss for the lowest price, and we shall draft an agreement ensuring no returns or disputes. Very well, since you are so determined. I will consult with my boss. Please wait, Feng Jie replied. Chu Chen, are you truly set on purchasing such a strange vehicle? Wang Fatty questioned. Fatty, this vehicle is perfect. Not acquiring it would be a loss. Do you forget what I do? I am not afraid of malevolent spirits, Chu Chen assured him. After a short while, Feng Jie returned and informed Chu Chen that if they could sign a post-sale agreement, the vehicle could be sold for 118,000. Chu Chen agreed without hesitation, proceeding to sign the contract and transfer the funds. The owner scrutinized Chu Chen, cautioning, Young man, be careful with this vehicle. Here is a talisman to protect you. Thank you for your concern, but I possess a strong vitality. Malevolent spirits generally shy away from me, Chu Chen replied confidently. Ah, a courageous youth. Here is my business card, the owner said as he handed it over. Feng Jie assisted Chu Chen with the transfer of ownership and the reissuing of the license plates, driving his own vehicle throughout the process, avoiding sitting with Chu Chen and Wang Fatty. Once the paperwork was completed and the plates selected, Feng Jie departed the vehicle administration office. Chu Chen prepared to drive back to the clinic, telling Wang Fatty, you should take a taxi home. This vehicle harbors spirits that have yet to be dealt with, and I fear for your safety. Take care of yourself, Chu Chen. I shall visit you tomorrow, Wang Fatty replied before heading home. As Chu Chen drove away from the vehicle administration office, the car abruptly stalled in the middle of the road, refusing to move. He had no choice but to call for a tow truck to bring the vehicle back to the clinic, where he planned to confront the troublesome spirit. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chu Chen attempted to start the vehicle once more, and it roared to life. Shaking his head, he addressed the car. Do not play tricks with me. Do you know what I do for a living? Just as he finished speaking, the car shut off again. Attempting to exit, Chu Chen found the door unyielding. He pricked his finger, drawing a protective talisman on the window, and the door opened with a gentle push. You dare to disrespect me? I shall return to deal with you tonight. Upon returning to the clinic, a sedan parked outside, and Siyu stepped out. Chu Chen, you bought a car. It looks stunning and quite imposing. May I sit inside and test it? She asked. Siyu, this vehicle has issues and cannot be driven yet. There is an evil spirit within, Chu Chen cautioned. Upon hearing this, Siyu instinctively distanced herself from the SUV. Once inside the clinic, Chu Chen recounted the details of the purchase to her. Why not buy a new car? If money is tight, I have plenty of savings I could lend you. Siyu offered. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already made the purchase. I will handle the spirit tonight, Chu Chen replied. I've come to a realization. Let us remain friends. I apologize for my past impulsiveness, he added. No need to apologize. Such matters are trivial. It's wonderful to interact as friends, Siyu said. I will gift you a protective charm. Wait here, she declared before retrieving a talisman from beneath the medical counter. This is a mountain spirit money, given to me by a turtle spirit I saved. Keep it on a string and carry it with you. Malevolent spirits will generally avoid you. If you encounter a formidable one, you can use the charm against it. Thank you, Chu Chen, for such a precious gift. I will treasure it, Siyu expressed gratefully. After a pleasant conversation, Chu Chen noticed the hour was late, prompting Siyu to drive home. Chapter 55. Reshaping the body of a ghost that night. Chu Chen approached the off-road vehicle with a talisman in hand, dipping a brush into vermilion to inscribe charms upon every pane of glass. The vehicle began to tremble and emitted anguished wails. Chu Chen gazed at the vehicle and remarked, "This is the consequence of disobedience. If you can communicate, honk the horn. If not, I shall extinguish you." The headlights illuminated, and the horn sounded twice. Chu Chen wiped away the charms from the glass, opened the door, and invited, "Come with me into the room." Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen shut the door, lit a stick of incense, and placed it in the burner, saying, "Come forth and partake." You must have grown weary of lingering in the vehicle without any incense to savor. When he opened his third eye, he beheld a middle-aged man inhaling the fragrant smoke with great fervor, his arms having fallen to the ground. The man hastily retrieved his limbs, and with a tone of remorse, he confessed, "I had no choice. With nowhere to go, my wife did not even provide me a grave, as I wronged her." The male ghost recounted his past as a renovation company owner. After achieving financial success, he desired an off-road vehicle and, upon visiting a dealership, became entangled with a female sales representative. Their affair blossomed, and after purchasing and customizing the vehicle, he frequently took her out for card games. One fateful day, while at her home, they were discovered by her husband, whose rage culminated in the man's brutal murder, his body dismembered and cast into a lake. Later, the woman's husband turned himself in. The man's wife, upon learning of her husband's infidelity and demise, was consumed by sorrow and anger, left to raise their 2 children alone. Mourning the loss of a man who had vowed to love her eternally. Following her husband's death, she sold the man's company in the vehicle that had brought about such misfortune, leaving the city that had betrayed her. In death, the man found himself without a body or grave, destined to wander until he discovered solace within the very vehicle he had driven. However, when it was sold, he resorted to frightening the subsequent owners until he encountered Chu Chen. As he recounted his tale, tears of regret streamed down his face, lamenting, "If only I could have a second chance, but alas, there are no do-overs." "Cease your lamentation, it is quite dissonant. If you continue, I shall consume you," interjected Kai He, the spirit of the gourd. Startled, the male ghost promptly closed his mouth, his head and arms lying forlornly on the ground, gazing pitifully at Chu Chen. "Kai He, do not frighten him. This ghost has remained in the vehicle, deprived of sufficient yin energy, rendering his form unstable. Rise, do not be afraid. Since I have purchased this vehicle, I shall take responsibility for you. I shall reconstruct your body. If you linger here too long without absorbing yin energy, your essence shall surely dissipate." "Thank you, Taoist. You are truly my benefactor. In my next life, I shall repay you with servitude," the ghost replied gratefully. "Stand up. Who can predict the affairs of the next life?" Chu Chen encouraged. "To reshape your body, we require flesh, hair, or items you have touched. Can you still procure such things?" "My corpse was cast into the lake, likely devoured by fish and shrimp. The only item remaining is this vehicle." "Is that not a redundancy? I have already acquired this vehicle. I cannot simply incinerate it," Chu Chen retorted. "Ah, there is indeed one item, but—" The ghost hesitated. "But what? Speak clearly, do not dally," Chu Chen urged. "In the crevice of the passenger seat, there is a used condom. I do not know if it qualifies as an item I have touched." The ghost's voice dwindled. "How could you toss a used condom into the vehicle? Do you possess no sense of decorum? Even a child knows to discard such things in a trash bin." Chu Chen scolded. "Taoist, please do not be angry. It is only in these past 2 years of living in the car that I discovered it," the ghost replied apologetically. "Very well, at least there is a condom. Your body can be reshaped." Chu Chen located the item as described, holding it disdainfully with gloved hands. Back at the clinic, he retrieved a small wooden effigy, inscribing the ghost's birth details in vermilion upon it. He then used the vermilion to open the effigy's eyes, before casting both the effigy and the condom into the fire pit, watching as the effigy was reduced to ashes. He procured a ceramic jar and transferred the ashes from the fire pit into it, addressing the ghost, "This shall be your body from now on. Enter." The ghost transformed into a wisp of yin energy and entered the jar. Chu Chen sealed it, gathered incense and paper offerings, and drove to a secluded area in the wilderness, where he dug a pit to bury the jar. Lighting the incense and offerings, he intoned, "This is all I can do to assist you. Rest well, and do not commit evil. Should you do so, I will not spare you." "Thank you, Taoist," echoed a voice in the air. Upon returning to the clinic, the spirit of the gourd inquired, "Chu Chen, why did you not simply extinguish him but instead helped him reshape his body?" "Kai He, there is a code for humans and a code for ghosts. That ghost has committed no heinous acts, thus, I could not extinguish him. Lending a hand can also be seen as accumulating virtue," Chu Chen replied. "Chu Chen, I believe you are simply too kind. I shall take my leave to monitor the Wei family, Kai declared. Go and be cautious. Chu Chen replied as Kai vanished into the ether. Closing the clinic's door, he resolved not to take on any patients that night. Returning to his room, he resumed his studies with a notebook on ancient scripts. Having resolved his emotional turmoil, with Su Yu had lightened his heart. She was a good girl, and if he were to seek a partner, she would be a commendable choice. Yet, Chu Chen bore many secrets in the enmity of the Wei family, and he feared that a careless misstep might endanger those close to him. As night enveloped him, Chu Chen dreamed of his parents and grandfather Mu, only to be beset by figures from the Wei family, who surrounded his loved ones. In the dream, they murdered his parents and grandfather Mu, jolting him awake with a start. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed in relief, grateful that it was merely a dream. Chapter 56. The encounter with the ghost taxi in the morning. Chu Chen was engrossed in studying tadpole script at the medical clinic when Wang Fatty and Gao Jin arrived. They stood outside the clinic, casting envious glances at Chu Chen's rugged vehicle. Upon learning from Wang Fatty that the car had only cost 118,000, Gao Jin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Chu Chen, this car is absolutely stunning. Once I get my driver's license, you must lend it to me for a couple of days. I long to take a joyride. Of course, no problem. We're all buddies. Feel free to take it for a spin, replied Chu Chen. Wang Fatty, curious, inquired, Chu Chen, have the malevolent spirits in the car been exorcised? They were cleansed last night. You can use it without worry now. It was merely a pitiful soul, homeless and lost. Today we need to fill out our college applications. Shall we go to school or to the internet CAF? Wang Fatty suggested, looking at Chu Chen. Our majors are already decided. With our grades, we will undoubtedly be fine. Let's skip the school guidance and head to the internet CAF instead. Just bring your admission ticket and ID, Chu Chen replied. All right, let's head to the CAF then. We can finish up and play some games afterward, said Wang Fatty. As the trio prepared to depart, a car pulled up outside the clinic, and Su stepped out, carrying a laptop. Class monitor Su, you're here. We were just about to go to the internet CAF to fill out our applications, Chu Chen greeted her. I knew you would head to the CAF, so I brought my laptop to assist you, Su said, entering the pharmacy and placing her laptop on the tea table. She then opened the college application website. Su began by helping Wang Fatty with his application. He opted for the culinary arts program at Jinhai City Vocational Technical College, inputting his ID and admission ticket before entering the school's program code. Once she had completed Wang Fatty's application, Su turned to Gao Jin, who chose Nanfeng City University. After finishing with him, she assisted Chu Chen, entering his ID and admission ticket and directly selecting the traditional Chinese medicine program at Jinhai Medical College. After all the applications were filled out, Su packed away her laptop. Chu Chen asked, Su, why didn't you fill out yours? Have you already chosen a university and major? I completed mine at home. I'm applying to Jinhai City University for a degree in business administration, she replied. That's a good school, ranked 7th nationally. With your grades, you could surely get into Qingbei, remarked Chu Chen. I prefer to stay close to my parents. So I will remain in Jinhai City, Su stated. Let's all have dinner together tonight to thank class monitor Su for helping us with our applications. Gao Jin will be leaving Jinhai City for university soon, Chu Chen suggested. Gao Jin, as you head to Nanfeng City, don't let romantic distractions cloud your judgment. If you encounter any spirits, Chu Chen and I won't be able to rescue you. After all, it's over 600 kilometers away, Wang Fatty warned. Shut up, Wang Fatty. I'm tired of hearing you bring that up. If you weren't my friend, I would have knocked you out ages ago, Gao Jin retorted. What's this about? I'm in the dark here. Do share. Wang Fatty urged. Class monitor Su, why are you so nosy? Fatty, if you tell her. I swear I'll cut ties with you, Gao Jin threatened. Haha, just joking. Let us eat. I'm starving. Wang Fatty laughed. This is boring. You two are so secretive. You piqued my curiosity only to leave me hanging. Do you know how frustrating it is to be a bystander? Su complained. Su, put away that curiosity. Gao Jin will tell you about it later. The timing isn't right, Chu Chen advised. Chu Chen, you just love to create suspense. It's so annoying. Su replied. The four of them arrived at a restaurant where Chu Chen, Wang Fatty, and Gao Jin ordered some beers while Su opted for juice. As the dishes arrived, they began to eat and chat. Su, how's your father's property development going? Chu Chen inquired. After the last incident, it's been quite stable. My dad mentioned they purchased a new plot of land, and it seems they intend to construct a large ancestral hall for the Wei family, she explained. An ancestral hall? What exactly is the Wei family plotting? Chu Chen mused, furrowing his brow. Chu Chen, Are you suggesting there's a conspiracy behind the Wei family's construction of an ancestral hall? Su asked, rolling her eyes. Stop jumping to conclusions and eat your food before it gets cold, she urged. After dinner, Su drove away from the restaurant, while Wang Fatty and Gao Jin, feeling a bit inebriated, hailed a taxi to head home. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Chu Chen decided to take a taxi back to the clinic. Although the restaurant was not far from the clinic, he was slightly intoxicated and preferred the convenience of a cab. A taxi pulled up at the restaurant entrance, and Chu Chen climbed in. Inside, he felt an eerie chill but dismissed it, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened his eyes again, he realized they had not yet arrived at the clinic. Instead, the vehicle was traversing desolate countryside. Sensing something was amiss, he activated his spiritual sight and glanced at the driver, only to discover that it was not a human but a ghost driving the taxi. The apparition radiated malevolent energy and turned to glance at Chu Chen with a sinister grin. Stop the car. I want to get out, Chu Chen demanded. Get out? Ahead lies the road to the underworld, the ghost driver retorted. Chu Chen attempted to open the door, but found it locked. In desperation, he bit his finger, drew a talisman in his palm, and slapped it against the door. The door swung open, and he leaped out, rolling to his feet. Looking back, he saw that the taxi was merely a paper vehicle. As he prepared to flee, the car suddenly turned around and charged at him. Chu Chen dodged to the side and hurled his ghost medical knife at the spectral driver, which pierced through the vehicle, eliciting a wail from the ghost. The wailing ceased, and the ghost dissipated into nothingness, with the paper taxi igniting into ashes. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Chen noted a dilapidated bridge ahead, its structure fractured, with a raging river flowing beneath it. The realization hit him. If he fell, it would be fatal. A wave of dread washed over him. In this remote area, his phone had run out of battery, leaving him no choice but to proceed along the road toward the city center. Guided by the faint moonlight, he walked cautiously. Suddenly, a low, raspy voice whispered in his ear, a disconcerting murmur that seemed to echo from all directions, a haunting blend of male and female tones. Drawing his ghost medical knife, Chu Chen let a drop of blood fall onto it, causing it to radiate a brilliant golden light. He pointed the knife forward and declared, "If you wish to avoid annihilation, leave now. If you do not, I will not hold back." The whispers faded into silence, leaving only the faint sound of insects chirping in the stillness. Continuing on for half an hour, Chu Chen finally spotted lights in the distance. He managed to hail a taxi in the outskirts and returned to the clinic. Upon his return, he heard Sister Tsaya's voice emanating from the ghost-raising gourd. Chu Chen, why are you back so late? I encountered a ghost taxi that took me to the wilderness, but fortunately, I realized it in time and vanquished that spirit. Chu Chen recounted as he hung a bell on the clinic's door and descended to change into a fresh set of clothes, preparing for consultations. Chapter 57. The old master Ouyang is bewitched. Ding dong. The doorbell rang twice as Ouyang Nana wheeled her grandfather into the clinic. Chu Chen, please help my grandfather. I brought him out secretly, and he suddenly fell into a deep unconsciousness, Ouyang Nana said, wiping her tears. How could this happen? He seemed perfectly fine just a while ago. The day before yesterday, he went out for a social gathering, and upon returning home, he collapsed. The hospital could not find any results, and my second uncle hired nurses and doctors to care for him around the clock. I wanted to take him out for treatment, but my second uncle stopped me. Chu Chen approached the elder Ouyang and took his wrist to check his pulse. After examining him and looking into his eyes, he concluded that the old man had been bewitched. Ouyang Nana, your grandfather has fallen victim to a rare soul-eating insect. It can consume a person's soul within a week. What should we do? Please, I beg you to save my grandfather. Ouyang Nana exclaimed, about to kneel before Chu Chen. He quickly supported her, saying, Ouyang Nana, there is no need for such humility. Your grandfather is a good man, and I will do everything in my power to save him. Ouyang Chen, I entrust everything to you. Just then, the sound of a car approached, and an elderly man accompanied by two young men entered the clinic. He glared at Ouyang Nana, saying angrily, Ouyang Nana, why have you brought my brother here? Second uncle, this is my friend Chu Chen. He can save my grandfather. He has already discovered that he has been bewitched, Ouyang Nana explained. As she mentioned the bewitchment, the old man's expression shifted rapidly, and he quickly commanded the two young men, Ouyang Nan, Ouyang Bei, what are you waiting for? Quickly take your granduncle away from here. Stop. Do not touch my grandfather. Ouyang Nana protested. Third sister, do not block our way. If you continue to obstruct us, we will not be so polite, one of the brothers threatened. You dare? As long as my grandfather is alive, this family is under his authority. She retorted defiantly. Humph, that remains to be seen if the granduncle wakes up. One brother grabbed Ouyang Nana, while the other attempted to snatch the wheelchair from Chu Chen. Enough. This is far too noisy. Sister Kaihe. Subdue them, but do not harm their lives. A chilling wind swept through the clinic, lowering the temperature instantly. Sister Kaihe appeared before the two brothers, who trembled in fear at the sight of her, crying out, "A ghost! Help!" Kaihe swiftly knocked out both brothers, who collapsed to the floor. She turned to Chu Chen and said, "You scoundrel, what have you done to my two grandsons?" She then manifested before the old man, declaring, "Old man, have you never seen a ghost? Today, let me enlighten you." With that, she exuded an eerie aura, twisted her head, and blood began to flow from her orifices. The old man trembled uncontrollably, losing control of his bladder, and eventually fainted. "All done. Chu Chen, the rest is up to you. I am returning to my gourd," she said. Chu Chen went to the door of the clinic, removed the bell, and closed the main entrance. He then dragged the three unconscious individuals together and placed them in a corner of the clinic. "Nana, keep an eye on them. If they wake up, call Sister Kaihe. She will come to assist you. Do not be afraid. Although Sister Kaihe is a ghost, she is very kind." Ouyang Nana nodded. And Chu Chen wheeled the elder Ouyang to the treatment room, lifting him from the wheelchair and laying him on the bed, stripping him of his clothing. Chu Chen drew a soul-binding talisman and affixed it to the elder's forehead, observing as insects began to writhe on his face. He retrieved a porcelain vial and a copper bowl from beneath the medicine counter. The vial contained ghost tears, and he poured lime powder into the bowl. Approaching the elder, Chu Chen let a drop of ghost tears fall into his eye, causing the writhing insects to crawl toward it. 3 insects competed to consume the ghost tears. Chu Chen brought the vial closer to the elder's eye, and the insects began to move toward it. Gradually, he lured them closer to the copper bowl, and the 3 insects, tricked, fell into the bowl. They struggled within, soon enveloped by the lime powder, transforming into a black liquid. Chu Chen then began to insert soul-retrieving needles into the elder's acupuncture points, Bai Wei, Yintang, Tanzhong, Guanyuan, and Qihai. As the golden needles penetrated the points, he channeled his magical energy. The elder's complexion began to improve, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" "Elder, I am Chu Chen. You have been bewitched by a soul-eating insect, causing your unconsciousness. Your granddaughter Ouyang Nana brought you here secretly so that I could save your life." Chu Chen removed the needles from the elder and helped him sit up. "Young friend Chu, thank you for saving my life." "Elder, no need for thanks. It is the duty of a healer to save lives. Ouyang Nana is still outside. Let us speak with her." After dressing, the elder Ouyang joined Ouyang Nana in the medicine hall, where she rushed to embrace him. "Grandfather, you have finally awakened." "Nana, I am fine, thanks to Chu Chen." "Chu Chen, thank you for saving my grandfather," she expressed gratefully. "Nana, why are your second uncle and his grandsons here?" the elder asked. "Grandfather, they tried to stop me from bringing you out and from allowing Chu Chen to save you, so he subdued them," she explained. The elder Ouyang fell into contemplation, his expression shifting. "Nana, I believe your second uncle orchestrated this bewitchment. He mentioned taking me to eat game, and upon returning, I collapsed. He is attempting to seize my family business. Since he has made the first move, he should not blame me for retaliating." He picked up the phone from Ouyang Nana and dialed. "Manager's son, effective immediately, revoke all positions held by my second uncle and everyone associated with him. Everything except housing is to be reclaimed. I do not wish to see him or his associates in the company after noon tomorrow. Additionally, send a few bodyguards to the Yinyang Clinic in Qingfeng Alley. Chu Chen, awaken them and let them leave." Using a basin of cold water, Chu Chen splashed the 3, who instantly regained consciousness. The old man, seeing the elder Ouyang before him, exclaimed in terror, "Brother, there is a ghost." "Second uncle, I believe it is your guilty conscience that speaks. You are the one behind my bewitchment. The empire I built is not for you to claim. I have provided you with a respectable job, housing, and a car. Everything you have is from me. Alas, I have raised a thankless wretch. From today onward, our brotherly bond is severed, and we shall have no further dealings." "Brother, I did not do it, I swear." The old man attempted to explain, but was coldly pushed aside by the elder Ouyang. Ouyang Nan and Ouyang Bei clung to the elder's leg, weeping and pleading for mercy, but he kicked them away. Soon after, 2 more cars arrived, and 8 suited bodyguards emerged. The elder Ouyang instructed, "Throw them out. Do not let them disgrace themselves here." The bodyguards lifted the 3 and carried them away from the clinic. "Chu Chen, it is getting late. Nana and I will return home now and will visit you personally tomorrow." Chu Chen escorted the elder Ouyang and Nana to their car, closed the door, and prepared for rest. Lying in bed, he reflected on the events of the day, realizing that even blood brothers could turn against one another in the face of greed. Chapter 58. The ancestral land of the Ghost Doctor Sect. In the morning, Chu Chen was packing his belongings in his room, preparing to journey to Fengmin village in Luoqing, the ancestral land of the Ghost Doctor Sect and the hiding place of the Star Stone. Just as he placed his luggage in the car, a sedan arrived at the entrance of the clinic, and Old Master Ouyang and Ouyang Nana stepped out. Chu Xiaoyu, are you embarking on a long journey? Old Master Ouyang. Ouyang Nana, you have arrived. I am heading to Fengmin village in Luoqing for some matters. You too, please move the gift boxes into the clinic. Old Master Ouyang instructed his bodyguards, who began to carry the boxes inside. Old Master, why did you buy so many things? You need not be so courteous. Chu Chen. These items pale in comparison to the life you saved. Henceforth, you shall be considered a benefactor of the Ouyang family. Old Master, you are too kind. Providing aid to those in need is the essence of a healer. Upon reaching the clinic, Chu Chen brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for both Old Master Ouyang and Ouyang Nana. Old Master, your soul has been gnawed at by the soul-devouring insect. I will prepare some traditional medicine to help stabilize your spirit. Chu Xiaoyu, I am in your debt. Chu Chen approached the medicine cabinet and prepared several doses of herbal medicine for Old Master Ouyang, who then transferred 100,000 yuan to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, I will return home with Grandpa now. When you return from Luocheng, I would like to treat you to a meal. I have yet to express my gratitude for the last time, Ouyang Nana shyly said to Chu Chen. Very well, I shall contact you upon my return. Here are 2 peace talismans, one for you and one for your grandfather. If you encounter any malevolent spirits, these talismans will turn to ashes. Thank you. I shall accept them. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Old Master Ouyang and Ouyang Nana, Chu Chen returned to the clinic to gather some talismans and ritual papers. Jiat Saiha, I leave the clinic in your capable hands. I will return in 2 or 3 days. Rest assured, the clinic is safe with me. Chu Chen locked the clinic's door and opened the navigation on his car, commencing his journey to Luoqing. The distance from Jinhai City to Luoqing exceeded 400 kilometers, requiring over 4 hours of driving. As this was his first time driving such a long distance, he felt a tinge of nervousness. After driving for more than 2 hours, the intensity of focus took its toll, and fatigue compelled him to stop at a service area for a brief rest. Following another 2 hours of driving, he finally entered Luoqing. Fengmin village lay deep within the Blackstone Mountain to the west of the city, named for its abundant blackstones. The entire area was sparsely vegetated, predominantly composed of rocks. Upon reaching the village's entrance, the road ceased, forcing Chu Chen to disembark and proceed on foot along a narrow path. After half an hour, he finally spotted a cluster of houses constructed from black stones. Smoke wafting from their roofs, the village exuding an aura of tranquility. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and light rain began to fall. Chu Chen hurried into the village to seek shelter from the rain. He paused at the doorstep of a house, where an elderly man was gathering medicinal herbs drying in the doorway. This particular herb was known as yuanji. Chu Chen offered to assist the elder. As the rain intensified, as they brought the herbs inside, the elder turned to Chu Chen and said, "Young man, come in and sit down, have a drink." "Thank you, sir," Chu Chen replied, entering the house and accepting a cup of water from the elder. "Do you know where the ancient locust tree is located in Fengmin village?" "The ancient locust tree? Is it the one at the east end of the village?" "That tree was struck by lightning 3 years ago and has long since withered." "Oh, it is withered. It seems I have arrived too late," Chu Chen sighed. "You came here to see the ancient locust tree, did you?" "Yes. My grandfather also hailed from Fengmin village. He entrusted me with the task of returning to see the village and the old locust tree." "Young man, you can call me Old You. There are still over 20 households in the village, but the young people have all gone to work in the city, and the children are attending school there. Only us old folks remain. Old You, once the rain stops, would you be able to take me to see that ancient locust tree? You see, this rain will not cease today. You might as well stay at my home until tomorrow. If the rain stops, I will take you to the locust tree. Thank you for your hospitality. Here is 1,000 yuan. I may trouble you for food over the next couple of days." "Young man, that is too much. I cannot accept it." Chu Chen pressed the money into Old Yu's hands, and seeing he could not refuse, the elder accepted it. Old Yu then instructed Chu Chen to sit and rest while he prepared dinner. As Chu Chen sipped tea on the doorstep, watching the torrential downpour, he felt a unique sense of tranquility. Old Yu emerged from the chicken coop, holding 2 large roosters. Curiously, Chu Chen asked, "Old you. One chicken is more than enough for us. Why take two? One is for our meal, and the other is for offering. It is a tradition in Fomin village." Old you began recounting the tale of how, 3 years prior, a white mist had enveloped Blackstone Mountain, causing anyone who came into contact with it to fall into a deep slumber for an entire day. Voices emanated from the mist, claiming to be the mountain god, demanding offerings in exchange for the ability to gather herbs. Otherwise, one would be ensnared in slumber by the mist. Upon hearing of the mountain god, the villagers pooled their resources to construct a temple behind the village to pay their respects. Initially, offerings were made every 10 days, which then became 5. And eventually 3 days, until now, when offerings were made daily. With over 20 households participating, it was now Old Yu's turn to offer tomorrow. If even a single day passed without an offering, the white mist would return, preventing the villagers from gathering herbs. The mountain god seems to be demanding offerings. This cannot be a true deity, but rather a trickster spirit, Chu Chen mused. "Young man, do not speak such words. Do not anger the mountain god," Old Yu cautioned. "Go prepare the meal. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to investigate this mountain god. Just sit back. You will soon taste my culinary skills." This rooster has been raised for a year. As Chu Chen settled in, Old Yu began to prepare the chicken. Shortly after, the aroma of delicious chicken wafted through the air, causing Chu Chen to swallow in anticipation, realizing the flavor of these mountain chickens was indeed exceptional. An hour later, dinner was served: stir-fried chicken, sauteed greens, and chicken soup, accompanied by bowls of rice for both. Old Yu also produced a plastic jug, pouring 2 cups of homemade liquor. He informed Chu Chen that this was wine he had brewed the previous year. After tasting it, Chu Chen found it quite delightful, though it had a slight burn upon entry. After dinner, Old Yu prepared a bed for Chu Chen, who noticed the elder was slightly tipsy and stated he would retire for the night. Chu Chen picked up his phone, noticing missed calls from Wang Pengzi and Suyo. He returned their calls, informing Wang Pengzi that he had departed for Luoqing on some business. When Suyo inquired about his purpose in Luoqing, he promised to share the details upon his return. Chapter 59. The mountain deity of Blackstone Mountain. In the early morning, Chu Chen awoke from his slumber. He glanced outside the window where a gentle rain continued to fall. After dressing and washing up, he found Grandpa Yu had already prepared breakfast: a pot of white rice porridge, leftover chicken from yesterday, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 4 boiled eggs. As they shared breakfast, Grandpa Yu remarked that the rain would not cease anytime soon and advised Chu Chen to remain at home while he made his offerings. He would return shortly. Chu Chen expressed his desire to accompany him, wishing to see the mountain deity temple for himself. After their meal, Grandpa Yu tidied up the dishes, took a large rooster, and, holding an umbrella, led Chu Chen towards the back of the village. After a 30-minute walk, they arrived at a large black stone. Beneath this stone stood a small temple, 3 meters tall, painted in a bright yellow hue, with the words Mountain Deity Temple embossed in gold above the archway. In front of the temple was an incense burner, 1/2 meter in diameter. Grandpa Yu secured the rooster and placed it within the temple, then lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the burner. After completing the rituals, he instructed Chu Chen to stay back and not disturb the deity while it fed. Chu Chen, however, mentioned he felt some abdominal discomfort and asked Grandpa Yu to return home first, promising to follow shortly after using the restroom. Once Grandpa Yu departed, Chu Chen concealed himself behind a stone to observe the temple. Suddenly, a golden toad leaped from behind the temple and transformed into a large frog, over 1 meter in diameter. The giant frog opened its mouth and, with a flick of its tongue, swallowed the rooster whole. After consuming the chicken, the toad hopped back under the black stone, revealing itself to be a toad demon masquerading as a mountain deity, deceiving the villagers for sustenance. Chu Chen, feeling a surge of indignation, pondered the impoverished state of the village, filled with frail and elderly individuals, and resolved to confront the toad once he obtained the Starstone. Back at Grandpa Yu's home, the rain gradually subsided, and a rainbow emerged in the clear sky. "Grandpa Yu, the weather has cleared. Let's go see the old locust tree," Chu Chen urged, eager to stretch his legs. As the villagers emerged from their homes, Grandpa Yu spotted an elderly man and introduced him, Village Chief Lu. "This is young Chu. His grandfather was also from Fomin village. I'm taking him to see the old locust tree." "Young Chu, what is your grandfather's name?" asked Chief Lu. "My grandfather is over 100 years old. His name is Mu Yun," Chu Chen replied. "Such a long time ago, I can't recall that name." "I'll join you. The old locust tree is indeed remarkable, though it was struck by lightning 3 years ago," Chief Lu lamented. "Chief, if the old locust tree still stood, there would be no need for a mountain deity. The tree is our guardian spirit, Chu Chen asserted. Grandpa Yu, let us keep our comments brief. I understand the villagers have struggled to honor the mountain deity these past few years, sacrificing their hard-raised livestock, which has caused unrest. Yet, we have no choice. To collect herbs in the mountains, we must make offerings. Upon reaching the spot where the old locust tree once flourished, they found only a large stump, about 2 meters tall and wide, its upper section charred black from the lightning strike. Chu Chen placed his hand on the stump, sensing no vitality. The old tree had evidently failed its tribulation. Chief Lu, my grandfather left some heirlooms beneath the old locust tree along with the riddle. On a full moon night, a single log becomes a boat. The shadow points to 9 feet of mystery. Iron lightly taps. The sound of gold and stone. Here lies no treasure. Who can believe? Now that the old tree is gone, I cannot solve this riddle. I wish to enlist the villagers' help to excavate the stump and recover the heirlooms. Young Chu, it is currently the busy farming season. The villagers may not have time, Chief Lu cautioned. Chief Lu, I will offer 1,000 yuan in reward for each person who assists, and in addition, I will help eliminate the mountain deity, Chu Chen proposed. Young Chu, refrain from such talk. Be careful lest the deity hears you. It is a great disrespect, Chief Lu warned. Allow me to be frank, Chief. This morning, after I accompanied Grandpa Yu to make offerings at the temple, I secretly observed and discovered that what they call a mountain deity is actually a toad demon. Wait, the mountain deity is merely a toad, a demon at that, Chief Lu replied, astonished. Let me eliminate the toad demon first, and then you can gather the villagers to help me excavate the old locust tree. What do you think? Chu Chen suggested confidently. Since you are so confident, I shall permit you to try. However, if you lose your life, Fomin village will not take responsibility, Chief Lu cautioned. Fear not, Chief, it is merely a toad demon, Chu Chen assured him. With that, Chu Chen drew his ghost doctor's knife, which danced in the air at his command. Young Chu, you truly are extraordinary. What do you require for assistance? The villagers asked eagerly. No need for elaborate preparations. Simply find a rooster to lure the toad demon out, Chu Chen replied. I shall fetch you a rooster right away. This mountain deity has been deceiving us for 3 years. We shall not let it escape this time, promised Grandpa Yu. Rest assured, Grandpa Yu, once I eliminate the toad demon, Fomin village will enjoy better days, Chu Chen reassured him. While Grandpa Yu went to fetch the rooster, Chu Chen examined the stump of the old locust tree. He realized this wood was exceptional, a prime material for crafting magical artifacts. The lightning struck would naturally harbor the power of thunder and fire, enhancing the potency of any artifact made from it, making it an excellent weapon against evil spirits. Chief Lu, I also wish to take the stump of the old locust tree. I will pay the village an additional 10,000 yuan for someone to cut it down. I only require the charred portion, Chu Chen stated. He instructed Chief Lu to cut the charred section into small blocks measuring 20 centimeters wide, 20 centimeters thick, and 1 meter long for easy transport, ensuring no material went to waste. As the villagers commenced their work, news of the reward motivated them to labor diligently. Armed with handsaws, they worked for several hours until the stump finally toppled, at which point they began cutting the charred section into smaller pieces as requested by Chu Chen. However, when they reached the heart of the tree, they discovered a solid black log, approximately 1 meter long and 10 centimeters in diameter, which proved impossible to saw through. Chu Chen approached to inspect it and recognized it as the famed golden magnetic spirit wood. Noted in ancient texts, it was as hard as gold or stone. Containing immense value, Chu Chen suppressed his excitement and instructed the villagers not to cut this black log. Ultimately, they had successfully divided the remaining wood into 16 segments of lightning-struck wood, a significant haul, worth millions in the hands of an expert. Chapter 60, Conquering the Toad Demon Village. Chief Lu arranged for someone to place the wood in Grandpa Yu's house first, and when Chu Chen left Fomin village, it would be loaded into the off-road vehicle at the village entrance. Grandpa Yu had already prepared a large rooster, and as Chu Chen held the rooster, he began to walk towards the back of the village. Both village Chief Lu and Grandpa Yu earnestly cautioned Chu Chen to exercise caution if he found himself overwhelmed. He should not hesitate to retreat and must not sacrifice his life. Upon arriving at the temple, Chu Chen gently stroked the feathers of the red-crowned rooster with his fingertips before tossing it into the temple and lighting a stick of incense in the incense burner. With a flick of his wrist, 2 talisman papers silently slid into his palm, ready for use as soon as the toad demon appeared, sealing its escape route. As dusk enveloped the sky, Chu Chen concealed himself behind a large black stone, awaiting the emergence of the toad demon. Ribbit, ribbit, A warty toad leaped before the mountain god's temple, gazing hungrily at the rooster inside, uttering human words. Today, these villagers have truly opened their eyes. They even know to offer me a feast. The toad demon opened its mouth wide, startling the rooster into a cacophony of clucks, as a long tongue slithered into the temple, ensnaring the rooster within. What bliss! A full meal leads to a restful sleep. This life is splendid indeed. 2 talismans flickered with golden light, soaring past the toad demon and adhering to the black stone. The toad demon puffed its cheeks, warily scanning the surroundings. Who dares disturb my tranquil meditation? A smirk curled at the corner of Chu Chen's lips as he stepped out from behind the stone. A repugnant toad, daring to pose as a mountain deity? Today, I shall rectify this injustice on behalf of the villagers. You little rascal, boasting so boldly before me. You must be unaware of my prowess. Chu Chen unleashed 3 talisman papers, which transformed into streaks of light and entered the demon's body, igniting flames that danced wildly upon its rotund form. The toad demon emitted a wailing cry akin to an infant's, and the greenish mist billowed around the stone slabs in front of the temple. You seek death, human. The toad demon puffed its cheeks and spat forth a stream of venom. Chu Chen swiftly retreated, a foul wind rising as a crimson tongue lashed out, forked like a venomous snake's tongue. He countered with the ghost physician's blade, successfully deflecting the lethal strike. Fire Thunder Talisman Break. Chu Chen hurled 2 more talismans. The toad demon's cheeks swelled like balloons as it expelled a foul, viscous liquid. Upon contact, the talismans corroded instantly. Chu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. This demon's cultivation was far deeper than he had anticipated. Biting his fingertip, he let droplets of blood fall onto the ghost physician's blade, which shimmered with golden light, cleaving through the toxic miasma head. The toad demon had no time to evade, losing its left foot at the wrist, dark green blood splattering onto the incense burner, causing the copper vessel to emit hissing smoke. Spare me, revered one. I surrender. Those who yield shall not be slain. The toad demon suddenly shrank to the size of a palm, prostrating on the ground and repeatedly bowing. Appearing rather comical in its sorrow, this little demon merely tricked these villagers. I have harmed not a single one of the dozens in Fomin village. The ghost physician's blade hovered 3 inches above its brow, and Chu Chen suddenly noticed that the blood oozing from the severed wrist was a dark crimson. His heart stirred. The blade shifted left by half an inch, etching a line across the toad demon's face. There was no black mist, no vengeful aura. This toad demon had indeed not taken a life. With a cut upon its face, the toad demon trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Revered one, I truly have not harmed anyone. I merely spied on Widow Li bathing a few times. I swear I've done nothing else. Please, grant me mercy. You lecherous toad, since you have not taken a life, I shall spare you, but you must vacate Blackstone Mountain. These villagers are already impoverished. You must cease your deceit. Revered one, I have nowhere else to go. I have dwelt upon Blackstone Mountain for over 200 years, only to cultivate into a demon. First, you shall accompany me to apologize to the villagers and seek their forgiveness. Revered one, do I really have to apologize? I fear they may beat me to death. Now you fear for your life? When you were deceiving these villagers, did you not have such fears? Worry not, I will ensure they do not harm you. Come now, follow me, and do not think of escaping. The little demon, trembling with fear, replied, Revered one, you lead the way. I shall follow closely. Chu Chen brought the toad demon to the old locust tree, where village chief Lu and the villagers awaited. Upon seeing Chu Chen approach, the tension on village chief Lu's face melted into a long-awaited smile. Little Chu, have you dealt with the toad demon? Villagers. I am the mountain god of Blackstone Mountain. Ah, no, I am the toad demon. For years, I have deceived you all in Fomin village. I sincerely apologize for my wrongdoings. The villagers gasped in shock at the sight of the talking toad behind Chu Chen, instinctively retreating. Little Chu, why did you not slay the toad demon? What if it seeks revenge in the future? Fear not, village chief. Though the toad demon has tricked us, it has not harmed anyone. I intend to take this toad demon away from Fomin village. As for the losses it has caused over the past 3 years, I shall compensate you all a sum of 100,000. Village chief Lu, you may distribute it among the households. Little Chu, this cannot be. You have already dealt with the toad demon. How can you demand money from us? Though we are poor, we know how to be grateful. Village chief, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Let us begin digging up the roots of the old locust tree to uncover the items left by my grandfather. Village chief Lu rallied the villagers to start digging. In no time, they unearthed the roots, revealing a small jade box, about 20 centimeters long, enveloped in the roots. Chu Chen approached the roots, using the ghost physician's blade to slice through the dead roots, retrieving the jade box stored by the disciples of the ghost physician. Opening the box, he indeed found a stone radiating a soft white glow. Village Chief Lu, I have found my grandfather's item. Thank you all. No need for thanks, young man. We must express our gratitude for your assistance in dealing with the toad demon. That evening, Chu Chen dined at Village Chief Lu's home. He asked for a bank card and transferred 15,000 to Village Chief Lu, instructing him to distribute it to the villagers after withdrawing the money. After the meal, Chu Chen bid farewell to Village Chief Lu and Grandpa Yu. Village Chief Lu arranged for assistance in loading Chu Chen's belongings. A dozen lightning-struck woods were crammed into the off-road vehicle. And Village Chief Lu also prepared a large bag of mountain goods for Chu Chen. As Chu Chen departed Fomin Village, he tossed the toad demon into the car, starting the engine to return to Jinhai City. Toad demon, this time I have incurred considerable expenses, compensating the villagers with 100,000. You shall remain in my clinic as a guardian beast. Rest assured, you shall not lack for food and drink. Revered one, I shall follow you from now on. You must treat me to delicious food and allow me to watch beautiful maidens bathing. Toad demon, I warn you, suppress your lecherous thoughts. They will bring you misfortune. If trouble arises, do not blame me for not warning you. Revered one, you are right. I shall amend my ways and refrain from looking at maidens. Is it permissible for me to gaze upon widows instead? Repugnant toad, I cannot reason with you. It would be best for you to remain silent, Chu Chen replied, somewhat irritated. Chapter 61. Returned to Jinhai City upon noticing Chu Chen's displeasure, the toad demon finally ceased its chatter, bringing a welcome silence to the vehicle. Chu Chen was uncertain whether bringing the toad demon along was a wise decision. He began explaining to the toad demon that in the realm of humans, rules must be adhered to. Failure to do so, especially if it resulted in harm to a human, could lead to capture and judgment by the Golden Dragon Kirin guards. Master, please offer me guidance. I wish to avoid judgment, the toad demon pleaded. Your best course of action is to speak less and restrain that insufferable mouth of yours. Chu Chen replied, Master, I shall be silent now, the toad demon promised. After more than 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived back in Jinhai City. It was already late at night, and beneath the neon lights, alluring women donned scanty attire. The toad demon pressed its face against the glass, mesmerized. Indeed, the city girls are quite beautiful. It's no wonder so many flock to the city. It's like paradise, it exclaimed. Chu Chen parked in front of the clinic and opened the door, calling out, Sister Tsaiha, I'm back. Has anything happened in the past few days? The absence of a response from the haunted gourd indicated that Sister Tsaiha was likely preoccupied with monitoring the Wei family. Chu Chen retrieved some meat from the refrigerator to feed the toad demon and found a large ceramic bowl for it to rest in. After ensuring the toad demon was settled, he returned to his room to prepare for rest. Just as he lay down, the sounds of a struggle erupted from the pharmacy, accompanied by the shattering of ceramics. Quickly dressing, he rushed to the pharmacy to discover Sister Tsaiha grappling with the toad demon, one hand clutching it while the other delivered forceful blows to its abdomen as it begged for mercy. Please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The toad demon cried. You brought this upon yourself with your foul mouth. Begging is futile now, Sister Tsaiha retorted. What transpired here? Chu Chen inquired. Master, help. This wicked spirit is out to harm me. The toad demon squealed. Sister Tsaiha, I encountered this toad demon by chance in Luocheng and decided to bring it back. It merely has a foul mouth and lacks worldly experience. Please don't take it to heart, Chu Chen explained. Toad demon, your loathsome speech has consequences. This is Sister Tsaiha. She also resides in the clinic. Mind your words and do not provoke her, he admonished. Sister Tsaiha tossed the toad demon to the ground, where it leaped behind Chu Chen for cover. Observing the broken ceramic bowl, Chu Chen began to tidy up, procuring another bowl for the toad demon to rest in. As he still had matters to discuss with Sister Tsaiha, the toad demon hopped into the new bowl, falling silent. Sister Tsaiha, please don't be angry. Has anything unusual occurred in my absence? Chu Chen asked. From my observations, the Wei family has purchased that plot of land and relocated their ancestral graves there. Construction is ongoing. I overheard them discussing the erection of a palace, Sister Tsaiha revealed. A palace for the deceased? This is illogical. What exactly are the Wei family up to? Chu Chen pondered. There must be some sinister plot at play, but we have yet to uncover it, Sister Tsaiha asserted. From now on, let us not concern ourselves with the Wei family. We must focus on our cultivation and enhancement of our strength. I sense that something significant is on the horizon. Even if the Wei family engages in heinous acts, the Golden Dragon Kirin guards will not stand idly by. Chu Chen concluded. Understood. You should get some rest now, Sister Tsaiha replied before retreating into the haunted gourd. Chu Chen returned to his room and fell asleep. Awakening the next morning, Chu Chen called Wang Pengzi and Gao Jin, then reached out to Su Yu and Ouyang Nana, informing them of his return from Luocheng and inviting them to dinner that afternoon. The off-road vehicle still contained several pieces of wood. He decided to keep 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood and stored away the golden magnetic spirit wood, planning to visit Longding Temple later to see if he could forge it into a magical artifact. As for the remaining thunderstruck wood, he contemplated disposing of it and thought of Old Master Feng, wondering if he would be interested in purchasing it. Dialing Old Master Feng's number, he was greeted with, Chu Chen, you rascal. You never come to see me. What brings you to call? Old Master Feng. I recently traveled to Luocheng for business and discovered some thunderstruck wood in a village. I kept a few pieces, but I have some left. Would you be interested? Chu Chen inquired. Thunderstruck wood? Now that's a valuable find. Certainly, bring all of it to me, and I assure you a fair price. Old Master Feng replied enthusiastically. After ending the call, Chu Chen instructed the toad demon to guard the house and left it some meat before setting off in the off-road vehicle towards the antique street. Upon arriving, he found a suitable parking spot and summoned a rickshaw to unload the thunderstruck wood from his vehicle. Together with the rickshaw driver, he made his way to Feng's pawn shop at number 83 Antique Street. Upon arrival, Old Master Feng, surprised at the sight of a rickshaw loaded with thunderstruck wood, exclaimed, Did all of this come from a single tree? Indeed, it appears to be from a millennia-old locust tree that likely perished during a thunderstorm, Chu Chen explained. Millennia-old thunderstruck wood is rare. This is truly remarkable. Old Master Feng marveled, caressing a piece of wood lovingly. I intend to keep all of this thunderstruck wood. If you trust me, Old Master Feng, I can offer you 5 million for it. What do you think? Chu Chen proposed. I have complete faith in you. Let us proceed at the price you suggested, Old Master Feng agreed. After drafting a purchase contract, Chu Chen signed it, and Old Master Feng promptly transferred 5 million to him. These thunderstruck woods could fetch an even higher price if crafted into magical artifacts. The Buddhist and Taoist communities are always in search of quality artifacts, Chu Chen noted. I've kept some thunderstruck wood myself, but I'm unsure where to find a good place for crafting magical artifacts, Old Master Feng remarked. I plan to have some artifacts made in a few days. I'll take you along, Chu Chen offered. That would be splendid. I owe you my gratitude for this lucrative opportunity, Old Master Feng chuckled. After conversing for a while, Old Master Feng mentioned that he had a friend who specializes in crafting magical artifacts. However, he warned that this friend had peculiar tastes and would only work with the finest materials, often setting exorbitant prices, making it inaccessible for most. 3 days from now, I plan to bring you to meet him. Given the rarity of this millennia-old thunderstruck wood, I'm certain he will be pleased. If he is, the crafted artifacts will be auctioned, and we shall profit handsomely, Old Master Feng assured. Chapter 62. Encounter with thugs at the arcade upon departing from the Feng's pawnshop. Chu Chen inquired about the dining preferences of his companions, to which they unanimously expressed a desire for hot pot. Without hesitation, he drove them to a renowned hot pot restaurant, a place he had previously visited with Ouyang Nana and Su Yu, where the culinary offerings had left a delightful impression. Upon entering the establishment, Chu Chen requested a large table and placed an order for the broth and a selection of frequently enjoyed ingredients. Shortly thereafter, Wang Pengzi and Gao arrived. Chu Chen, where have you been these past few days? Wang Pengzi exclaimed. I have splendid news to share. I passed my driving test. Chu Chen informed them that he had ventured to Fengmin village in Luocheng, fulfilling a task entrusted by his grandfather. Moments later, Su Yu and Ouyang Nana entered the hot pot restaurant, arm in arm, exuding a cool demeanor, both adorned with large sunglasses. Chu Chen, what brings you to Luocheng? Su Yu queried, prompting Chu Chen to reiterate his earlier explanation. She then revealed that Ouyang Nana was also a student at the Jinhai Medical College, currently in her 4th year, henceforth to be referred to as Senior Ouyang. From Ouyang Nana, Chu Chen learned that she was pursuing a degree in clinical medicine. The Ouyang family primarily dealt in medical devices and consumables, with numerous hospitals across the nation utilizing their products. To cultivate a successor, the elder Ouyang had encouraged her to study this field. As the dishes arrived, the 5 began to savor the hot pot. The bubbling red oil broth emanated a tantalizing aroma, and as slices of tripe were immersed, they were soon enjoyed with a flavorful dipping sauce, evoking pure satisfaction. Gao, however, found the spiciness overwhelming, exclaiming in distress at the intensity of the red oil-hot pot. Chu Chen promptly requested a dual-flavor pot from the server. Ouyang Nana, unperturbed by the spice, added chili to her dipping sauce, while Su Yu and Wang Pengzi managed to tolerate the heat, sipping drinks between bites, leaving poor Gao to contend with the mild broth. After their meal, Wang Pengzi suggested they visit the arcade for some amusement. The five made their way downstairs, where Chu Chen, Wang Pengzi, and Gao engaged in a fishing game, while Su Yu and Ouyang Nana attempted to grab various plush toys, perhaps an innate preference for soft, cuddly items among girls. The arcade buzzed with flashing lights and electronic sound effects. Chu Chen observed Wang Pengzi's excitement as he hammered the buttons in frenzy. Look, a big golden dragon. I caught the golden dragon, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration, jumping in joy. Chu Chen chuckled, his gaze inadvertently wandering to the claw machine area, where Su Yu and Ouyang Nana were intently maneuvering the mechanical claw. Su Yu, clad in a white dress, stood out remarkably against the vibrant lights. Suddenly, a trio of thugs with dyed yellow hair loomed nearby. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes as he witnessed one reaching towards Su Yu's hair. Hey, beautiful, why not play with us? The thug's voice cut through the cacophony of music. Chu Chen patted Wang Pengzi's shoulder, saying, continue your game. I'll be right back. He swiftly approached, just in time to hear Ouyang Nana coldly retort. Leave us alone and show some respect. I don't know you. Well, look at this fiery little beauty, the leader of the thugs sneered, attempting to wrap an arm around Ouyang Nana's shoulders. She pushed him away, prompting him to raise his hand to strike her. In a flash, Chu Chen intercepted, gripping the thug's wrist with just enough force to elicit a pained cry. Try bullying my friends, and I'll break your fingers. Now scram. The other two thugs advanced, but with a swift sidestep, Chu Chen elbowed one in the ribs while sweeping the leg of the other, sending all three thugs sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. Let's go. There's no need to concern ourselves with those thugs, he advised Ouyang Nana and Su Yu. Ouyang Nana nodded, while Su Yu looked at Chu Chen with gratitude, her lips poised to speak but hesitating. Wang Pengzi and Gao approached, inquiring about the commotion. Chu Chen recounted the encounter with the thugs. Those thugs are clearly trouble. Next time, call me and Gao if you get into a fight. Enough boasting. You should practice a few moves with us, at least for self-defense against any wrongdoers. Chu Chen replied. Once Wang Pengzi and I pass our driving test, we'll join you for lessons. As the five exited the arcade and reached the parking lot, a dozen blinding flashlights illuminated their path. Planning to leave after a brawl? That's not how it works, a low voice boomed. Brother Yong. It's them, the ones who injured us, the thugs called out. Chu Chen shielded his companions behind him, discerning the newcomers in the light. The leader, in his 30s with a buzz cut and a thick gold chain around his neck, commanded, get in the car and lock the doors. He handed the keys to Wang Pengzi. They outnumber us. Let me stay and help. Wang Pengzi voiced his concern. Don't worry, I've got this. Just ensure Su Yu and Ouyang Nana are safe. Chu Chen reassured him with a smile. Stay put in the car. I'll be back shortly. The man, puffing on a cigarette, approached. I hear you're quite the fighter? Chu Chen remained silent, merely observing. Attack. Teach him a lesson, the man ordered. And a horde of thugs surged forward wielding clubs. Chu Chen sprang into action, his movements astonishingly swift, navigating through the throng, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. The clubs barely grazed him, often resulting in injuries to the assailants themselves. Within minutes, the ground was littered with moaning thugs. Brother Yong's expression shifted to one of alarm as he drew a spring knife from his waistband. Chu Chen's gaze hardened, and he swiftly positioned himself before Brother Yong. The thug felt a jolt in his wrist, and the knife clattered to the ground. In quick succession, Chu Chen pressed his fingertips against Brother Yong's chest and back. Fear gripped Brother Yong as he realized he could not move. This bizarre sensation sent chills down his spine, and beads of cold sweat soaked his clothing. What have you done to me? He stammered. Chu Chen leaned in, whispering, if you wish to reverse this, come to Qingfeng Lane's Yin Clinic. Consider this a lesson. With that, he turned and strode back to the vehicle, leaving a scene of chaos behind him. Once inside the car, Su Yu expressed her concern. Are you all right? It's nothing, just a group of petty thugs, Chu Chen replied, starting the engine. Su Yu, Ouyang Nana, let South not drive just yet, for safety. I'll take you home first and have your families come to collect the car. In the rearview mirror, Brother Yong remained frozen in place, staring after them as Chu Chen drove away. Why are you all still on the ground howling? Take me to the hospital. I can't move. Chapter 63. The seeds of evil reaped their bitter fruits. Chu Chen escorted Ouyang Nana and Suyu back to their homes, and on the way, he also dropped off Fatty and Gao Jing. In the car, Wang Fatty exclaimed, "Chu Chen, you were so impressive just now. I must learn a few moves from you once I finish my driving test." Chu Chen replied, "You have no idea." Suyu and Ouyang Nana were utterly mesmerized. Learning some martial arts is indeed a powerful tool for charming girls. I want to learn from you, too. You? Learn martial arts? The only thing you excel at is charming spirits, retorted Fatty. I won't let this go. Once I enter university, I will definitely bring back a beautiful girl to show you my charm, Gao Jin declared, ignoring Wang Fatty, as neither of them held any regard for the other. After sending them home, Chu Chen drove back to the clinic. Upon returning to the clinic, Chu Chen tidied up the place and then went upstairs to light a stick of incense for the king of hell. He settled at the tea table, brewing a pot of tea, and picked up his notes on tadpole script to study. Master, could I trouble you for something to eat? The toad demon inquired. My apologies, I forgot. There's meat in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself. I'll buy more once it's empty, Chu Chen replied. I dare not rummage around. I fear that vengeful spirit might retaliate. There's no need to worry. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you're just eating. No one will bother you. Go ahead. The toad demon cautiously hopped to the kitchen, opened the fridge with its tongue, and stuffed a piece of beef into its mouth before jumping back into the ceramic bowl in the clinic. Once you're full, feel free to wander about. But don't stray too far. Just don't disturb me while I read. All right, I'm off then, ribbit, ribbit. Chu Chen waved his hand to signal the toad demon to go. It hopped onto the ground and then leapt out of the clinic, vanishing from sight. As Chu Chen immersed himself in the study of tadpole script, a business vehicle halted at the clinic's entrance. 3 individuals emerged, hauling a person from the trunk, none other than the man, Yongguo, whom Chu Chen had incapacitated with his magical powers earlier that afternoon. These were the same 3 ruffians who had harassed Suyu and Ouyang Nana, and they placed Yongguo in the clinic, where he stood motionless. The trio knelt before Chu Chen, pleading, Today, we admit our wrongdoing. Please, have mercy and save our brother Yongguo. Now you know fear. Where did all that arrogance go when you bullied others? Chu Chen retorted. The 3 knelt, not daring to rise, casting glances at Yongguo. You'd best hurry and get out. You're embarrassing yourself standing here. Yongguo finally spoke. The 3 scrambled out of the clinic, and Chu Chen set aside his notes to address Yongguo. This clinic isn't open yet. Please return later when I ring the bell. Youth, I sincerely apologize for today's offenses. I went to the hospital, but the doctors couldn't help me. Just name your price, and I promise not to haggle. I, Wang Daong, am a man of my word in the West District. As I said, it's not about the money. The clinic isn't open yet, and we only attend to 3 patients at night. This is our rule. Come back later or wait outside, Chu Chen explained. Could you make an exception? I haven't been able to move for several hours. It's unbearable. Your discomfort is well-deserved. If you wish to be treated, wait outside. Sister Tsaiha, please see them off. A gust of cold wind swept through, propelling Wang Daong forcefully out of the clinic, causing him to land heavily on the ground outside. Ouch, that hurts. You 3 fools, what are you staring at? Help me back to the car. The ruffians, realizing the situation, hurried to assist Wang Daong back into the vehicle. Later that evening, the toad demon returned to the clinic, eager to recount the day's events. At the end of the alley, there were several girls in revealing outfits running a massage parlor, and their business was booming. Customers were coming and going nonstop. It almost tempted me to try a massage myself. So, you went out this afternoon just to see that? I also strolled around a bathhouse, but it was so vast that I saw nothing and ended up being kicked out. Toad demon, can't you observe how humans live and learn from them? It's easy to make money by opening a massage parlor. How dare you suggest that? Who would discuss massage parlors with you? Conversing with the toad demon was inevitably infuriating. They were simply on different wavelengths. Master, please don't be angry with me. Once I transform, I will open a massage parlor, all right? The toad demon leapt into the ceramic bowl. Later that night, Chu Chen hung the bell at the clinic door. The trio of ruffians returned with Wang Daong. Can you treat me now? I've been waiting all day. I beg you. Chu Chen approached Wang Daong, who was promptly abandoned by the ruffians as they fled the clinic. Using his powers, Chu Chen lightly tapped Wang Daong, who suddenly regained the ability to move and joyfully stretched his limbs. I deeply apologize for today. Here's 50,000 yuan as compensation. Chu Chen accepted the money from Wang Daong. Since I've taken your money, I'll examine your condition. This clinic does not overcharge. He instructed Wang Daong to sit at the medical desk and began to check his pulse. Young man, I'm not ill. There's no need to check. Just let me go. You have issues with your reproductive capability. You will be unable to conceive offspring. You can tell that just by looking? Truly impressive. Wang Daong admitted that this problem had persisted for over a decade and that he had sought help from hospitals to no avail. You are burdened by excessive evil deeds. Hence the adage, those who sow evil will reap its consequences. Is there any hope for me? Wang Daong inquired. If you can perform 999 good deeds, then return to me. Not only can I heal you, but I can also ensure you will father children. Consider this carefully. That sounds simple enough. I can just pay to help 999 people. That is absolutely not allowed. Every act of kindness must be performed by your own hands. Only then can you cleanse the evil within you. You are currently laden with misdeeds, and calamity will eventually befall you. Remember, above the head, there are deities watching. Retribution may be delayed, but is never absent. I hope you heed my warning. I will follow your advice this time. I will disband my crew and focus on doing good. Once you complete those 999 good deeds, return to me, and I shall help you regain your former glory and become a true man. Wang Daong bowed deeply in gratitude and promised to mend his ways. After he left, Chu Chen resumed his study of the tadpole script when the bell rang, signaling the arrival of Sun Shuyi. Dr. Chu, it has been a while. Have you missed me? Sun Shuyi approached the medical desk, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Chu Chen with a flirtatious smile. Sun Shuyi, are you feeling unwell? You're not running a fever, are you? Stop talking nonsense. Chapter 64. The trouble caused by urine. Chu Chen, I am not jesting with you. I have been experiencing a string of unfortunate events lately. I have been passed over for roles in several films and television shows. I was involved in a car accident. I am unable to sleep soundly at night. Plagued by nightmares, and I have lost my appetite. Do you think I might be cursed? Chu Chen instructed Sun Shuyi to extend her arm for a pulse check. The pulse was steady, albeit somewhat weak, and upon inspecting her further, he found no abnormalities. Activating his third eye for a deeper examination, he detected no malevolent energy surrounding Sun Shuyi. Sun Shuyi, it appears you are not cursed. The principles of life, fate, and feng shui are paramount. Have you recently moved or changed jobs? Such alterations might have shifted your feng shui, resulting in your current predicament. Could it be related to my recent relocation? I have just moved into a villa. Chu Chen, perhaps you could visit my home to assess the situation? Sun Shuyi, it is rather late now, and I still have patients to attend to. I can come by tomorrow morning to take a look. Very well, but do not forget. I will send you the address and phone number. Call me when you arrive. I shall await your visit at home. All right, you may return home now. After Sun Shuyi departed, a short while later, the bell rang twice as a middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a bound youth. Hello, Dr. Chu. I am Luo Jun. Referred by manager Qian Hongmei. Please help my son. I fear he has fallen under a curse. What peculiarities has your son exhibited? Chu Chen inquired. Luo Jun recounted that his son had gone on a school outing a few days prior. Upon returning home, he fell ill with a fever, and at night, he became frantic, babbling incoherently, lashing out, and destroying household items. After being taken to the hospital, the doctors suggested that the child might have low immunity and a deficiency in trace elements, prescribing some medication. However, after 2 days of treatment, there was no improvement. Serendipitously, he encountered manager Qian Hongmei, who informed him of the supernatural affliction and recommended he visit the Yinyang Medical Hall. Chu Chen prepared to examine the boy, but was met with a sudden headbutt from him. The boy then fixed his gaze on Chu Chen, his eyes pale and laced with dark red veins. Utilizing his ghostly sight, Chu Chen discovered the boy was shrouded in dark energy, with a vague specter clinging to him. Mr. Luo, your son is indeed cursed. A spirit has attached itself to him. Doctor, please save my son. Luo Jun pleaded. Chu Chen instructed Luo Jun to stand behind him. Then he took a talisman and affixed it to the boy's forehead. The boy grimaced in agony, convulsing violently. I have found you at last. Do not hide. What is your intent in possessing this child? Meddling fool. Who do you think you are? Chu Chen brandished a ghost needle and plunged it into the boy's brow. The boy's expression twisted in pain as he writhed on the ground. Luo Jun, unable to bear the sight, received reassurance from Chu Chen. Do not worry. Your son will be fine. I grant you one last opportunity to elucidate your motives, or I shall send you to oblivion. You have but one chance. It hurts. I will speak, I will. Just remove the needle and talisman first. Once Chu Chen withdrew the needle and talisman, the boy ceased his struggles and stood up. It was this boy who urinated on my corpse, leaving me homeless. How could I not be enraged? I am tormented in life and even in death. Therefore, I sought revenge on this boy, wishing him to endure the suffering of a ghost. He is but a child. Spare him. You have already tormented him for days. I will assist this child's family in locating your remains, cleanse them with water, and secure a proper burial. What do you say? Do you speak truthfully? Do not deceive me, a wretched spirit. Luo Jun, can you fulfill this promise? Doctor, I assure you, I will do everything in my power to absolve my son. I will personally attend to this matter tomorrow. You have heard him. Relinquish the boy's body. Your torment has already harmed him. Whether in life or death, moderation is key. Very well, it is settled. I shall depart now, but I give this family 3 days to act. A chilling wind swept through as the spirit vacated the medical hall. The boy collapsed, and Chu Chen rushed to support him, instructing Luo Jun to untie the boy's restraints. He placed the boy in a side treatment room and retrieved some medicinal herbs. In the kitchen, he heated water in a clay pot, adding the herbs. And once it boiled, he filled a bowl and handed it to Luo Jun, advising him to wait until it cooled before giving it to his son. After drinking the herbal concoction, the boy regained consciousness. Dad, where am I? Son, you are awake. We are at the Yingyang Medical Hall. I brought you here for treatment. What transpired during your outing? The boy recounted the school trip, where he was tasked with leading a group to collect insects. Among 5 team members, one discovered a beetle hidden in a crevice. Despite their efforts to extract it, they only uncovered some white bones. The boy devised a plan to use water to coax the beetle out, but lacking a water source, he resorted to urinating, which successfully flushed the beetle from its hiding place. Unbeknownst to them, the crevice also contained skeletal remains that had been soaked in the boy's urine, preventing the accumulation of dark energy and leaving the restless spirit without refuge. Mr. Luo, your son is no longer in grave danger. Take him home to recuperate and ensure he gets plenty of sunlight. Thank you, doctor. You have saved my son's life. Please attend to the matter concerning the spirit as soon as possible, for it is indeed your son's actions that initiated this misfortune. Rest assured, I, Luo Jun, a man of my word, will see to it that this is resolved promptly. Young man, refrain from mischief in the future. Do not relieve yourself in strange places. Doctor, I will remember, the boy replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Luo Jun then transferred 50,000 yuan to Chu Chen via his phone before departing with his son from the Yingyang Medical Hall. Chu Chen removed the bell from the entrance, signaling the end of the day's consultations. After tidying the herb hall, he ascended to the rooftop terrace to meditate. The moonlight was splendid, and the stars twinkled brightly, offering an opportune moment to absorb their celestial energy. Seated cross-legged, Chu Chen began to draw in the moonlight and starlight, merging it with his internal energy, cleansing his meridians. Only 4 of the 12 meridians remained obstructed, once cleared. He felt he would be on the verge of attaining the innate realm. Chapter 65. The Feng Shui Scheme. As dawn broke, Chu Chen awoke from his slumber. After refreshing himself, he ventured to the market for breakfast and purchased some meat for the toad demon, which he stored in the refrigerator for the creature's convenience. In the morning, he planned to visit Sun Shui's residence to assess the Feng Shui issues she was facing. Having learned about Feng Shui from Grandpa Mu since childhood and frequently perused his books, Chu Chen had yet to put his knowledge into practice. Sun Shui resided in a prime area of the city, known for its luxurious villas. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he called her, and only then did the security personnel permit his entry. He approached Villa number 16, which was Sun Shui's home. After parking in the underground garage, he found her waiting at the elevator. Chu Chen, thank you for making this trip. Sun Shui waved to him. It's no trouble at all. Since you reached out, I am more than willing to assist you, he replied. Chu Chen, what do you think of my newly purchased villa? It's quite beautiful and the location is excellent. You celebrities make it look so easy to earn money. Ordinary folks might spend a lifetime without affording such a place. Being a celebrity isn't as glamorous as it seems. One must endure hardships alone, Sun Shui responded. She then guided Chu Chen through the villa, which had 3 levels above ground and 2 below. Upon reaching the first-floor living room, Sun Shui prepared a cup of coffee for him. Holding the coffee, he stood before her villa, where sunlight streamed through the clouds into the courtyard, yet an inexplicable chill permeated the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed his fingertip to his brow, activating his celestial vision. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. A faint gray mist lingered in the air, resembling diluted ink, subtly shimmering under the sunlight. This aura was invisible to ordinary eyes, but appeared strikingly clear to Chu Chen. He recalled Sun Shui's visit to the clinic the previous evening. Her once radiant face now bore signs of exhaustion, with dark circles under her eyes. Chu Chen, I desperately need your help, her voice echoed in his ears. I've been remarkably unlucky lately. Last night, I crashed my car into the guardrail and was plagued by nightmares. Don't worry. Let me take a look first, he reassured her, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard until it settled on the pool in the southeastern corner. The pool, though modest in size, was strategically placed at the Sun position. Logically, a pool in this location should attract wealth, yet the water currently exhibited an abnormal dark hue, with a faint layer of black mist floating on the surface. He approached the pool and crouched down for a closer inspection. The water was crystal clear, and several koi swam leisurely within, seemingly untroubled. However, Chu Chen noticed the arrangement of the pebbles at the bottom appeared deliberate, forming an odd pattern. When was this pool constructed? He inquired, turning to Sun Shui. About 2 months ago, I believe, she said, rubbing her temples. I remember hiring a renowned designer who claimed it was a wealth-attracting spot. Chu Chen's brow furrowed deeper as he reached into the pool, feeling an unsettling chill from the water. This was peculiar. The water should not be this cold in August. Sun Shui, I sense something is amiss with this pool. Where is the drainage outlet? Let's drain the water first so I can investigate, he instructed. But what about the fish? She protested. Relocate them for now. We'll address that later. I suspect there may be an issue at the bottom, he replied. As he opened the drain valve, he maintained his focus on the bottom of the pool. As the water level decreased, the arrangement of the pebbles became increasingly distinct. When the last remnants of water were drained, Chu Chen's pupils dilated in shock. The bottom of the pool revealed an inverted bagua diagram, with a black ceramic jar buried at its center. He leaped into the pool, carefully excavating the jar. It was light, yet chilling to the touch. Upon opening it, he found a pair of rusty scissors and several coins stained with dark red marks. Sun Shui, someone has set a feng shui trap in your pool. This is an attempt to siphon your fortunes, and such a setup can lead to a rapid decline in luck, resulting in financial losses or even personal harm, he warned. Leaving the conclusion unspoken, as Sun Shui likely understood the gravity of the situation. Chu Chen, is there a way to break this feng shui scheme? Please, help me, she implored. Without responding, he focused on a talisman paper at the bottom of the jar. Though partially damaged, he could discern strange symbols drawn upon it, runes specifically designed to summon malevolent energy. This pool is no longer usable. You need to have it cleaned out and replaced, he advised. He explained that dismantling the pool and redesigning it, along with adding more aquatic plants and fish, would suffice to restore its positive energy. The Sun position is also a wealth position. Water symbolizes wealth, while fish and aquatic plants represent vitality. As long as the water flows and the fish swim, prosperity will return. Chu Chen, I will contact workers for the renovations right away. Please stay for lunch. I'd like to prepare something for you, she insisted. No need to trouble yourself. Since the matter is settled, I must return to the clinic, he replied. Dr. Chu, you have helped me countless times, and I owe my recovery from breast cancer to you. Please allow me the honor of hosting you, she countered. Seeing her earnestness, Chu Chen reluctantly agreed to stay for lunch. Once back in the living room, he sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, while Sun Shui began preparing a meal in the kitchen. With her ponytail tied back and an apron donned, her elegant features gave her the appearance of a skilled chef. As each dish was presented, Chu Chen's appetite grew. When the final dish, a rib soup, was served, Sun Shui removed her apron and retrieved a bottle of red wine. Dr. Chu, would you care to join me for a drink? Enjoy it yourself. I still need to drive back to the clinic later, he declined politely. She poured herself a glass of wine and offered him a glass of juice. Dr. Chu, please taste my cooking and let me know how it is. Chu Chen nodded, sampling each dish. Sun Shui, I must admit, I didn't expect a big star like you to be such a good cook. The flavors are quite commendable, rivaling that of a restaurant. Of course, I've even taken lessons from professional chefs for my film roles. Dr. Chu, if it's delicious, do eat more. Thank you for everything today, cheers. After lunch, the workers Sun Shui had arranged arrived at the villa to begin dismantling the pool. Noticing the time, Chu Chen bid her farewell and prepared to drive back to the clinic. As he left, Sun Shui transferred some money to him and gifted him 2 boxes of tea leaves. Chapter 66. The request of the headless ghost. Upon returning to the clinic in the afternoon, Chu Chen offered a stick of incense to the king of hell, then proceeded to the pharmacy to peruse his notes written in tadpole script. He had deciphered a quarter of the inscriptions on the bone fragments, and with a little more time, he would be able to complete the entire content of the bones. The toad demon had gone out in the afternoon and did not return until evening, when it began to chatter incessantly about its observations of the human world. As night fell, shrouded in darkness, Chu Chen hung a bell at the entrance of the clinic. While he was organizing the medicine cabinet, he suddenly heard the wind chimes at the door ringing without any breeze, producing a crisp sound. Dingling. This chime was unlike any he had heard before. A cold gust swept into the clinic, causing the temperature to drop sharply, and he felt a chilling presence. When he looked up, he saw a tall figure standing at the entrance. The moonlight filtered through its form, casting a hazy shadow on the ground. Without needing to open his heavenly eye, Chu Chen could discern that it was a headless ghost, having coalesced into a physical form. He examined the ghost closely. It wore a faded blue long gown. Its collar stained with dark brown blood, and a neat incision at its neck glowed with a faint azure light. In its right hand, it held a cloth bag that swayed gently with its movements. Dr. Chu, the headless ghost's voice echoed from the void, raspy yet earnest. I have heard that the Yingyang Clinic can heal spirits. I have come to seek your help. Chu Chen gestured for it to come closer. Under the light, the ghost's figure became somewhat clearer. It sat at the medicine table and placed the cloth bag upon it. I wish to request your assistance in crafting a head for me. The headless ghost spoke with a hint of embarrassment. In a few days, I must report to the underworld, and this appearance is rather undignified. Chu Chen noticed that as the ghost spoke, the incision at its neck trembled slightly. As if mimicking the motion of speaking, he reached out to touch the cloth bag, feeling a cold sensation at his fingertips. What is inside? He inquired. It contains the remnants of my remains, the headless ghost replied, its tone somber. Upon unwrapping the bag, Chu Chen found a collection of shattered bones. Yellowed and darkened with age, their edges jagged. The bones bore the marks of sharp instruments, hinting at the tragic events of the past. Would you care to share your story with me? Chu Chen asked as he examined the fragments. The headless ghost fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning to recount. A century ago, I was renowned as a great benefactor in this region. During times of disaster, I would open my granaries to provide grain. Whenever I encountered impoverished families, I would extend my hand to assist. I believe that a life well lived should be filled with acts of kindness. Its voice quivered suddenly, but one day, a band of bandits invaded the village. They stole all my grain and they slaughtered my family. My wife, my children, my elderly mother. None survived. Chu Chen noted the ghost's hands clenched into tight fists, the knuckles turning white. I could not escape my fate either, the headless ghost continued. They severed my head and discarded my body into a ravine. In my unwillingness to rest, I became a vengeful spirit. I tracked down those bandits, one by one, and ultimately avenged my wife and children. At this point, it paused, but Chu Chen had already grasped the remainder of the tale. The clinic fell into a profound silence, and Chu Chen lamented the ghost's tragic fate. After a long while, the headless ghost resumed. After avenging my family, I could have simply vanished. However, gazing upon the land where I once lived, I felt it would be a pity to leave without a trace. Thus, I began to wander nearby, assisting those in need whenever I could. Once, when an ancient locust tree at the village entrance was struck by lightning, blocking the path, I spent an entire night moving the trunk aside. Another time, a child fell into the river, and I rescued him. Gradually, as I performed these small acts, the villagers erected a temple in my honor. Chu Chen nodded. Thus, you have formed a ghostly body. Indeed, the headless ghost replied, its voice tinged with satisfaction. Thanks to the villagers' offerings, I was able to take on a corporeal form. Recently, the lords of black and white passed by and remarked that my merits were complete, proposing to promote me to an underworld official. However, this appearance is indeed rather unseemly, which is why I sought your assistance. After thoroughly examining all the bone fragments, Chu Chen rose and approached the medicine cabinet. You are a benevolent soul. I shall assist you. However, these bones alone are insufficient to fashion a head. I can only substitute with animal bones. That is acceptable, the headless ghost replied, straightening its posture. As long as I can have a complete body. Chu Chen retrieved a celadone jar from the depths of the cabinet, containing specially prepared bone ash. He also took several strands of glistening spider silk from beneath the medicine table, spun by a century-old spider demon, noted for its remarkable strength. He instructed the headless ghost to lie down in the side room, and it complied. Chu Chen evenly sprinkled the bone ash over the fragments, murmuring incantations. The fragments began to emit a faint glow and slowly levitated. As Chu Chen's hands danced, the spider silk interwove through the air, connecting the pieces one by one. As the head gradually took form, the body of the headless ghost trembled violently. Chu Chen understood that this was the process of reshaping the soul, a pain akin to that of a living person undergoing bone setting. Yet the headless ghost remained silent, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. An hour later, a complete head appeared on the bed. Chu Chen fetched a copper mirror, and the headless ghost, trembling, accepted the mirror. In it, it beheld a visage as smooth as jade, with scholarly features that harmonized beautifully with the faded blue gown. This is how I appeared in my youth. The ghost's voice quivered with emotion. Dr. Chu, thank you. Not only have you granted me a head, but you have also restored my life. Your kindness has resurrected me. It rose and solemnly bowed to Chu Chen. I am Zhou Jichuan. Your great kindness deserves no words of thanks. I have buried a treasure at the foot of the Camel Peak in the western suburbs. At the base, there stands an ancient oak tree. Walk 300 meters to the left, and you will find a large blue stone with the character Zhou inscribed upon it. Beneath the stone lies a cave containing some antiques and riches I collected during my lifetime. I bestow it upon you. Brother Zhou, you are a great benefactor. It matters not whether you offer me a fee for my services. Those treasures are your collection. Chu Chen attempted to decline, but the headless ghost had already transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from the clinic. After Zhou Jichuan's departure, Chu Chen approached the entrance of the clinic and removed the bell from the door, concluding his consultations for the day. He took out paper and pen to record the details of the treasure Zhou had mentioned, planning to bring along his friends tomorrow to explore it together. If they were to uncover the treasure, he would ensure to burn ample paper money for Zhou Jichuan. Chapter 67. The Treasure of Camel Peak Awakening in the Early Morning. Chu Chen contacted Wang Fatty and Gao Jin, inviting them to accompany him to Camel Peak. Gao Jin was preoccupied with assisting his mother at the supermarket, but Wang Fatty readily accepted the invitation. After enjoying breakfast, Wang Fatty arrived at the medical clinic, and Chu Chen drove them towards the western outskirts where Camel Peak was located. The mountain comprised two modest peaks, resembling a camel from a distance. As they traveled, Chu Chen shared the purpose of their expedition with Wang Fatty, who became intrigued at the mention of treasure. After an hour and a half of driving, they reached the foot of Camel Peak, gazing up at the majestic heights. The morning sun bathed the serene forest in warmth and vitality. Holding the address in his hand, Chu Chen surveyed the area, seeking the ancient oak tree, which was conspicuously located at the mountain's base next to an unnamed temple likely erected by local villagers in honor of Zhou Jichuan. Let us go, Fatty. Walk 300 meters to the left until you find the large blue stone. Chu Chen encouraged, patting Wang Fatty on the shoulder as he took the lead up the mountain. Breathing heavily, Wang Fatty followed, muttering, "This mountain is quite steep. Could there really be treasure here?" Chu Chen merely smiled. Confident that Zhou Jichuan would not deceive him, there was a reason for choosing such a location for concealment. After a while, they discovered the large blue stone amidst a dense thicket. Towering over them, the stone was covered in moss, with a character Zhou engraved upon it, clearly having stood for many years. Chu Chen circled the stone, pushing it aside to reveal an opening about the height of a person. "This is it," he whispered, retrieving a flashlight from his backpack and venturing into the cave. The interior of the cave was not spacious. They illuminated the path with their flashlights, proceeding deeper until they reached a broad stone chamber at the end. In the center stood two ancient wooden boxes adorned with exquisite carvings. Sharing a knowing glance filled with joy, Chu Chen approached one of the boxes, cautiously lifting the lid to find it overflowing with gleaming gold and silver coins. "We're rich. Chu Chen, we've struck gold. I've only seen this many coins on television," Wang Fatty exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. With a smile, Chu Chen opened the second box, revealing finely crafted jade artifacts, each piece a testament to superior craftsmanship. They carefully gathered the two boxes and exited the cave, sealing it with the blue stone before driving directly to the antique street. The street was lined with various antique shops and pawn shops. After parking, Chu Chen and Wang Fatty each carried a wooden box towards Feng's pawn shop. Upon entering, they found the elderly proprietor, Mr. Feng, sipping tea, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Little Chu, what brings you here today?" he inquired warmly. Placing the boxes on the counter, Chu Chen replied, "Old sir, I thought of you upon discovering these treasures. Please take a look." Mr. Feng opened the boxes, his expression shifting to astonishment as he examined a gold coin and a jade piece. "These are remarkable, ancient treasures indeed. Where did you acquire them?" he asked. With a smile, Chu Chen chose not to elaborate. Mr. Feng, sensing the unspoken, offered, "I can give you 800,000. What do you think?" Chu Chen nodded. "We trust you, old sir. 800,000 it is." After finalizing the purchase contract and signing, Chu Chen received the transfer notification. Mr. Feng cheerfully stored the boxes and mentioned, "Tonight, I plan to visit Yanhua Temple in Nanfeng City. A friend has word of some fine materials for crafting. Would you care to join me?" After contemplating, Chu Chen agreed, "Sure, I'll come to pick you up later." After bidding farewell to Mr. Feng, he turned to Wang Fatty. "Hand me your bank card. I'll transfer you 500,000. You deserve it." Wang Fatty hesitated. "I didn't do anything. I just accompanied you. Just accept it. No need for pleasantries," Chu Chen insisted. Ultimately, Wang Fatty relented, providing his card number with a grateful, "Thanks, brother." After dropping Wang Fatty home, Chu Chen returned to the clinic, quickly packing his belongings, including the Thunderstrike wood and gold magnetic spirit wood. "Sister Tsaya, I'll be heading to Nanfeng City tonight, and should return in 2 or 3 days. The clinic is in your capable hands," he informed her. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything," Sister Tsaya assured from her workspace. Chu Chen then reminded the Toad Demon to refrain from causing trouble, warning it that Sister Tsaya would handle any mischief. The Toad Demon replied confidently, "Rest assured, Master, I won't cause any issues." Loading the Thunderstrike wood and gold magnetic spirit wood into his vehicle, he made his way to the antique street, hiring a tricycle to transport the wood to Feng's pawnshop. Upon arrival, he found a business vehicle waiting, where Mr. Feng eagerly instructed him to load the wood. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Chu Chen engaged in conversation with Mr. Feng in the vehicle. "Little Chu, do you know the origin of Yanhua Temple?" Mr. Feng suddenly inquired. Chu Chen shook his head. "Not really. It sounds like a Taoist temple." Mr. Feng chuckled softly. "Yanhua Temple has a history of over 1,000 years. It was once a prominent place for crafting artifacts, but it declined after the Great War in the cultivation realm." "Mr. Feng, you are familiar with the Great War in the cultivation realm?" Chu Chen asked, intrigued. "I may not be a practitioner, but I know a few tales. The secrets of this world are for the youth like you to uncover," Mr. Feng replied. Chu Chen understood that many sects had fallen into obscurity after the ancient war, much like the Ghost Doctor Sect, which had dwindled to just him and Mu Feng. Chapter 68. The Flaming Crane Temple arriving in Nanfeng City in the early hours. Old Master Feng had already arranged accommodations, and the two rested in the hotel, preparing to visit the Flaming Crane Temple the following morning. Upon waking and enjoying breakfast, Old Master Feng instructed the driver to take them to the temple. When Chu Chen accompanied him to the Flaming Crane Temple, it was already noon, and the sun shone brilliantly, casting warm rays on the mottled walls. The paint had peeled away in places, revealing gray-blue bricks beneath, while a few resilient wild grasses pushed through the cracks, swaying gently in the breeze. The temple's grand entrance had long succumbed to decay, riddled with holes from insects, and the door knocker was rusted. As they pushed open the door, a shrill creak startled a few sparrows perched under the eaves, sending them fluttering into the sky. "Is this truly the Flaming Crane Temple?" Chu Chen found it hard to believe his eyes. In his mind, a temple capable of forging implements should at least possess a solemn and prosperous appearance, rather than the dilapidated state before him. Old Master Feng sighed, indeed. Ever since Jin Buhuan became obsessed with crafting, all his earnings have been spent on purchasing materials, and gradually, this place has deteriorated day by day. He further explained to Chu Chen that Jin Buhuan's fixation not only lay in forging, but also in his insatiable thirst for alcohol, leading his wife and children to leave him for city life, although his wife occasionally visited. As they spoke, a disheveled middle-aged man burst from a side hall. Clad in a robe stained with grease, his sleeves rolled to the elbows revealed scarred arms. His hair was unkempt, and his face bore an unknown black smudge. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. "Old Feng, you finally arrived," Jin Buhuan exclaimed, grasping Old Master Feng's hand. "Where's the wine? Did you bring it?" Old Master Feng helplessly shook his head and gestured toward the van behind him. Jin Buhuan immediately darted to the vehicle, opening the trunk, which contained not only wood but also several cases of wine. He retrieved a cardboard box, uncorked a bottle of liquor, and gulped it down as though it were mere water, the liquid spilling down his chin and soaking his clothes, of which he remained blissfully unaware. After finishing a bottle, he seemed unsatisfied. Suddenly, his movements froze, and the bottle clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Jin Buhuan stared intently at a piece of wood in the corner of the trunk, trembling all over. This is... His voice was hoarse as he reached out to touch the wood, only to retract his hand as if fearing it were an illusion. Chu Chen then noticed that Jin Buhuan was fixated on the golden magnetic spirit wood that he had brought. Golden magnetic spirit wood, a high-grade forging material. Jin Buhuan muttered, suddenly bursting into wild laughter, a mixture of madness and an indescribable sorrow. As he laughed, tears began to well in his eyes. 10 years. A full decade. I have searched the mountains for suitable materials, and I never thought I would find it today. Old phone. Is this what brought by you? Jin Buhuan inquired, clutching the golden magnetic spirit wood. This piece of wood belongs to this young friend, Chu, old master Feng replied. Excellent. Wonderful. Jin Buhuan exclaimed, spinning in place. Old Feng, quickly. Help me prepare the forging chamber. Old Master Feng informed Chu Chen that Jin Buhuan was nicknamed the Crafter Madan. They proceeded to assist in clearing the forging chamber, located in the temple's rear courtyard, a small structure made of blue stones. Upon opening the door, a wave of heat rushed forth. In the center stood a massive forging furnace, its fire long extinguished yet still radiating residual warmth. The shelves surrounding it were cluttered with various tools and materials, many coated in a thick layer of dust. As Jin Buhuan entered the forging chamber, he transformed completely. He expertly rekindled the furnace, placing the golden magnetic spirit wood on the workbench, examining it with meticulous attention. His fingers glided over the wood's grain, his gaze intensely focused. The golden magnetic spirit wood, neither fully gold nor entirely wood, originates from the realm of extreme yang, taking a decade to grow a mere inch. Its nature is fierce yet brimming with vitality, making it an exceptional material for forging implements, he explained while preparing his tools. However, he paused, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. The material is exceedingly rare. If I fail in the forging, it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. This time, I must succeed. As the flames gradually blazed to life, Jin Buhuan placed the golden magnetic spirit wood into the furnace. His movements were gentle and precise, as if handling a fragile treasure. The art of forging demands the right temperature, he stated. If the fire is too fierce, the material will be destroyed. If too weak, it cannot awaken the material's spirit. The golden magnetic spirit wood is particularly finicky. It requires the addition of cold iron to temper its fierce energy. Observing Jin Buhuan's fervent expression, Chu Chen suddenly understood why he would sacrifice everything for the craft. In that moment, Jin Buhuan radiated a strange luminosity, as though he had merged with the furnace, akin to a famished dog discovering food after a long wait. Chu Chen and old Master Feng remained quietly by the side, refraining from disturbing the focused Jin Buhuan. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Jin Buhuan's forehead, yet he remained oblivious. His hands traced intricate patterns in the air, channeling streams of spiritual energy into the furnace. The golden magnetic spirit would slowly soften in the flames, emanating a faint golden glow. Now, Jin Buhuan called out, his hands coming together forcefully. The golden magnetic spirit wood erupted into dazzling light, shooting upwards like a golden beam. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated across the sky. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the night, striking directly at the golden light. Jin Buhuan's expression changed dramatically, but he was too late to intervene. Surprisingly, rather than dissipating, the golden light absorbed the lightning. The radiance gradually receded, revealing a golden longsword suspended in midair. Intricate lightning patterns faintly visible along its blade. The object has spiritualized. This is a spiritual tool. I, Jin Buhuan, have finally forged a spirit weapon. Ancestors, I will not disappoint you. Trembling, Jin Buhuan extended his hand, and the sword flew into his grasp. As he gently caressed the blade, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Master, I did it, he murmured. I finally forged a spirit weapon. Watching this scene unfold, Chu Chen felt a torrent of emotions. He understood that for Jin Buhuan, this was not merely a spiritual tool, it represented a lifelong pursuit and obsession. Chapter 69. The poison of fire. Jin Buhuan sat before the furnace, the flames dancing vividly, casting a warm glow upon his face, which bore the weariness of years spent in the art of forging. His eyes sparkled with an uncontainable excitement and anticipation. This flying sword represented the pinnacle of his craftsmanship. Gripping the spiritual weapon tightly, his emotions surged. He alternated between tears and laughter, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, in the midst of his jubilation, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in darkness. Master, Brother Jin. Seeing this, Chu Chen rushed to support Jin Buhuan, quickly assessing his pulse, his brows knit in concern. Moments later, he gravely informed old Master Feng. The master has overexerted himself in forging, resulting in severe depletion of his vital energy, compounded by the fire poison attacking his heart, which has led to his fainting. Young friend Chu, I implore you to do your utmost to save him, old Master Feng urged. Without hesitation, Chu Chen retrieved the ghostly physician's golden needles he carried with him, commencing treatment to expel the poison from Jin Buhuan's body. As the needles pierced his skin, the fire poison gradually dissipated and Jin Buhuan's pallor transformed to a healthy hue. After a brief interval, he slowly opened his eyes, gratitude swelling within him as he beheld Chu Chen's focused demeanor. Brother Chu, thank you, Jin Buhuan said weakly. Chu Chen sheathed the needles with a gentle smile. There is no need for gratitude, Master. How do you feel now? Taking a deep breath, Jin Buhuan sensed that the fire poison had been eradicated. Though his vital energy remained feeble, he forced a smile. My body is unharmed, but my energy is still lacking. It seems I shall not be able to forge again for some time. Nodding, Chu Chen spoke earnestly, Master Jin, while forging is indeed important, your health is paramount. You must take the time to recuperate, otherwise you risk irreparable damage. I will prescribe some herbal medicine for you. It is vital that you adhere to the regimen without neglect. Brother Chu, I am ever so grateful, Jin Buhuan sighed. His gaze drifting to the flying sword in his hand, a flicker of reluctance shining in his eyes. He slowly extended the sword towards Chu Chen, saying, This sword is the culmination of my life's work. I entrust it to you. Once you recognize it with your blood, give it a name, and nurture it well. When your cultivation strengthens, it shall surely become your loyal companion. As Chu Chen accepted the sword, he felt a faint spiritual aura emanating from it, stirring excitement within him. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the sword's surface. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Lingxiao sword. In an instant, the blood was absorbed, and the sword quivered slightly, as if establishing a mysterious bond with Chu Chen. He sensed the sword melding with his being, hovering above his dantian. Though he could not wield it just yet, he understood that this sword would become an invaluable asset on his path of cultivation. Seeing Chu Chen successfully recognize the sword, Jin Buhuan's face broke into a smile of relief. He stood slowly, though still weak, his spirit much improved. Turning to old Master Feng, he said apologetically, Old Feng, this recent forging has drained me excessively. I fear I cannot assist you with the thunderstruck jujube wood for the foreseeable future. Old Master Feng waved his hand, chuckling. Do not blame yourself, Master Jin. Forging is not a matter to be rushed. Focus on your recovery first. We can discuss it later. Chu Chen surveyed the dilapidated Yinhe temple and Jin Buhuan's haggard appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy. He suggested, Master, the conditions here are quite poor for your recuperation. Why not return to your family for a while? Once you've regained your strength, you can return to forging. At this, a complex expression flickered in Jin Buhuan's eyes. For years, he had been consumed by his craft, neglecting his family, and he felt a deep-seated guilt. Now, with Chu Chen's suggestion, his heart stirred. Old Master Feng nodded in agreement, adding, Chu Chen is right, Master Jin. You have indeed neglected your family for your craft. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to reconnect with them and return to forging once you are well. After a moment of silence, Jin Buhuan finally nodded in acquiescence. Very well, it has been too long since I've seen them. It is time I return. Old Master Feng smiled, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Jin Buhuan. This card contains 2 million. Consider it in advance on your payment. Once you return, take your time to settle your family, and do not rush back. Taking the card with immense gratitude, Jin Buhuan bowed deeply, saying, Old Feng, it is thanks to your support over the years that I have been able to dedicate myself to forging. This kindness, I shall always remember. Old Master Feng waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, Master Jin. We are old friends. It is only natural to help one another. Jin Buhuan nodded, turning to gather a few belongings as he prepared to leave Yinhe Temple. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Chu Chen, solemnly stating, Chu Chen, I entrust this sword to you. I hope you will wield it wisely. Chu Chen nodded earnestly, Master, rest assured. I will nurture it well and will not disappoint your expectations. With a smile, Jin Buhuan turned and left Yinhe Temple. Upon returning home to his family, Jin Buhuan was met with a mixture of surprise and reproach in his wife's eyes, while his son displayed a cold demeanor, clearly displeased with his father's prior neglect of the family. Overwhelmed by guilt, Jin Buhuan presented the 2 million he had received from old Master Feng to his wife, saying, You have worked hard these years. Here is 2 million for you to buy a house and a car, to improve our lives. His wife accepted the card, a glimmer of astonishment crossing her features before she smiled gratefully. However, their son, Jin Hao, glared at the card, suddenly seizing a keychain and smashing it against the wall. Where were you when Mom was selling breakfast with her injured leg? Where were you when I had a fever during the high school entrance exams? Now you return with money. What do you think I am? The metallic trinket ricocheted off the glass cabinet, causing the family photo frame to tilt slightly. In the photo, a 7-year-old Jin Hao sat on his father's shoulders, the background depicting the still intact Yanhe Temple. Jin Buhuan bent to pick up the frame, saying, Jin Hao, I am sorry for neglecting you both. Please accept this card. Who cares? The boy shouted, his voice laced with tears. That rainy day in the second year of middle school, I ran home under a tattered umbrella and fell into a puddle, losing half a tooth. He suddenly pulled down his collar to reveal a scar beneath his collarbone. I vowed then that I would never forgive you. Jin Hao, please find it in your heart to forgive your father. Jin Buhuan knelt before his wife and son, tears streaming down his face. He had missed so much over the years, unable to be there for his son during pivotal moments in his life. He silently vowed to make amends with both mother and son moving forward. His wife cast a knowing glance at Jin Hao, who remained unyielding. Sensing his mother's growing frustration, Jin Hao stepped forward to help his father up. I will give you one more chance. You must become a good father and husband from now on. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. After speaking, he helped his father to his feet and embraced him, tears flowing down his cheeks. Old Master Feng received Jin Buhuan's call and relayed the news of the family reunion to Chu Chen, who felt immense relief. Jin Buhuan had sacrificed so much for the art of forging over the years, and now he finally had the opportunity to mend his family ties. Chapter 70. Zhang Daoist and the corpse poison. On the way back to Jihai City, a torrential downpour suddenly began, raindrops battering against the car windows, creating a cacophony of sounds. Chu Chen sat in the back seat, engrossed in his phone, while the elderly Feng dozed off, lulled by the sound of the rain. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, the screen illuminating with the name Sun Dian. Chu Chen swiftly answered the call, and Sun Dian's urgent voice came through. Chu Chen, where are you? My master has been scratched by a zombie, and the wound is beginning to fester. Can you return quickly? I'm still on the road. It will take me about 2 more hours to reach Jihai City. In the meantime, apply mugwort ash and vermilion on the wound, changing it every 10 minutes to control the spread of the corpse poison. Chu Chen instructed Sun Dian. Sun Dian's voice was tinged with panic. I've already tried that, but the wound is turning black, and the stench is getting worse. Please hurry back. I'm afraid my master won't last. Hold on. I'm on my way. Chu Chen replied, ending the call and turning to the driver. Please drive faster. It's urgent. Chu Chen, what happened? Feng inquired, looking at him. Old master, Zhang Daoist from Longding Temple has been injured by a zombie. The situation is dire, and I must return quickly. Feng urged the driver to accelerate, who nodded and pressed the gas pedal further down. Outside, the rain intensified, and the wipers flailed furiously against the windshield. By afternoon, the rain gradually subsided, and they finally arrived at Jihai City. At the entrance of the Yinyang Medical Hall, Sun Dian paced anxiously. Upon spotting Chu Chen, he rushed over. You finally made it. My master, the wound has become pus-filled, and the stench is overwhelming. I'm afraid. Chu Chen raised his hand to interrupt him, opening the door to the medical hall and instructing Sun Dian to place Zhang Daoist on the treatment bed. Zhang Daoist lay on the bed in the treatment room, his complexion pale as parchment, the wound on his right shoulder covered in blackish-purple necrotic tissue, with pus and blood oozing from the bandage onto the floor. Wearing gloves, Chu Chen quickly examined the wound. The skin surrounding the injury had hardened, exhibiting an unnatural bluish-black hue, from which the foul odor emanated. Frowning, he murmured, the corpse poison has penetrated the flesh. It must be cleansed immediately. Chu Chen prepared glutinous rice and bearbile powder, boiled a kettle of water, and disinfected the wound before taking out the ghost doctor's knife to begin the debridement. With careful precision, he scraped away the necrotic tissue, blackish-purple pus flowing down the blade, releasing a nauseating stench. With every scrape, Zhang Daoist's body involuntarily twitched, yet he remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a coma. Chu Chen's hands did not falter. The necrotic tissue was gradually removed until fresh, red flesh was exposed to the air. He swiftly mixed the glutinous rice and bearbile powder and sprinkled it around the wound. Upon contact, the powder hissed as if searing, causing Zhang Daoist's body to tremble violently, emitting a low groan before finally opening his eyes. Master, Sun Dian exclaimed in delight. Zhang Daoist's gaze was somewhat unfocused, but soon sharpened as it rested on Chu Chen. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and weak. Young friend Chu, I've troubled you. Zhang Daoist, do not speak yet. The wound is not fully treated, Chu Chen replied, simultaneously using silver needles to seal the acupoints around the wound to prevent further spread of the corpse poison. After the bandaging was complete, Zhang Daoist's complexion improved slightly. Leaning against the headboard, he spoke slowly to Chu Chen. There has been a grave incident in the western suburbs. That zombie has claimed 2 lives. When I went to handle it, I was scratched on the shoulder. I managed to stab it in the eye, but it ultimately escaped. Chu Chen furrowed his brow. If the zombie was stabbed in the eye, it should have lost its ability to move. How could it have escaped? Zhang Daoist shook his head. That creature is no ordinary zombie. Its movements are unlike typical zombies. It seems to possess intelligence. Exchanging grave glances with Sun Dian, Chu Chen contemplated for a moment before declaring, Zhang Daoist, you should stay in the medical hall to rest. Sun Dian and I will pursue that creature. Zhang Daoist nodded, cautioning, be careful. Though the zombie was injured in the eye, its strength should not be underestimated. Rest well in the medical hall, Zhang Daoist. We will be cautious. Chu Chen reassured him. As night fell, Chu Chen and Sun Dian followed the trail left by the fleeing zombie, the air thick with an almost imperceptible stench. Over here. Chu Chen suddenly halted, pointing to a puddle of blackish-purple liquid on the ground. That is the zombie's blood. The trail leads into an abandoned factory. Cautiously entering the factory, they were met with a low, menacing growl in the darkness. Chu Chen gripped the ghost doctor's knife tightly, while Sun Dian brandished a peachwood sword. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the corner. It was the zombie. With a piece of peachwood nail embedded in its eye, the zombie seemed unaffected, its movements more ferocious than before. Chu Chen quickly hurled the ghost doctor's knife, which accurately pierced the zombie's heart. However, it merely paused momentarily before lunging again. Has this zombie mutated? Chu Chen whispered, his actions unceasing. Sun Dian swung his peachwood sword, attempting to drive the zombie back. Their teamwork proved effective, cornering the zombie. Just as Chu Chen prepared to stab the creature's vital point with the ghost doctor's knife, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the factory. A dozen black-robed cultivators entered, led by a young man, Wei Yu, whom they had encountered previously. Stop. This zombie is our Wei family's ancestor. You cannot harm it. Wei Yu commanded, eyeing Chu Chen and Sun Dian. Chu Chen frowned. I care not for your Wei family's ancestor. All I know is that this zombie has taken 2 lives. Wei Yu smiled faintly. This is a matter for our Wei family. We cannot disclose further details. However, since you have subdued it, please hand it over to us. Sun Dian retorted angrily, it has taken 2 lives and injured my master. How can we simply hand it over to you? Wei Yu shrugged. Then what do you propose? Just as Chu Chen was about to respond, Sun Dian's phone rang. He answered, and, after a few moments, his expression grew complex. After hanging up, he quietly informed Chu Chen, my master says we can hand the zombie over to the Wei family. But they must compensate for the 2 lives lost and pay 1 million to purchase this zombie. Chu Chen frowned, but ultimately nodded. Wei Yu appeared to have anticipated this outcome, smiling as he produced a check. For 2 lives and 1 million, I offer you 3 million. Chu Chen accepted the check. Watching as the Wei family members took the zombie away, a sense of unease settling in his heart. The sutures at the creature's nape and the remnants of humanity in its eyes suggested that this matter was far from over. Chapter 71. The Scapegoat Toad Demon. Upon returning to the medical clinic, Chu Chen presented the check to Master Zhang, speaking in a hushed tone. Master Zhang. That zombie has claimed 2 lives, and yet, it was so easily taken away by the Wei family? Master Zhang sighed, his gaze profound. Young friend Chu, I understand your sense of injustice. I feel the same. The Wei family has successfully applied for a project to study zombies. And with the support of the Golden Dragon Qingfeng Guard, I can only strive to secure some compensation for the victims. Chu Chen refrained from probing further, recognizing that many matters were beyond his influence. The Wei family had their connections within the Golden Dragon Qingfeng Guard, and their true intentions regarding the zombie remained shrouded in mystery. The atmosphere in the clinic was heavy, and an unnamed frustration simmered within Chu Chen. Suddenly, a toad began to sing and dance. Sensing the discordant mood in the clinic, it quickly clamped its mouth shut and leapt into a ceramic bowl. Chu Chen, already brimming with ire, was further incensed by the toad's antics. He seized the toad demon from the bowl and began to slap it repeatedly. Letting you sing, letting you prance, letting you be frivolous. I'll teach you a lesson. Master, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never sing again. The toad demon pleaded. Young friend Chu, why have you kept the toad demon? Master Zhang inquired, observing the commotion. Master Zhang, I encountered this toad demon in Luoqing. It was tricking people for food in a village, and after capturing it, I decided to spare it since it had not harmed anyone. I brought it back to help guard the clinic, Chu Chen explained. Haha, this toad demon is quite amusing. Chu, why not let me take it back to Longding Temple? Sun Dian suggested cheerfully. Sun Dian, if you like it, take it with you, Chu Chen replied. Master, I shall not go anywhere. I am your toad in life. Your toad's soul in death. I will follow you for life. The toad demon lamented. Sun Dian, it seems this toad is unwilling to leave. Let it stay in the clinic to guard the door, Chu Chen said, tossing the toad demon back into the ceramic bowl. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. From now on, wherever you point, I shall follow. Be quiet. If you don't hush, I'll send you to Longding Temple. Perhaps Master Zhang could use you for alchemy, Chu Chen said with a smile. Master, the toad demon finally fell silent. You have my gratitude for helping me dispel the zombie poison. My disciple Sun Dian and I shall take our leave and report this matter to the venerable ancestors Qingshu and Qingfeng at Longding Temple, Master Zhang said politely. I have yet to thank you for introducing me to Master Qingshu. The success of the Ghost Doctor S blade also owes a part to you, Master Zhang. Chu Chen acknowledged sincerely. Haha, you are too kind. Farewell, and do visit Longding Temple often. Chu Chen escorted Master Zhang and Sun Dian to their vehicle, watching as they departed from the Yinyang Medical Clinic. Once back in the clinic, Chu Chen turned to the toad demon. You seem rather idle. I shall find you some work. If you perform well, I might just find you a female toad to ease your restlessness. Master, though I am but a toad, I have aspirations. One day, I shall marry a human girl, one with ample bosom and ample backside. Chu Chen delivered a firm punch to the toad demon's head. I am speaking of serious matters, yet all you can think about are girls. Sometimes I wish to knock some sense into you. Master, please don't hit me. I will obey you, as long as you don't find me a female toad. I intend for you to suppress your demonic aura and assist the Wei family in the western suburbs to gather intelligence. How to accomplish this? Sister Saya will explain to you. In return, you shall have 2 chickens a day to feast upon. What do you think? Master, Sister Saya is too fierce. I do not wish to work with her. From the ghost gourd, Sister Saya's voice echoed. Toad demon, it seems you are due for a reprimand. The toad demon swiftly hid behind Chu Chen. Sister Saya, I was just joking. Collaborating with the enchanting and radiant Sister Saya is a great honor for this toad demon. This flattery took Chu Chen by surprise. The toad demon was indeed a source of amusement. That evening, Sister Saya departed the clinic with the toad demon to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Chu Chen ascended to the 2nd floor to light incense for the King of Hell, before continuing his study of the tadpole script notes. From the content of the notes, Chu Chen deduced that the bone fragment contained the details of an array, the Yinyang demon subduing sword formation. The name alone was formidable, yet its true power remained uncertain until Chu Chen could fully translate the tadpole script. Later that night, Chu Chen hung a bell at the clinic's entrance, preparing for consultations. Ding dong, ding dong. A masked woman entered, pushing a wheelchair that held another woman, tightly wrapped in coverings. Dr. Chu, please help my friend Sun Shui. She has fallen into a coma. What happened? How could she suddenly fall unconscious? I visited her home a few days ago and even helped her with her feng shui. I discovered her in a coma just yesterday when I visited her home. After taking her to the hospital, the doctors were unable to determine her ailment. She has been receiving nutritional infusions, and I secretly brought her out tonight. As Chu Chen wheeled Sun Shui into the treatment room, he noticed a faint blood-red line on the back of her neck. Once in the treatment room, Chu Chen began to take Sun Shui's pulse. The pulse indicated that she was not suffering from any inherent illness. He opened her eyelids, revealing her eyes were pale and riddled with black veins. Upon peeling back her clothing, Chu Chen observed a bloodline that extended from her back to the nape of her neck. Duanim Qing. Has Sun Shui offended anyone recently? This is a hex. She has been manipulated by someone. Dr. Chu, I'm not entirely sure. A couple of days ago, Sun Shui reported a designer who intended to harm her. After investigation, the designer was arrested and numerous prohibited items were found in his home. Could this be connected? I have some understanding of the situation. The designer set up a feng shui arrangement in Sun Shui's home, leading to her misfortune. Is there a way to treat this hex? Please, I beg you to save her. Sun Shui is a pitiful child, having lost her parents at a young age. She has worked hard to rise from a temporary actress to a big star, enduring many hardships along the way. Du Nim Qing, I consider Sun Shui a friend. I will find a way to save her. Chu Chen utilized talismans to stabilize Sun Shui's spirit, cut several strands of her hair with scissors, and pricked her finger to extract a few drops of blood, which he collected in a porcelain vial.